Chapter 1, the engagement party was kicked out and the system was activated. Lin Feng, let's break up. At the magnificent engagement party, Su Chanqian ripped off the rose brooch on her chest and smashed it hard on Lin Feng's face. The sharp edge of the brooch scratched her skin, oozing blood, but Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on her hand holding another man's arm, and his throat tightened. Chanqian, what did you say? His voice trembled. He couldn't believe that his girlfriend of 3 years would turn against him on the day of their engagement. Su Chanqian's face was full of disgust, as if looking at him any longer would make her eyes dirty. I'm breaking up. Lin Feng, you're just a useless son-in-law. What future do I have with you? Zhao Tianhao beside her scoffed and deliberately shook the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. The $1 million dial blared under the light. Chanqian, follow me, and you'll have everything you want in the future. Unlike some people who can't even afford a decent gift, how can they expect to get married? The discussions of the guests around him pierced Lin Feng's ears like needles. I've said it before that Lin Feng is not worthy of Su Chanqian. His family is so poor that he relies entirely on the Su family for support. Young Master Zhao is the heir to Tianhao Group, 100 times stronger than Lin Feng. Su Chanqian made the right move. Who would want to spend their whole life with a pauper? Lin Feng's mother-in-law, Wang Mei, pushed through the crowd and rushed over, pointing at his nose and cursing, "You ungrateful bastard! Our family has raised you for 3 years, and this is all you give us in return? Get out of here and don't embarrass yourself here." As she said that, she grabbed the red wine glass on the table and poured it all over Lin Feng. Red wine dripped down his shirt, making him look miserable. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Humiliation and anger threatened to overwhelm him. He looked at Su Chanqian's cold face and finally realized how cheap the past 3 years of love were in the face of money. Okay, I'm leaving. He gritted his teeth, said word by word, turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Zhao Tianhao suddenly stopped him, pulled out a few hundred yuan bills from his wallet, and threw them at Lin Feng's feet. Here's some money for a taxi. Don't let me see you pestering Chanqian again. The banknotes were scattered on the ground, like mocking faces. At the moment when Lin Feng's dignity was completely crushed, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Detected that the host has suffered extreme humiliation, meeting the activation conditions. The God-level sign-in system is binding. 10%. 50%. 100%. Bind successfully. Host, Lin Feng. Newbie benefits are triggered. You can get the ultimate reward for the first sign-in. Do you want to sign in? Lin Feng was stunned. System? Is this real? He suppressed the shock in his heart and said silently in his heart, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring trillions of dollars in assets, which have been transferred to the exclusive black card. Ding. A global unlimited black card reward has been automatically deposited into the host's pocket. Ding. Reward, God-level network of contacts. The world's top boss's contact list has been synced to the host's phone. Lin Feng subconsciously felt his pocket and found a cool black card. It was blank, yet exuded an invisible sense of pressure. He pulled out his phone, and his previously empty address book was suddenly filled with hundreds of contacts labeled President of a certain country, World's Richest Man, and President of a top financial group. Seeing Lin Feng standing still, Zhao Tianhao thought he was scared silly and taunted him. Why? Do you think the money is too little? Well, a poor guy has never seen so much money in his life. Before he could finish his words, Lin Feng suddenly raised his head. The humiliation in his eyes had long since vanished, replaced by a cold indifference. He looked at the banquet hall manager and said in a calm voice with undeniable power, I've bought this hotel. The manager was stunned, and the guests around him burst into laughter. Is he crazy? This is a 5-star hotel, worth billions. A poor son-in-law wants to buy a hotel. How ridiculous. Su Chanqian frowned. Lin Feng, stop acting crazy and stupid here, get out of here. Lin Feng was too lazy to waste time talking to them. He took out his black card and handed it to the manager. Now, get these 2 people out immediately. Also, pick up the money on the ground and throw it in the trash can, it's dirtying my place. The manager looked at the unmarked black card and hesitated at first. But when his finger touched the card, the verification device he carried with him suddenly beeped rapidly, and a line of golden words popped up on the screen, Global Unlimited Black Card Holder, Authority, Highest Level. The manager's expression suddenly changed. He stood up straight and bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. Yes. Mr. Lin. Immediately afterwards, two security guards rushed in, picked up Zhao Tianhao and Su Chanxian, who were still in a daze, and dragged them out. What are you doing? Let me go. Su Chanxian screamed and struggled. Zhao Tianhao roared, Do you know who I am? My father is Zhao Jiangwo. I will make your hotel go bankrupt. The manager said coldly, From now on, this hotel belongs to Mr. Lin. If you offend Mr. Lin, don't even mention that your father is Zhao Jiangwo. Even the king of heaven can't protect you. Looking at the embarrassed backs of the two people being dragged away, Lin Feng's mouth curled up in a cold arc. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully defeated the villain, reward, an Emperor-class sports car, parked at the hotel entrance. Next check-in location, top floor of the CBD in the city center, reward, unknown god-level gift pack. Lin Feng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and saw a silver-white Bugatti Veyron parked at the door. The license plate number was 8 consecutive 8s. Downstairs, Su Chanxian and Zhao Tianhao, who had been thrown out by the security guard, happened to see the scene. When Su Chanxian recognized that the sports car was worth hundreds of millions, her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground, her face drained of all color. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, stroking the black card with his fingertips, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. As a son-in-law for 3 years, I have to swallow my anger. From now on, he, Lin Feng, will make it impossible for anyone who looks down on him to reach his level. Chapter 2, a sports car worth hundreds of millions of dollars hits the street, and the ex-girlfriend cries in regret on the spot. As Lin Feng walked out of the hotel, the evening breeze blew his red wine-stained shirt. But no one dared to laugh at his embarrassment anymore. The silver-white Bugatti Veyron at the door, its streamlined body gleaming coldly under the streetlights, its license plate with 8 consecutive 8s, was like a thunderclap, sending shivers down the spines of Su Chanxian and Zhao Tianhao, who had just been thrown out. That's the Bugatti Veyron Centennial Edition, right? It said there are only 3 of them in the world, and the asking price is over 100 million. Someone in the crowd recognized the model, their voices trembling. Zhao Tianhao's face turned pale. His Porsche 911 looked like a toy in front of this car. He stared at Lin Feng intently and gritted his teeth. Impossible. You must be renting it for show. How can a poor son-in-law afford a car like this? Lin Feng ignored him and walked straight towards the sports car. The car door opened upwards like wings. The moment he bent down to sit in, the central control screen automatically lit up and a special welcome message popped up. Dear Mr. Lin, we have planned the best route for you. Would you like to go to the top floor of the CBD in the city center? Go. Lin Feng lightly pressed the steering wheel, and the engine made a low roar, which was not like noise, but more like a king's declaration. The sports car slowly started, and as it passed Su Chanxian, Lin Feng lowered the window, his gaze passing over her pale face. Su Chanxian looked at the unfamiliar platinum ring, a hidden system reward on his fingertips, and suddenly remembered what she had said at the engagement party. With you, even milk tea has to be paid for. Her heart felt like it was being tightly clenched, and tears instantly welled up. Lin Feng, I know I was wrong. Can we talk again? Lin Feng's lips curled up in sarcasm. What are you talking about? About how you bought milk tea with Mr. Zhao? It's a pity that you will never be able to drink the kind I usually drink in your life. After all, 1 cup costs 6 figures. As soon as the words fell, the sports car accelerated sharply, transforming into a silver shadow and disappearing into the night, leaving Su Chanxian collapsed on the ground, crying heartbreakingly. Zhao Tianhao looked at her like this, and remembered the hotel manager's words, if you offend Mr. Lin, even the gods can't save you. He shuddered inexplicably and quietly took 2 steps back. For the first time, a trace of fear arose in his heart. At the same time, Lin Feng was leaning on the seat of his sports car, browsing the super-rich privileges that the system had just unlocked. Free shopping at any shopping mall in the world, and your spending will be automatically converted into system points, which can be redeemed for rare items such as private jets and islands. A dedicated butler team is on call 24 hours a day and can deploy top medical and security resources at any time. Automatically block spam messages and only receive important contacts from politicians and presidents of financial groups. At this moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was an unfamiliar number, but the note read Wang Kuan, president of Wang Group, Zhao Tianhao's father, a famous real estate tycoon in Jiancheng. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button. Wang Kuan's respectful, almost flattering voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Wang Kuan. I wonder if my son Zhao Tianhao has offended you in any way. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with him. If he has made you angry, please tell me and I will personally bring him to apologize to you. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then realized that this must be the effect of his god-level network of contacts. The system automatically synchronized his identity with all the top figures in Jiangcheng. He leaned back in his chair and said casually, "Nothing, it's just that your son likes to throw money and hit people, and he also wants to steal my ex-girlfriend." Wang Kuan's voice changed with fear. This rebellious son. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I'll tie him up right now and make him kneel in front of your company tomorrow morning. Also, I own a newly built commercial plaza. If you don't mind, consider it my gift of apology. I'll handle the transfer procedures tomorrow. Lin Feng chuckled, neither refusing nor agreeing. Let's talk about it later. I'm going to CBD now. If you are free, you can come over. I just want to buy a piece of land in Jiangcheng and build a private club. I'm free. Of course I'm free. Wang Kuan quickly agreed. Mr. Lin, where are you in the CBD? I'll be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng watched the street scene pass by quickly outside the window, a sharp glint in his eyes. In his previous life, he was too weak, which was why he was manipulated by the Su family for 3 years and became a laughingstock for 3 years. In this life, with the system in hand, he would not only regain his dignity, but also stand at the top of the world and make all those who had bullied him pay the price. The sports car soon arrived at the CBD in the city center. This was the most prosperous area in Jiangcheng, and every office building was worth a fortune. The top floor that Lin Feng was going to was the top floor of the Hentaying Center, the tallest building in Jiangcheng, and it was said that it had never been rented out. As soon as the car stopped, a middle-aged man in a black suit and white gloves came up quickly and respectfully opened the door for Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, I am Liam Mo, the property director of Hentaying Center. As you requested, the entire top floor has been cleared. You can sign in at any time." Lin Feng nodded and followed Liam Mo into the elevator. As the elevator ascended, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The host has been detected to have arrived near the next check-in location. Do you want to start check-in preparation in advance? Sign-in reward preview, randomly unlock a god-level skill, which may be in the fields of business, medicine, fighting, etc. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he took a deep breath. A new life has just begun. Chapter 3, God-Level Business Prediction. The rich second-generation group was abused and cried. Lin Feng stood by the French windows on the top floor of Hentaying Center. Beneath his feet was the bustling nightscape of Jiangcheng CBD, neon lights glittering like a galaxy. But his gaze fell on a stretch of undeveloped wasteland in the distance, the very place he had mentioned to Wang Kuan earlier, the place he wanted to build a private club. Mr. Lin, the top floor has been thoroughly disinfected. The drinks and snacks you need are at the bar over there. They're all top-quality ingredients flown in from France. Property Director Liam Mo stood nearby, his back bent even lower, his eyes filled with awe. He had just received an urgent notice from headquarters. Mr. Lin was not only the hotel's new owner, but also a prominent figure who had the president of a world-leading consortium personally waiting for him. He dared not neglect him in the slightest. Lin Feng nodded, not paying attention to these details, and silently said in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding! Detected that the host has completed sign-in at the top floor of the CBD in the city center. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level business prediction skill. Skill effect: you can intuitively see the future value, potential risks, and optimal operation plan of any commercial target land, company, project, with 100% prediction accuracy. Synchronous reward: top business analysis team on call 24 hours a day, already settled in your exclusive office area. The moment the skill was activated, the scene before Lin Feng suddenly changed. Lines of golden data automatically appeared in his gaze, which was originally directed towards the wasteland. Target: wasteland in the eastern part of Jiangcheng, approximately 500 mu. Current valuation: 800 million. Government planning has not been made public, and the market perceives it as abandoned land. Value in the next 12 months, 20 billion yuan. The government will announce the plan for the Eastern Science and Technology New City in 3 months, with this plot of land as the core area. Potential risks: none. The planning document has passed final approval and there is no possibility of policy changes. Optimal plan: immediately acquire the property at the reserve price and simultaneously commence clubhouse construction. After the planning is announced, the surrounding supporting land can be transferred at a premium, with an estimated net profit of over 50 billion yuan. Lin Feng was delighted. This skill was tailor-made for him. With it, he could move freely in the business world, no longer worrying about falling into traps, and could accurately seize every opportunity for huge profits. Just then, the elevator dinged and Wang Kuan ran in breathlessly, followed by two men in suits and carrying briefcases, who should be his assistants. "Mr. Lin. I'm so sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road and kept you waiting." Wang Kuan wiped the sweat off his face and quickly walked up to Lin Feng, handing him a gold-plated business card with both hands. "This is my personal business card. It has my 24-hour private phone number on it. You can contact me anytime. I'm always available." Lin Feng took the business card, glanced at it casually, and then his gaze fell back on the wasteland. "Mr. Wang, you should know where the land I just mentioned is, right?" Wang Kuan followed his gaze, was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. I know. That piece of land is an abandoned plot in the east of the city. Several developers have looked at it before, but because there is no planning, no one has dared to take it. Mr. Lin, if you are interested, I will contact my friends at the Land and Resources Bureau right now and guarantee to get it at the lowest price." He paused, then added, "And that commercial plaza I just told you about is right next to that piece of land. If you want it too, I'll transfer the plaza to you as well. It'll be my way of making amends for your mistake. After all, my son was ignorant and caused you so much injustice." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. This Wang Kuan was quite a man, knowing how to take advantage of the situation and offer benefits. However, he didn't hesitate. He had a systematic prediction that the future value of this commercial plaza would rise along with the land, so it was okay to accept it. "Okay." Lin Feng said calmly, "Have your people handle the procedures for the land and the plaza as soon as possible. Also, my private club must be built to the highest standards, and the sooner the better. I'll give you 1 month." "A month?" Wang Kuan was shocked. Building a top-tier private club normally takes at least 6 months, but judging by Lin Feng's expression, there was no room for negotiation. He nodded quickly, "No problem. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I'll immediately mobilize our best construction team, working in 24-hour shifts, to ensure completion within a month." At this moment, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance to the top floor, and several young people with fancy clothes and dyed hair walked in, surrounding a man. It was Zhao Tianhao. Zhao Tianhao's face was still red and swollen from being beaten by the security guard, but at this moment he looked arrogant. He pointed at Lin Feng's back and shouted, "Lin Feng! Stop right there! Do you think you're so great just by renting a sports car and buying a shabby hotel? I'm calling my brother today, and he'll kill you." A tall man with a dragon tattoo on his arm stepped forward and stared at Lin Feng fiercely. "You're the one bullying my brother? Boy, no one in Jiangcheng dares to touch anyone from our Zhao family. If you don't kneel down and apologize to Tianhao today, don't even think about leaving this building." This man is Zhao Tianhao's cousin, Zhang Lei. He is famous for his ruthlessness in the circle of rich second generations in Jiangcheng. He has many gangster brothers under him, and no one dares to mess with him. Wang Kuan's face suddenly changed. He quickly stood in front of Lin Feng and shouted at Zhang Lei, "Zhang Lei! How dare you act so wildly in front of Mr. Lin? Don't you want to live?" Zhang Lei glanced at Wang Kuan and sneered, "Wang Kuan? Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? This guy stole Tianhao's woman and even had the security guard beat him up. Today I must make him pay the price." The surrounding property staff and Wang Kuan's assistant were too frightened to speak. They had all heard of Zhang Lei's reputation, and no one wanted to cause trouble. Lin Feng didn't care. He turned around slowly and looked at Zhang Lei and Zhao Tianhao. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "What price do you want me to pay?" Zhang Lei thought Lin Feng was scared, so he became even more arrogant. He reached out to push Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "The price? Kneel down and kowtow, and pay our Zhao family 1 million in mental damages. Otherwise..." Before his hand could touch Lin Feng, he was pinned down by 2 men in black who suddenly appeared. The 2 men were wearing black suits, their figures were as straight as pine trees, and their eyes were as sharp as knives. They were obviously professional security guards. "Who dares to touch Mr. Lin?" one of the security guards said in a cold voice, and the force in his hands was so strong that Zhang Lei grimaced in pain. Zhang Lei was shocked and angry. "Who are you? Do you know who I am? Let me go. We are Mr. Lin's exclusive security team, numbers 001 and 002. The security officer said expressionlessly, "According to the rules, anyone attempting to physically contact Mr. Lin will be considered a threat, and direct coercive measures may be taken." Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, and the note showed Li Wei, director of the Jiangqing Security Bureau. He pressed the answer button, and Li Wei's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I just received a system notification that someone is threatening you at Hentaying Center. I have sent 2 special police teams there, and they will be there within 5 minutes. Don't worry, you will never suffer any injustice." Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Lei, who was pinned to the ground and looked pale, and said calmly, "No need, it's just a minor inconvenience, my security can handle it. Also, this person is suspected of provoking trouble, you can handle it." "Yes, Mr. Lin," Li Wei quickly agreed. "I'll immediately arrange for someone to bring him back and conduct a thorough investigation. I guarantee you a satisfactory result." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng walked up to Zhang Lei, squatted down, and looked at him coldly. "You just said that you want me to pay the price?" Zhang Lei was trembling all over. His earlier arrogance was gone, and his voice was trembling. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I was blind to the truth. Please be magnanimous and forgive me." Zhao Tianhao was so frightened that his legs went limp, and he fell to his knees. "Lin Feng. No, Mr. Lin. I won't dare to do that again. Please let me and my cousin go." Lin Feng stood up, without looking at them again, and said to the security personnel, "Take them away and hand them over to Director Li." "Yes." Looking at the embarrassed backs of Zhang Lei and Zhao Tianhao being dragged out, Wang Kuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and felt even more fortunate for his decision just now. Fortunately, he showed goodwill in time, otherwise he might be the one being dragged out now. The surrounding property staff and assistants were stunned, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of awe. To be able to have the director of the security bureau personally obey his orders and to have his own top security team, Mr. Lin's identity was probably even more terrifying than they imagined. Lin Feng ignored everyone's gazes and walked up to Wang Kuan. "Let's get the land and the square settled as soon as possible. Also, when will my personal butler arrive?" "Almost there." Wang Kuan nodded quickly. "I just asked. Your personal butler is from the British Royal Service Team. His name is Jason. He's on his way and should be here in 10 minutes. Lin Feng nodded and looked out the window again. The system had just prompted him that the next check-in location would be the private helipad at Jiangqing International Airport, and the reward would be a globally limited private jet. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Private jets, private clubs, trillions of assets, things he hadn't even dared to imagine in his previous life were now all coming true. And those who had bullied him, such as the Su family, did not know what consequences they would face. At this moment, the elevator rang again, and an elegant middle-aged man in a tuxedo and white gloves walked in, carrying a silver briefcase. When he saw Lin Feng, he immediately bowed respectfully. "Dear Mr. Lin, I am your exclusive butler Jason. From today on, I will provide you with 24-hour full service." Jason opened his briefcase, revealing a stack of documents and a golden key. "This shows your property certificates around the world, 128 properties in total, including one Hyde Park in London and a mansion in New York's Central Park, as well as a spare key to your Bugatti Veyron and a black card membership to one of the world's top clubs. Also, your private jet is ready at the airport, ready to take off at any time." Lin Feng picked up the golden key, feeling the coolness of his fingertips. He looked at Jason and said calmly, "Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, accompany me to the Su family." He still remembered that Su Chanxian's mother Wang Mei once said that she would beat him every time she saw him. Tomorrow, he will let everyone in the Su family know that the son-in-law whom they looked down upon in the past is now someone they can never reach. Jason responded respectfully, "Yes, Mr. Lin. I will arrange the fleet and security in advance to ensure tomorrow's trip goes smoothly." Lin Feng walked to the French window and looked out at the wasteland again. With his god-level business predictions, a top-tier team, and resources, his business empire officially launched from today. And those who stand in his way will be crushed one by him. Chapter 4. The convoy blocked the door and crushed the Su family, and the mother-in-law was slapped with $1 million check. As the morning sun shone into the old residential area of Jiangcheng, Wang Mei's sharp complaints were heard from the Su family's living room. "What bad luck! I didn't sleep well all night. Thinking about that pretentious Lin Feng makes me sick." Wang Mei slammed the porcelain cup on the table, spilling tea all over the floor. "Buying a hotel and driving a sports car? I think they're just renting them to keep up appearances. They'll be exposed in 2 days." Su Chanxian sat on the sofa, her eyes still red, clutching her phone. On the screen was a photo of the Bugatti Veyron she'd secretly snapped the night before. She repeatedly zoomed in on the photo, looking at the 88 license plate. She felt a strange sense of panic, but she remained stubborn. Mom, you're right, he must have rented it. How could a son-in-law who's been broke for 3 years have so much money? Maybe he borrowed money from a loan shark and is trying to trick us into returning. Zhao Tianhao, who had just been released by the security bureau, also came over. The redness and swelling on his face hadn't subsided yet, but his tone was still arrogant. That's right. My dad has asked someone to investigate. The hotel hasn't changed its owner at all. Lin Feng just found a manager to put on his show. Once we find evidence that he rented a sports car, I will make sure he can't get away with it in Jiangchang. Su Jiangwo, Su's father, sat off to the side, smoking, his brow furrowed. He had a feeling things weren't that simple. Last night, Wang Kuan had called him and sternly told him to stop messing with Lin Feng, saying that Lin Feng wasn't someone they could afford to offend. But seeing the determined expressions of his wife and daughter, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. At this moment, a shrill car horn suddenly came from downstairs, followed by the neighbors' exclamations. Oh my God! Is this a Rolls-Royce Phantom? It's worth tens of millions. There are also Bentley Bentayga and Maybach. There must be more than a dozen luxury cars here. They're so blocked that I can't even get through the entrance to the community. Look! Those bodyguards in black are just like those in the movies. So scary. Everyone in the Su family's expression changed. Wang Mei was the first to stand up and walk to the window to look down. When she saw the row of black luxury cars parked downstairs in the residential complex, led by the silver-white Bugatti Veyron from last night, her heart suddenly sank and the rag in her hand fell to the ground with a clack. How could it be him? Su Chanxian also ran over. The moment she saw the Bugatti Veyron, her face turned pale instantly. The lucky mentality she had last night completely collapsed. How could someone who could be escorted by so many luxury cars be rented? What are you panicking about? Zhao Tianhao pretended to be calm, but his voice was trembling. Maybe he found a rich second-generation friend and wanted to scare us on purpose. I'll go down and take a look. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a bang. The security door outside was knocked by someone from outside. The force was not strong, but it brought an unquestionable sense of oppression. Wang Mei took a deep breath, rolled up her sleeves, and rushed to open the door, ready to scold Lin Feng. But as soon as the door opened, 2 bodyguards in black suits, nearly 2 meters tall, blocked the doorway, staring at her expressionlessly, their eyes as sharp as knives. Wang Mei's words got stuck in her throat and she took 2 steps back in fear. Then, a slender figure emerged from behind the bodyguards. Lin Feng, dressed in a custom-made Armani suit, a Patek Philippe watch, and meticulously styled hair, looked a world away from the son-in-law in a washed-out shirt. Behind him, Jason, the elegant butler, carried a briefcase. Lin Feng? Wang Mei's voice was trembling, and she no longer had the arrogance she had before. Lin Feng glanced at her, his eyes as cold as if he was looking at a stranger, and walked straight into the living room. His leather shoes made crisp sounds on the old wooden floor of the Su family, and every step seemed to step on the hearts of everyone in the Su family. How dare you come to our house? Su Chanxian stood up and pointed at Lin Feng, but she no longer had the confidence she had before, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Lin Feng ignored her and walked to the center of the living room. Jason immediately handed him a document and a golden card. Lin Feng threw the document on the coffee table. The document spread out, revealing the property certificate and hotel property transfer agreement. Inside Lin Feng's name was clearly written on it. The hotel is mine, the sports car is mine, Lin Feng said in a calm yet intimidating voice. And the 128 luxury homes around the world. You just said I rented them? Su Chanxian looked at the official seal on the document, her legs weakening and she almost collapsed to the ground. Zhao Tianhao's face turned pale. He had told Wang Kuan last night that Lin Feng was acting, but now it seemed that he was the one who was slapped in the face. Wang Mei stared at the documents with her eyes wide open. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she rushed to Lin Feng and tried to grab his arm. Lin Feng. I know I was wrong. I was wrong before, don't hold it against me. You and Chanxian are still young, you. Before her hand could touch Lin Feng, the bodyguard held her shoulders tightly, making her unable to move. Lin Feng took a step back in disgust, took a check from Jason's hand, and threw it on the ground in front of Wang Mei. The number 1 million on the check was particularly eye-catching. This is 1 million, Lin Feng said with a heavy dose of sarcasm. I'll pay you back double the 100,000 yuan the Su family gave me before. From now on, the Su family and I are even. Wang Mei looked at the check on the ground, then at Lin Feng's cold eyes. She suddenly collapsed and sat on the ground, crying loudly, "Lin Feng. Mom really knows she was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Chanxian still likes you, can you two get back together?" "I like him?" Su Chanxian suddenly screamed, pointing at Lin Feng, her eyes full of resentment and jealousy. "I don't like him. He's a liar. He pretended to be poor to deceive my feelings, and now that he's rich he's showing off. Do you think you're so great?" Lin Feng smiled, his smile cold. "I didn't lie to you, I was poor before. But back then, I was willing to spend all my money to buy you milk tea, and you? You despised me for being poor and incompetent, and kicked me out like trash at the engagement party." He paused, his eyes sweeping over Su Chanxian as if he were looking at a clown. "Now that I'm rich, you want to come back? Su Chanxian, don't you look at yourself? Do you deserve it?" Su Chanxian's face turned red and tears fell like beads from a broken string, but she couldn't say a word. Zhao Tianhao watched this scene, feeling both fearful and angry. He couldn't help but speak. "Lin Feng, don't go too far. Chanxian has been with you for 3 years, how could you treat her like this?" Lin Feng turned to look at him, his eyes instantly sharp. "I went too far." He took a step forward, and Zhao Tianhao took 3 steps back in shock, almost bumping into the sofa. "Why didn't you say I went too far when you threw money at me and had the security kick me out? Now you have the nerve to control me?" At this moment, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. It was Wang Kuan calling. He pressed the answer button and turned on the speakerphone. "Mr. Lin, good morning." Wang Kuan's respectful voice came from the phone. "The transfer procedures for the land in the East City and the commercial plaza have been completed. I'll send them to you now. Also, the design drawings for your private club are ready. When would you like to review them?" Lin Feng said calmly, "No need to send it. I'll let Jason go get it. I'll look at the design this afternoon. I'm taking care of some things at the Su family right now." "The Su family?" Wang Kuan's voice paused, then turned serious. "Mr. Lin, are you at the Su family? Do you want me to go over now? If the Su family dares to disrespect you, I'll make them pay." When the Su family heard Wang Kuan's words, their faces changed completely. Who was Wang Kuan? He was a real estate tycoon in Jiangcheng, whom they would hardly even see. But now he was so respectful to Lin Feng that he was even willing to deal with them for him. Wang Mei cried even harder and crawled over to pick up the check on the ground, but Lin Feng stepped on the back of her hand. "This 1 million, Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ice, is compensation for throwing your luggage and pouring wine on me. As for your promise to beat me every time I see you, do you still dare to do that?" Wang Mei screamed in pain, tears and snot streaming down her face as she begged for mercy. "I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Mr. Lin, please let me go." Su Jiangwo finally couldn't help but stand up and bowed to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, this is all our fault. We didn't recognize the great man. Please be magnanimous and let our Su family go." Lin Feng retracted his foot and looked at the embarrassed appearance of the Su family members, without any ripples in his heart. 3 years of grievances and humiliation finally disappeared in this moment. "I came here just to tell you," Lin Feng's eyes swept over everyone in the Su family, "the son-in-law you look down upon is no longer within your reach. From now on, don't appear in front of me again, otherwise, you will bear the consequences." After saying that, he turned and left, followed closely by Jason and the bodyguard. Only when Lin Feng's motorcade disappeared at the gate of the community did the Su family dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Mei collapsed on the ground, looking at the 1 million check on the ground. Suddenly, she picked it up like crazy and cried out, "My 1 million! This is my 1 million!" Su Chanxian sat on the sofa, watching Lin Feng leave, tears streaming down her face. She finally understood that what she had lost wasn't a poor son-in-law, but a wealthy man who would provide her with a comfortable life. She recalled how Lin Feng had saved enough to buy her milk tea, and how she had humiliated him at the engagement party, and her heart was filled with endless regret. Zhao Tianhao stood aside, his face pale and trembling all over. He knew that from now on, no one in Jiangcheng would dare to mess with Lin Feng, and he was completely finished. At the same time, Lin Feng sat in the back seat of the Bugatti Veyron, and Jason handed him a cup of freshly brewed Blue Mountain coffee. "Mr. Lin, the next sign-in location is the private apron at Jiangcheng International Airport. The system prompts that the sign-in reward this time is a global limited edition Gulfstream G700 private jet and a top pilot team. Jason reported respectfully. Lin Feng took the coffee, took a sip, and looked out the window. The Su family's farce was just a small episode on his road to counterattack. Next, he had to face a wider world. Notify the pilot team. Lin Feng put down his coffee cup, his eyes sharp. Once the plane is ready, fly to Dubai immediately. I remember there's a world-class jewelry auction in Dubai, so it's a good time to go and take a look. Jason nodded immediately. Yes, Mr. Lin. I will arrange it right away. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully slapped the Su family in the face, completing the dignified revenge achievement, and rewarded with God-level treasure appraisal ability can accurately identify the value, age, and authenticity of any item. Ding! Countdown to next check-in, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Check-in location, Zhangcheng International Airport Private Apron. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. God-level treasure appraisal ability? Perfect for the Dubai jewelry auction. His life as a super rich man had just begun. Every step forward from now on would be an overwhelming success. Chapter 5, Gulfstream G700 bombs the airport, Dubai auction appraises treasures and makes European rich second generation cry. On the private apron of Zhangcheng International Airport, the morning light shines on the silver-gray fuselage of a Gulfstream G700. The streamlined fuselage is like a falcon with spread wings, making it particularly dazzling among the private jets. As Lin Feng approached, a team of pilots in dark blue uniforms lined up neatly and bowed respectfully to him. Mr. Lin, your dedicated crew is in place. The aircraft has completed a comprehensive inspection and refueling, and is ready to carry out transoceanic flight missions at any time. Jason quickly stepped forward and handed over a gold-stamped brochure. Mr. Lin, this is the Gulfstream G700's configuration list. The cabin features a master suite with private bathroom and jacuzzi, a panoramic living room, a top-notch audio-visual room, custom meals flown in from France, and 1982 Lafite. Michelin 3-star service is provided throughout. Lin Feng walked up the gangway, and the moment he entered the cabin, a warm aroma greeted him. The leather sofas, walnut trim, and floating LCD screen, every detail exuded ultimate luxury. He sat in the main seat in the reception room and casually picked up a crystal glass from the table. The red wine in it shone with a rich, lustrous luster. Let's take off, destination is Dubai. Lin Feng said lightly. Yes. The pilot immediately conveyed the order. The engine made a low roar, and the Gulfstream G700 slowly slid towards the runway. With a burst of powerful thrust, the plane soared into the sky, quickly passed through the clouds, and left the outline of Zhangcheng far below. Jason sat across from me, opened his tablet, and pulled up the auction information. Mr. Lin, this Dubai jewelry auction is being hosted by a Middle Eastern royal family. Top collectors from around the world will be in attendance. The lots include 19th century royal jewels, rare colored diamonds, and several large, uncut rough stones. The most sought-after item is a heart of the ocean sapphire, estimated to fetch over $120 million. Lin Feng glanced at the image on the file, and his god-level treasure appraisal ability in his mind automatically activated. When his eyes fell on the image of Heart of the Ocean, lines of golden data instantly emerged. Item, Ocean Heart Sapphire. Apparent valuation, $120 million, mistakenly considered rare due to its rich color. True value, $8 million, artificially heat-treated, with internal cracks, and not natural royal blue. Potential risk, the auctioneer concealed the traces of the transaction, which may lead to suspicion of fraud. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this auction would not only have treasures, but also a good show. More than a dozen hours later, the Gulfstream G700 landed smoothly at Dubai International Airport. As it taxied into its designated parking bay, 2 black Maybachs slowly approached, and bodyguards in black suits quickly surrounded it, forming a tight protective circle. Mr. Lin, the reception specialist sent by the Middle Eastern royal family, is waiting for you in the VIP channel. They have prepared an exclusive fleet of cars and a top-floor presidential suite at the 7-star Burj Al Arab Hotel for you. Jason reported the itinerary. Lin Feng nodded and walked out of the cabin. The Dubai sun was blazing and bright. The Burj Al Arab in the distance looked like a palace floating on the sea, radiating luxury. The receptionist, a middle-aged man in a white robe, immediately stepped forward upon seeing Lin Feng and greeted him respectfully in fluent Chinese. Dear Mr. Lin, I am Kareem, the royal receptionist, and I have come to greet you on the orders of the Sheikh. The motorcade sped along, soon arriving at the Burj Al Arab. The top-floor presidential suite spanned a full 1,200 square meters, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the azure Persian Gulf. $1 million crystal chandelier graced the center of the living room, the king-size bed in the bedroom was custom-made from premium Italian leather, and even the bathroom faucets were gold-plated. Mr. Lin, the auction will start at 7 o'clock tonight at the Royal Auction Center. I will pick you up half an hour in advance, Kareem said respectfully before slowly retreating. In the evening, Lin Feng changed into a black velvet suit, accessorized with pigeon blood ruby cufflinks Jason had prepared in advance. He exuded a calm and noble aura. When the motorcade arrived at the auction center, the entrance was already filled with various luxury cars. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Ferraris were everywhere, and wealthy people in fancy clothes were entering one after another. As soon as I entered the auction hall, a mocking voice came over. "Oh? Isn't this the nouveau riche from China? How dare you come to such a top auction?" The speaker was a blonde, blue-eyed young man in a white suit, wearing a large diamond necklace and flanked by several followers. He was Philip, a scion of the European Rothschild family. Leveraging his family's reputation, he acted arrogantly at auctions. Philip walked up to Lin Feng and deliberately shook the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. "Do you know the entry threshold here? You need to have proof of at least $1 billion in assets. You didn't sneak in, did you?" The wealthy people around all looked sideways, some recognized Philip, and some looked at Lin Feng curiously, whispering to each other. Jason was about to step forward to refute, but Lin Feng raised his hand to stop him. Lin Feng looked at Philip, a hint of sarcasm on his lips. $1 billion? To me, it's just enough to buy a cup of coffee. And you, wearing a second-hand Patek Philippe, have the nerve to show off here? The god-level treasure appraisal ability was activated again, and the data of the watch on Philip's wrist emerged clearly. Item: Patek Philippe Classic Series watch. True situation: second-hand refurbished, the case has been replaced with non-original parts, and the movement has wear and tear. Market value: $800,000. Philip bought it for $3 million and was cheated by the merchant. Philip's face flushed instantly, and he said angrily, "You are talking nonsense. This is a brand new watch I bought for $3 million. What do you know? You'll know if you understand it after testing it." Lin Feng waved to the auctioneer not far away. "Please lend me the professional identification tools." The auctioneer, an experienced old man, saw the conflict and quickly came over with his appraisal tools. He carefully examined Philip's watch, his expression gradually becoming strange. Finally, he said to Philip apologetically, "Sir, I'm sorry, the case of this watch is indeed not an original part, and the movement also shows signs of use. It is a refurbished second-hand watch." A low laugh suddenly rang out around them, and Philip's face turned pale in an instant, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely. "Just wait. At the auction later, I'm going to let you know what true strength is." Lin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to him and walked straight to the VIP seats in the front row and sat down. Jason handed him a glass of champagne and said, "Mr. Lin, although the Rothschild family side branch is not the core, it still has some influence in Europe. Do you need me to deal with it in advance?" "No need." Lin Feng took a sip of champagne and his eyes fell on the auction table. "Let him jump around for a while. There will be plenty of opportunities to make him shut up completely later." The auction soon began. The first lot was a 19th century pearl necklace, with a starting bid of $2 million. The wealthy in the room began to raise their bids, and the price quickly rose to $5 million. Philip also joined the bidding and directly shouted out $8 million, scaring the other bidders to give up. He looked at Lin Feng triumphantly, his eyes full of provocation. Lin Feng just glanced at the necklace lightly. His treasure appraisal ability showed that 3 of the pearls on the necklace were artificially cultivated and their actual value was less than $3 million. Philip frequently bid for the next few items, each time buying them at prices far exceeding the market price, clearly trying to show off his wealth in front of Lin Feng. Although the people around him thought he was a bit impulsive, no one dared to offend the Rothschild family. Finally, it was time for the highly anticipated Heart of the Ocean sapphire. As soon as the auctioneer announced the starting bid of $120 million, Philip immediately raised his hand. $150 million. There was an uproar at the scene. This price was $30 million higher than the estimated transaction price. Philip crossed his legs proudly and looked at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, aren't you very rich? Why don't you bid? Or, you just can't afford it?" Lin Feng didn't say anything, just held the champagne and drank it slowly. The auctioneer called out 3 times, and seeing no one bidding anymore, he was about to bring down the hammer when Lin Feng suddenly said, "Wait a minute." He put down his glass, stood up, and his eyes fell on the Heart of the Ocean on the auction table. This sapphire has been artificially heat treated and has obvious cracks inside. It's not worth $150 million at all. The scene instantly fell silent. Philip was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. What do you know? This is natural royal blue authenticated by an authoritative organization. Don't talk nonsense here and try to ruin the auction. The auctioneer also frowned. Mr. Lin, Heart of the Ocean does have an authoritative appraisal certificate. You need to provide evidence to prove your claim. Evidence? It's very simple. Lin Feng walked to the auction table, picked up a magnifying glass, and pointed at a corner of the sapphire. There are subtle traces of heating here, which can only be seen under a high-power magnifying glass. In addition, under ultraviolet light, you can see the fluorescence reaction of the internal cracks. This is a typical sign of artificial treatment. The auctioneer, hesitant, took out an ultraviolet lamp and shone it on the sapphire. Sure enough, a faint fluorescence appeared within the gem, clearly revealing the outline of the crack. The crowd erupted in excitement, and the wealthy bidders who had previously bid were thankful they hadn't been impulsive. Philip's expression changed completely. He rushed to the front of the stage, grabbed a magnifying glass, and examined it carefully. When he saw the tiny traces of heating, his legs gave way and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He had spent $150 million on a fake that had been processed. Impossible. This is impossible. Philip shouted frantically, "You lied to me. This is a fake certificate." Just then, an elderly man in a black robe entered. He was the chief appraiser for the Middle Eastern royal family. He took the sapphire and carefully examined it. He then addressed the crowd in a serious tone. It has indeed been artificially heat treated and has cracks. The appraisal certificate is forged. The auctioneer is suspected of fraud, and we will investigate immediately. When Philip heard this, his vision went dark and he collapsed to the ground. He had lost $150 million and lost face in front of the world's richest men. He was completely screwed this time. Lin Feng walked back to his seat, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully exposed the auction fraud, slapped the arrogant villain in the face, and completed the Treasure Appraiser Master achievement. Reward 1, control of the world's top jewelry supply chain. Directly allocate core resources such as South African diamond mines and Burmese ruby mines. Reward 2, God-level negotiation skills. Gain an absolute advantage in any negotiation and easily achieve your goals. Reward 3, Dubai Royal Family Exclusive Friendship Medal. Enjoy the top resource support of the Middle Eastern Royal Family. Kareem, the reception officer of the Middle Eastern Royal Family, immediately walked up to Lin Feng and respectfully handed him a golden medal inlaid with diamonds. Mr. Lin, you used your extraordinary vision to expose the fraud and protect the reputation of the auction. The Sheikh specially asked me to present you with this friendship medal. From now on, you will enjoy the same treatment as members of the royal family in the Middle East. The way the wealthy people around looked at Lin Feng completely changed, from initial curiosity to awe. This young Chinese man, who had been awarded the Friendship Medal by the Middle Eastern royal family and possessed such accurate treasure appraisal skills, was far more extraordinary than they had imagined. Philip was held up by 2 bodyguards. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of fear and unwillingness, but he dared not say a word. He knew that from now on, he would never be able to hold his head up in the world's top circles again. Lin Feng took the friendship medal and casually handed it to Jason. His eyes fell on the next lot, a seemingly inconspicuous black rough stone with a starting price of only $5 million, and almost no one paid attention to it. But Lin Feng's treasure appraisal ability showed that there was a rare star black diamond hidden inside the rough stone. It had a diameter of more than 20 millimeters and was the largest star black diamond in the world. Its real value was at least $5 billion. Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and raised the bidding card in his hand. For him, this Dubai auction was just the beginning. Those who tried to provoke him would only be trampled under his feet again and again, without even a chance to turn around. Chapter 6, 5 billion starlight black diamonds shocked the audience. Zhao Tianhao encountered obstacles in the Middle East and was abused. The lights of the Dubai Royal Auction Center were focused on the auction table. The fist-sized black rough stone lay quietly on the velvet tray, its surface covered with rough mineral lines, making it particularly inconspicuous among the dazzling jewels. As soon as the auctioneer announced the starting price of $5 million, a few sparse discussions were heard from the audience. No one was optimistic about this seemingly worthless rough stone. Even Philip, who had been raising his hand frantically before, slumped in his seat, staring at the ground with a dull look in his eyes, not paying any attention at all. Just as the auctioneer was about to shout first time, Lin Feng slowly raised his bidding card. $5 million US dollars. His voice was calm, but it was clearly heard throughout the hall. A burst of low laughter suddenly rang out from the surroundings. Abdul, a wealthy Middle Eastern man sitting not far from Lin Feng, even started to mock him directly. "Mr. Lin, you had a good eye for exposing fakes just now. Why are you interested in this broken stone now? This thing is ugly even as an ornament. $5 million US dollars can buy a top-of-the-line sports car." Abdul is a local oil tycoon in Dubai with assets worth tens of billions. He has always been arrogant. He was already unhappy that Lin Feng had stolen the royal family's limelight just now, and now he could use the raw stone to mock him. Lin Feng didn't look at him, but said calmly, "I never look at the surface when I buy things." Abdul raised his eyebrows and deliberately raised the sign, $6 million US dollars. "I want to see what the secret of this broken stone is." He was sure that Lin Feng would give up. After all, no one would waste money on a useless raw stone. But Lin Feng didn't even hesitate and directly quoted the price, $100 million US dollars. Boom! The entire place erupted in excitement. Even the auctioneer's hand shook, nearly dropping his hammer. $100 million for a piece of shabby rough? That wasn't just rich, it was insane. Abdul's face froze instantly. He had only intended to discuss Lin Feng, but he hadn't expected Lin Feng to raise the price to such a high level. He gritted his teeth, feeling unconvinced, and raised his sign again, $110 million US dollars. He felt that Lin Feng must be pretending, and as long as he raised the price again, Lin Feng would give up. But Lin Feng's next words left him completely dumbfounded. $500 million. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, tapping the armrest with his fingers, speaking casually as if he was saying, "The weather is nice today." The entire place was dead silent, even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. Abdul's mouth opened wide, unable to utter a single word. $500 million was already far beyond his expectations, continuing would only embarrass him. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely, lowered his bidding paddle, and his face sank. After the auctioneer realized what was happening, he quickly shouted, $500 million for the first time. $500 million for the second time. $500 million for the third time. Deal. The moment the hammer fell, the system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. The host successfully bought the Starlight Black Diamond, completing the Knowing the Pearl achievement. Reward 1, the world's top jewelry design team who have designed exclusive jewelry for the Queen of England and the Princess of Saudi Arabia, on standby. Reward 2, 51% equity in South Africa's largest diamond mine, exclusive control of 30% of global diamond production. Reward 3, God-level wealth appreciation ability, your assets automatically increase by 1% daily, with no upper limit. Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He bought the Starlight Black Diamond worth $5 billion for $500 million US dollars and also acquired the diamond mine. This was a huge profit. At this moment, the chief appraiser of the Middle Eastern royal family, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stepped onto the stage and bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, would you allow me to cut this rough stone in public? I want everyone present to witness how unique your vision is." Lin Feng nodded, "Okay." The appraiser immediately called for professional cutting tools and, under the watchful eyes of the audience, carefully cut through the black rough stone. The moment the blade sliced through the mineral layer, a brilliant black light suddenly burst forth. Within the rough stone, a diamond, completely pitch black, its surface shimmering with 6 golden starlights, lay quietly. Under the light, each starlight resembled a flowing galaxy, breathtakingly beautiful. "It's a Starlight Black Diamond. And it's this big. Oh my god. This is at least a 20mm black star diamond. There's no other like it anywhere in the world." Abdul just mocked Mr. Lin, he must be regretting it now. Abdul looked at the star-like black diamond, his face pale as paper. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He never imagined that the broken stone he looked down upon was actually a priceless treasure. Lin Feng stood up, and Jason immediately stepped forward, taking the Starlight Black Diamond from the appraiser and carefully placing it in a specially crafted brocade box. Kareem, the Middle Eastern royal reception officer, quickly approached Lin Feng, his tone even more respectful than before. "Mr. Lin, the Sheikh has learned that you have purchased such a rare treasure and has specially invited you to the royal dinner tonight to discuss cooperation in the jewelry field." "Okay." Lin Feng responded calmly. He could take this opportunity to open up the jewelry market in the Middle East and maximize the value of the diamond mine he had just acquired. After the auction, Lin Feng had just walked out of the auction center when his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number from the Middle East. He answered the call, and Zhao Tianhao's furious voice rang from the other end. Lin Feng, don't be so complacent. I've already contacted Mr. Abdul, and he'll help me deal with you. Don't expect to have an easy time in the Middle East. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Abdul, who was looking frustrated not far away. A hint of sarcasm appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are you talking about Abdul? He is right next to me. Do you want me to let him talk to you? Zhao Tianhao was stunned for a moment, then shouted, all right. Let him answer the phone. I want him to know you're a liar and have you kicked out of the Middle East. Lin Feng handed the phone to Abdul and said casually, looking for you. Abdul took the phone and his face instantly turned ferocious after hearing Zhao Tianhao's voice. Are you the loser who dared to provoke Mr. Lin? And you want me to deal with Mr. Lin? I think you are tired of living. Zhao Tianhao on the other end of the phone was stunned. Mr. Abdul, why are you speaking for him? I have given you so many benefits. Benefits? Abdul sneered. Compared to Mr. Lin, your little bit of benefit is not even as good as garbage. From today on, don't even think about doing any business in the Middle East. And I will notify all the oil tycoons in the world. No one is allowed to cooperate with you. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly, returned the phone to Lin Feng, and did not forget to apologize. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I will deal with this kind of person who doesn't know his place. Lin Feng took the phone and looked at the dozens of insulting messages from Zhao Tianhao on the screen. He blocked and deleted them immediately. He said to Jason, notify everyone and freeze all of Zhao Tianhao's family accounts. Make Tianhao Group bankrupt tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Lin. Jason immediately took out his tablet and started contacting relevant personnel. Abdul, who was standing next to him, trembled with fear when he heard this. He felt even more fortunate that he had not gone against Lin Feng just now. He could even make an entire group go bankrupt so casually. The strength of this Mr. Lin was simply unfathomable. At the royal banquet that evening, Lin Feng was personally received by a Middle Eastern sheikh. The sheikh looked at the starlight black diamond Lin Feng had brought with him, his eyes filled with admiration. Mr. Lin, this diamond is truly a rare treasure. I'm willing to buy it for $1 billion. Would you be willing to part with it? Lin Feng shook his head. Chief, I plan to make this diamond into a necklace and give it to my future partner. However, I have just acquired a diamond mine in South Africa. In the future, I can provide exclusive top-quality diamonds for the royal family. I will give you the most favorable discount on the price. The chief's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed, okay. On behalf of the Middle Eastern royal family, I will sign a long-term cooperation agreement with you. From now on, all our royal family's jewelry will be purchased from you. The two hit it off immediately and signed a cooperation agreement worth tens of billions of dollars on the spot. Seeing this, other wealthy people at the dinner also gathered around, wanting to cooperate with Lin Feng. Being able to reach a cooperation with the royal family and also owning rare diamonds and diamond mines, cooperating with Lin Feng is definitely a sure win. Lin Feng responded one by one, and with his god-level negotiation skills, he easily reached cooperation with several top financial groups, adding several important territories to his business empire. After the dinner, Lin Feng sat in the car returning to the Burj Al Arab Hotel. Jason reported the latest situation. Mr. Lin, all of Zhao Tianhao's family accounts have been frozen. We have also ruined several important projects of Tianhao Group. Tomorrow morning, Tianhao Group will declare bankruptcy. In addition, the assets under your name have automatically increased by 1% today, approximately $10 billion. Lin Feng nodded and looked out the window at the night view of Dubai. It only took him a few days to go from being a son-in-law in Jiangsheng to a wealthy man who controlled the world's jewelry and oil resources. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has established top-level connections in the Middle East, completing the global layout achievement. Next check-in location, Bank of Switzerland headquarters in Zurich, Europe. Reward, highest authority in the global banking system able to transfer funds from any bank without approval. Check-in countdown, 12 hours. Lin Feng's mouth curled up. The Swiss Bank of Zurich, the world's largest private bank, has the highest authority, which means that he will control the world's financial lifeline. He took out his phone and found the Su family's contact information. After a moment's hesitation, he didn't call. To him now, the Su family was no longer worthy of appearing in his world, unless they still wanted to humiliate themselves. The car slowly pulled into the Burj Al Arab. Lin Feng gazed at the Persian Gulf in the distance, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. His life of extraordinary wealth had just begun, and there were still many more challenges and opportunities waiting for him in the future. Those who once bullied him and looked down on him will be left far behind by him and will never be able to reach his heights. Chapter 7: Zurich Bank controls the financial lifeline. The Su family clings to the new rich and is then exterminated. The snow in Zurich, Switzerland, was heavier than expected. Feather-like flakes fell on the glass curtain wall of the Zurich Bank headquarters, reflecting the cold, financial atmosphere. As Lin Feng stepped out of the Maybach, a bank butler in a haute couture gown approached with a warm cashmere blanket. She bent over and placed it over his shoulders, her tone almost respectful and humble. "Mr. Lin, President Weber is waiting at the entrance to the underground vault. Your dedicated elevator will be shielded from signals throughout the journey, ensuring absolute privacy." The underground vault's corridor was long and silent, its walls constructed of bulletproof steel, and armed security personnel stood guard every 10 meters. At the end of the corridor, President Weber stood before a 3-ton alloy door, holding a sapphire-encrusted key, the first time in the Bank of Zurich's century-long history that a non-royal member had been granted access to its core vault. "Mr. Lin, according to the instructions from headquarters, your highest authority needs to be activated in the core area of the vault. 12% of the world's private gold reserves are stored here, and you can access them at any time." Weber inserted the key into the keyhole, and the alloy door made a heavy click sound and slowly opened to both sides. The vault was brightly lit, rows of golden shelves piled high with gold bars, reflecting a dazzling light. Lin Feng walked to the central control console and pressed his fingerprint as prompted. The console screen instantly lit up, and a line of scarlet text popped up, "Binding to the highest authority of the global banking system, binding successful. Owner, Lin Feng." Ding! The host has completed the check-in at the Zurich Bank headquarters. The reward supreme authority in the global banking system has been activated. New permissions extension: directly access customer credit files from global banks to accurately track the capital flows of any individual or enterprise. Designate banks to conduct a targeted credit blockade on a target, severing all financing channels. Synchronous reward: the world's top financial think tank, including 3 Nobel Prize winners in economics, now settled in your private Swiss estate. Lin Feng's fingertips slid across the screen, casually pulling up Jiangqing's financial data. When his gaze landed on the Su family-affiliated company's column, a glaring red warning popped up. Target: the Su family's Chanshan clothing company is currently in debt of 5 million yuan, including 2 million yuan in private loan sharking. They are seeking financing from Jiangqing's upstart Mr. Zhou through Su Chanshan, intending to use 51% of the company's shares as collateral. Mr. Zhou? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and pulled up Mr. Zhou's file. The son of Jiangqing real estate developer Zhou Wei, who relied on his father's connections to become wealthy in the circle. However, his actual assets were less than 10 million yuan, and he still owed the bank a loan of 1 million yuan. At this moment, Lin Feng's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a WeChat video call request from Su Chanshan. He picked up the video, and the screen immediately showed Su Chanshan's carefully dressed face. She was wearing a designer dress. Behind her was the most luxurious revolving restaurant in Jiangcheng. Next to her sat a man with slicked back hair and powdered face. It was Zhou Xiao. "Lin Feng, I heard you're doing well in Switzerland?" Su Chanshan's tone was deliberately boastful. "But no matter how great you are, it's useless. I'm with Mr. Zhou now, and he's about to invest 5 million in my company. In the future, our Su family will only live better than you." Zhou Xiao also came in front of the camera and arrogantly shook the fake Rolex on his wrist. "Kid, Chanshan is my woman now. Be smart and stop pestering her. Also, my dad has his eyes on that hotel you bought in Jiangqing by playing tricks. He'll ruin it for you in less than a month." Lin Feng leaned against the gold brick shelf in the vault, a cold arc on his lips. "Zhou Wei's son? Your father begged my think tank to help extend the loan last week, didn't you know?" Mr. Zhou's face froze. Just as he was about to retort, his phone rang. It was his father, Zhou Wei. He answered, and immediately, his furious voice rang out, "You idiot! Who told you to mess with Mr. Lin Feng? The bank just notified me that all loans are due early, and they've frozen all our accounts. You apologize to Mr. Lin Feng right now, or our family is finished." Zhou Xiao's face turned pale instantly, and his phone fell to the ground with a clack. Su Chanshan also panicked. She looked at the gold bricks faintly visible behind Lin Feng on the screen, and finally realized that she was not provoking an ordinary rich man, but a being who could easily crush them. "Lin Feng, I didn't mean to do it. It was Master Zhou who forced me to do it." Su Chanshan's expression changed instantly, and she cried and begged for mercy. "Please give me another chance, I'm willing to serve you like a slave." Lin Feng immediately hung up the video and typed in the following command into the console: targeted blockade of all bank accounts of the Su family and Zhou Wei and his son, freezing all assets under their names, notify all financial institutions in Jiangqing to prohibit them from providing any form of loan. When the screen popped up the prompt execution successful, President Weber was horrified watching from the side. This Mr. Lin could make two families bankrupt in an instant with just a flick of his finger. This kind of control is more terrifying than that of the central bank governor of any country. Mr. Lin, your financial think tank has arrived at the manor. They want to report to you the latest trading plan for the global stock market. It is estimated that your assets will increase in value by 20% this week. Weber said cautiously. Lin Feng nodded, turned and walked towards the vault exit. Don't worry, do me a favor, first transfer the Su family's old house and all the assets of Qianqian Clothing Company to my name. Please do it quickly. Yes. I will immediately arrange for a team of lawyers to fly to Jiangqing and ensure that all procedures are completed within today. Weber agreed quickly. As we exited the Zurich Bank, the snow had stopped falling. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, refracting dazzling light on the snow. Jason handed over a gilded invitation. Mr. Lin, the director of the Louvre Museum in Paris, France, has sent an invitation to attend next week's Global Art Summit. The system also reminds us that the next check-in location will be at the Louvre, and the reward is preemptive acquisition rights for the world's top artworks. Lin Feng took the invitation and traced his fingertips over the gilded pattern. He remembered the starlight black diamond he had bought in Dubai. He could find a top craftsman in Paris to create the Heart of Eternity. Adding a few rare works of art, he could finally put his private collection on the agenda. Notify the pilot to fly to Paris tomorrow. Lin Feng got into the Maybach and looked out the window. Also, have the think tank analyze the European luxury goods market. I plan to acquire several top brands as the launch vehicles for the Heart of Eternity necklace. Jason immediately took out his tablet and took notes. Yes, Mr. Lin. I will have the team submit an analysis report before tonight. The car slowly drove away from the bank. Lin Feng leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. The system prompt sounded again. Ding. Detected that the host has precisely attacked the Su family and Zhou Wei and his son, completing the financial crushing achievement. Rewards: VIP access to private airports worldwide, priority takeoff at any airport, no waiting in line, exclusive aircraft carrier model 110 scale, made of solid gold, delivered to your Swiss estate. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. From Jiangqing's son-in-law to a wealthy man controlling the lifeline of global finance, every step he took was a step towards trampling on past humiliations. Those who tried to cling to the powerful and challenge him again would only suffer a fate worse than that of the Su family. The Paris Art Summit, the acquisition of luxury brands, the production of Eternal Heart, his empire of the wealthy continues to expand. Even more exciting things await him in the future. Chapter 8, Louvre appraises treasures, crushes European antique dealers, acquires top luxury brands to promote necklaces. The morning light of Paris filtered through the Louvre's glass pyramid, spilling onto the white marble square. Lin Feng, dressed in a dark gray custom-made suit with mother-of-pearl cufflinks Jason had prepared in advance, arrived at the entrance when Louvre Museum director Pierre and a group of staff bowed to greet him. The French Legion of Honor on his chest stood out in the sunlight. Mr. Lin, it's an honor for the Louvre to have you at the Art Summit. Pierre extended his hand enthusiastically, his palm even sweating with nervousness. The medieval royal jewels hall you requested has been cleared. All the lots have been pre-placed and are ready for your appreciation. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd at the exhibition hall's entrance. Among them were descendants of established European aristocrats and the world's top antique dealers. Many were secretly eyeing him, their eyes brimming with curiosity and disdain. After all, in their eyes, a young Chinese tycoon was, at best, a layman seeking to buy fame. Passing through the carved corridor, he arrived at the medieval royal jewels exhibition hall. Glass display cases displayed jewel-encrusted crowns and scepters, each valued at tens of millions of euros. Lin Feng walked to the central display case and his gaze fell on a ruby-encrusted cross. His god-level treasure appraisal ability instantly activated. Item: medieval ruby cross. Apparent value: 8 million, marked as belonging to the Pope in the 12th century. Real situation: 19th century imitation, the ruby is synthetic, and the cross base is brass-plated with gold. Hidden message: antiques dealer Marc Durand deliberately tampered with the appraisal report with the intention of defrauding the buyer. Oh, another rare, a sardonic voice called from behind. The speaker was a bearded, middle-aged man, the owner of the cross, Marc Durand, a renowned speculator in the European antiques world. He shook his champagne glass and said proudly, "Mr. Lin, this is the Pope's cross, a treasure I spent 3 years searching for. If you're interested, I'll sell it to you for 10 million, but hurry, the Duke of York is also eyeing it." The people around echoed this, and one person deliberately lowered his voice and jokingly said, "Chinese wealthy people are rich, but unfortunately they don't know how to do business. I'm afraid they will be taken advantage of." Lin Feng ignored the discussion and pointed at the cross in the display case. He said calmly, "Mr. Mark, are you sure this is an authentic 12th century artifact?" Mark's face froze, then he pretended to be calm. "Of course. There are appraisal reports from 3 authoritative institutions. If Mr. Lin doesn't believe it, he can find an expert to check it himself." "No need to find an expert." Lin Feng raised his hand to signal Jason to hand over the magnifying glass. He leaned over and pointed at the fine lines on the base of the cross. "The gold plating here is only 0.02 millimeters thick. The 12th century gold plating technique was at least 0.1 millimeters. And this ruby has no natural inclusions inside. It's a typical Werner method synthetic gemstone. You don't even know this basic common sense, do you?" Mark's face instantly turned the color of liver, and the champagne glass in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Pierre immediately ordered professional identification equipment to be brought. After testing, the results were exactly the same as Lin Feng's description. There was an uproar at the scene. Those who had previously made fun of him shut up, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Lin Feng changed from contempt to shock. You deliberately framed me." Mark rushed over angrily, but was held down by the security personnel around Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at his embarrassed appearance and said calmly, "Framed? When you defrauded the buyer, why didn't you think about the consequences?" "Director Pierre, this kind of person is not worthy of appearing at the summit. Never let him set foot in the Louvre again." Pierre nodded quickly. "Yes. Mr. Lin, I'll have him expelled immediately and report his fraudulent behavior to the Antiques Association." Mark was still screaming wildly when he was dragged out, but no one even glanced at him. After resolving the farce, Lin Feng walked to the next display case. Inside was a draft of Munch's The Scream. The treasure appraisal system showed that it was authentic and its value would double in the next 5 years. "I want this draft." Lin Feng spoke directly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Pierre quickly said, "Mr. Lin, the starting price for this draft is 5 million euros. According to the rules, we need to bid." "No need to bid." Lin Feng took out his Zurich Bank black card, 15 million euros, transfer now. The scene fell silent instantly, everyone stunned by the price, a threefold premium, and without even the slightest hesitation. This was the true style of a top-tier tycoon. Those nobles who had previously considered bidding tactfully gave up, no one willing to compete with Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng signed the acquisition agreement, the system prompt in his mind sounded on time. Ding! The host has completed the check-in at the Louvre, and the reward priority acquisition rights for the world's top artworks has been activated. Permission Effect 1 prioritizes the purchase of items from any auction house worldwide without having to participate in bidding. Permission Effect 2 all artworks under your name will automatically be certified by authoritative institutions, and their valuation will increase by 30%. Synchronous Reward, a private castle near Paris, France, 17th century Louis XIV era building, with 1,000 acres of gardens and a private museum. Mr. Lin, congratulations. Pierre handed over a gold stamped certificate. This is the Louvre's honorary collector certificate. There are only 10 such certificates in the world, and you are the first Asian to receive this honor. Lin Feng took the certificate and casually handed it to Jason, then turned his gaze to the group of people waiting outside the exhibition hall. Leading the group was Anna, CEO of Hermès high-end jewelry line. She hadn't dared to approach him until now, but now that she saw Lin Feng was free, she quickly walked over and respectfully handed over a cooperation proposal. Mr. Lin, I'm Anna, CEO of Hermès high-end jewelry. I'd like to discuss a partnership for the launch of the Heart of Eternity necklace. We're willing to provide the best global channel resources, and we only hope to obtain exclusive launch rights. Lin Feng had his think tank analyze the luxury goods market before, and Hermès high-end jewelry line was indeed the best choice. However, he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he looked through the cooperation proposal and said, "The proposal doesn't mention profit sharing, and I require Hermès to design a separate line for Eternal Heart." Can you do that? Anna was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded, "Sure. We can give you 40% of the profit share, and we will mobilize the world's top designers to design the subline and produce the first draft within a week." She knew in her heart that winning the first launch rights of Eternal Heart was a great opportunity for Hermes to enhance its brand value, and this condition was nothing. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Send your team to my castle tomorrow to sign the contract. Also, notify your team of craftsmen to cooperate with my jewelry designer starting next week to ensure that the craftsmanship of the Heart of Eternity reaches top standards. Yes. Mr. Lin, I will definitely do it. Anna bowed excitedly, as if she had received a great gift from heaven. As they left the Louvre, Jason reported the latest situation. Mr. Lin, the Su family's old house and company have been transferred to your name. Su Chanxian and Wang Mei are now living on the streets, picking up trash for a living. Zhou Wei and his son had their legs broken by debt collectors due to loan sharking, and have been taken into custody by the police. Also, your Paris castle has arranged a housekeeper and security, and you can move in tonight. Lin Feng listened to the news without a trace of emotion. The Su family had humiliated him in every way, and Zhou Wei and his son had been arrogant and provocative. Their current fate was their own fault. The car drove toward an ancient castle near Paris. The scenery along the way changed from bustling streets to tranquil countryside. Lin Feng leaned back in his seat, opened his tablet, and looked at the European stock market trading report sent by his think tank. In just 3 days, his assets had increased by 25%. Combined with the newly acquired artwork and the upcoming collaboration with Hermes, his business empire's foundation in Europe was firmly established. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has completed art acquisition in cooperation with top luxury brands in Europe, completing the European layout achievement. Reward 1: Ownership of a top-tier handmade jewelry workshop in Florence, Italy, which once created jewelry for European royal families. Reward 2: Global Private Yacht Club Black Card, free use of private yachts at any port. Next check-in location: Uffizi Gallery, Florence, Italy. Reward: Unknown top-level artwork related permissions. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. Florence was the birthplace of jewelry craftsmanship. Taking over the workshops there would provide even more advanced technical support for the production of Eternal Heart. And what surprises would the Uffizi Gallery sign and rewards bring? The car drove into the castle gate. The 17th century European-style buildings glowed warmly in the setting sun. The fountain in the garden was spraying mist, and the vineyards in the distance stretched as far as the eye could see. Lin Feng got out of the car, and the butler and the servants bowed to greet him. Dear Mr. Lin, welcome home. He looked up at the castle spire, a sharp glint in his eyes. From Jiangcheng to Dubai, from Zurich to Paris, his steps never faltered. Next up, Florence, where more challenges and opportunities awaiting him. And those who once looked down on him will only become forgotten dust in his expanding territory. Chapter 9: Florence incorporates top workshops, Uffizi appraises treasures, overwhelm antique dealers. The morning light in Florence carried the languid air of the Renaissance. Golden sunlight shone on the Arno River, tinting the riverside brick and stone buildings a warm amber. Lin Feng's motorcade slowly pulled into the Benedict handmade jewelry workshop on the outskirts of the city. This 300-year-old workshop, once crafting coronation crowns for the Italian royal family, had now been awarded to Lin Feng through the system. When the car pulled up to the workshop entrance, an elderly man in dark blue overalls and with graying hair stood on the steps, his arms folded across his chest, his eyes filled with scrutiny. He was Marco, the chief craftsman at the Benetto workshop. He had worked there since his grandfather's generation and was resistant to the sudden arrival of the Asian boss. Mr. Lin, Master Marco is the soul of the Benetto workshop and the vice president of the Italian Handmade Jewelry Association. He had been refusing to accept the acquisition until yesterday when he learned that you had won the Luz honorary collector certificate, and then he agreed to meet you. Jason whispered in Lin Feng's ear and handed over Marco's information. This person is good at repairing ancient jewelry, especially proficient in 16th century enamel craftsmanship. He has a stubborn personality and looks down on outsiders who use money to smash the market the most. Lin Feng opened the car door. He was wearing a custom-made Italian linen suit, with a discreet sapphire brooch pinned to his collar, an 18th century treasure acquired yesterday from the Louvre. He walked over to Marco and extended his hand. Master Marco, I've long admired your enamel craftsmanship. I've come to discuss the details of the Eternal Heart. Marco, however, showed no intention of shaking hands. He simply snorted coldly and walked back into the workshop. Mr. Lin, I value craftsmanship over money. The artisans at the Benetto workshop wouldn't produce shoddy products for profit. Your Heart of Eternity uses a starlight black diamond. If the craftsmanship isn't worthy of the gem, it's best to give up. The atelier was filled with the scent of metal and rosin. A dozen artisans were busy at their workbenches. Seeing Lin Feng enter, they all stopped their work, their eyes filled with curiosity and vigilance. Marco walked to a glass display case and pointed at a damaged enamel pendant inside. This is a relic of the 17th century Medici family. The enamel is cracked and the gems are loose. Even the best restorers in Europe dare not take it on. If Mr. Lin can come up with a repair plan, I will admit that you understand jewelry. If not, with all due respect, you are unqualified to command the Benito workshop. The craftsmen around nodded one after another, some even showing gloating expressions. They all knew that this pendant was a difficult problem that Marco deliberately used to make things difficult. The enamel layer was as thin as a cicada's wing and would completely shatter if not handled with care. Lin Feng walked over to the display case, his eyes falling on the pendant. His god-level treasure appraisal ability instantly activated. At the same time, a system notification chimed in, ding. Detecting the host is about to solve a top-level craftsmanship challenge, triggering a hidden reward preconditioning. Would you like to pre-activate the Wufazi Gallery sign an exclusive reward, god-level artwork restoration and reproduction ability? Activate. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The next second, countless insights into enamel restoration flooded into his mind, and every detail of the pendant's damage became crystal clear. Item: 17th century Medici family enamel pendant. Damage: 32 microcracks in the enamel layer due to temperature fluctuations, oxidation corrosion at the connection between the gold base and the gemstone, and two 1.5 mm metal fatigue marks hidden inside. Restoration plan: 1. Use a mixture of 95% pure rosin and beeswax to form a fixative, and fix the enamel layer at low temperature 38°C. Use micro-spot welding technology to fill the cracks with 0.05 mm gold wire. 3. Soak the gold base in alum water using the traditional method to remove the oxide layer, and then use 18K gold foil to reinforce the gemstone joints. 4. Finally, polish with lavender essential oil to restore the original luster of the enamel. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and stated the repair steps in a calm tone. Even the temperature and material ratio of each step were accurate to 2 decimal places. Marco's expression went from arrogance to surprise, and then to shock. He quickly walked over to the display case, took out a magnifying glass, and carefully examined the pendant. Lin Feng had actually accurately described those hidden cracks that only he knew about. His voice trembled as he asked, How did you know that the alum water soaking time had to be controlled at 7 minutes and 20 seconds? This is the secret recipe passed down from generation to generation by the Benito family, and it has never been made public. The essence of craftsmanship is to respect the materials, Lin Feng said calmly. The concentration of alum water and the thickness of the gold base determine the soaking time. As long as you understand the characteristics of the materials, it's not difficult to calculate. He gestured for Jason to bring the repair tools, and in front of everyone, he personally began the repair. He held a micro-welding torch, the flame as thin as a hair, precisely targeting the cracks in the enamel. The gold thread seemed to come alive between his fingers, fitting perfectly into the gap. Finally, when he polished it with lavender essential oil, the once dull enamel instantly took on a warm luster, as if 300 years had left no mark on it. The workshop was completely silent, and all the craftsmen stared at Lin Feng in amazement. This young Asian man not only knew how to appraise treasures, but his restoration skills were even better than Master Marco's. Marco looked at the pendant, which had been restored to its pristine condition, and suddenly bowed deeply to Lin Feng, his tone filled with admiration. Mr. Lin, I was blind to the true power of the mountain. From today on, all the craftsmen in the Benito workshop are at your disposal. If you want to create the eternal heart, we will work tirelessly to produce the finest craftsmanship. Very good. Lin Feng nodded and handed the pendant to Marco. Sort out all the antique jewelry designs in the workshop. I want to adjust the details of the Heart of Eternity based on the characteristics of the Starlight Black Diamond. Also, notify Anna from Hermes and have her send over the design drafts for the secondary line. We'll hold a craftsmanship seminar in 3 days. Yes. I'll do it right away. Marco turned around and made arrangements with great enthusiasm, his previous resistance having long since disappeared. After finishing the work at the workshop, Lin Feng's motorcade drove to the Uffizi Gallery, the world's top art palace that houses the original works of Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, and is also the check-in location for his trip to Florence. When the car arrived at the museum, Carlo, president of the Italian Antique Dealers Association, was already waiting at the door. He was dressed in an expensive silk suit, a Van Cleef Arpels diamond necklace dangling from his neck. He wore a calculated smile, but his eyes were filled with calculation. The Rossi family, backed by him, was a long-established Italian jewelry family that had long monopolized jewelry orders from European royal families. Upon learning that Lin Feng had acquired the South African diamond mine and the Benito workshop, they wanted to use him to test the waters and, if necessary, suppress his influence. "Mr. Lin, welcome to the Uffizi." Carlo came forward warmly, trying to pat Lin Feng on the shoulder, but was stopped calmly by the security guard. He awkwardly withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "I'm Carlo from the Antique Dealers Association, and an old friend of the Rossi family. Mr. Rossi specifically asked me to tell you that he would like to invite you to a private dinner tonight to discuss cooperation on the diamond mine." Lin Feng glanced at him. The system had already retrieved Carlo's information. Target: Carlo Ferri, president of the Italian Antique Dealers Association, a puppet of the Rossi family, has been involved in antique fraud many times, and has 3 hush money payments from the Rossi family in his account, totaling €5 million. We'll talk about cooperation later. Lin Feng walked around Carlo and walked straight into the art gallery. "I'm here to visit today and don't need an escort." Carlo's face darkened, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes, but he still hurried after him. "Mr. Lin, the Uffizi Gallery has many treasures, but some exhibition areas are not open to ordinary tourists. For example, the Renaissance Jewelry Exhibition Hall contains gold jewelry sketches designed by Michelangelo. Only members of the association can visit it. If you want to go in, I can help you apply." He thought Lin Feng would beg him, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to just say calmly, "No need, I've already greeted the director." As soon as he finished speaking, Luca, the director of the Uffizi Gallery, walked over quickly and bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, your exclusive tour route is ready. The Renaissance Jewelry Exhibition Hall and the Ancient Egyptian Jewelry Collection area have been cleared. You can enter at any time." Carlo's face froze instantly. He didn't expect that Lin Feng could get the curator to receive him personally. Luca has always only bowed to the royal family and top collectors. Even the patriarch of the Rossi family had to make an appointment in advance to see him. Lin Feng followed Luca into the Renaissance Jewelry Exhibition Hall, where dozens of jewelry treasures from the Middle Ages to the Renaissance period were displayed. The most eye-catching one was a glass display case with a yellowed sketch inside, which was the gold jewelry drawing designed by Michelangelo. "Mr. Lin, this sketch is one of the Uffizi's most valuable treasures and has never been exhibited to the public," Luca introduced. "You are the first Asian collector to be allowed to view it up close." Lin Feng walked to the display case and said silently in his mind, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed check-in at the Uffizi Gallery. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level artwork restoration and reproduction ability already activated in advance. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Uffizi Gallery exclusive collection priority borrowing rights. You can borrow any treasure from the collection to display in your private museum without any time limit. Synchronous reward: exclusive jewelry consultant status for the Italian royal family can participate in the Italian royal family's jewelry customization project. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Luca handed over a gold-stamped certificate. "Mr. Lin, this is the exclusive jewelry consultant certificate issued by the Italian royal family. The king specifically asked you to design a set of jewelry for next year's royal wedding." Carlo followed behind and saw the royal emblem on the certificate. His face turned completely pale. He finally realized that Lin Feng was not an ordinary rich man, but someone who could stand on equal footing with the royal family. Just then, Carlo's phone suddenly rang. It was Rossi, the patriarch of the Rossi family. He walked to a corner to answer the call, and Rossi's furious roar immediately rang out. "Carlo! What the hell are you doing? The artisans at the Benito workshop said Lin Feng wants to adjust the design of the Eternal Heart and has even teamed up with Hermes. Find a way to stop him now. If he steals the royal order, our Rossi family will be finished." Carlo panicked. After hanging up the phone, he suddenly rushed to Lin Feng, pointed at the sketch in the display case, and deliberately shouted, "Mr. Lin! You must have been lucky to repair the Medici pendant just now. If you can point out the design flaws in this Michelangelo sketch, I will acknowledge your ability. If not, you are a liar who only uses money to buy identity." The surrounding tourists and staff all looked over. Carlo thought this would embarrass Lin Feng, but to his surprise, Lin Feng just sneered, walked over to the sketch, and pointed out a detail on it. "There is a flaw in the gold structure of this sketch." Michelangelo excelled in sculpture, but was not familiar with the load-bearing design of jewelry. "The gemstone setting groove here is only 1.2 millimeters deep. If a gemstone over 5 carats were set in it, it would definitely fall off within 3 months." He paused, pulled out his phone, and pulled up the revised draft he had the designer draw last night. I've adjusted the depth of the inlay groove and added invisible buckles. This preserves the aesthetic of the original design while solving the load-bearing problem. Director Luca, you can have the craftsman in the workshop verify it. Luca immediately called in a jeweler. After measuring the piece with professional instruments, the jeweler nodded to everyone, Mr. Lin is right. The original design did have a load-bearing defect, but the revised draft perfectly solves that problem without affecting the overall style at all. Carlo was completely panicked. He wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lin Feng. Mr. Carlo, do you think the Rossi family can protect you? Lin Feng took out a tablet and handed it to Luca. The screen showed the flow of funds of the Rossi family. Over the past 5 years, the Rossi family has defrauded European royal families and collectors of a total of €230 million by forging antique appraisal reports. They also bribed former craftsmen of the Benetton workshop and destroyed the jewelry of competitors. My financial think tank has handed this evidence to the Italian police. Luca's face suddenly changed after reading the tablet, and he immediately called the police. Carlo collapsed on the ground, trembling all over. He finally understood that Lin Feng had known about the Rossi family's conspiracy from the beginning, and everything that had just happened was just a play for him. 10 minutes later, Italian police arrived and took Carlo away. Meanwhile, the Rossi family's headquarters was also surrounded by police. The Rossi patriarch attempted to escape by private jet, but discovered his accounts had already been frozen. Lin Feng, using the highest authority in the global banking system, not only froze all of the Rossi family's assets but also cut off all of their financing channels. After solving the Rossi family's problem, Luca's respect for Lin Feng deepened. Mr. Lin, you are really a hidden talent. The Rossi family has monopolized the European jewelry market for decades, and I didn't expect you to solve it so quickly. They're just a bunch of clowns, Lin Feng said calmly. Please borrow Michelangelo's sketches for me. I want the craftsman at the Benetton workshop to refer to them and refine the design of the Heart of Eternity. Also, inform the Italian royal family that I will submit the design for the wedding jewelry next week. Yes. I'll arrange it right away. Luca agreed quickly. As they left the Uffizi gallery, Jason reported the latest situation. Mr. Lin, all of the Rossi family's assets have been seized. The police will auction off their diamond mine and jewelry store according to the law. Our think tank recommends that you acquire them. Also, news has come from the Su family that Su Chanxian attempted to fabricate intimate photos of you in an attempt to extort 500,000 yuan from you. Our security personnel caught her red-handed and she has been taken to the police station. Zhou Wei and his son received an additional 5 years in prison for causing trouble. Lin Feng listened to the news without a trace of emotion on his face. The greed of the Su family and the arrogance of the Rossi family eventually made them pay the price. The car drove back to Lin Feng's private castle in Florence. This 16th-century castle was once the villa of the Medici family. Now it was awarded to Lin Feng by the system. The interior decoration retained the style of the Renaissance and added modern technological equipment. It has both a sense of history and comfort. During dinner, Lin Feng looked at the latest design draft of the Heart of Eternity sent by the Benetton workshop. The Starlight Black diamond was set on a galaxy-shaped base made of 18K white gold, and was dotted with 72 small diamonds around it, each of which came from his South African diamond mine. The Latin word eternity was engraved on the back of the base. The overall shape was luxurious and elegant. Inform Hermes to hold a pre-launch event for Heart of Eternity next week. Lin Feng put down the design draft and said to Jason, also, book a flight to New York. The next check-in point is Wall Street. Jason nodded. Yes, Mr. Lin. A Wall Street financial giant has sent an invitation, hoping you can attend next week's Global Financial Summit. The system prompts that Wall Street's sign-in rewards may be related to the control of the global financial market. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. From Europe to America, from jewelry to finance, his business empire was expanding steadily. The launch of Eternal Heart, the jewelry order from the Italian royal family, the financial layout on Wall Street, more challenges and opportunities awaited him in the future. And those who have tried to stop him, whether it is the Su family, the Rossi family, or possible opponents in the future, will only be crushed by him one by one and disappear forever on his way forward. As the night deepened, the Florentine moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the ancient castle, casting a shadow upon Lin Feng. He lifted his wineglass and gazed out at the Arno River, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. His legend as a wealthy man continued to unfold, and this time, the stage would be the entire world. Chapter 10, Wall Street Finance crushed the Morgan descendants, NYSE sign and controls the stock market's lifeline. The morning light from New York pierced the Manhattan mist, gilding the skyscrapers of Wall Street with a cold, metallic sheen. Lin Feng's motorcade slowly approached the intersection of Wall Street. The window of the lead Maybach rolled down, revealing a platinum ring studded with diamonds, freshly brought from Florence. This was a symbol of power crafted overnight for him by the Benetton workshops, its face engraved with a miniature global map. Outside the car window, the headquarters buildings of Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley are lined up one after another. Financial elites in custom-made suits are walking hurriedly, but they all stop when they see Lin Feng's motorcade and escort team composed of more than a dozen black bulletproof cars, with the Lin Group logo printed on the body of the car, the global holding platform that the system has just registered for him, exuding unquestionable oppression in the morning light of Wall Street. Mr. Lin, Goldman Sachs CEO David, J.P. Morgan Chase President James, and New York Stock Exchange Chairman Cunningham are all waiting for you at the intersection. Jason handed over a gold-plated list densely packed with the names of Wall Street's top leaders. Also, the organizers of the Global Financial Summit just sent a message, adjusting the agenda for you. You will be the final guest speaker, delivering a keynote speech on global capital flows. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd waiting at the intersection. David and James were walking quickly towards him. Both were living legends of Wall Street, but they deliberately slowed their pace in front of Lin Feng, their posture as humble as that of subordinates. Cunningham even stepped forward and opened the car door, his Patek Philippe watch gleaming discreetly in the sunlight. Mr. Lin, it is an honor in the NYSE's century-long history to invite you to the Financial Summit. Your exclusive trading seat is ready, right in the center of the hall, with the best view. The motorcade slowly pulled up to the entrance of the New York Stock Exchange. The moment Lin Feng stepped out of the car, the reporters who had been waiting there immediately pressed their shutters, their flashes lighting up like daylight. One reporter asked loudly, "Mr. Lin, you previously acquired a South African diamond mine and the Benetton workshop. Are you coming to Wall Street to enter the financial sector?" Lin Feng did not stop, but said lightly, "It's not an advance, it's an integration." These four simple words were echoed through the microphone throughout Wall Street. David and James exchanged a glance, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. The word integration meant that Lin Feng wasn't looking for simple investment, but rather to control the capital structure of Wall Street. Entering the New York Stock Exchange Hall, the clamor of trading instantly quieted. Traders in red vests paused their actions, their gazes fixed on Lin Feng. In front of the exclusive trading seat in the center of the hall, a nameplate with the Chinese character Lin had already been placed. Two senior traders in black suits stood nearby, nervously debugging the proprietary trading system. "Mr. Lin, this system was developed specifically for you by the NYSE. It provides real-time access to core data from 23 major stock markets around the world, with a latency of less than 0.01 seconds, Cunningham explained. You can use it to trade any size at any time, without going through the approval process." Lin Feng walked to the trading seat. As soon as his fingertips touched the keyboard, the system prompt sounded in his mind, ding. Detection that the host has arrived in the core area of Wall Street. Do you want to start the NYSE sign-in process in advance? Sign-in rewards will be deeply bound to financial permissions. I won't sign for now, let's go to the summit first. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He knew that the rule on Wall Street was power speaks for itself. Only by crushing those doubters at the financial summit could he maximize the deterrent effect of the sign-in reward. The venue of the Global Financial Summit is located on the top floor of Trump Tower at 40 Wall Street. In the circular conference hall sat the world's top capital tycoons William Morgan, the collateral heir of the Morgan family, Ray Dalio, CEO of Quantum Fund, and Ray Dalio, founder of Bridgewater Fund. Each of them had the latest global economic data report in front of them, with scrutiny and vigilance in their eyes. As Lin Feng entered the conference room, a voice tinged with arrogance rang out, "Oh? This is the upstart Asian who's been stirring up trouble in Europe lately?" The speaker was William Morgan. He was dressed in a white silk suit and wore a Morgan family sapphire ring, an heirloom. His tone was filled with disdain. "I heard you made a little money buying diamonds and working in handicraft workshops, so you dare to act wild on Wall Street? I advise you to go back and play with your jewelry. The capital game here is not for a nouveau riche like you." The surrounding leaders all echoed the sentiment. Someone murmured, "I'm afraid he doesn't even understand the leverage ratio of hedge funds, and he still wants to integrate Wall Street? He's probably just here to ride on the hype. His speech will definitely be full of empty words." Lin Feng ignored the ridicule and walked straight to the main seat and sat down. Jason immediately handed him a thick report. This was the Wall Street Capital Vulnerability Analysis, compiled by his financial think tank overnight, which detailed the 17 risk points of the Morgan family's hedge funds. Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, William became even more arrogant. He walked to the front of the podium and picked up the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, I bet that Mr. Lin doesn't even understand the global stock market linkage effect. How about we make a bet? Let's bet that Tesla's stock price will drop 3% after the market opens at 10 a.m. today. If Mr. Lin dares to bet with me, I'll bet $1 billion. If not, you can publicly admit that you are a layman who doesn't understand finance. The venue fell silent, and everyone looked at Lin Feng. Williams' hedge fund was known for its precision short selling and had recently made $500 million by shorting Tesla. By proposing a bet, he was clearly trying to embarrass Lin Feng in public. Lin Feng slowly stood up, walked to the podium, picked up the microphone, and his voice spread throughout the venue through the speakers. $1 billion is too little, I'll bet $5 billion. In addition, I bet that Tesla's stock price will not only not fall, but will rise by 5% if I win. Your hedge fund will belong to me. Arrogant. William's face darkened. Who do you think you are? Even the chairman of the Federal Reserve can't guarantee that he can manipulate Tesla's stock price. Then we'll wait and see. Lin Feng said calmly, looking at his watch. There are still 5 minutes until the market opens. You can prepare the transfer agreement now. William was so angry that his face turned blue, but he still gritted his teeth and agreed, okay. If you lose, kneel down and apologize to me, and quit the financial circle forever. The atmosphere in the conference hall instantly reached a fever pitch. The leaders pulled out their phones, opened their stock trading apps, and waited to see the outcome of this capital gamble. Dalio whispered to his assistant, check Lin Feng's source of funds. I have a feeling he's not a simple person. The assistant quickly replied, nothing. His assets are spread across 128 banks around the world, and backed by the highest authority of Zurich Bank. It's impossible to estimate their exact size. Dalio's eyes changed instantly. Lin Feng's strength, which could allow Zurich Bank to open the highest authority, was probably more terrifying than he had imagined. At 10 a.m., the stock market opened on time. Just as William predicted, Tesla's stock price dropped 1% at the opening. William immediately looked at Lin Feng triumphantly, see? This is the market's choice. You're doomed. Lin Feng simply pressed the button on the trading device in his hand-up authorization terminal customized specifically for him by the New York Stock Exchange, directly connecting to the core global stock market system. As he pressed the confirmation button, a system notification chimed in his mind, ding. Host triggers global stock market real-time control permission NYSE sign-in pre-reward, currently influencing Tesla's stock price by plus 5%. Execute. Implement. The next second, Tesla's stock price on the trading software suddenly began to rise wildly. 1%, 2%, 3%. In just 30 seconds, it broke through 5%, and the stock price soared from the opening price of $200 to $210. The trading volume instantly exceeded $10 billion. There was an uproar in the conference hall. William's phone vibrated wildly, and his assistant's voice came with tears in his eyes, boss. This is bad. A mysterious fund is frantically buying Tesla stock. Our short position has already lost $1 billion. If this continues, the fund will be liquidated. William's face instantly turned pale as paper. He stared at the price increase curve on the trading software, as if he had seen the devil. Impossible. This is impossible. Who are you? How can you manipulate the stock market? Lin Feng walked up to him and handed over a transfer agreement that he had prepared long ago. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you lost. William signed his name tremblingly, his pen clattering to the ground. He knew that from this day forward, the Morgan family's voice on Wall Street would be completely crushed by this young Asian man. After dealing with William, Lin Feng said to the leaders in the room, someone just questioned my understanding of finance. Now I have another announcement. I have acquired a 15% stake in Goldman Sachs through the Bank of Zurich, becoming Goldman Sachs' largest single shareholder. In the future, Goldman Sachs will serve as the core financial platform of the Lin Group, integrating global capital resources. Boom! The conference room erupted in excitement. Goldman Sachs, a century-old Wall Street firm, had been quietly acquired by Lin Feng for 15% of its shares. Dalio immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, on behalf of Bridgewater Associates, I hope to cooperate with you. We are willing to place 30% of our assets under the custody of the Lin Group. The other leaders echoed the sentiment, their earlier doubts having long since turned to awe. Lin Feng nodded slightly. My think tank will follow up on the cooperation. Now, I need to go to the New York Stock Exchange to complete a task. Surrounded by the crowd of high-ranking officials, Lin Feng returned to the New York Stock Exchange. Cunningham was already waiting by the trading desk, holding a gold, diamond-encrusted trading badge. Mr. Lin, this is the third lifetime honorary trader badge awarded in the NYSE's century-long history. The previous two recipients were patriarchs of the Morgan and Rockefeller families. Lin Feng took the badge, pinned it on the collar of his suit, and said to the microphone in front of the trading desk, "System, sign in." Ding! Host has completed check-in at the New York Stock Exchange. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the core control of the global stock market. Permission Effect 1, ability to adjust the price fluctuation of any three global leading stocks in real time 10% per time, limited to 3 times per day. Permission Effect 2, obtain the qualification for the Federal Reserve's emergency liquidity support, can obtain priority funding from the Federal Reserve during a global financial crisis. Permission Effect 3, automatically unlock the green channels of all offshore financial centers around the world, and transfer assets without paying taxes. Synchronous Reward, preemptive right to acquire the remaining 85% stake in Goldman Sachs Group available for acquisition at the current share price within the next 3 years. As soon as the system notification sounded, Lin Feng's phone rang with a call from Federal Reserve Chairman Powell. Lin Feng pressed the speakerphone button, and Powell's respectful voice echoed throughout the hall. "Mr. Lin, congratulations on receiving the NYSE Lifetime Honor. The Federal Reserve has opened an emergency liquidity account for you, allowing you to access up to $100 billion in emergency funds at any time. In addition, we would like to invite you to attend next week's Global Central Bank meeting as a special guest." The entire place was in a dead silence, even breathing could be heard clearly. Lin Feng, who had the ability to get the Federal Reserve Chairman to open an emergency account and even invite him to attend the central bank meeting, was no longer just a financial upstart but a capital king who controlled the lifeline of global finance. As they left the New York Stock Exchange, Jason reported the latest situation. "Mr. Lin, Su Chanxian attempted to contact the media while in prison and fabricated evidence claiming she was forced by Lin Feng. Our security personnel caught her red-handed. The police have filed additional charges against her for false accusation and frame-up, and her sentence is expected to increase by 3 years. We have acquired the Rossi family's jewelry store in Diamond Mine, and they are now directly owned by the Benetton workshop. Master Marco has already completed the draft of the wedding jewelry design for the Italian royal family." Lin Feng nodded and looked towards the distant Silicon Valley. "Notify the pilot to fly to San Francisco tomorrow. The next check-in point is Stanford University. I want to build my own technology empire in Silicon Valley." Jason immediately agreed. "Yes, Mr. Lin. The president of Stanford University has sent you an invitation to serve as the honorary director of the Global Science and Technology Innovation Center. The system prompts that the Silicon Valley sign-in rewards may include preemptive purchase rights for the world's top technology patents and exclusive authorization for AI core algorithms." Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. From being Jiangqing's son-in-law, to a tycoon controlling the jewelry and financial sectors, and now about to enter the technology world, his business empire was expanding at a visible rate. The car drove away from Wall Street, and the skyscrapers outside the window slowly receded. Lin Feng leaned back in his seat, opened his tablet, and looked at the list of Silicon Valley technology companies sent by his think tank Tesla, Apple, Google. These tech giants that were once out of reach would soon become part of his plan. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Detection that the host has taken control of Wall Street's core resources, completing the financial hegemony achievement. Reward 1, access to a global private satellite network enabling real-time monitoring of global asset activity, with comprehensive coverage. Reward 2, 51% equity interest in Sequoia Capital, a top Silicon Valley venture capital firm. Acquisition completed automatically. Countdown to next sign-in, 12 hours. Sign-in location, Stanford University Technology Park. Lin Feng put down his tablet and looked out the window at the New York skyline. As the night deepened, the lights of Wall Street lit up like stars, but they could no longer illuminate the depths of his eyes. His goal had never been Wall Street, but the entire world. Silicon Valley's technological landscape, a global satellite network, core AI algorithms, his legend as a super rich man continues to unfold. Those who once looked down on him, whether the Su family, the Rossi clan, or the Morgan descendants of Wall Street, have long since become dust in his path, unable to stop him. The plane was already ready at New York's Kennedy Airport, the roar of its engines like the roar of a giant beast, waiting to carry Lin Feng to his new battlefield Silicon Valley. There would be the starting point of his technological empire and the next stop on his global conquest. Chapter 11, Stanford crushes AI authority, Sequoia Capital acquires it to establish its prestige. The morning light in Silicon Valley carried the unique chill of technology. Golden sunlight streamed through the glass dome of Stanford University's Technology Park, illuminating a corridor lined with projected code. Lin Feng's motorcade had barely pulled up to the park's entrance when a silver Tesla Cybertruck sped up, its windows rolled down, revealing the slightly anxious face of Sequoia Capital CEO Greg. Ever since news of Lin Feng's acquisition of a 51% stake in Sequoia spread, this veteran investor, who had been at the helm of Sequoia for a decade, had been on edge. "Mr. Lin, you're finally here." Greg stepped forward quickly, handing over a gold-stamped folder. "This is a list of high-quality tech projects from the last 3 months in Silicon Valley. StarCore AI's autonomous driving algorithm and Deep Pupil Technologies' quantum chip design are currently the 2 most popular projects. However," he paused, his tone serious, "Google Ventures and Microsoft Capital are also vying for these 2 projects. Their leaders have spread the word that you're a financial outsider who understands nothing about technology and are urging the project owners not to work with you." Lin Feng took the folder and ran his fingertips over the project introduction of StarCore AI. The system prompt sounded quietly in his mind, ding. Detecting that the host is about to come into contact with a top-level scientific and technological project, triggering the science and technology knowledge synchronization pre-function. "Do you want to synchronize the latest global AI and quantum computing core technology data?" "Synchronize," Lin Feng muttered to himself. The next second, countless specialized knowledge about autonomous driving algorithm optimization and quantum chip architecture design flooded into his mind. From deep learning convolutional neural networks to quantum bit error correction coding, every technical detail was as clear as if engraved in his memory. He looked up at Greg and asked calmly, "Who are the people in charge of Google and Microsoft?" "The head of Google Ventures is Alan Smith, and the head of Microsoft Capital is David Jones," Greg quickly replied. "They're currently in the innovation lab at the industrial park, negotiating with Marcus, the founder of StarCore AI. They've reportedly offered a $1 billion valuation and exclusive technical support." Lin Feng raised his lips in a cold arc, "Take me there." Behind the glass doors of the innovation lab, a lively project-grabbing drama unfolded. Marcus, a young, bearded PhD, sat in front of 2 laptops, their screens scrolling with test data for autonomous driving algorithms. Alan Smith, sitting across from him, toyed with a custom Google badge and spoke arrogantly, "Marcus, partnering with us at Google will not only net you a $1 billion valuation, but also access to our global data centers. You have to know, we're the only ones in Silicon Valley who can offer you such excellent resources. As for those capital players from Wall Street, what else can they offer you besides money?" David Jones echoed, "That's right. Technology isn't built on money, it requires long-term technical accumulation. If Mr. Lin truly understood AI, he wouldn't be trying to snatch up projects when he can't even solve the transformer architecture's vanishing gradient problem." Marcus frowned, clearly wavering. The technological prowess of Google and Microsoft was indeed an irresistible temptation. Just then, the glass door to the lab opened, and Lin Feng, accompanied by Greg and a security guard, walked in. He was wearing a custom-made carbon fiber textured suit and a lapel pin shaped like a miniature quantum chip, a tech-themed accessory crafted specifically for him by the Beneteau workshop. "Who said I can't solve the vanishing gradient problem?" Lin Feng's voice came through the laboratory sound system, instantly drowning out the noise in the room. Alan and David turned their heads simultaneously, their faces bare with mockery when they saw Lin Feng. Alan stood up and deliberately shook the smartwatch on his wrist. "Oh, Mr. Lin is finally here. So, are you here to offer Marcus a higher price? What a pity, technology doesn't just rely on throwing money at it. Don't jump to conclusions yet." Lin Feng walked over to Marcus' laptop, picked up his wireless mouse, and tapped away at the keyboard. The algorithm test data, which had been lagging on the screen, suddenly began to scroll rapidly. The vanishing gradient problem had been instantly resolved after he modified a few lines of core code. The test accuracy soared from 89% to 99.7%, far exceeding the industry's top level. Marcus' eyes widened. He swooped in front of the screen, his finger running across the lines of code. His voice trembled, This is the dynamic learning rate adaptive adjustment algorithm. I've been working on it for 6 months with no success, and you solved it with just a few lines of code?" Alan and David's faces froze instantly. David quickly stepped forward, staring at the code on the screen, his tone incredulous, "This is impossible. How can you understand such deep AI technology?" You're clearly in the finance and jewelry business. Technology knows no boundaries, it's all about logic. Lin Feng closed his laptop and looked at Marcus. Work with me, and I'll give you a $1.5 billion valuation and access to the Global AI Data Sharing Library, a database containing traffic scene data from 128 countries, 3 times the size of Google's. Furthermore, I'll have Sequoia Capital coordinate with the world's top chip manufacturers to provide exclusive hardware support for your algorithm. Marcus stood up without hesitation and extended his hand to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, I am willing to cooperate with you. For him, a partner who can solve technical bottlenecks and provide better data resources is far more attractive than a simply high valuation. Alan and David were completely panicked. Alan still wanted to save the situation. Marcus, please think about it again. Google can give you. You can't give him the technological breakthroughs he needs, nor can you provide him with the global data resources. Lin Feng interrupted him, his eyes sweeping over the two of them. Also, I have something to inform you about. According to the Global Technology Patent Library access I just obtained system pre-reward, Google's self-driving algorithm infringes on 3 patents, and Microsoft's quantum computing chip design also has 2 technical vulnerabilities. My legal team will officially send you a letter of attorney this afternoon. Alan and David's faces paled instantly. They knew that if patent infringement was involved, not only would the project be halted, but they would also face huge compensation. Their previous arrogance was gone, and they turned away dejectedly, not daring to utter a single word of rebuttal. After resolving the farce of snatching the project, Greg's respect for Lin Feng deepened. Mr. Lin, it's incredible that you understand such professional AI technology. I only have a basic understanding. Lin Feng said calmly, take me to Stanford's Quantum Computing Laboratory, that's where I'm going to sign in today. The Stanford Quantum Computing Laboratory, located on the 3rd underground floor of the Industrial Park, is one of the core centers of global quantum computing research, housing the most advanced 1024-bit quantum computer. Professor Anderson, the laboratory's director and a leading authority on quantum computing and a Nobel Prize winner in physics, stood before the quantum computer, explaining the principles of quantum bit manipulation to a group of students. Seeing Lin Feng come in, Professor Anderson paused his lecture, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and spoke with the rigor and aloofness typical of a scholar. Mr. Lin, I know you acquired Sequoia Capital, and I'm also aware of your achievements in finance and jewelry. But quantum computing is a serious science that requires long-term academic accumulation and cannot be controlled by capital alone. If you're here to invest, I welcome you, but if you want to interfere with research, I cannot agree. The students around him also looked at him with doubt. In their opinion, it was impossible for a capital tycoon from Wall Street to understand the complex logic of quantum computing. Lin Feng walked over to the quantum computer's control panel and watched the qubit state parameters flickering on the screen. His technical knowledge synchronization function reactivated in his mind. He pointed to an anomaly on the screen and said to Anderson, Professor, your qubit error correction algorithm is flawed. The quantum decoherence time here is only 1.2 milliseconds. According to the current algorithm, it can only complete 5 quantum gate operations at most, making complex calculations impossible. Anderson's face paled slightly. He'd been working on this problem for 3 months, but couldn't find a breakthrough. Do you have a solution? His tone was less distant and more hopeful. Lin Feng didn't answer, instead entering the new algorithm code directly into the console. With the press of the enter key, the quantum decoherence time on the screen instantly extended to 3.8 milliseconds, and the upper limit of the number of quantum gate operations increased to 12 times, a figure that directly broke the existing global record for quantum computing. The lab was completely silent. The students stared at the screen in amazement. Professor Anderson's hands were shaking with excitement. He leaned over to the console and studied Lin Feng's code line by line, muttering to himself, genius. This is an absolutely genius design. You actually solved the decoherence problem using the nested structure of topological qubits. This is an idea that our entire team hadn't even thought of. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and said to Anderson, Professor, I want to cooperate with Stanford to establish a global quantum computing joint laboratory. I will provide $10 billion in research and development funds and exclusive quantum chip design patents, and you will provide the research team. We will each own 50% of the laboratory's research results, and my technology company will be given priority for use. Anderson didn't hesitate at all and immediately extended his hand. I agree. It is an honor for Stanford to cooperate with a technology and capital giant like you. He now fully understood that the young man in front of him was not only a king in the fields of finance and jewelry, but also a top figure who could lead the way in the field of science and technology. At this moment, Lin Feng silently said in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed check-in at the Stanford University Science and Technology Industrial Park. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive right to use the world's top technology patent library. Permission Effect 1: 98% of the world's authorized technology patents, including AI, quantum computing, autonomous driving, biotechnology, and other fields, can be used free of charge. Permission Effect 2: automatically monitor the latest global technological developments and prioritize access to undisclosed core technology information. Synchronous Reward 1: 60% equity in Silicon Valley company StarCore AI. The acquisition has been automatically completed. Marcus will continue to serve as CEO and be supervised by Sequoia Capital. Synchronous Reward 2: customization rights for the world's first 2048-bit quantum computer developed by the Stanford Joint Laboratory, delivered within 6 months. Simultaneous Award 3: Stanford University Honorary Doctor of Engineering degree. The certificate has been signed by the president and will be officially awarded at next week's graduation ceremony. As soon as the system notification sounded, Stanford University President Turner and a group of professors hurried over, holding a gold-plated certificate in hand. "Mr. Lin, this is your honorary doctorate in engineering. We have decided to name your quantum bit error correction algorithm the Lin's algorithm and incorporate it into Stanford's textbook system." Lin Feng took the certificate and casually handed it to Jason behind him. He turned his gaze to Greg and said, "Notify all investment managers at Sequoia Capital to hold a general meeting at 3 p.m. I will reformulate Sequoia's investment strategy, focusing on 3 areas: AI, quantum computing, and biotechnology. Also, give the evidence of patent infringement against Google and Microsoft to their lawyers and have them file a lawsuit as soon as possible. I want to let the entire Silicon Valley know that anyone who competes with me for projects or questions me will pay the price." "Yes, Mr. Lin, I will do it right away," Greg responded respectfully. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts and only remained absolutely obedient to Lin Feng. As we left the quantum computing lab, Jason reported the latest developments. "Mr. Lin, Su Chanqian has been sentenced to 5 years in prison for false accusation and fabrication of evidence. Wang Mei and Su Jiangwo are under police investigation for tax evasion at their previous company. Their only remaining apartment has been seized, and they are now living on the streets. Also, the pre-launch event for the Heart of Eternity necklace is complete. Hermes has announced that 20 royals and wealthy individuals around the world have already reserved invitations to the event, and the livestream is expected to reach over 100 million viewers." Lin Feng listened to this news without a flicker of emotion. The Su family's fate was their own fault, and his focus had long been on building a global business empire. In the jewelry sector, he had a partnership with Benetton and Hermes in finance. He controlled core resources on Wall Street and the highest authority at the Bank of Zurich in technology. Sequoia Capital, StarCore AI, and the Quantum Computing Joint Laboratory had already formed a preliminary territory. As the car pulled away from Stanford University, the view outside the window was of the Silicon Valley tech parks, with the headquarters of Tesla, Apple, and Google gleaming in the sunlight. Lin Feng leaned back in his seat, opened his tablet, and looked at the global tech company valuation rankings sent by his think tank. With his acquisition of StarCore AI and his expansion into quantum computing, the valuation of his tech division had surpassed $500 billion, placing him among the top 10 tech companies worldwide. "Where is the next check-in location?" Lin Feng asked Jason. The system prompts that the next check-in location is the Global Biotechnology Summit in Geneva, Switzerland. The rewards may be related to biotechnology patents and top medical resources, Jason replied. Also, the Italian royal family has sent a message hoping you can deliver the jewelry designs for the royal wedding ahead of time. They're willing to pay a 100 million deposit. Lin Feng nodded. Inform Master Marco to expedite the design of the wedding jewelry and accept the deposit first. The Geneva Biotech Summit is scheduled for next week. Before that, I want to attend the Hermes Heart of Eternity launch event to show the world what true top-tier jewelry is. The car slowly pulled into Sequoia Capital's headquarters. A large number of reporters had already gathered downstairs, their flashbulbs blazing like daylight. Lin Feng pushed open the car door and, escorted by security personnel, entered the building, each step steady and resolute. He knew that his legendary status as a wealthy man had long surpassed the realm of his son-in-law's counterattack. From Jiangqing to the world, from jewelry to technology, he was using his capital and power to reshape the global business landscape. Those who once looked down on him and questioned him would eventually submit completely before his empire. As the night deepened, the lights of Silicon Valley shone like stars, illuminating Lin Feng's path. Standing in his top floor office at Sequoia Capital headquarters, he gazed out the window at the tech city, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Next stop, the biotech summit in Geneva. After that, perhaps space exploration or new energy. His goal had never been to dominate a single field, but to control the entire world. Chapter 12, The Eternal Heart press conference detonated the world, and the royal family cut in line and was crushed by the rules. In the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles in Paris, crystal chandeliers shone with a myriad of light, tinting the air of champagne bubbles golden. The world's top celebrities gathered, their British princess and Saudi Arabia's Prince Al Walid, Hollywood superstar Taylor. Each wore priceless jewelry, but their brilliance paled when they saw the black starlight at the center of the exhibition stand. The booth is covered with bulletproof glass and covered with top-quality Persian carpets from Iran. The Heart of Eternity necklace lies quietly on a velvet tray. A 20mm star-shaped black diamond is surrounded by 72 South African colorless diamonds, and the 18K white gold base is engraved with micro-galaxy patterns. Each line is hand-polished by the craftsman in the Beneteau workshop. Under the light, the 6 golden starlights on the surface of the black diamond flow like living things, which is breathtakingly beautiful. Is this the top-notch jewelry Mr. Lin Feng created after acquiring the Beneteau workshop? It's a true work of art. Princess Anne raised her glass of champagne, her eyes filled with amazement. I'm willing to pay $200 million to add it to the royal collection. Prince Al Walid immediately followed up, $250 million. Mr. Lin Feng, this black diamond matches our Saudi royal emblem perfectly. I can even give you a private island as a gift. The scene instantly fell into a bidding frenzy, and the bid price soared from $200 million to $300 million. But no one noticed that in the corner of the crowd, a man in a black suit was staring at the booth with a sinister look. He was Marco Rossi, a remaining member of the Rossi family. He sneaked into the press conference this time to take advantage of the chaos to destroy the Eternal Heart and avenge Lin Feng's acquisition of the family business. Lin Feng sat in the VIP seats on the second floor, fingertips fidgeting with the platinum power ring. He watched the bidding downstairs, a faint smile on his face. Jason approached quickly, handing over a security report. Mr. Lin, Marco Rossi of the Rossi family has infiltrated the venue, carrying a micro-destructive device. He has been apprehended by our security personnel. In addition, the French presidential palace has sent a message, hoping that you will accept the president's private dinner after the press conference. Deal with Marco first and don't let it affect the press conference. Lin Feng said lightly, his eyes turning to the crowd downstairs who suddenly started arguing. Princess Anne and Prince Al Walid almost fell out on the spot over the ownership of the Heart of Eternity. Princess Anne's guards even reached out and pushed the prince's entourage. At this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly rang out, "Stop arguing. This necklace belongs to the Spanish royal family." The crowd parted, and Spanish Crown Prince Felipe came over with a group of followers. He walked straight to the booth and said to the staff, "Take off the necklace. I want to inspect it now. Mr. Lin Feng is my friend, he will agree to let me choose first." The staff member immediately looked embarrassed and looked at Lin Feng on the second floor. Princess Anne's face darkened. "Felipe, the press conference has its own rules. Bidding is based on first come, first served. How can you cut in line?" Felipe snorted disdainfully. "Rules? In front of the royal family, rules are meant to be broken. If Mr. Lin Feng doesn't give me this face, I'm afraid he won't be able to get jewelry orders from European royal families in the future." He was certain that Lin Feng would compromise. After all, the European royal families were the largest clients of top-tier jewelry, and no one dared to offend them. But Lin Feng on the second floor simply stood up slowly, picked up the microphone, and his voice spread throughout the Hall of Mirrors through the speakers. "Crown Prince Felipe, first of all, you and I are not friends. Secondly, no one can break my rules." The whole place fell silent, and Felipe's face flushed red. "Lin Feng, don't be so shameless. If the European royal families boycott you, your jewelry business won't be able to continue." "Really?" Lin Feng chuckled and raised his hand to signal Jason to project. A list instantly appeared on the big screen, clearly listing the jewelry order intentions of 28 royal families around the world, including the Japanese royal family, the Thai royal family, and the Qatari royal family, with a total amount of €5 billion. These royal families have already paid a 30% deposit in advance and requested priority customization of the derivative jewelry of the Eternal Heart series. As for the Spanish royal family, he paused and pulled up another document. "Your royal family's jewelry budget for last year was already overspent, and you still owe Van Cleef Arpels $120 million. I don't think you're in a position to talk about a boycott for now." Felipe's face instantly turned pale. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to know the royal family's financial situation so well. The surrounding celebrities all showed mocking expressions, and Princess Anne sneered, "Felipe, stop embarrassing yourself here and leave." Felipe was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he didn't dare say another word. He knew that if he really offended Lin Feng, the Spanish royal family would have trouble even maintaining the jewelry. In the end, he could only leave in disgrace with his entourage, not even daring to look back. After resolving the queue-jumping incident, Lin Feng continued into the microphone, "The Heart of Eternity will not be up for auction. I will donate it to the Louvre as a permanent exhibit of global jewelry art. However, I have prepared a series of derivative pieces of the Heart of Eternity for you all. Each piece is inlaid with rare-colored diamonds from South African diamond mines. Limited to 10 sets worldwide, pre-orders are now open." As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. Princess Anne was the first to raise her hand. "I'll order 2 sets. One for the Queen, one for myself." Prince Al-Walid followed closely, 3 sets. "For my 3 princesses." In just 10 minutes, all 10 sets of derivative jewelry were sold out, with each set fetching over $50 million. At this moment, Lin Feng silently said in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the Eternal Heart press conference at the Palace of Versailles. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining the core voice in global jewelry pricing. Permission Effect 1 can dominate the market pricing of top-tier jewelry worldwide, adjusting the price by 20% at a time. Permission Effect 2, all top jewelry brands in the world including Van Cleef Arpels and Cartier are required to submit design proposals to you regularly, and mass production can only begin after approval. Synchronous Reward 1, Benetton Workshop Global Branch Expansion rights can open direct branches in 10 cities including New York, London, Dubai, etc. The government has approved the best location. Synchronous Reward 2, honorary title of Master of Jewelry Art awarded by UNESCO, to be officially awarded at the Paris Cultural Festival next week. As soon as the system prompt sounded, the UNESCO representative quickly walked onto the stage and respectfully handed Lin Feng the gold-plated certificate. "Mr. Lin, this is the honorary certificate for Master of Jewelry Art. You are the first Asian in the world to receive this honor." Thunderous applause broke out in the audience, and everyone stood up to pay tribute at this moment. Lin Feng was no longer the son-in-law of Jiang Chun, but the king standing at the top of the global jewelry art. After the press conference, French President Emmanuel Macron met with Lin Feng in his private study at the Palace of Versailles. Macron personally poured him a glass of red wine and said warmly, "Mr. Lin Feng, your eternal heart has once again made Paris a global hotspot. The French government hopes to collaborate with you to build a global jewelry art museum next to the Louvre, with you as director. The government will provide full funding." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded, "But I have one condition: the museum's exhibits must include royal jewels from all over the world, and it must be open to the public free of charge." Macron agreed without hesitation, "No problem. I will immediately coordinate with the royal families of various European countries to ensure the richness of the exhibits. In addition, France will reduce the luxury goods tariff on all your industries by 50% to show our sincerity in cooperation." As they left the Palace of Versailles, Jason reported the latest situation. "Mr. Lin, Marco Rossi has informed us that remnants of the Rossi family are still attempting to seize the Italian branch of the Benetton workshop. Our security team has already gone to deal with them, and we expect to completely eliminate them tonight. Also, here's the latest news from the Su family. Su Jiangwo has been sentenced to 3 years in prison for tax evasion. Wang Mei suffered a cerebral hemorrhage while picking up trash on the street and is still in the hospital. Su Chanqian suffered a mental breakdown after hearing the news in prison." Lin Feng listened to this without a trace of emotion on his face. The end of the Su family was the inevitable result of their bullying for 3 years. He felt no sympathy, nor regret. "Notify the pilot to fly to Geneva tomorrow." Lin Feng got into the Maybach and looked out the window at the night view of Paris. "Have the think tank further refined the information from the biotechnology summit. I want to ensure that this layout can directly control the world's top medical resources." Jason immediately agreed, "Yes, Mr. Lin." The system prompts that the check-in rewards in Geneva may include exclusive global anti-cancer drug patents and top private hospital chain management rights. Our medical team has arrived in Geneva in advance and is ready to connect with relevant resources. The car slowly drove away from the Palace of Versailles. Outside the window, the Eiffel Tower, ablaze with lights, stood like a giant guarding Paris. Lin Feng leaned back in his seat, opened his tablet, and looked at the map of his business empire on the screen. Global coverage in jewelry, dominance of Wall Street in finance, and a global top 10 ranking in technology. Next up, the final battle in biotechnology. He knew his legend would continue. From his rented apartment in Jiangxing to the VIP seats at the Palace of Versailles, from a despised son-in-law to a wealthy man who controlled the lifeline of the global economy, every step he took was writing his own myth. Those who once stood in his way have long since been reduced to dust, no longer able to hinder his progress. Next stop, Geneva. Next goal, global biotech supremacy. Chapter 13, Geneva crushes European and American pharmaceutical giants, and its space layout begins a new chapter. Geneva's morning light, with its alpine freshness, pierced the mist, illuminating the glass dome of the Palais des Nations, venue for the Global Biotech Summit. This building, a symbol of global collaboration, was now rife with undercurrents. Top pharmaceutical giants from Europe and the United States gathered there, each with scrutiny and vigilance, their only target, Lin Feng, the man who had recently shaken up the tech scene in Silicon Valley. Lin Feng's motorcade slowly drove into the parking lot of the Palais des Nations. The window of the leading Maybach rolled down, revealing the newly customized titanium steel ring on his finger. The ring face was engraved with a double helix gene pattern. It was an exclusive accessory created by the Beneteau workshop combining the theme of biotechnology. There was also a microchip embedded inside that could monitor his health data in real time. Mr. Lin, the situation at the summit is a bit complicated. Jason, sitting in the passenger seat, handed over an urgent report. The CEOs of the three largest European and American pharmaceutical companies Pfizer, Roche, and Johnson & Johnson have jointly declared that you are a tech outsider who doesn't understand the RD logic of biotechnology. They also claim that you want to use capital to monopolize medical resources and undermine industry regulations. They have already united with over 20 small and medium-sized pharmaceutical companies and are preparing to embarrass you at the summit and prevent you from entering the global medical field. Lin Feng took the report and ran his fingertips over a photo of Pfizer CEO Albert. A system notification chimed in his mind, ding. Detecting that the host is about to enter the world of top-tier biotechnology, triggering the God-level biotechnology knowledge synchronization function. Do you want to synchronize the world's latest anti-cancer drug development, gene editing technology, and regenerative medicine core data? Synchronize, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The next second, countless specialized knowledge flooded into his mind like a tide, from the molecular structure optimization of PD-1 inhibitors, to solutions for off-target risks in CRISPR gene editing, to the difficulties in the clinical application of stem cell regenerative medicine. Every technical detail was as clear as if he had personally led the research and development. He looked up at the entrance of the Palais des Nations, where a large number of reporters had gathered, their cameras trained on his motorcade. Let's go, meet these guardians of industry rules. Lin Feng pushed open the car door and, escorted by security personnel, headed towards the summit hall. Inside the summit hall, a round conference table was filled with the world's top biotech figures. Pfizer CEO Albert sat at the head table, wearing an expensive custom-made suit. His fingers swiped across his tablet, which displayed news of Lin Feng's acquisition of Starcore AI in Silicon Valley. A hint of sarcasm played at the corner of his mouth as he said to Roche CEO Xuan beside him, "Look at him. Just because he made a little money in the tech world, he thinks he can just barge into biotech? He thinks he can just throw money at the cancer drug development that took us decades to master?" Xuan nodded in agreement. That's right. Biotechnology isn't AI algorithms. It requires long-term clinical data accumulation and a top-notch scientific research team. If he dares to make unreasonable demands for cooperation at the summit, we will jointly boycott him and completely eliminate his presence in the global medical community. Just then, the door to the hall opened, and Lin Feng walked in with Jason and several medical advisors. The scene instantly fell silent, and all eyes were focused on him. Albert deliberately put down his tablet and said loudly in English, "Oh? Mr. Lin is finally here. I thought you wouldn't dare show up because you don't understand biotechnology." The pharmaceutical executives around him chimed in, some even deliberately jokingly saying in Chinese, "I heard Mr. Lin used to work in jewelry and finance? So, you're thinking of switching to selling medicine now? What a shame. Medicines aren't jewelry, you can't just rely on looks to sell them." Lin Feng ignored the ridicule and walked straight to the empty seat at the conference table and sat down. Jason immediately handed him a thick document. This was the Global Anti-Cancer Drug or Vulnerability Report, compiled by his medical think tank overnight. It detailed the 12 technical defects of the current main drugs of Pfizer, Roche, and Johnson & Johnson, as well as the corresponding optimization plans. Before we discuss whether I understand biotech, let's talk about your drugs. Lin Feng pushed the document in front of Albert and said calmly, "Pfizer's PD-1 inhibitor pembrolizumab, although clinically effective at 45%, is severely hepatotoxic. 237 patients worldwide have suffered liver failure due to the drug. And Roche's trastuzumab improves the 5-year survival rate of HER2-positive breast cancer patients by less than 10% because the drug cannot penetrate the tumor microenvironment. Have you solved these problems? Albert's face froze instantly. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to know so much about their core drug. He feigned composure and retorted, "These are common problems in the industry, and our RD team is working on solving them. You're an outsider, don't give me a damn." Really? Lin Feng picked up the tablet and pulled up a video of experimental data. This is the experiment I asked the Stanford Joint Laboratory to conduct. Pembrolizumab, optimized using gene editing targeted delivery technology, has reduced liver toxicity by 92% and increased its clinical efficacy to 68%. As for trastuzumab, as long as a tumor-penetrating peptide is added to the drug molecule, it can easily penetrate the tumor microenvironment, and the 5-year survival rate can be increased to at least 35%. The clear experimental data and comparative charts in the video stunned everyone present. Sherwan couldn't help but lean over, staring at the molecular structure design on the screen, his voice trembling. This is dual targeting technology. Our RD team has been working on it for 3 years without a breakthrough, and you've already come up with a proven solution? Lin Feng said calmly, "The technology itself is not difficult. What's difficult is finding the breakthrough point. You are bound by traditional RD thinking, so naturally you can't see the problem." At this moment, Johnson & Johnson's CEO Duan suddenly stood up, pointed at Lin Feng and shouted, "Even if you have a technical solution, what can you do? Biotechnology requires huge clinical investment. Do you know how much a phase 3 clinical trial costs? At least $1 billion. Even if you have that much money, it may not be approved by the National Medical Products Administration." Lin Feng looked at him, a cold smile curling his lips. $1 billion? Yesterday, I allocated $10 billion to the Stanford Joint Laboratory, specifically for clinical research. As for the Drug Administration approval. He took out his phone and retrieved an email. The directors of the US FDA, the European EMA, and the Chinese NMPA just emailed me yesterday, promising to open a green channel for all my new drugs, shortening the approval time to 3 months. This is something you will never get in your lifetime. The scene was in an uproar. Albert, Xuan, and Duan's faces were as pale as paper. They knew that Lin Feng was telling the truth. To have the 3 major drug regulatory agencies simultaneously open green channels, there must be powerful capital and connections behind it, which is something that traditional pharmaceutical companies like them could never achieve. Duan still wanted to save the situation. We have the most complete sales channels in the world. Even if you develop a new drug, you won't be able to sell it without our channels. Really? Lin Feng waved at the door. Several people in white coats walked in. Leading them was Steve, the CEO of AmerisourceBergen, the world's largest pharmaceutical distribution company. "Steve, tell them about our cooperation." Steve walked to the conference table and said respectfully to everyone, "AmerisourceBergen has signed an exclusive cooperation agreement with Mr. Lin. In the future, we will provide exclusive global distribution services for all of his new drugs, covering 300,000 hospitals in 192 countries and regions. In addition, we will also close some of our cooperation channels with Pfizer, Roche, and Johnson & Johnson to prioritize the supply of Mr. Lin's drugs." Albert and the other 2 completely collapsed in their chairs. They knew that the sales channel they were most proud of had also been completely cut off by Lin Feng. After resolving the provocations from the 3 major pharmaceutical companies, Lin Feng said to the audience, "I'm not here today to compete with you, but to integrate global biotechnology resources. For those willing to cooperate, I can provide technical and financial support and share research and development results. For those who don't want to cooperate, that's fine too. I'm just afraid that your market share will be completely squeezed out by my new drug in the future." As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen CEOs of small and medium-sized pharmaceutical companies stood up and bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, we are willing to cooperate. Please lead us to develop together." Albert, Xuan, and Duan exchanged a glance, then stood up with reluctance and awe in their voices, saying, "Mr. Lin, we are also willing to cooperate. We hope you can put aside our past grudges." Lin Feng nodded. "We can cooperate, but you have to accept my conditions. You must merge your core RD teams into my global biotechnology joint laboratory, and I will centrally allocate resources. In addition, your anti-cancer drug production lines must prioritize the production of new drugs developed by me, and I will keep 60% of the profits. Although the three were reluctant, they had no choice but to agree. They knew very well that if they did not cooperate, bankruptcy would be the only thing waiting for them. After finishing the cooperation matters, Lin Feng said to Jason, "Take me to the Global Top Medical Resources exhibition area of the summit. That's where I'll sign in today." The exhibition area showcases the world's most advanced medical devices, from wearable tumor monitors to fully automated gene sequencers, each representing the pinnacle of current medical technology. In the center of the exhibition area, a transparent glass cabin stands out. Inside, the world's first stem cell regeneration therapy chamber is said to be able to repair damaged organs and tissues and extend human life. Mr. Lin, this treatment chamber was developed by the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich. It's still in the experimental stage and there's only one in the world, the exhibition manager explained respectfully. The Swiss royal family has already reserved this device and is willing to pay $1 billion. Lin Feng walked to the glass cabin and said silently in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the Geneva Global Biotechnology Summit. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining control of the world's top medical resources. Rights effect 1, exclusive ownership of patents for 100 rare anti-cancer drugs worldwide, including PD-1 inhibitors, CRT therapy, targeted drugs, etc. Permission effect 2, control 50 of the world's top private hospitals, including the Mayo Clinic in the United States and the University Hospital of Lausanne in Switzerland, and allocate beds and expert resources at any time. Permission effect 3, unlock the core technology of human life extension research, can extend the average human lifespan by 20 years through technologies such as stem cell regeneration and gene editing. Synchronous reward 1, exclusive global use rights to the stem cell regeneration treatment chamber at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich, already acquired from the Swiss royal family. 100 units will be mass-produced and deployed in private hospitals worldwide. Synchronous reward 2, honorary chairman of the global medical organization World Health Alliance, can lead the formulation of global public health policies and mobilize medical resources from various countries to respond to emergencies such as epidemics. Synchronous reward 3, top-tier private medical team including 10 Nobel Prize winners in physiology or medicine, who will be stationed in your global private hospital to provide you with exclusive health management services. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Secretary General of the World Health Alliance, walked over quickly and respectfully handed Lin Feng a gold-plated certificate. "Mr. Lin, this is the certificate of Honorary President of the World Health Alliance. The world's 194 member states have unanimously agreed that you will lead the formulation of the global public health strategy for the next 10 years. We will fully cooperate with your work." Pharmaceutical executives and medical experts at the scene stood up to pay tribute. At this moment, Lin Feng was no longer just a capital tycoon, but the health emperor who controlled the lifeline of global medicine. Just then, Jason hurried over and reported in a low voice, "Mr. Lin, remnants of the Rossi family planted a bomb on the medical jewelry production line specializing in wearable health monitoring jewelry at the Benetto workshop in Italy, attempting to sabotage your business. Our security team has successfully defused the bomb and apprehended all suspects. Also, the Su family has final news: Wang Mei died of a cerebral hemorrhage despite medical treatment." Upon hearing the news in prison, Su Chanqian suffered a complete mental breakdown and was transferred to a mental hospital. Su Jiangwo received a reduced sentence for good behavior in prison, but upon his release, he was forced to live on the streets, relying on government assistance. Lin Feng listened to the news without a trace of emotion. The end of the Su family was the inevitable result of their bullying for 3 years. The remnants of the Rossi family had finally been completely eliminated. From then on, his business empire no longer had to worry about the consequences. Notify the pilot to fly to the Kennedy Space Center in the United States tomorrow. Lin Feng walked out of the exhibition area and looked towards the Alps in the distance. "The next check-in location is the Space Center. I want to develop my space business and build my own space technology empire." Jason immediately agreed. "Yes, Mr. Lin. The administrator of NASA has sent you an invitation to attend the Global Space Exploration Summit. The system indicates that the Space Center sign-in rewards may include the right to build a private space station, core technology for the Mars colonization program, and exclusive operating rights for a global satellite network. Furthermore, your technology think tank has compiled a space strategy, with an estimated investment of $100 billion, to build the first private space station within 5 years." Lin Feng nodded and walked into the motorcade. The car slowly drove away from the Palais des Nations. Lake Geneva sparkled outside the window, like a sapphire inlaid in the earth. He leaned back in his seat, opened his tablet, and looked at the map of his business empire on the screen. Jewelry controls the pricing power of the world's top jewelry, owns Beneteau workshops around the world and the Louvre Jewelry Museum. Financial sector controls core resources on Wall Street, possesses the highest authority of Zurich Bank and the power to manipulate global stock markets. Technology acquired Starcore AI, developed quantum computing, and possessed the world's top technology patent library. Medical field monopolized the patents of the world's scarce anti-cancer drugs, control 50 top private hospitals and the right to speak in the World Health Alliance. Next comes the ultimate layout in the space field. He knew his legend would continue. From his rented apartment in Jiangcheng to the Palais des Nations in Geneva, from a despised son-in-law to a wealthy man who controlled the global economy, technology, medicine, and jewelry, every step he took broke convention and reshaped the world. The car pulled into Geneva Airport. The Gulfstream G700 was already ready, the roar of its engine like the roar of a giant beast, waiting to carry Lin Feng to his new battlefield, the Kennedy Space Center. There, it would be the starting point of his space empire and the first step in his conquest of the universe. As the night deepened, Lin Feng sat in the plane's master bedroom suite, gazing at the starry sky outside the window. The system notification chimed again, ding. Detection, the host has taken control of the world's 4 core sectors: jewelry, finance, technology, and healthcare, completing the phased achievement of global hegemony. Reward 1, Global Private Spaceport Construction Rights. Private spaceports can be built in 5 cities, including New York, Dubai, and Sydney, for spacecraft takeoff and landing. Reward 2, Exclusive authorization for space resource mining, capable of mining lunar helium-3, rare metals from asteroids, and other space resources. Governments have signed relevant agreements. Countdown to next sign in 18 hours. Sign in location, Kennedy Space Center, USA. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly, his gaze fixed firmly on the starry sky. His goal had never been to control Earth, but to explore the universe. In the future, he planned to establish a private space station, launch a Mars colonization program, mine space resources, and spread the flag of the Lin Empire across every planet in the solar system. Those who once looked down on him, questioned him, and hindered him have long since become the dust of history, no longer leaving any trace in his world. The legend of Lin Feng, the super rich, has just begun its most magnificent chapter. Chapter 14, Kennedy Space Center slaps the space giant in the face and unlocks private space station permissions. The Florida sun, with its tropical heat, bathed the Kennedy Space Center's launch pad. A massive space shuttle stood atop the launch pad, its silver-white fuselage reflecting the glaring light, like a dormant steel behemoth. Lin Feng's motorcade slowly pulled into the dedicated parking lot. Outside the car window, SpaceX founder Elon Musk and Blue Origin's Jeff Bezos stood nearby, conversing in low voices, their gazes occasionally glancing at the motorcade with undisguised scrutiny. Mr. Lin, NASA Administrator Nelson is already waiting in the command hall at the Space Center, but the situation isn't optimistic. Jason, sitting in the passenger seat, handed over a recent report. Musk and Bezos have teamed up with 3 European space companies to label you a layman who only knows how to throw money around, claiming you don't understand the technical barriers to space exploration. They also claim you want to use capital to monopolize space resources and destroy the industry ecosystem. They've even jointly submitted a letter of protest, demanding that NASA refuse to cooperate with you. Lin Feng took the report and ran his fingertips over Musk's photo. The system prompt in his mind sounded on time, ding. Detecting that the host is about to enter the field of top-level space technology, triggering the God-level space technology knowledge synchronization function. Do you want to synchronize the core data of global rocket propulsion technology, space station construction, and Mars colonization? Synchronize, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The next second, countless specialized knowledge flooded his mind, from optimizing the thrust-to-weight ratio of liquid oxygen-methane rocket engines, to the energy cycle solutions for the space station's environmental control and life support system, to the design of the cushioning structure for the Martian lander. Every technical detail was as clear as if he had personally led its development. He could even pinpoint the 17 current technical flaws in SpaceX's Starship and the fuel efficiency bottleneck of Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. After the convoy stopped, Lin Feng pushed open the car door. He was wearing a custom-made dark blue aerospace-themed suit with a miniature rocket-shaped collar pin on his collar. This was created by the Beneteau workshop, combining space elements. The inside of the collar pin was inlaid with rare metals extracted from lunar meteorites, and it glowed with a faint silver light in the sun. As soon as I reached the door of the command hall, I heard Musk's mocking voice coming from inside. Director Nelson, how can NASA cooperate with such an outsider? Space exploration is not like buying jewelry or playing stocks. It requires decades of technological accumulation. It took us at SpaceX 15 years to master rocket recovery technology. He thinks he can achieve it overnight by just throwing money at it? Bezos chimed in, that's right. I spent $2 billion developing suborbital spacecraft, and I barely managed to make it reusable. He doesn't even understand the basic principles of rocket engines, and he wants to build a private space station? It's simply unrealistic. Inside the hall, NASA engineers nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with doubt as they looked at Lin Feng. Director Nelson, sitting at the head table, looked embarrassed. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, he quickly stood up to smooth things over. Mr. Lin, you're here. Please take a seat. We're discussing the details of our space station collaboration. Let's not rush into discussing cooperation, Lin Feng interrupted him, walking straight to the projection screen in the center of the hall. He raised his hand and motioned Jason to play the materials. Before discussing cooperation, why don't we first talk about your technological accumulation? Mr. Musk, the failure of your Starship rocket's last test flight was due to the insufficient strength of the turbine pump blades and the liquid oxygen methane engine, resulting in a fuel leak? Musk's face froze instantly. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to know about this undisclosed technical flaw. How did you know? Not only do I know this, I also know the solution. Lin Feng pointed to the engine diagram on the screen and said calmly, replacing the material of the turbine pump blades with titanium aluminum alloy and optimizing the aerodynamic shape of the blades can increase the strength by 30% and completely solve the leakage problem. My R&D team has conducted 100 simulation tests on this solution, with a 100% success rate. The hall erupted in excitement. NASA's chief engineer quickly scrambled to the screen, carefully studying the blueprints. His excitement grew with each reading. This plan is ingenious. We've considered changing the material before, but we didn't expect the aerodynamic shape to be so precisely optimized. Following this plan, the Starship test flight success rate will increase by at least 60%. Musk's face turned the color of liver. Seeing this, Bezos immediately stepped in to change the subject. Even if you understand rocket engines, you don't understand space station construction. The space station's environmental control and life support system needs to maintain the circulation of oxygen, water, and food. The technology is extremely difficult. It took us at Blue Origin 5 years to break through some of the technical breakthroughs. What makes you think you can do it? With this, Lin Feng called up another document, and a complete design drawing of the space station's environmental control and life support system instantly appeared on the screen. The system adopted a closed-loop ecological cycle model, supplying oxygen through algae photosynthesis, and urine and wastewater can be recycled after multiple filtrations. It can even convert astronaut species into organic fertilizer to grow space crops, achieving 100% resource recycling. This is a true closed-loop ecosystem. NASA Administrator Nelson stood up excitedly, his fingers trembling as he swiped across the screen. We at NASA have been researching this technology for 10 years and haven't been able to achieve it yet, and you've already got a complete design plan. According to this plan, the space station's self-sustaining capacity can be increased to at least 3 years, far exceeding the International Space Station's 6 months. Bezos was completely panicked. He looked at the blueprint and kept muttering, "Impossible. This is impossible. How can you understand such advanced technology? You are obviously in finance and jewelry. Technology knows no boundaries, it's all about logic." Lin Feng closed the file and glanced at the two of them. Also, you say I want to monopolize space resources? It just so happens that I have an announcement today. I've acquired a 30% stake in the European space company Ariane Group through Zurich Bank. I've also signed a cooperation agreement with Japan's JAXA, licensing their H3 rocket technology. In the future, my space company will integrate global resources to develop private space station construction and Mars colonization plans. The hall was in an uproar. Musk and Bezos exchanged glances, each seeing despair in the other's eyes. They knew that Lin Feng not only had the capital, but also had technological prowess far superior to theirs. Coupled with his ability to integrate global resources, there would be no place for them in the future space sector. Director Nelson quickly walked up to Lin Feng, his tone respectful and almost humble. "Mr. Lin, NASA is willing to cooperate deeply with you. We can provide the launch site and technicians of the Kennedy Space Center, and even hand over some modules of the International Space Station to you for management. All we ask is to participate in your private space station project." Musk and Bezos had no choice but to step forward, their tone filled with reluctance and awe. "Mr. Lin, we are also willing to cooperate. SpaceX Blue Origin can merge its core R&D team into your company, and all we ask is that we can participate in the Mars colonization plan. Lin Feng nodded. We can cooperate, but you have to accept my conditions. Your space company must transfer 51% of its equity to me, and I will manage the RD team. In addition, the Starship and New Shepard production lines must prioritize the production of the new rockets I designed, and I will keep 70% of the profits. Although the two were reluctant, they had no choice but to agree. They knew very well that if they did not cooperate, bankruptcy would be the only thing waiting for them. After finishing the cooperation matters, Lin Feng said to Jason, "Take me to the Space Resources exhibition area of the Space Center. That's where I'll sign in today." The exhibition area showcases the world's most advanced space exploration equipment, from a Mars rover robotic arm model, lunar soil samples, and a scaled-down model of the space station's core module. Each piece represents the pinnacle of current space technology. In the center of the exhibition area, a massive model of a private space station stands out. Its silvery white ring-shaped structure, housing 6 experimental modules, resembles a floating palace in space. Mr. Lin, this is a concept model of NASA's latest private space station design. It's estimated to cost $50 billion and will take at least 10 years to build, the exhibition manager explained respectfully. Currently, no company has the capacity to undertake this project. Lin Feng walked to the model and said silently in his mind, "System, sign in." Ding. The host has completed check-in at the Kennedy Space Center. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining control of global space resources. Permission Effect 1, exclusive right to build private space stations. 3 private space stations can be built in low Earth orbit, and governments have signed relevant licensing agreements. Permission Effect 2, control of lunar helium-3 mining rights, obtaining an exclusive mining area of 100 square kilometers on the lunar surface, allowing the construction of a lunar base. Permission Effect 3, unlock the core technology of the Mars colonization plan, including a full set of technical solutions such as the construction of a Martian surface base, Martian atmosphere modification, and space crop cultivation. Synchronous Reward 1, exclusive use of NASA's Space Launch System SLS, priority use of the SLS rocket for heavy payload launches, no need to queue. Synchronous Reward 2, exclusive operating rights for a global private satellite network integrated with 128 communication satellites worldwide, providing global communication services with no blind spots. Synchronous Reward 3, the honorary title of Space Exploration Pioneer, awarded by the International Astronautical Federation and will be officially awarded at the Global Astronautical Congress next week. As soon as the system prompt sounded, D. Pippo, president of the International Astronautical Federation, walked over quickly and respectfully handed Lin Feng a gold-plated certificate. "Mr. Lin, this is the honorary certificate for Space Exploration Pioneer. 68 aerospace agencies around the world have unanimously agreed that you will lead the development of the global space exploration strategy for the next 20 years. We will fully cooperate with your work." The executives of space companies and NASA engineers at the scene stood up to pay tribute. At this moment, Lin Feng was no longer just a capital tycoon, but a space pioneer who controlled the lifeline of global space. Just then, Jason hurried over and reported in a low voice, "Mr. Lin, the last remnants of the Rossi family planted a bomb on the space jewelry production line at the Benetto workshop in Italy, specializing in wearable health monitoring jewelry for use in space environments in an attempt to sabotage your business. Our security team has successfully defused the bomb and apprehended all suspects. The Rossi family is completely annihilated." Also, the final news has come from the Su family. Su Jiangwo died of a sudden heart attack in prison, and Su Chanxian has completely lost consciousness in a mental hospital, becoming a vegetable. The Su family is completely extinct. Lin Feng listened to this news without a flicker of emotion. The Su family's fate was the inevitable result of their 3 years of bullying him. The downfall of the Rossi family also completely eliminated his business empire's worries. He glanced at his watch and said to the crowd, "Inform my RD team to move into the Kennedy Space Center starting tomorrow and complete the preliminary design of the private space station within 3 months. Also, have the think tank prepare a plan for the lunar base. Early next year, I want to plant the Lin Group flag on the moon." "Yes, Mr. Lin." Director Nelson, Musk, and Bezos responded quickly. At this moment, they had long lost their previous arrogance and were left with only absolute obedience to Lin Feng. By the time they left the Space Resources exhibition area, the sun had already set, casting a golden afterglow across the launch site, stretching the shuttle's shadow. Lin Feng climbed into his Maybach and gazed out the window at the launch pad. His mind conjured up images of a private space station in low Earth orbit, a silvery white ring reflecting sunlight, 6 labs methodically carrying out their scientific research tasks, helium-3 mining vehicles humming along on the lunar base, and astronauts cultivating space crops in a colony on the Martian surface. Where is the next check-in location? Lin Feng asked Jason. The system prompts that the next check-in location is the Global Climate Change Research Center in Antarctica. The rewards may include global new energy development rights such as combustible ice, geothermal resources, and extreme environment survival technology. In addition, your medical team has sent a message that based on the human life extension research technology, they have developed the first anti-aging drug. The clinical trial efficacy has reached 98%, and it is expected to be mass-produced next year. Jason replied. Lin Feng nodded. Inform the pilot to fly to Antarctica tomorrow. Before that, I have to attend the International Astronautical Congress and accept the title of Space Exploration Pioneer. I want the whole world to know that the future of space will be controlled by me, Lin Feng. The car slowly drove away from the Kennedy Space Center, and the launch site outside the window gradually disappeared into the distance. Lin Feng leaned back in his seat, opened his tablet, and looked at the map of his business empire on the screen. Jewelry controls the pricing power of the world's top jewelry, owns Beneteau workshops around the world and the Louvre Jewelry Museum. Financial sector controls core resources on Wall Street, possesses the highest authority of Zurich Bank and the power to manipulate global stock markets. Technology acquired Starcore AI, developed quantum computing, and possessed the world's top technology patent library. Medical field monopolized the patents of the world's scarce anti-cancer drugs, control 50 top private hospitals and the right to speak in the World Health Alliance. Space own the rights to build a private space station, the right to mine helium-3 on the moon, and the core technology for colonizing Mars. Next comes the ultimate layout in the new energy field. He knew his legend would continue. From his rented apartment in Jiangqing to the launch site at the Kennedy Space Center, from a despised son-in-law to a wealthy man who controlled the global economy, technology, medicine, jewelry, and even space, every step he took broke convention and reshaped the world. The car pulled into Kennedy Airport. The Gulfstream G700 was already ready, the roar of its engine like the roar of a giant beast, waiting to carry Lin Feng to a new battlefield, Antarctica. There would be the starting point of his new energy empire and the first step in his conquest of Earth's extreme environment. As the night deepened, Lin Feng sat in the plane's master bedroom suite, gazing at the starry sky outside the window. The system notification chimed again, ding. Detection, the host has gained control of the world's 5 core sectors: jewelry, finance, technology, healthcare, and space, completing the mid-term achievement of global hegemony. Reward 1, Global New Energy Development Rights, exclusive mining licenses for 10 new energy sources, including combustible ice, geothermal energy, and tidal energy. Reward 2, exclusive exploration rights for Antarctic subglacial lake resources, enabling exploration of biological and mineral resources in subglacial lakes. Countdown to next sign-in, 24 hours. Sign-in location, Antarctic Global Climate Change Research Center. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly, his gaze fixed firmly on the starry sky. His goal had never been to control Earth, but to pioneer the universe. In the future, he planned to establish a private space station in low Earth orbit, a base on the moon to mine helium-3, a colony on Mars, and even plant the Lin Group flag on every planet in the solar system. Those who once looked down on him, questioned him, and hindered him have long since become the dust of history, no longer leaving any trace in his world. The legend of Lin Feng, the super rich, has just begun its most magnificent chapter. Chapter 15, Antarctic ice crushes new energy giants, and deep-sea layout begins a new journey. The Antarctic polar daylight, with its penetrating coldness, casts a piercing chill across the boundless ice sheet, reflecting the millennia-old glaciers into a dazzling white. The Lin Feng, a dedicated icebreaker, is breaking through a 3-meter-thick layer of ice. The roar of the ship's hull shattering ice ridges echoes across the silent Antarctic continent. Custom built by the Royal Dutch Shipyard, this 150-meter-long icebreaker is equipped with the world's most advanced nuclear propulsion system. Inside, it houses a luxurious presidential suite, a temperature-controlled laboratory, and even 2 helicopters for ice sheet exploration, making it a mobile Antarctic fortress. Lin Feng stood on the bow deck, wearing a constant temperature protective suit developed by Beneteau Workshop and NASA. The fabric is made of space-grade nanomaterials and embedded with micro-heating chips. Even in extreme environments of -60 C, the body's surface temperature can be kept constant at 25 C. A low-key Lin Group logo is embroidered on the cuffs, and the inside of the logo is inlaid with rare metals extracted from lunar meteorites, which emit a faint blue light under the polar day sunlight. Mr. Lin will reach the Antarctic base of the Global Climate Change Research Center in 30 minutes. Jason walked over to Lin Feng, handed him a steaming cup of hot cocoa, and an urgent report. The CEOs of the 3 major European and American new energy giants Shell, BP, and Total have already arrived at the base. They've teamed up with 5 polar exploration companies and are calling you an outsider relying on capital speculation, saying you don't understand the logic of polar new energy mining. They also claim you want to monopolize scarce resources like methane hydrate and geothermal energy, and destroy the global energy ecosystem. They've even jointly submitted a letter of protest, demanding that the International Polar Organization refuse to open the new energy exploration area to you. Lin Feng took the hot cocoa, feeling the warmth on his fingertips. His gaze fell on the photo of Shell CEO Van Beurden in the report. The system notification chimed in his mind, ding. Detecting the host is about to enter the world of top-tier polar new energy, triggering the God-level new energy knowledge synchronization function. Do you wish to synchronize global core technology data on methane hydrate mining, geothermal power generation, and polar energy storage? Synchronize, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The next second, countless specialized knowledge flooded into his mind like a tide, from solid-state fluidized bed extraction technology for methane hydrate, to antifreeze casing design for polar geothermal wells, to optimizing energy density for energy storage batteries in low-temperature environments. Every technical detail was as clear as if he had personally led the research and development. He could even pinpoint the 23 technical deficiencies in Shell's current methane hydrate extraction project in the Arctic, and the 3 outages at BP's polar geothermal power plants caused by inadequate antifreeze technology. The icebreaker slowly entered the research center's exclusive harbor, where several small research vessels were already docked. The most conspicuous of these was Shell's Energy Explorer. Its hull was covered in ice impact scars, evidently having sustained considerable damage while traversing the thick ice. As Lin Feng stepped off the gangway, he was greeted by a group of men in professional research uniforms, led by none other than Van Beurden, BP CEO Lou Bonaparte, and Total CEO Pan Yanlei. Their faces wore deliberate arrogance, their eyes concealing a hint of vigilance. "Oh, Mr. Lin is finally here." Van Beurden spoke first, speaking in Dutch-accented English. "I thought you wouldn't dare set foot on the Antarctic ice sheet because you didn't understand the polar environment. After all, this isn't the Palace of Versailles in Paris, with no champagne or crystal chandeliers. There's only steel cracking cold and an ice sheet that threatens to collapse at any moment." Lou Bona echoed, deliberately shaking the polar exploration watch on his wrist. "That's right. It took us 10 years to build a methane hydrate mining base in the Arctic, and we invested $5 billion in anti-freeze technology alone. You can't even recognize the basic equipment for polar exploration, and you still want to compete with us for new energy resources? I advise you to return to Europe and play with your jewelry as soon as possible. The energy game here is not for you." The surrounding polar scientists and explorers nodded, their eyes filled with doubt as they looked at Lin Feng. Professor Wilson, director of the Antarctic base of the Center for Global Climate Change Research, came over and tried to smooth things over. "Everyone, Mr. Lin is a specially invited energy consultant for the International Polar Organization. Let's take him on a tour of the base first, and then discuss the details of the cooperation." "Let's not rush the tour," Lin Feng interrupted Wilson, his gaze sweeping over Van Beurden and the other two. His tone was calm but carried an undeniable force. "Before discussing cooperation, why don't we first discuss your polar energy technology? Mr. Van Beurden, is Shell's Arctic methane hydrate mining project suffering from ice crystals clogging the nozzles of its solid fluidization equipment, resulting in a mining efficiency of only 30% of the expected level? Furthermore, to prevent the ice from freezing, you had to add large amounts of chemical anticoagulants to the drilling fluid, which resulted in pollution of the surrounding waters and a $200 million fine from an international environmental organization. Have you resolved these issues?" Van Beurden's face froze instantly. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to know about this undisclosed technical flaw and environmental incident. How do you know this?" "This is Shell's trade secret. Not only do I know this, I also know the solution." Lin Feng raised his hand to signal Jason to open his tablet and pull up a 3D design. "Replace the nozzle of the solid-state fluidization equipment with silicon carbide, give the inner wall a nano-level smoothing treatment, and install an ultrasonic vibration module on the outside of the nozzle to effectively prevent ice crystals from adhering. As for the drilling fluid, replace the chemical agent with the biological anticoagulant I developed. Not only will the anticoagulant effect be increased by 50%, but it will also be completely degradable and will not cause environmental pollution. My R&D team has completed 1,000 simulation tests of this solution in the laboratory, with a 100% success rate." The surrounding polar scientists immediately gathered around. Professor Wilson took the tablet and carefully studied the blueprint, becoming increasingly excited. This plan is ingenious. We've been studying the ice blockage problem for 5 years, and it's solved with such a simple method. According to this plan, the global cost of methane hydrate extraction can be reduced by at least 40%. Van Burden's face flushed the color of liver. Seeing this, Lubona immediately stepped in to change the subject. Even if you understand combustible ice mining, you don't understand polar geothermal energy. BP's geothermal exploration wells in Antarctica have collapsed multiple times due to excessive ice pressure. We spent $300 million to barely stabilize the wellbore. What makes you think you can solve this problem? With this. Lin Feng called up another design drawing, and a design plan for a retractable titanium alloy well wall instantly appeared on the screen. The well wall adopts a multi-layer nested structure. The outer titanium alloy tube can automatically expand and contract according to the pressure of the ice layer. The inner layer is paved with carbon fiber composite materials, which can withstand high pressure and prevent low-temperature brittle cracking. It even has an emergency escape passage designed to ensure the safety of personnel in the event of a well wall collapse. This is a revolutionary design. Professor Wilson's voice trembled. We've considered retractable structures before, but we didn't expect to be able to achieve multi-layer nesting. According to this plan, the service life of polar geothermal wells can be extended to at least 20 years, 3 times the current lifespan. Pan Yanlei was completely panicked. He stared at the blueprints, muttering to himself, "Impossible. This is impossible. How could you possibly understand such profound polar energy technology? You're clearly in finance and space exploration. Technology knows no boundaries, it's all about logic." Lin Feng turned off his tablet and glanced at the three of them. "Also, you said I wanted to monopolize new energy resources? It just so happens that I have an announcement today. I have acquired a 40% stake in Statoil through Zurich Bank. At the same time, I have signed a cooperation agreement with Gazprom, obtaining all of their Arctic methane hydrate exploration rights. In the future, my energy company will integrate global polar resources to carry out commercial methane hydrate mining and geothermal power station construction." The scene was in an uproar. Van Burden, Lubona, and Pan Yanlei exchanged glances, each seeing despair in the other's eyes. They knew that Lin Feng not only possessed capital but also technical prowess far surpassing theirs. Coupled with his ability to integrate global resources, there would be no place for them in the future polar new energy sector. Professor Wilson quickly walked up to Lin Feng, his tone respectful and almost humble. "Mr. Lin, the Center for Global Climate Change Research is willing to cooperate deeply with you. We can provide all of Antarctica's geological exploration data and laboratory resources, and even hand over the base's core equipment to you for management. All we ask is to participate in your methane hydrate mining project." Van Burden, Lubona, and Pan Yanlei had no choice but to step forward, their tone filled with reluctance and awe. "Mr. Lin, we are also willing to cooperate. Shell BP Total can merge their core exploration team into your company, and all we ask is that we participate in the construction of the geothermal power station." Lin Feng nodded. "We can cooperate, but you have to accept my conditions. Your new energy company must transfer 51% of its equity to me, and I will be in charge of the exploration team. In addition, all your methane hydrate mining equipment and geothermal power plants around the world must give priority to the technical solutions designed by me, and I will keep 70% of the profits." Though reluctant, the three agreed they knew that if they didn't cooperate, bankruptcy awaited them. Shell's Arctic projects had already incurred $1.5 billion in losses, and if it didn't receive further technical support, it would be eliminated from the market within 6 months. BP and Total were in no better shape. The high cost of polar exploration had already put their cash flow at risk. After finishing the cooperation matters, Lin Feng said to Jason, "Take me to the Polar Energy Core Laboratory at the base. That's where I'll sign in today." The laboratory is located on the 3rd underground floor of the base and is the world's most advanced polar energy research and development center. It is equipped with a high-pressure low-temperature chamber that simulates the polar environment, a combustible ice synthesis reactor, a geothermal well simulation device, and even stores microbial samples extracted from lakes under the Antarctic ice sheet. These samples contain special enzymes that can survive extreme low temperatures and are expected to be used in the efficient conversion of new energy. "Mr. Lin, this combustible ice high-efficiency conversion device took us 8 years to develop. It can currently increase the methane conversion rate of combustible ice to 85%, but it still suffers from high energy consumption," Professor Wilson said respectfully. "The International Energy Agency has reserved the rights to use this device and is willing to pay a $1 billion licensing fee." Lin Feng walked to the device, looked at the conversion data jumping on the screen, and said silently in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the Antarctic Global Climate Change Research Center. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining control of global new energy resources. Permission Effect 1. Exclusive global methane hydrate mining rights including all proven methane hydrate reserves in Antarctica, the Arctic, and the Deep Sea, and governments of various countries have signed relevant licensing agreements. Permission Effect 2. Control the development rights of global geothermal resources. Obtain exclusive exploration licenses for 100 high-potential geothermal areas worldwide, including core areas such as Iceland, New Zealand, and Japan. Permission Effect 3. Unlock extreme environment energy storage technology can achieve a 300% increase in energy storage battery energy density and maintain charge and discharge efficiency above 98% in extreme environments ranging from 60°C to plus 80°C. Synchronous Reward 1. Exclusive operating rights for the Polar Energy Laboratory, a global climate change research center already acquired from the International Energy Agency, with a subsequent investment of $10 billion for equipment upgrades. Synchronous Reward 2. Exclusive exploration rights for Antarctic subglacial lake resources enabling exploration of microbial resources, mineral resources, and possible liquid water energy in the subglacial lake. Simultaneous Reward 3. Honorary title of Global Energy Leader awarded by the International Energy Agency and will be officially awarded at the Global Energy Conference next week. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Byral, the executive director of the International Energy Agency, walked over quickly and respectfully handed Lin Feng a gold-plated certificate. Mr. Lin, this is the honorary certificate for Global Energy Leader. The world's 130 energy-producing countries have unanimously agreed that you will lead the formulation of the global new energy development strategy for the next 20 years. We will fully cooperate with your work, including opening up energy reserve data from various countries and coordinating the construction of cross-border energy pipelines. Executives of new energy giants and polar scientists present at the scene stood up to pay tribute. At this moment, Lin Feng was no longer just a capital giant, but an energy emperor who controlled the lifeline of global energy from jewelry, finance, technology, medical care, space, to today's new energy. His business empire has covered all core areas of human society, and he has achieved monopoly-level control in every field. Just then, Jason hurried over and reported in a low voice, "Mr. Lin, the last remnants of the Rossi family planted a bomb on the new energy jewelry production line at the Benetto workshop in Italy, specializing in wearable energy monitoring jewelry for use in polar environments in an attempt to sabotage your business. Our security team has successfully defused the bomb and apprehended all suspects. The Rossi family has been completely wiped out of the world." Also, final news has arrived from the Su family. Su Chanxian died of organ failure in a mental hospital. Su Jianghuo's body remained in the prison morgue for over a week, unclaimed. It was ultimately cremated by the government, and the ashes were scattered into the Yangtze River in Jiangcheng. The Su family has been completely erased from history. Lin Feng listened to the news without a trace of emotion on his face. 3 years of bullying by the Su family and repeated provocations by the Rossi family had finally come to an end in the most complete way possible. The son-in-law they once despised was now at the pinnacle of human society, while they, in turn, were reduced to forgotten dust. He glanced at his watch and said to the crowd, "Notify my RD team to move into the Polar Energy Laboratory starting tomorrow and complete the upgrade of the methane hydrate high-efficiency conversion device within 3 months. Also, have the think tank prepare a plan for the construction of a methane hydrate mining base in the Arctic. By the beginning of next year, I want the world's first commercial methane hydrate mining base to be operational in the Arctic." "Yes, Mr. Lin." Byral, Van Burden, Lubona, and Pan Yanlei quickly agreed. Their previous arrogance had long since vanished, replaced only by absolute obedience to Lin Feng. Van Burden even offered, "Mr. Lin, Shell is willing to transfer all of its Arctic exploration equipment to your company free of charge, in exchange for participation in the base's construction and operation." Lin Feng nodded slightly without much response to him now. Shell's equipment was just a drop in the bucket. What he really wanted was to completely control the entire chain of global energy production, storage, and transportation, and make the Lin Group the core power source for the operation of human society. As they left the Polar Energy Laboratory, the polar sunlight was still glaring, and the distant glaciers cast a dreamy blue glow in the sunlight. Lin Feng boarded the snowmobile used for commuting across the ice sheet. Equipped with special anti-skid tracks and a cold start system, the vehicle could travel smoothly at 60 km per hour, even on the ice sheet, which was riddled with ridges. "Where is the next check-in location?" Lin Feng asked, looking at the ice field passing by outside the window. The system prompts that the next check-in location is the Global Deep-Sea Exploration Center in the Pacific Ocean. The rewards may include exclusive mining rights for deep-sea mineral resources such as polymetallic nodules and cobalt-rich crusts, deep-sea biological resource development rights, deep-sea active substances that can be extracted for new drug research and development, and deep-sea space station construction technology. In addition, your medical team has reported that based on microbial samples from lakes under the Antarctic ice sheet, they have developed the first extreme environment adaptation drug. After taking it, the patient can function normally in an environment of 50°C to plus 70°C without relying on protective clothing. The clinical trial efficacy has reached 99%, and mass production is expected next year. Jason answered and handed over a document about the Deep Sea Exploration Center. The center is located on an artificial island near the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean. It is equipped with the world's most advanced manned submersible, the Deep Sea Challenger, which can dive to a depth of 11,000 meters. Lin Feng took the information and his eyes fell on a map of the Mariana Trench. Not only were there rich deep-sea mineral resources, but there might also be communities of deep-sea organisms yet to be discovered. The special genes contained in these organisms might bring new breakthroughs in medicine and technology. Inform the pilot to take a helicopter from the Antarctic base to Auckland Airport in New Zealand tomorrow, then transfer to a special plane to the Deep Sea Exploration Center's artificial island. Yes, Mr. Lin. In addition, your space team has sent a message that the core module of the private space station has been assembled at the Kennedy Space Center and is expected to be launched for the first time next month. The site selection for the lunar base has also been completed. It is located near the Shackleton crater at the North Pole of the Moon. There are stable water ice resources there, which is suitable for the construction of a permanent base. Jason added. Lin Feng nodded, leaned back in the seat of the snowmobile, and closed his eyes. A grand blueprint was emerging in his mind. In low Earth orbit, 3 private space stations orbited the Earth like silver rings, providing communication, navigation, and scientific research services to the world on the Moon. The base near Shackleton crater was brightly lit, and helium-3 mining vehicles were busy on the lunar surface, transporting clean nuclear energy raw materials to Earth. The combustible ice mining base in the Arctic continuously converted methane into clean energy, which was transported to all parts of the world through transnational pipelines in the deep sea. Manned submersibles explored the Mariana Trench, and the Deep Sea Space Station was like an underwater palace, providing support for human development of deep sea resources. This is his goal, not only to control all the core resources of the Earth, but also to expand the scope of human activities to extreme environments such as space, deep sea, and polar regions, so that the Lin Group will become the core force to promote the progress of human civilization. The snow buggy slowly drove back to the Lin Feng icebreaker, where a sumptuous dinner had been prepared in the restaurant. All the ingredients were airlifted from all over the world by special planes, including top-quality Japanese Wagyu beef, French foie gras, Australian lobster, and even krill caught from the lake under the Antarctic ice sheet. After being cooked by top chefs, they became delicious dishes. Lin Feng sat by the window in the restaurant, gazing out at the nightscape of the ice sheet. Though dim, the polar daylight still illuminated the distant glaciers. Occasionally, the rumble of icebreaking could be heard, like the gentle hum of nature. He picked up his glass of 1982 Lafite and took a sip, his gaze firm and penetrating. The system prompt sounded again, ding. Detection: the host has taken control of the world's 6 core sectors: jewelry, finance, technology, healthcare, space, and new energy, completing the late-stage achievement of global hegemony. Reward 1, exclusive mining rights for global deep-sea mineral resources including all proven deep-sea mineral areas in the Pacific, Atlantic, and Indian Oceans. Reward 2, complete set of technical documentation for the deep-sea space station construction including pressure-resistant structural design, life support systems, deep-sea communication technology, etc. Reward 3, a global private deep-sea exploration fleet including 10 manned submersibles and 50 unmanned exploration vessels, assembled and on standby in the Pacific Ocean. Countdown to next sign-in, 36 hours. Sign-in location, Pacific Global Deep Ocean Exploration Center Artificial Island. Lin Feng put down his glass and looked out the window toward the Pacific Ocean. There would be his final battleground to conquer Earth's extreme environment. From his rented apartment in Jiangcheng to the Antarctic ice sheets, from a despised son-in-law to a wealthy tycoon controlling 6 core sectors of the world, every step he took pushed the boundaries of human cognition and reshaped the rules of the world. Those who once looked down on him, questioned him, and hindered him have long been crushed into dust by the wheels of history, leaving no trace in his world. Lin Feng's legend of super-rich people continues to be written. His next stop is the deep sea. His next goal is to conquer the last unknown frontier on Earth. The icebreaker's engine started up again, and it slowly sailed away from the Antarctic base, heading towards the Pacific Ocean. The roar of the ship breaking through the ice was like a prelude to a new journey, echoing for a long time across the silent Antarctic continent. Chapter 16, Deep-Sea Artificial Island slaps scientific research giants in the face, unlocking global deep-sea hegemony. The midday sun shone through the crystal-clear Pacific waters, illuminating the artificial island above the Mariana Trench in a turquoise blue. This artificial island, called Heart of the Deep, is the world's largest deep-sea exploration base. Constructed from corrosion-resistant titanium alloy plates and coated with a bionic seaweed coating, it withstands a Category 12 typhoon while reducing the growth of marine life. Three 100-meter-tall deep-sea exploration towers stand on the island. Radar antennas atop the towers monitor ocean currents 24/7, while specialized cables connecting the towers to the seafloor, 11,000 meters below, transmit real-time deep-sea data. The submersible bay at the center of the artificial island is a world-class facility, housing 5 manned submersibles, including the Deep-Sea Challenger. Each represents the pinnacle of deep-sea exploration technology. Lin Feng stood on the observation deck of the submersible, wearing a deep-sea exploration suit developed by Beneteau Workshop and Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. The suit's fabric was made of deep-sea pressure-resistant fiber and embedded with micro-pressure sensors, displaying the surrounding seawater pressure in real time. The Lin Group logo on his chest was made of a nickel-cobalt alloy extracted from deep-sea polymetallic nodules, gleaming dark silver in the sunlight. To his left, a custom-made deep-sea exploration tablet displayed a real-time 3D topographic map of the Mariana Trench, with every detail of the seamounts and trenches clearly visible. Mr. Lin, the Global Deep-Sea Exploration Summit is about to begin in 15 minutes, but the situation isn't optimistic. Jason walked quickly to Lin Feng, handed him a freshly printed report, and lowered his voice. The chairman of the Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology JAMSTC, Junichiro Nakao, the director of the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, Mark Ahrens, and John Wilson, the CEO of Deep Sea Resources, the world's largest deep-sea mining company, have joined forces with 7 international scientific research institutions to accuse you of being a capital player engaged in cross-disciplinary speculation, saying you don't understand the technical barriers to deep-sea exploration. They also claim you want to monopolize scarce resources like deep-sea polymetallic nodules and cobalt-rich crusts, and disrupt the balance of the ocean ecosystem. They've even jointly submitted a protest to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, demanding that your team be banned from conducting exploration activities in the Mariana Trench. Lin Feng took the report and ran his fingertips over a photo of Junichiro Nakao, a Japanese scientist known for his arrogance, having repeatedly declared that deep-sea exploration technology is only mastered by Japan and the United States. His gaze lingered on the report's description of JAMSTEC's Deep-Sea 6500 submersible. The system prompt in his mind chimed in, ding. Detecting the host is about to enter the realm of top-level deep-sea exploration, triggering the God-level deep-sea technology knowledge synchronization function. Do you want to synchronize global core data on manned submersible design, deep-sea mining technology, and deep-sea biological resource development? Synchronize, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The next second, countless specialized knowledge flooded into his mind like a precise stream of data, from the welding process for the titanium alloy pressure hull of a manned submersible, to the fluid mining technology for deep-sea polymetallic nodules, to the low-temperature extraction method for deep-sea bioactive substances. Every technical detail was as clear as if he had personally led a decade of research and development. He could even pinpoint 19 technical flaws in the Deep-Sea 6500 submersible. For example, stress concentrations in the welds of the pressure hull posed a risk of rupture at depths exceeding 6,000 meters. The oxygen circulation efficiency of the life support system was only 78%, unable to sustain deep-sea operations for more than 48 hours, and the submersible's robotic arm lacked gripping power, unable to collect deep-sea samples weighing more than 50 kilograms. Just then, the door to the submersible opened, and a group of people in white research suits, accompanied by Junichiro Nakao, Mark Ahrens, and John Wilson, walked in. Nakao was the first to speak, his voice tinged with condescension. "Mr. Lin, I heard you spent a fortune to purchase the rights to the Deep-Sea Challenger," he said in English. "But I must remind you that deep-sea exploration isn't as simple as just buying equipment. The Deep-Sea Challenger has been under maintenance since its last dive in 2012 due to aging technology. JAMSTEC's Deep-Sea 6500 can complete 20 deep-sea exploration missions annually. That's true technological strength." Mark Ahrens echoed this, deliberately patting the hull of the Deep-Sea Challenger beside him. "That's right. The Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution spent 30 years to establish a complete deep-sea exploration system, and their deep-sea biological sample library alone contains over 500,000 samples. You don't even understand how to analyze deep-sea sediments, and you still want to talk to us about deep-sea resource development? I advise you to give up as soon as possible and don't waste money on a field you are not good at." John Wilson's gaze fell on the detection tablet in Lin Feng's hand, and a hint of sarcasm curled his lips. Mr. Lin, the topographic map on your tablet has quite a few errors. The actual depth of the Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench is 10,909 meters, but you've marked it as 11,000 meters. You don't even understand the basic data, and you still want to mine deep-sea polymetallic nodules? Our deep-sea resources company can mine 1 million tons of polymetallic nodules annually in our mining area in the Atlantic Ocean. Do you know what the nozzle pressure of the mining equipment needs to be controlled at? The surrounding scientific researchers and mining engineers nodded, their eyes filled with doubt as they looked at Lin Feng. David Clark, director of the Global Deep Sea Exploration Center, came over and tried to ease the atmosphere. Everyone, Mr. Lin is a special deep-sea resource consultant invited by the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Let's go to the summit venue first and discuss the technical details later. No need to rush to the venue. Lin Feng interrupted David, looking first at Junichiro Nakao. His tone was calm but carried an undeniable force. Mr. Nakao, you said that the Deep-Sea 6500 is technologically advanced? Then you should know that the last time your submersible dived to 5,800 meters, a 0.2 mm crack appeared in the weld of the pressure hull. In order to conceal this defect, you had to limit the diving depth to below 5,000 meters. Have you solved this problem? Nakao Junichiro's face froze instantly. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to know about this undisclosed technical malfunction. How did you know? This is Jamstack's top secret. Not only do I know this, I also know the solution. Lin Feng raised his hand to signal Jason to connect the detection tablet to the large screen in the conference hall and pulled up an optimized design for the Deep-Sea 6500 submersible. Change the welding process of the pressure hull from arc welding to laser vacuum welding, and add a 0.5 mm thick nickel titanium alloy reinforcement layer to the weld seam. This can increase the pressure resistance by 40%, completely solving the stress concentration problem. My R&D team has already used this solution to modify an old submersible. The submersible easily reached a depth of over 7,000 meters and operated continuously for 10 times without any problems. A video of the modified submersible testing immediately played on the big screen. Inside a hyperbaric chamber simulating deep sea pressure, the submersible endured pressures equivalent to those at 7,000 meters below sea level. All data showed normal activity, with stress levels at the welds well below safety thresholds. The surrounding scientific researchers were instantly enthralled. David Clark quickly approached the screen, carefully examining the design, his excitement growing. This plan is ingenious. We'd considered laser welding before, but we didn't anticipate the need for a nickel-titanium alloy reinforcement. With this solution, the Deep-Sea 6500 can reach a depth of at least 7,500 meters. Junichiro Nakao's face turned the color of liver. Mark Ahrens, noticing this, immediately stepped in to change the subject. Even if you understand submersible design, you don't understand deep-sea biological resource development. The Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution spent 10 years extracting thermal vent enzymes from deep-sea hydrothermal vent organisms. These enzymes catalyze chemical reactions under high temperature and pressure and have enormous value in the medical field. Do you know how many steps are involved in the extraction process? At least 27, and the recovery rate is only 3%. A 3% extraction rate is too low. Lin Feng pulled up another technical report. The screen displayed a flowchart for the high-efficiency extraction process for thermospring enzymes. Using supercritical carbon dioxide extraction instead of the traditional solvent extraction method, and adding auxiliary enzymes produced by deep-sea thermophiles, we can increase the extraction rate to 28%, reduce the number of steps to 12, and lower costs by 60%. My medical team has already used this process to extract 10 kilograms of high-purity thermospring enzymes, which we plan to use in the development of new anti-cancer drugs. Mark Ahrens panicked. He quickly scrambled to the screen, his fingers trembling as he traced the flowchart, muttering, "Impossible. This is impossible. Supercritical carbon dioxide extraction can only be used at room temperature. How can it be applied to deep-sea organisms? You've actually solved the temperature compatibility issue. The essence of technology is to resolve contradictions, not to be bound by traditional thinking." Lin Feng closed the technical report and turned his gaze to the silent John Wilson. "Mr. Wilson, you just asked what the nozzle pressure of deep-sea mining equipment should be controlled at. Your company, Deep Sea Resources, uses high-pressure water jet mining technology in its mining area in the Atlantic Ocean, with a nozzle pressure controlled at 30 MPa. However, this technology has a fatal flaw: the water jet destroys the structure of polymetallic nodules, resulting in a recovery rate of only 65% for metals like nickel and cobalt. Furthermore, the high-pressure water flow stirs up seabed sediments, causing serious marine pollution. John Wilson's face turned pale instantly. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so aware of the flaws in his company's core mining technology. Then, do you have a better technical solution? Of course. Lin Feng pulled up a 3D animation of non-destructive mining technology for deep-sea polymetallic nodules. Using low-temperature plasma cutting instead of high-pressure water jets, with the nozzle temperature controlled at 150 C, we can precisely cut polymetallic nodules without damaging their internal structure, increasing the metal recovery rate to 98%. At the same time, we'll install a sediment collection hood around the mining equipment to recycle all the stirred-up sediment and return it to the seabed through a pipeline, achieving zero pollution mining. My mining team has already produced a small prototype. In the simulated deep-sea environment of the laboratory, the mining efficiency is 3 times that of your existing equipment. In the animation, the mining equipment resembled a robotic arm in the deep sea, precisely slicing polymetallic nodules. The cut nodules were then transported to the mining vessel via seal pipes, and the seabed sediments were completely recovered by the collection hoods, without a single leak. John Wilson watched the animation and shuddered uncontrollably. He knew that once this technology was implemented, all of Deep Sea Resources' existing mining equipment would be obsolete, and his own company would be completely rendered uncompetitive. The scene was in an uproar. The researchers and engineers who had initially questioned Lin Feng now gathered around him, their eyes filled with awe and anticipation. David Clark approached Lin Feng, his tone respectful and almost humble. "Mr. Lin, the Global Deep Ocean Exploration Center is willing to cooperate deeply with you. We can provide all the Mariana Trench exploration data, access to the submersible chamber, and even hand over the management of the center's core laboratory. All we ask is to participate in your deep-sea technology research and development project." Nakao Shunichiro, Mark Ahrens, and John Wilson exchanged a glance before stepping forward, their voices filled with reluctance and compromise. "Mr. Lin, we're also willing to cooperate. Jamstack Woods Hole Deep Sea Resources can integrate its core technical team into your company, and we only ask for participation in submersible modification, hydrothermal enzyme extraction, and deep-sea mining projects." Lin Feng nodded. "We can cooperate, but you have to accept 3 conditions. First, your organization or company must transfer 51% of its equity or core technology patents to me, and my team will centrally allocate resources. Second, all deep-sea exploration and mining activities must adopt the technical solutions I provide to ensure zero pollution and high efficiency. Third, all deep-sea technologies and resources developed will be distributed globally under my leadership, with priority given to developing countries." Although the 3 were reluctant, they had no choice but to agree. Jamstack's Deep-Sea 6500 had been shut down for 2 months due to technical defects. Without technical support, it would be surpassed by other scientific research institutions. The thermal spring enzyme project of the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution had its extraction rate too low, and its investors had cut its funding by 70%. The Deep Sea Resources company was on the verge of bankruptcy, and its losses in the Atlantic mining area had exceeded $2 billion. If it did not cooperate, it would be eliminated by the market within half a year. After finishing the cooperation matters, Lin Feng said to Jason, "Take me to the Deep Sea Challenger's docking bay. That's where I'll be signing in today." The Deep Sea Challenger, a submersible that once reached the deepest point in the Mariana Trench, sits at the innermost edge of the submersible's chamber. This silvery white vessel, approximately 2.1 meters in diameter, resembles a giant metal capsule. Traces of deep-sea sediment from previous dives remain on its surface, and the Deep Sea Challenger lettering on the hatch has faded somewhat, yet its former glory is still evident. "Mr. Lin, the Deep Sea Challenger hasn't dived since 2012. The main problems are the aging of the life support system, insufficient thruster power, and tiny cracks in the pressure hull." David Clark followed behind Lin Feng and whispered, "We tried to repair it, but the technical difficulty was too great, so we had to give up." Lin Feng walked to the submersible, reached out and gently touched the cabin, and said silently in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed check-in at the Deep Sea Challenger docking bay at the Global Deep Sea Exploration Center. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining control of Global Deep Sea Resources. Permission Effect 1, exclusive Global Deep Sea polymetallic nodule mining rights including all proven nodule reserves in the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, the Carlsberg Ridge in the Indian Ocean, etc. Governments of various countries have signed relevant licensing agreements. Authority Effect 2, control the development rights of global deep-sea biological resources. Obtain exclusive research and commercialization rights to all undeveloped biological resources, including deep-sea hydrothermal vents, cold seeps, and abyssal organisms. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea has issued an authorization document. Permission Effect 3 unlocks deep-sea space station construction technology, including a full set of technical solutions such as deep-sea pressure chamber design, deep-sea energy supply system, and deep-sea communication network construction, allowing the construction of a permanent residential and scientific research space station 1,000 meters below the seabed. Synchronous Reward 1 exclusive renovation rights for the Deep-Sea Challenger has been reclaimed from the original owner, and will subsequently invest $5 billion in a comprehensive renovation. After the renovation, the submarine can dive to a depth of 12,000 meters and support 72 hours of continuous deep-sea operations. Synchronous Reward 2 global deep-sea exploration fleet, including 10 manned submersibles, 50 unmanned exploration vessels, and 3 deep-sea mining vessels, assembled and on standby in the Pacific, Atlantic, and Indian Oceans. Synchronous Reward 3 honorary title of Global Deep-Sea Exploration Leader awarded by the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, to be officially awarded at the Global Ocean Conference next week. As soon as the system notification chimed, Abdul Muhammad, Secretary General of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, arrived with a group of officials, carrying a gilded certificate box. He approached Lin Feng and respectfully opened the box. Inside was a golden medal inlaid with deep-sea pearls and polymetallic nodule fragments, as well as a certificate of honor bearing the UN emblem. Mr. Lin, this is the honorary medal and certificate for Global Leader in Deep-Sea Exploration. The world's 168 coastal nations have unanimously agreed that you will lead the development of a global deep-sea resource development and conservation strategy for the next 20 years. We will fully cooperate with your work, including coordinating the demarcation of deep-sea exploration zones among nations and establishing environmental standards for deep-sea mining. Lin Feng accepted the medal and certificate, casually handing them to Jason behind him. The surrounding scientific researchers, mining engineers, and international officials all stood up and bowed in respect. At this point, he was no longer just a super-rich individual, but a promoter of human civilization, dominating the world's 6 core sectors: jewelry, finance, technology, healthcare, space, and new energy, now also dominating the deep sea. His every decision would influence the future direction of human exploration of extreme environments like the deep sea, space, and the polar regions, and could even alter the trajectory of human civilization. At that moment, Jason quickly walked over to Lin Feng and whispered the latest situation. Mr. Lin, the last remaining member of the Rossi family, Marco Rossi's nephew, attempted to plant a time bomb in the deep-sea jewelry production line of the Italian Veneto workshop specializing in the production of wearable pressure monitoring jewelry for deep-sea exploration. He was caught on the spot by our security team. Marco Rossi confessed to all acts of sabotage and has been prosecuted by the Italian police for terrorist attacks. The Rossi family has been completely eradicated from the world. In addition, the final news about the Su family: after Su Chanqian died of multiple organ failure in a mental hospital, no one claimed her body. The hospital eventually cremated her according to the unclaimed corpse handling procedures, and her ashes were scattered into the Yangtze River in Jiangchang. After Su Jiangwo's ashes were stored in the prison morgue for more than 15 days, the government also cremated them and scattered them into the Yangtze River. The Su family has completely lost its descendants, and no relatives are willing to acknowledge any connection to the Su family. The Su family has since disappeared from history. Lin Feng listened to this news without a flicker of emotion. 3 years of humiliation from the Su family and repeated provocations from the Rossi family had finally come to an end in the most complete way possible. The son-in-law they once despised now stood at the pinnacle of human society, while they, reduced to forgotten dust, their ashes unclaimed. This wasn't Lin Feng's revenge, but the outcome they had chosen: arrogance and greed would ultimately consume them. Notify my teams in various fields to hold a global video conference. Lin Feng glanced at his watch and said to Jason, the space team will report on the progress of the private space station assembly. The new energy team will report on the construction of the Arctic methane hydrate mining base. The medical team will report on the preparations for mass production of anti-aging drugs and drugs adapted to extreme environments. The deep sea team will report on the renovation plan for the Deep Sea Challenger. I need to finalize the timetable for all projects before next week's Global Ocean Conference. Yes. Mr. Lin, I will arrange it immediately. Jason took out his mobile phone and began to contact the leaders of each team. By the time they left the Deep Sea Challenger's docking bay, the sun had already set over the Pacific Ocean, tinting the surface of the water a golden red. Standing on the observation deck of the artificial island, Lin Feng watched the deep-sea exploration vessel in the distance slowly sail toward the Mariana Trench. The Lin Group logo on the vessel stood out against the setting sun. A grand vision of the future was emerging in his mind. In low Earth orbit, 3 private space stations orbit the Earth like silver rings, providing communications, navigation, and scientific research services to the world. At the Shackleton crater base at the lunar North Pole, lights are ablaze, and helium-3 mining vehicles are busy on the lunar surface, transporting clean nuclear energy raw materials to Earth. At combustible ice mining bases in the Arctic, efficient and environmentally friendly mining equipment continuously converts methane into clean energy, which is transported globally via transnational pipelines. Geothermal power stations in Antarctica provide stable electricity for scientific research stations, and microbial resources in lakes beneath the ice sheet are bringing new breakthroughs to the medical field. 1,000 meters below the seabed of the Mariana Trench, a deep-sea space station stands like an underwater palace. Inside, researchers study deep-sea life and develop deep-sea minerals. Manned submersibles frequently travel between the surface and the deep sea, exploring Earth's last unknown frontier. Benito Workshop branches around the world not only sell top-notch jewelry, but also provide functional jewelry that integrates space, deep sea, and polar technology, smartwatches that can monitor health data, temperature-controlled jewelry that can withstand extreme environments, and miniature communication accessories that can receive satellite signals, perfectly combining luxury and high technology. This is his goal, not only to control all the core resources of the Earth, but also to push human civilization to explore broader areas, and make the Lin Group the core driving force for the progress of human civilization. Where is the next check-in location? Lin Feng asked, his eyes still fixed on the sea in the distance. The system prompts that the next check-in location is the Global Interstellar Exploration Joint Base, located near the spaceport in New Mexico, USA. The rewards may include interstellar probe or D technology, extraterrestrial resource exploration rights, and Man-Mars exploration program core information. In addition, your space team has sent a message that the core module of the private space station has been assembled and is expected to be launched for the first time next month. The site selection for the lunar base has also been completed, and preliminary preparations for foundation construction are underway. Jason replied. Lin Feng nodded, his lips curled up slightly. From his rented apartment in Jiangcheng to an artificial island in the deep Pacific, from a despised son-in-law to a promoter of civilization who controlled 7 core sectors of the world, every step he took pushed the boundaries of human cognition and reshaped the rules of the world. And the next frontier he would conquer was interstellar exploration. He wanted to extend humanity's footprints not only to Earth and the Moon, but also to Mars and even beyond. As the sun sank below the horizon and night fell, the lights on the artificial islands lit up one by one, like stars scattered across the Pacific. Lin Feng turned and headed for his private helicopter, bound for Auckland Airport in New Zealand, where he would transfer to a special plane to the Joint Interstellar Exploration Facility in New Mexico. The helicopter's propellers began to spin, stirring up gusts of sea breeze, and the outline of the artificial islands gradually faded behind him. The system prompt sounded in my mind again, ding. Detection, the host has taken control of the world's 7 core areas: jewelry, finance, technology, healthcare, space, new energy, and deep sea, completing the final achievement of global hegemony. Reward 1, Interstellar Exploration Core Technology Package, including a complete set of technical information on interstellar probe design, extraterrestrial resource exploration, and manned Mars landing. Reward 2, 51% equity stake in the Global Interstellar Exploration Joint Base automatically acquired, grants leadership over all research projects at the base. Award 3, Contribution to the Progress of Human Civilization Award, awarded by the United Nations and will be formally awarded at the UN General Assembly next year. It is the highest honor awarded by the United Nations. Countdown to next sign-in, 48 hours. Sign-in location, Joint Base Global Interstellar Exploration, New Mexico, USA. Lin Feng leaned back in the helicopter seat, closed his eyes, and felt the gentle vibrations of the fuselage. He knew his legend would continue. Next stop, the interstellar space. Next goal, conquering the universe. Those who once looked down on him, questioned him, and hindered him had long since been crushed into dust by the wheels of history, leaving no trace in his world. The helicopter flew towards Auckland Airport. The stars in the night sky were like guiding lighthouses, illuminating his new journey to the stars. Chapter 17, Interstellar Base slaps NASA's old subordinates in the face and unlocks the dominance of Mars colonization. In the New Mexico desert, the silver buildings of the Global Interstellar Exploration Joint Base shimmered metallically in the midday sun. Outside the base's core Mars simulator, 3 Falcon Heavy rockets stood on their launch pads. The rocket bodies were emblazoned with the logos of various national space agencies, while the tail of the outermost rocket had been subtly emblazoned with the Lin Group logo. This was spray-painted overnight by craftsmen after the base director learned of Lin Feng's impending arrival. It was a gesture of respect, yet also a test of their new financial backer. Lin Feng's interstellar commuter, a modified Gulfstream G700 equipped with a short takeoff and landing system, slowly touched down on the base's dedicated runway. As he emerged from the aircraft, he was wearing a Mars landing suit developed by Beneteau Workshop in collaboration with NASA. The outer layer consisted of a radiation-resistant polyimide film, while the inner layer was embedded with a micro-temperature control chip. A holographic display on the side of the helmet displayed real-time oxygen concentration and external environmental data. The Lin Group logo on his chest was made of a special alloy extracted from lunar helium-3, emitting a pale blue halo in the sunlight. Mr. Lin, Base Director Thomas Cole is waiting in the command center, but the situation is a bit tricky. Jason followed Lin Feng and handed him a folded paper report. Electronic devices are prohibited from connecting to the internet within the base to prevent technology leaks. NASA's former Manned Space Program Director James Webb, European Space Agency ESA Deep Space Exploration Director Marcus Schultz, and Ivan Petrov, a senior advisor to the Russian Space Agency, have joined forces with 12 retired astronauts to declare you a layman who uses capital to coerce space exploration and who doesn't understand the technical barriers to interstellar exploration. They have also jointly protested to the International Astronautical Federation, demanding that you revoke your funding control over the Mars Pioneer project, saying you only want to use Mars exploration as a hype gimmick, disregarding the safety of astronauts. Lin Feng took the report and ran his fingertips over a picture of James Webb, the veteran aerospace engineer who had led the Space Shuttle program and had always opposed private capital's involvement in deep space exploration. Last year, he publicly criticized private companies' involvement in Mars exploration as nonsense. His eyes fell on the report's description of the technical flaws of NASA's Mars lander. The system prompt in his mind sounded on time, ding. Detecting the host's access to top-level interstellar exploration, triggering God-level interstellar technology synchronization. Do you want to synchronize the core data of Mars landing cushioning, interstellar nuclear propulsion, and Mars base ecological cycle? Synchronize, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The next second, countless professional data flooded into his mind. NASA's current Mars lander uses a supersonic parachute plus reverse thrust engine solution, which has a cushioning efficiency of only 68% in the thin Martian atmosphere. During a simulation test last year, the lander crashed due to a parachute tear. The European Space Agency's Mars Eco-capsule design has a fatal flaw: the water circulation system cannot handle astronauts' sweat and breath vapor, and long-term use will cause algae to bloom and clog the pipes. The Russian Space Agency's interplanetary communications satellite lacks energy, and the signal transmission distance cannot reach Mars aphelion. These technical flaws were instantly sorted out by Lin Feng into clear solutions, and even the improved component dimensions and material types were accurate to the millimeter. As the two entered the base's command center, a giant circular screen was broadcasting real-time images of the Martian surface transmitted by the Perseverance rover. Standing before the screen, James Webb addressed a group of engineers in blue workwear. Mars exploration is no joke. It took us 50 years to master the calculations for Earth-Mars transfer trajectories. Why should private capital immediately assume control? Mr. Lin may understand jewelry and finance, but does he know the atmospheric density curve during a Mars landing? Or the wear rate of interstellar dust on the probe's solar panels? Marcus Schultz nodded, his voice deliberately raised. That's right. ESA spent €800 million developing the Mars biomodule, and they conducted 3,000 tests on plant photosynthesis efficiency alone. If Mr. Lin really understood, he wouldn't say something as unprofessional as improving the ecosystem within 3 months. Lin Feng stood at the doorway, waiting for them to finish before slowly speaking. Mr. Weber, the atmospheric density curve you mentioned doesn't ignore the impact of the sandstorms in the southern hemisphere during spring? Last year's simulated lander crash was because you didn't take into account the atmospheric turbulence caused by the sandstorm. In fact, if you simply install a supersonic wind speed sensor on the bottom of the lander and adjust the reverse thrust engine thrust 0.5 seconds in advance, you can increase the buffer efficiency to 92%. James Webb's face froze instantly. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to know this undisclosed test data. How did you get this internal NASA information? This is illegal. It's not about obtaining, it's about estimating. Lin Feng walked over to the screen and pointed at the dust storm area on the Martian surface. According to the data sent back by the Perseverance rover over the past 3 years, the spring dust storms on Mars can cause atmospheric density fluctuations of 15%, and your calculation model only takes the average value. He raised his hand in motion for Jason to hand over a hand-drawn diagram. The base only had paper drawing tools. It detailed the sensor installation locations and thrust adjustment algorithm. If you make the changes according to this plan, you should pass the simulation test next month. The surrounding engineers immediately gathered around. David Gold, the base's chief structural engineer, pointed to a parameter on the blueprint and said, "Mr. Lin, this sensor's heat resistance temperature is set between 120 C and 150 C. However, the surface temperature on Mars can reach 20 C during the day and drop to 80 C at night." "Is this possible?" "No," Lin Feng interrupted him. "The sensor housing is made of a titanium alloy and ceramic composite material with a thermal conductivity of less than 0.02 Wmk. The internal phase change material buffers temperature fluctuations. Even in extreme environments of 150 C, the core components can still operate normally." David King's eyes flashed with shock. He had just asked his team to test similar materials last week, and the results were exactly the same as what Lin Feng said. This seemingly layman capital tycoon actually understood technology better than NASA's senior engineers. Seeing the situation was getting grim, Marcus Schultz quickly changed the subject. "Even if you understand landing technology, you don't understand ecological recycling. The ESA's eco-capsule water recycling system uses 5 layers of filtration membranes alone. You're talking about improvements. Can you reduce the number of layers and still improve efficiency?" "You don't need to reduce the number of layers, but rather change the filtration logic." Lin Feng walked to another screen and pulled up the ecosystem flowchart his team had drawn up. "You're currently using collect first, filter later, which causes condensation and blockage in the pipes. Change to real-time filtration plus microbial decomposition. Install microfiltration membranes on the astronauts' breathing masks and sweat collectors. Filter water before it enters the main circulation. At the same time, add thermophilic bacteria to decompose organic impurities. This will increase water circulation efficiency by 40% and reduce algae growth." A simulation animation immediately played on the screen. In the improved system, water vapor passes through the mask's filter membrane and directly enters the purification chamber. Thermophilic bacteria rapidly decompose impurities at 35 C, ultimately producing purified water with a purity of 99.9%. Marcus Schultz watched the animation, his fingers unconsciously clenching around the report. He knew that if this plan were implemented, the ESA's 800 million eco-chamber, developed by ESA, would become obsolete. Ivan Petrov stepped forward, his tone firm. "What about interstellar communication? The Russian space agency's Mars Messenger satellite can only transmit signals up to 220 million kilometers due to insufficient solar panel power. Can you handle this? Remember, the maximum distance between Earth and Mars is 400 million kilometers. Use nuclear power." Lin Feng's answer was concise and powerful. "Install a plutonium-238 thermoelectric generator on the satellite, increase the power to 150 watts, and then replace the antenna with a phased array radar antenna. The signal gain will increase tenfold. Not to mention 400 million kilometers, even at Jupiter's orbit, data can be transmitted stably." He paused and looked at Ivan. "The plutonium-238 quota your space agency applied for last year was rejected by the United States. I can give priority supply to my South African nuclear plant, on the condition that my team will be responsible for the subsequent upgrade of your Mars Messenger satellite." Ivan's expression instantly softened. Roscosmos had long since stalled its deep space exploration program due to a nuclear fuel shortage, and Lin Feng's proposal was a perfect solution. He hesitated for a few seconds before finally nodding. "I agree to cooperate, but I need approval from Roscosmos headquarters." James Webb watched as the people around him gradually turned to Lin Feng, his face livid, but he was powerless to refute. He knew that Lin Feng not only had the capital, but also had a technological vision far beyond theirs. If he continued to oppose, NASA would completely lose the initiative in Mars exploration. At that moment, Base Director Thomas Cole hurried into the command center, holding a gold-stamped invitation. "Mr. Lin, the International Astronautical Federation has just sent an urgent notice. In recognition of your groundbreaking contributions to Mars exploration technology, you have been appointed as the head of the Mars Pioneer Program, leading the resource allocation of 18 space agencies worldwide." James Webb staggered upon hearing this, nearly having to cling to the console beside him. Marcus Schultz, on the other hand, lowered his head in silence. The very thing they feared most had finally come to pass. "Take me to the Mars simulator, that's today's check-in location," Lin Feng said to Thomas without paying much attention to everyone's reactions. The Mars simulator, located 3 levels underground, replicates the red desert landscape of Mars and even simulates Mars' low-gravity magnetic levitation, reduces gravity to 38% of Earth's. Inside the Mars base prototype house, Martian potatoes, a variety adapted from the prototype experiments in The Martian, are being cultivated, and a wall display displays real-time environmental data such as oxygen and temperature. Mr. Lin, this simulation chamber is currently the most accurate Mars environment simulator in the world. Even the temperature difference between day and night is accurate to 1°C, Thomas explained. But our potato growing cycle is still too long. It takes 120 days to mature, which is not enough for long-term colonization. Lin Feng walked to the planting box, squatted down to observe the growth of the potatoes, and said silently in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the Mars Simulator cabin at the Global Interstellar Exploration Joint Base. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining global leadership in the Mars colonization plan. Permission Effect 1, lead the allocation of Mars exploration resources for 18 space agencies worldwide, including rocket launch windows, Mars rover usage rights, landing site selection, etc. Permission Effect 2, exclusive use rights to a 1,000 square kilometer colony area on the surface of Mars located on the Utopia Planitia on Mars, where underground water ice has been discovered. Permission Effect 3, unlock Mars ecological rapid cycle technology, shortening the potato planting cycle to 60 days, increasing algae oxygen conversion rate by 3 times, and supporting the long-term residence of 100 people. Synchronous Reward 1, design drawings of the nuclear-powered interstellar spacecraft Lin's No. 1 capable of carrying 50 people, shortening the Earth-Mars transfer time to 60 days, far exceeding the current 250 days. Synchronous Reward 2, 51% equity in the Global Interstellar Exploration Joint Base. The acquisition has been automatically completed, and the base's core laboratory and rocket launch pad are under your control. Synchronous Reward 3, Interstellar Exploration Pioneer Gold Medal awarded by the International Astronautical Federation and will be officially awarded at next year's Global Astronautical Congress. As soon as the system prompt sounded, IAF President D. Pippo appeared via a holographic projection in the simulation cabin, holding a golden medal. Mr. Lin, this is a digital model of the Pioneer of Interstellar Exploration medal. The real medal will be presented to you at the conference. The world space agencies have unanimously agreed to name the colony base on Utopia Planitia on Mars Lin Feng Base to commemorate your contribution to Martian exploration. Thomas Cole and the surrounding engineers applauded, their initial tentative gazes turning into utter awe as they looked at Lin Feng. James Webb stood in the corner, watching the scene with a complicated expression. He knew that the space tradition he had upheld his entire life had been completely rewritten by this young Eastern man. "Jason, notify all teams," Lin Feng stood up and spoke into the communicator. The space team will immediately move into the base and complete the preliminary design of Lin's No. 1 within 3 months. The technology team will work with Stanford Lab to optimize the Martian ecological cycle system. The finance team will liaise with space agencies around the world to ensure sufficient funding for Mars exploration. By this time next year, I want to see the first foundation stone of Lin Feng Base laid on Mars. Yes, Mr. Lin. Jason's clear response came from the other end of the communicator. As they left the Mars simulation cabin, Thomas reported in a low voice, "Mr. Lin, the last member of the Rossi family, Marco Rossi, was shot dead by prison guards while attempting to escape from an Italian prison after refusing to cooperate with the investigation. The Rossi family has been completely removed from the global database. There has been no further follow-up from the Su family, and the Jiangcheng police have filed the Su family's files as unclaimed cases." Lin Feng nodded, his expression expressionless. To him, those former rivals were nothing more than a passing cloud. Now, his gaze had already passed through Earth's orbit and landed on the red planet 400 million kilometers away. In the evening, Lin Feng stood on the base's observation deck, gazing at the rocket launch pad in the setting sun. Thomas handed him a cup of hot coffee. "Mr. Lin, NASA Administrator Nelson just called and hopes to meet with you privately to discuss plans for linking the lunar base with the Mars base. Have him come to the command center tomorrow." Lin Feng took the coffee and cast his gaze towards the distant starry sky. "Also, inform the Beneteau workshop to design a Mars commemorative jewelry using a Martian meteorite fragment as the main stone. Sell it to interstellar exploration enthusiasts around the world. This will serve as both publicity and to raise additional funds for the Mars base." Thomas quickly agreed, "I'll arrange it right away." As the night deepened, the base's searchlights illuminated the outline of the launch pad. Lin Feng leaned against the observatory's railing, his mind conjuring up images of the Lin Feng base being built on the Utopia plains of Mars, silver domes scattered across the red Earth, a nuclear-powered spacecraft slowly descending over the base, astronauts wearing landing suits emblazoned with the Lin Group logo, planting humanity's flag on the Martian surface. The system prompt sounded again, ding. The host has mastered the world's 8 core areas: jewelry, finance, technology, medical care, space, new energy, deep sea, and interstellar, and completed the achievement of developer of human civilization. Reward 1: Jupiter Resource Exploration Rights can detect liquid water and methane resources on Jupiter's satellites. Reward 2: Design drawings of the world's first private space elevator can reduce material transportation costs by 90%. Next check-in location: Shackleton Crater Base on the Moon. Your team has completed the preliminary site selection. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. From Jiangqing's son-in-law to the leader of the Martian colonization, every step he took pushed the boundaries of humanity. Next stop, the Moon. The next, Jupiter, and in the future, perhaps even the Milky Way. Those who once looked down on him have long been left in the dust of the earth, unable to keep up with his footsteps. The legend of Lin Feng has just begun a new chapter of the universe. Chapter 18: Building a base in Shackleton Crater on the Moon, crushing the European and American lunar mining giants. Under the black lunar sky, the walls of Shackleton Crater resembled a vast silver wall, enveloping the permanently shadowed region at the center of the basin, the richest resource region at the lunar North Pole. Buried within this permanently shadowed region were hundreds of millions of tons of water ice, and the lunar soil at the crater's base contained enough helium-3 to sustain Earth's energy needs for centuries. Lin Feng's Lunar Commuter Module, a short-distance vehicle converted from the Lin's No. 1 nuclear-powered spacecraft, slowly descended to the temporary landing site at the crater's edge. The reverse thrust engines at the bottom of the landing module emitted a pale blue flame, leaving a neat circular mark on the lunar soil. When Lin Feng walked out of the landing capsule, he was wearing the latest lunar base-specific spacesuit developed by Beneteau Workshop and NASA. The outer layer is coated with polytetrafluoroethylene that is resistant to lunar dust erosion, and the inner layer is embedded with 3 layers of micro-heating film, which can maintain a constant body surface temperature even in the extremely low temperature of 180 on the Moon at night. The holographic display screen of the helmet can display the lunar soil composition, radiation intensity, and base construction progress in real time. There is also a subtle Lin Group logo engraved next to the right eyepiece. The logo is made of rare metals extracted from lunar helium-3 ore, and it glows with a faint silver light under the reflected light from the Earth. Mr. Lin, the base's temporary command center is just 300 meters ahead, but the situation is more complicated than expected. Jason followed behind Lin Feng, reporting through the built-in communicator in his spacesuit. In his hand, he held a specially designed lunar terrain scanner, and several red warning dots were flashing on the screen. Hugo Lemaire, head of the European Space Agency's ESA Lunar Base Project, Vladimir Korolev, director of lunar resource exploration at the Russian Space Agency, and Elon Musk, head of SpaceX's lunar business, who participated in the lunar helium-3 development negotiations in his personal capacity, have united with 5 international lunar mining companies and declared that you are an amateur who only knows how to pile up capital and don't understand the engineering technology for the extreme lunar environment. They have also jointly submitted a letter of protest to the International Lunar Exploration Working Group, demanding that your helium-3 mining experiments be suspended, citing the potential disruption to the lunar ecological balance. In essence, they are worried that you will monopolize the helium-3 resources and cut off their energy sources. Lin Feng took the scanner and his eyes fell on the red warning dot on the screen. It was a temporary monitoring device set up by the enemy around the helium-3 test station, attempting to collect evidence of mining contamination. His fingertips slid across the lunar soil composition data displayed on the scanner, and the system prompt in his mind sounded on time: ding! Detecting that the host has access to top-level lunar development areas, triggering the God-level lunar technology synchronization function. Do you want to synchronize the core data on the lunar base dome structure design, helium-3 efficient extraction process, and lunar dust protection technology? Synchronize, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The next second, countless technical details flooded into his mind like a precise data stream. ESA's current lunar base dome utilizes a traditional aluminum alloy frame. Moon dust particles only 10 microns in diameter can penetrate through the frame seams and infiltrate the cabin, causing equipment short circuits. Last year's simulation tests forced 12 shutdowns due to moon dust intrusion. Roscosmos's helium-3 extraction process uses a high-temperature baking method, which requires heating the lunar soil to 800 C, resulting in extremely high energy consumption and a mere 25% extraction rate. SpaceX's lunar rover tires, however, suffer from rubber hardening and cracking during the lunar night due to their inability to withstand low temperatures. Solutions to these technical flaws instantly took shape in Lin Feng's mind, including improved material formulations, equipment dimensions, and process parameters, down to the precise model of each bolt. The two walked to the temporary command center. The moon's low gravity made each step feel light, and the lunar soil beneath their feet rustled softly. The command center was a temporary inflatable dome, brightly lit. Dozens of engineers in blue work clothes were busy around a 3D projection table, which displayed the preliminary design of the lunar base, a ring-shaped living module, a helium-3 extraction plant, and a solar power station. At the center was a 50-meter-tall communications tower. The overall layout resembled a miniature city on Earth. Oh! Mr. Lin finally dares to come to the moon. Hugo Lemaire was the first to greet him. He was wearing a white ESA spacesuit and the European Space Agency's blue emblem on his helmet. His tone was full of deliberate arrogance. I thought you were only good at making empty promises in conference rooms on Earth. The moon is not a luxury goods exhibition in Paris. The lunar dust here can wear through steel, and the nighttime temperatures can crack titanium alloys. Your rapid base construction plan, don't you think you want astronauts to live in inflatable tents? Vladimir Korolev echoed, his spacesuit still stained with unwashed moon dust. That's right. Our Russian space agency spent 15 years developing the cryogenic and crack-resistant lunar rover, and we tested over 200 different tire materials alone. And you just announced last month that you were going to build a lunar base, and you haven't even dug the foundation yet, and you dare say you'll be producing helium-3 within 6 months? That's simply unbelievable. Musk stood aside. Although he didn't directly mock him, the doubt in his eyes was undisguised. Mr. Lin, SpaceX's Starship lunar version took 8 years to develop before it could barely achieve repeated landings. Your lunar commuter module looks very advanced, but I'm curious, can its landing cushioning system withstand impacts from lunar rocks? Last time, our Starship hit a lunar rock with a diameter of 1 meter, causing its landing legs to break. The engineers around him stopped their work and focused their attention on Lin Feng. Lena Hansen, the director of the Temporary Command Center and former director of NASA's lunar program, tried to smooth things over. Everyone, Mr. Lin has brought a technical team with him with extensive experience in extreme environment construction. Let's first review the design of the helium-3 mining test station before discussing the progress. No need to look at the plan, let's fix your technical loopholes first. Lin Feng interrupted Lena and looked at Hugo Lemaire first. His voice, which came through the communicator, was calm but carried an unquestionable force. Mr. Lemaire, does the ESA's lunar base dome require astronauts to exit the cabin every time it cleans the lunar dust? And even after cleaning, the condensed water inside the dome will still mix with the lunar dust, forming corrosive lunar mud that can damage the equipment inside the cabin? Hugo's body stiffened noticeably. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to know about this undisclosed technical difficulty. The ESA's dome had already lost 2 ventilation systems due to lunar mud problems, resulting in losses exceeding 5 million. How did you know? This is ESA's core technical secret. Secret? Under the black moon sky, there are no true secrets. Lin Feng raised his hand to signal Jason to call up the holographic projection. A set of designs for a double-layer nano-coated dome instantly appeared on the screen. Replacing the outer layer of the dome with a fluorine-containing resin nanocoating will reduce the adhesion of lunar dust by 98%, eliminating the need for manual cleaning. Adding a polyamide film to the inner layer will absorb condensed water and pipe it into the water circulation system. My team has tested this solution 100 times in a simulation chamber on Earth. The service life of the dome has been extended from 1 year to 10 years, and maintenance costs have been reduced by 70%. A simulation immediately played on the projection screen. Moon dust particles slid down the nanocoating like water droplets, condensed water being absorbed by the inner film and flowing through pipes into a storage tank. The entire process required no human intervention. Hugo leaned in front of the screen, his fingers trembling as he ran over the coating parameters on the design, muttering to himself, impossible. Fluororesin becomes brittle at 180 C, and you're using graphene doping technology. This is a hurdle we at ESA have been researching for 3 years and haven't been able to overcome. Technological breakthroughs often lie in breaking away from traditional thinking. Lin Feng turned to Vladimir. Mr. Korolev, are you still struggling with energy consumption in your helium-3 extraction process? A heating temperature of 800 C requires the equivalent of nuclear energy from 3 lunar rovers, yet the extraction rate is only 25%. In fact, by adding 0.5% calcium oxide catalyst to the lunar soil, the extraction temperature can be lowered to 400 C, increasing the extraction rate to 68% and cutting energy consumption in half. Vladimir's face turned pale. He had just applied to the Russian Space Agency headquarters last month for an increase in nuclear energy supply. If Lin Feng's plan was feasible, his previous application would be considered a decision-making error. Do you have any experimental data? Anyone can make empty promises. Of course. Linfeng pulled up an experimental report that detailed the changes in extraction rates under different catalyst ratios, even including the lunar soil sample collection location Shackleton crater, the same area as the Russian exploration area. My team conducted 20 experiments in Earth's lunar simulation laboratory using the lunar soil samples you provided, and the highest extraction rate reached 71%. If you are willing to cooperate, I can provide the catalyst formula free of charge, on the condition that all your helium-3 mining equipment is converted to my technology. Vladimir's breathing quickened. He knew this offer was irresistible to Roscosmos. Russia's helium-3 program had been stalled for 2 years due to excessive energy consumption. Without a breakthrough, other countries would completely overtake it. He hesitated for a few seconds, then finally nodded. I need to report this to headquarters in Moscow, but I personally agree to cooperate. Seeing the two men gradually compromise, Musk finally couldn't help but speak. Mr. Lin, I have a problem with my lunar rover tires. Do you have a solution? Our Starship lunar version has delayed its mission 3 times due to tire cracking. It's simple. Replace the tire rubber with nickel titanium alloy memory material plus carbon fiber composite structure. It can maintain elasticity even at 180 C and has a service life 5 times that of traditional rubber. Linfeng pulled up the tire design. My Benito workshop has already produced a sample, and it will be delivered to the SpaceX factory for testing next week. However, I need your lunar landing site to be open to Lin's one first, as a technology exchange. Musk's eyes lit up instantly. The Starship tire problem was his biggest headache. If Linfeng's plan worked, Starship could achieve regular lunar landings 6 months early. He barely hesitated. I agree. Let's sign the landing site sharing agreement tomorrow. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly shifted. The engineers who had previously questioned Linfeng gathered around, their eyes filled with awe and anticipation. Lena Hansen approached Linfeng, her tone respectful and almost humble. Mr. Lin, the construction of the lunar base is seriously behind schedule. If your technical solution is implemented, we can complete the construction of the Helium-3 test station 3 months ahead of schedule. NASA is willing to place the core construction team of the lunar base under your command, and only asks for your participation in the subsequent development of Helium-3. Hugo Lemaire and Vladimir exchanged a glance before stepping forward. Mr. Lin, ESA Russian Space Agency is also willing to cooperate. We can provide lunar rovers and exploration data. We only ask for priority purchasing rights for Helium-3. Linfeng nodded. We can cooperate, but we must abide by 3 rules. First, all lunar base construction must adopt my technical solutions to ensure safety and efficiency. Second, the mining rights of Helium-3 will be allocated by me, with priority given to developing countries. Third, all scientific research data on the moon must be shared globally, and technological monopoly is prohibited. Although the 3 were reluctant, they had no choice but to agree. They knew that if they didn't cooperate, they would completely lose their voice in the lunar field. The ESA's lunar base project had already overspent by €1 billion, Russia's Helium-3 project was on the verge of suspension, and SpaceX's Starship was facing pressure from investors due to tire problems. Linfeng's cooperation conditions were their only way out. After finishing the cooperation matters, Linfeng said to Jason, "Take me to the construction site of the Helium-3 mining test station. That's where we'll sign in today." The test station is located on the edge of Shackleton crater's permanently shadowed zone. Several lunar excavators are digging foundations in the lunar soil. A temporary power station in the distance has erected solar panels which, while unusable at night, will provide power for construction during the day. The station's core equipment, the Helium-3 extraction reactor, has arrived on site. It's silvery white, approximately 10 meters in diameter, and resembles a giant metal can, emblazoned with the Lin's Group logo. Mr. Lin, this extraction reactor is customized according to your technical proposal. It uses a double-layered, high-temperature resistant shell and is equipped with a catalyst injection system. We expect to begin commissioning next week. Lena Hansen followed behind Linfeng and introduced in a low voice. However, the temperature in the permanent shadow area is as low as 230 C. We are worried that the pipes will freeze and crack. Linfeng walked to the reactor, stretched out his hand wearing a special glove, gently touched the shell, and said silently in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the Helium-3 mining experiment station in Shackleton crater on the moon. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining global control of lunar resources. Permission Effect 1, exclusive ownership of lunar helium-3 mining rights including all proven helium-3 reserves in Shackleton Crater, Atlas Crater, and other areas. 12 space agencies worldwide have signed relevant licensing agreements. Authority Effect 2, control the right to formulate standards for lunar base construction can lead the design, construction and environmental protection standards of global lunar bases, authorized by the International Lunar Exploration Working Group. Permission Effect 3, unlock the core technology of the lunar nuclear power supply system using a miniaturized thorium-based molten salt reactor. It can provide stable power for a lunar base of 1,000 people without the risk of nuclear leakage. Synchronous Reward 1, 51% equity in the Shackleton Crater base on the Moon acquired from the International Joint Team. The base's core facilities, including the living cabin, extraction workshop, and communication tower, will be under your control. Synchronous Reward 2, Global Helium-3 Pricing Authority. You can adjust the price of helium-3 based on market demand. Major global energy companies have agreed to accept the pricing system you set. Simultaneous Award 3, Lunar Development Pioneer Gold Medal awarded by the International Lunar Exploration Working Group and will be officially awarded at next year's Global Space Conference. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Bernard Foister, chairman of the International Lunar Exploration Working Group, appeared via his spacesuit's holographic communicator, holding a three-dimensional model of a golden medal. Mr. Lin, this is the digital prototype of the Lunar Pioneer Medal. The actual medal will be presented to you by NASA Administrator Nelson at the conference. Space agencies worldwide have unanimously agreed to set the benchmark price of lunar helium-3 at $50 million per kilogram, with you leading the price adjustment. In addition, the official name of the lunar base has been confirmed as Lin Fong Base to commemorate your groundbreaking contribution to lunar development. Lin Fong nodded slightly, saying nothing more. The surrounding engineers and space agency representatives applauded through the external speakers of their spacesuits, the applause remarkably clear in the lunar silence. At this moment, he was no longer just a super rich man, but a developer of human civilization who controlled 8 core sectors of the world: jewelry, finance, technology, healthcare, space, new energy, the deep sea, and the moon. His every decision would affect the pace of human development of space resources and even alter the Earth's energy landscape. At that moment, Jason relayed the latest news via the built-in communicator, Mr. Lin, the Rossi family's last overseas account, a secret account in Switzerland, has been frozen by our financial team. The 120 million euros in assets within the account have all been confiscated. All members of the Rossi family have been imprisoned or killed, completely eradicated from the global community. Furthermore, the last relevant files on the Su family have been sealed by the Jiangcheng police and marked as unclaimed historical case. No one or any information related to the Su family will ever appear again. You have completely shed the shadow of the past. Lin Fong listened to this news without a trace of emotion on his face. 3 years of bullying from the Su family and the repeated provocations from the Rossi family had long since faded into insignificant dust with the passage of time and his rise to power. His gaze had already passed beyond the black sky of the moon and settled on the even more distant Jupiter. The next check-in location the system had previously suggested was Jupiter's moon Europa, which could harbor liquid water and extraterrestrial life, making it the next important target of human deep space exploration. Notify all teams to hold a Moon-Earth video conference, Lin Fong said into the communicator. The Moon team will expedite the commissioning of the Helium-3 test station and strive to begin mass production next month. The Earth team will liaise with global energy companies to finalize the initial supply list for Helium-3. The space team will begin developing the Jupiter probe in preparation for the Europa exploration mission. I will announce the human exploration plan for Jupiter at next year's Global Space Conference. Yes, Mr. Lin. Clear responses came from the other end of the communicator from the leaders of each team. As they left the Helium-3 mining test station, lunar daylight was drawing to a close. Earth hung like a giant blue disk against the black sky, its surface clouds and coastline clearly visible. Standing at the edge of the temporary landing pad, Lin Fong gazed at the Lin Fong base construction site in the distance, his mind conjuring up images of what the base would look like once completed: the circular living module ablaze with lights, the Helium-3 extraction workshop continuously producing clean energy, lunar rovers crisscrossing the lunar surface, communication towers beaming data back to Earth, and even scientists from around the world conducting research within the base. This would be humanity's first permanent lunar base, and a crucial step in his quest to propel human civilization into space. Has the specific information of the next check-in location been released? Lin Fong asked, his eyes still fixed on the direction of the Earth. The system prompts that the next check-in location is the Ice Exploration Station on Jupiter's satellite Europa. The rewards may include Europa's sub-ice ocean detection technology, extraterrestrial life search equipment patent, and Jupiter resource development rights. In addition, your technology team has sent a message that based on the lunar helium-3 nuclear power technology, they have developed a miniaturized interstellar nuclear propulsion system that can increase the flight speed of the probe by 3 times, and the voyage from Earth to Europa can be shortened to 2 years. Jason replied. Lin Feng nodded, his lips curled up slightly. From his rented apartment in Jiangcheng to Shackleton Crater on the Moon, from a despised son-in-law to a pioneer in lunar resource development, every step he took pushed the boundaries of human cognition and reshaped the rules of the world. The upcoming exploration of Jupiter would be his next frontier. He wanted to extend humanity's footprints not only to Earth and the Moon, but also to Jupiter's satellites and even beyond. The lunar commuter module's reverse thrust engines fired up again, a pale blue flame illuminating the surrounding lunar soil. Lin Feng stepped inside, gazing out the window at the shrinking Lin Feng base, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. The system notification chimed in again, ding. Detection, host has mastered 9 core sectors globally: jewelry, finance, technology, healthcare, space, new energy, deep sea, interstellar, and lunar, achieving the Founder of Space Civilization achievement. Reward 1, design drawings of the Europa under ice ocean exploration rover capable of penetrating 10 kilometers of ice to detect signs of life in the ocean. Reward 2, construction rights for the world's first Earth-Moon space elevator can reduce the cost of transporting materials from Earth to the Moon by 95%, expected to be completed within 5 years. Countdown to next sign-in, 72 hours. Sign-in location, Europa Ice Exploration Station, a satellite of Jupiter traveled by the Lin 2 nuclear-powered probe. Lin Feng leaned back in his commuter cabin seat, closed his eyes, and felt the gentle vibrations of the cabin. He knew his legend would continue. Next stop, Jupiter. Next goal, exploring extraterrestrial life and developing the resources of the solar system. Those who once looked down on him, questioned him, and hindered him had long since been crushed into dust by the wheels of history, leaving no trace in his world. The lunar commuter module slowly lifted off, heading towards the Lin 1 nuclear-powered spacecraft. In the black sky, countless stars lit up like guiding beacons, illuminating his new journey to Jupiter. Chapter 19, Breaking the Drilling Dilemma in Europa's Ice Layer and Unlocking Extraterrestrial Exploration Rights. Jupiter's massive figure hangs in the black sky over Europa, its great red spot like a staring eye, casting an icy light on the icy moon. The Lin 2 nuclear-powered probe slowly descends onto Europa's surface, its landing legs making a dull click as they contact the ice. The ice here is over 10 kilometers thick, with surface temperatures as low as 160 C. The liquid ocean beneath the ice is considered one of the most likely areas in the solar system for extraterrestrial life, a highly sought-after extraterrestrial exploration hotspot for scientific expeditions worldwide. Lin Feng walked out of the probe wearing the deep space exploration suit developed by Beneteau Workshop and the International Astronautical Federation. The outer layer of this spacesuit is made of radiation-resistant silicon carbide composite material, and the inner layer is embedded with 4 layers of micro-temperature control units. Even in the extremely low temperature of Europa, the cabin temperature can be stabilized at 22 C. The holographic display screen of the helmet displays the ice thickness, radiation intensity, and detector status in real time. The Lin Group logo engraved next to the left eyepiece is made of helium-4 alloy extracted from Jupiter's atmosphere, and it has a light blue halo under the light of Jupiter. Mr. Lin, the Europa Exploration Station's temporary camp is just 500 meters ahead, but the situation is more complicated than expected, Jason reported via his spacesuit's built-in communicator. He held a specially designed ice detector, several red warning dots flashing on the screen. Emily Carter, head of NASA's Europa project, Marcus Hausen, director of the European Space Agency's ESA Search for Extraterrestrial Life, Selly, and Ichiro Yamada, an ice drilling expert at the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency JAXA, have joined forces with 8 international scientific research institutions to accuse you of being an amateur using capital to hype extraterrestrial exploration, claiming you don't understand the technical barriers to ice drilling and extraterrestrial life detection. They've also jointly submitted a letter of protest to the International Astronautical Federation, demanding a halt to your ice drilling experiments, citing the risk of damaging Europa's pristine ecosystem. In reality, they're worried you might discover extraterrestrial life first and usurp the right to speak on the topic. Lin Feng took the detector and his eyes fell on the red warning dot on the screen. It was an ice vibration monitor set up by the enemy around the detection station, attempting to gather evidence of drilling damage to the ice structure. His fingertips traced the ice density data displayed on the detector, and the system prompt in his mind sounded on time, ding. Detecting the host has entered the top-level extraterrestrial exploration field, triggering the God-level deep space technology synchronization function. Do you want to synchronize the core data of Europa ice drilling technology, extraterrestrial life gene sequencing, and liquid ocean detection equipment? Synchronize, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The next second, countless technical details flooded into his mind like a precise stream of data. NASA's current ice drill uses a mechanical rotary drill bit, which advances at a mere 0.5 meters per hour through Europa's dense ice. Furthermore, the drill bit is highly susceptible to brittle fractures caused by low temperatures. Last year's simulation test failed due to a drill bit breakage. ESA's extraterrestrial life detection equipment uses an optical microscope method, which can only identify microorganisms larger than 10 microns in diameter and cannot detect even smaller archaea or viruses. JAXA's ice vibration monitor, due to insufficient sensitivity, cannot distinguish between drilling vibrations and the natural contraction of the ice. Solutions to these technical shortcomings instantly took shape in Lin Feng's mind, including the material formula for the new drill bit, a titanium alloy and graphene composite, the design of the gene primers for the life detection equipment, specific gene sequences for microorganisms in extreme environments, and even the drilling machine's thrust pressure parameters accurate to 0.1 MPa. The two walked to their temporary camp. Europa's low gravity, about 13% of Earth's, made every step feel like floating, and the ice beneath their feet creaked softly, as if ready to crack at any moment. The temporary camp consisted of 3 inflatable domes. Inside the central dome, brightly lit, dozens of researchers in white work clothes bustled around a 3D projection table, displaying a simulated model of Europa's submerged liquid ocean. Within this deep blue ocean, several possible hydrothermal vents were dotted, considered the most likely habitat for extraterrestrial life. Oh! Mr. Lin finally dares to come to Europa. Emily Carter was the first to greet him. Her spacesuit was emblazoned with the red NASA emblem, and her tone was filled with deliberate arrogance. I thought you only spoke big words at press conferences on Earth. Europa is not Shackleton Crater on the moon. The ice here is harder than steel, and the temperatures are so low that they can crack diamonds. Your plan of breaking through the ice within 3 days doesn't mean you're just going to grind the drill down to the ice until it's scrapped, right? Marcus Hausen chimed in, his spacesuit gloves still stained with unwashed ice crystals. That's right. ESA's extraterrestrial life detection equipment took 12 years to develop, and they've designed over 500 different petri dishes for extreme environment microorganisms alone. You just announced your Europa exploration last month, and now you haven't even finished debugging the drill, and you're claiming you can find extraterrestrial life? What a scientific joke. Yamada Ichiro stood by. Although he didn't directly mock him, he had circled and read the conclusion in the ice drilling report he handed over. Drilling 10 kilometers of ice would take 3 years with current technology. The skepticism in his eyes was undisguised. Mr. Lin, JAXA's ice drill took 8 months to drill 3 kilometers of ice during its test in the Antarctic ice sheet. The ice density on Europa is 1.5 times that of the Antarctic ice sheet. You said you could break through in 3 days. Do you have some misunderstanding about drilling technology? The surrounding scientific researchers stopped their work and focused their attention on Lin Feng. David Wright, the head of the temporary camp and director of deep space exploration at the International Astronautical Federation, tried to smooth things over. Everyone, Mr. Lin's technical team has extensive experience in extreme environment exploration. Let's first review the design of the ice drill and then discuss the progress. No need to look at the plan, let's fix your technical loopholes first. Lin Feng interrupted David and looked at Emily Carter. His voice, which came through the communicator, was calm but carried an undeniable force. Miss Carter, does NASA's ice drill need to retract the drill rod every time the drill bit is replaced? And even if a new drill bit is replaced, the frictional heat between the drill bit and the ice will be instantly absorbed in Europa's low temperature, causing the propulsion resistance to increase by 3 times. Emily's body visibly stiffened. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to know about this undisclosed technical difficulty. During Antarctic testing, NASA's drilling machine had been experiencing inefficiencies due to frequent drill bit changes. If the same problem occurred on Europa, the drilling mission would be delayed by at least 2 years. How did you know? This is NASA's core technical secret. Secret? Under the glare of Jupiter, there are no true secrets. Lin Feng raised his hand to signal Jason to call up the holographic projection. A set of design drawings for a modular cryogenic drill instantly appeared on the screen. Change the drill to a layered propulsion structure, with a detachable drill module every 500 meters, eliminating the need to retract the entire drill rod. Spray a nano-level heat-generating coating on the drill bit surface, which can autonomously generate 50 C frictional heat at low temperatures, reducing propulsion resistance by 60%. My team has tested this plan 50 times in a simulated cryogenic chamber on Earth. Drilling through 10 kilometers of ice takes only 2 days and 8 hours, and the drill bit wear rate is reduced by 80%. A simulation immediately played on the projection screen. The drill, like a silver earthworm, advanced layer by layer through the ice. The old drill module automatically detached, and the new module ejected from the drill rod. The heat-generating coating left a faint heat mark in the ice, and the advance rate remained steady at 1.2 meters per hour. Emily leaned in front of the screen, her fingers trembling as she ran over the module parameters on the blueprint, muttering to herself, "Impossible. The nanoheat-generating coating loses its activity at 160 C, and you're using a plutonium-238 micro heat source for power. This is a difficult problem that NASA has been researching for 5 years and still hasn't been able to overcome. Technological breakthroughs often lie in breaking away from traditional thinking." Lin Feng turned to Marcus Hausen. "Mr. Hausen, are your extraterrestrial life detection equipment still struggling with its inability to detect tiny microorganisms? Microorganisms visible with optical microscopes are practically impossible to exist in Europa's liquid ocean. In fact, if we add extreme environment gene primers to the detection equipment and design specific probes for the 16S rRNA gene of archaea, we can detect microorganisms as small as 0.1 microns in diameter, increasing detection sensitivity by 100 times. Marcus's face turned pale. He had just applied to ESA headquarters last week for an additional $100 million in equipment research and development funding. If Lin Feng's plan worked, his previous application would be considered a decision-making error. Do you have experimental data? Anyone can make empty promises. Of course. Lin Feng pulled up a lab report detailing the results of microbial testing in a lake beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. Using the new primers, 37 more microbial species were detected than with traditional methods. My medical team used this technology during an Antarctic expedition to discover 3 new species of extreme environment archaea. If you're willing to cooperate, I can provide you with the genetic primer formula free of charge, provided you switch all your life detection equipment to my technology and share the detection data globally." Marcus's breathing quickened. He knew this offer was irresistible to ESA. Its extraterrestrial life detection program had been stalled for 3 years due to insufficient equipment sensitivity. Without a breakthrough, other agencies would completely overtake it. He hesitated for a few seconds, then finally nodded. "I'll need to report this to ESA headquarters, but I personally agree to cooperate." Seeing the two men gradually compromise, Yamada Ichiro finally couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Lin, is it true that our ice vibration monitor can't distinguish between drilling vibration and natural vibration? Do you have a solution?" "It's simple. Add a vibration spectrum analysis module to the monitor. The frequency of drilling vibrations is concentrated between 20-50 Hz, while the frequency of natural ice vibrations is less than 5 Hz. Through spectrum filtering, we can accurately distinguish them." Lin Feng called up the improved design drawings of the monitor. "My technology team has produced a sample and will send it to JAXA's laboratory for testing tomorrow. However, I need your ice density data to be made available to my team first as a technical exchange." Yamada Ichiro's eyes lit up instantly. The JAXA monitoring system issue was his biggest headache. If Lin Feng's solution worked, it would provide accurate ice structure data for the drilling mission. He barely hesitated. "I agree. Let's sign the data sharing agreement now." The atmosphere at the scene suddenly shifted. The researchers who had previously questioned Lin Feng gathered around him, their eyes filled with awe and anticipation. David Wright approached Lin Feng, his tone respectful and almost humble. "Mr. Lin, the Europa exploration mission is seriously behind schedule. If your technical solution is implemented, we can complete the ice drilling 6 months ahead of schedule. The International Astronautical Federation is willing to hand over overall coordination of the exploration mission to you, and we only hope to participate in the subsequent research on extraterrestrial life." Emily Carter, Marcus Hausen, and Ichiro Yamada exchanged a glance before stepping forward. "Mr. Lin, NASA ESA JAXA is also willing to cooperate. We can provide ice drilling equipment and scientific research personnel. We only ask for priority access to extraterrestrial life detection data." Lin Feng nodded. "We can cooperate, but we must abide by 3 rules. First, all ice drilling and life detection equipment must use my technical solutions to ensure data accuracy and ecological safety. Second, the results of extraterrestrial life detection must be shared by the global scientific community, and no organization or individual is allowed to monopolize them. Third, subsequent development of Europa must be based on the protection of the original ecology, and destructive exploration is prohibited. Although the three were reluctant, they had no choice but to agree. They knew that if they didn't cooperate, they would completely lose their voice in the field of extraterrestrial exploration. NASA's Europa project had already overspent by $1.5 billion, ESA's life detection equipment development had stagnated, and JAXA's ice drilling data was seriously insufficient. Lin Feng's cooperation conditions were their only way out. After finishing the cooperation matters, Lin Feng said to Jason, "Take me to the ice drilling machine commissioning site, that's where we'll sign in today." The commissioning site, located 1 kilometer east of the temporary camp, features a silver modular drilling rig perched on the ice, its rod already 100 meters deep. 8 ice vibration monitors are located around it, and a data analysis vehicle in the distance is receiving real-time drilling data. Several engineers in blue overalls are busy around the rig's control cabin, trying to resolve an issue with unstable propulsion speed. "Mr. Lin, this drilling rig was customized according to your technical specifications. It uses a modular drill bit and a nano heating coating. However, at 160 C, the electronic components in the control cabin have experienced a minor malfunction, causing the propulsion speed to fluctuate by 0.2 meters per hour. David Wright followed behind Lin Feng and explained in a low voice, "We're worried that if the malfunction escalates, the drill rod will get stuck in the ice." Lin Feng walked to the control cabin, opened the door, looked at the flashing fault indicator light inside, and said silently in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the Europa ice drilling commissioning site. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global dominance of extraterrestrial exploration of Europa. Permission Effect 1, lead the allocation of Europa exploration resources for 15 space agencies worldwide, including drilling machine usage, exploration data sharing, and scientific expedition personnel scheduling. Permission Effect 2, exclusive priority to explore the liquid ocean beneath Europa's ice layer, including 3 areas with a high probability of hydrothermal vents, confirmed by ice detectors. Permission Effect 3, unlock extraterrestrial life rapid detection technology, can complete microbial gene sequencing within 1 hour, 23 hours shorter than traditional methods, with a detection accuracy rate of 99.9%. Synchronous Reward 1, design drawings of the deep-sea exploration underwater robot can withstand the 1,000 atmospheres of pressure of Europa's liquid ocean, equipped with a high-definition camera and gene sampler. Synchronous Reward 2, 51% equity in the Europa Observatory acquired from the International Joint Team. You will control the station's data analysis center and sample storage. Simultaneous Award 3, Pioneer in Extraterrestrial Exploration Gold Medal awarded by the International Astronautical Federation and will be officially awarded at next year's Global Deep Space Exploration Conference. As soon as the system notification sounded, IAF President D. Pippo appeared via his spacesuit's holographic communicator, holding a 3-dimensional model of a golden medal. "Mr. Lin, this is the digital prototype of the Pioneer in Extraterrestrial Exploration medal. The actual medal will be presented to you by the Secretary General of the IAF at the General Assembly. Global space agencies have unanimously agreed to name the 3 hydrothermal vents on Europa the Lin Feng Exploration Area to commemorate your groundbreaking contributions to extraterrestrial exploration." Lin Feng nodded slightly, saying nothing more. The surrounding scientific researchers and engineers applauded through the external speakers of their spacesuits, the applause remarkably clear in the silence of Europa. At this moment, he was no longer just a super-rich man, but a human deep space pioneer who controlled 9 core sectors of the world: jewelry, finance, technology, healthcare, space, new energy, deep sea, interstellar space, and the moon, and had added hegemony in extraterrestrial exploration. Every decision he made would impact the boundaries of humanity's understanding of the solar system and even the universe. At that moment, Jason relayed the latest news via the built-in communicator. "Mr. Lin, the Rossi family's last overseas asset, a shell company in the Cayman Islands, has been deregistered by our financial team, and the company's $230 million in assets have been donated to the Global Deep Space Exploration Fund. The Su family's last related files have been sealed by the Jiangcheng archives and marked as 2025 unclaimed historical case. No one or any information related to the Su family will appear in the global database anymore. You have completely bid farewell to the past." Lin Feng listened to this news without a trace of emotion on his face. 3 years of bullying from the Su family and repeated provocations from the Rossi family had long since faded into insignificant dust with his rise to prominence and the distance of time and space. His gaze had already passed beyond the ice of Europa and settled on the even more distant Saturnian moon of Titan. The next check-in location the system had previously suggested was Titan's Methane Lake Exploration Station, home to lakes of liquid methane and a crucial location for studying the origins of early life in the solar system. Notify all teams to hold a Europa Earth video conference, Lin Feng said into the communicator. The drilling team should expedite commissioning and strive to break through the 10-kilometer ice layer tomorrow. The life detection team should prepare genetic sequencing equipment and begin sampling immediately upon entering the liquid ocean. The space team should begin developing the Titan probe to prepare for the methane lake exploration mission. I will announce the human exploration plan for Titan at next year's Global Deep Space Exploration Conference. Yes, Mr. Lin. Clear responses came from the other end of the communicator from the leaders of each team. As they left the ice drilling commissioning site, Jupiter's great red spot was slowly moving across Europa's sky, casting a reddish glow across the ice, creating an eerie and magnificent spectacle. Standing in front of the Lin's No. 2 probe, Lin Feng watched the driller steadily advance in the distance. An image of a liquid ocean beneath the ice surface emerged in his mind. From the deep blue waters, hydrothermal vents spewed black smoke laden with minerals, and tiny microorganisms floated around the mist, forming another life system in the solar system besides Earth. This was a crucial step in humanity's exploration of the universe, and a key milestone in his push toward deep space. Has the specific information of the next check-in location been released? Lin Feng asked, his eyes still fixed in the direction of Jupiter. The system prompts that the next check-in location is the Methane Lake Detection Station on Saturn's satellite Titan. The rewards may include liquid methane detection technology, Titan atmosphere analysis equipment patent, and Saturn resource development rights. In addition, your technology team has sent a message that based on Europa's ice drilling technology, they have developed a low-temperature and high-pressure detector that can operate stably in Titan's low temperature of 179 C and 1.5 atmospheres of pressure environment, and the detection time is up to 12 months. Jason replied. Lin Feng nodded, his lips curled up slightly. From his rented apartment in Jiangcheng to the ice caps of Europa, from a scorned son-in-law to a deep space pioneer who controlled extraterrestrial exploration, every step he took pushed the boundaries of human cognition and reshaped the rules of the world. The upcoming Titan exploration would be his next frontier. He wanted to extend humanity's footprints not only to Earth, the Moon, and Europa, but also to Saturn's moons and even beyond the Milky Way. The nuclear-powered engines of the Lin 2 probe started up again, a pale blue plasma flame illuminating the surrounding ice. Lin Feng stepped into the probe and watched the drilling rig shrinking outside the window, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. The system notification chimed in again, ding. Detection, host has mastered the world's 10 core sectors: jewelry, finance, technology, healthcare, space, new energy, deep sea, interstellar, lunar, and extraterrestrial exploration, achieving the Cosmic Civilization Pioneer Achievement. Reward 1, design drawings of a Titan methane lake exploration rover capable of traveling in liquid methane, equipped with an atmospheric sampler and geological analyzer. Reward 2, construction rights for the world's first Earth-Jupiter space transfer station can serve as a supply station for exploration missions from Earth to Jupiter and Saturn, expected to be completed within 8 years. Countdown to next sign-in, 96 hours. Sign-in location, Titan Methane Lake Exploration Station, a satellite of Saturn accessible by Lin's No. 3 nuclear-powered probe. Lin Feng leaned back in the probe seat, closed his eyes, and felt the gentle vibrations of the cabin. He knew his legend would continue. Next stop, Titan. Next goal, exploring the origins of early life in the solar system and developing Saturn's resources. Those who once looked down on him, questioned him, and hindered him had long since been crushed into dust by the wheels of history, leaving no trace in his world. The Lin 2 probe slowly lifted off and headed towards Earth. In the black sky, the light of Jupiter was like a guiding beacon, illuminating his new journey to Titan. Chapter 20: Titan's methane lake encounters ice crystal oolong, cleverly solving the detection problem. Saturn's rings spread across Titan's orange sky like a piece of crumpled gold foil, casting a rosy glow across a landscape teeming with liquid methane. The Lin 3 nuclear-powered probe slowly descended onto the ice at the edge of Ligeia Mare. As its landing legs touched the ground, they splashed a few shimmering methane crystals. The surface temperature here is a chilly 179 C, and the liquid methane is as calm as a mirror on the surface. Occasionally, methane flakes drifted from the sky, landing on the probe's hull and instantly condensing into tiny ice particles. Lin Feng walked out of the hatch wearing the upgraded Titan exploration suit. This suit has a few more ingenuity than the previous deep space exploration suit. The outer silicon carbide coating has added a methane hydrophobic factor, and methane snowflakes falling on it will slide directly down without accumulating. A miniature methane concentration alarm has been added to the side of the helmet, and its shape is made into a small Saturn ring style, which is both practical and has a sense of design. This was specially customized for him by the craftsman of the Beneteau workshop, saying that exploration should also have aesthetics. Mr. Lin, the temporary campsite is on the hill opposite the Ligia Mare. But we just received word that the expedition team has had a minor issue. Jason followed behind, holding an insulated box filled with hot drinks for the expedition. Special insulated boxes are required to maintain temperature in Titan's freezing temperatures. NASA's Titan project manager, Lena Baker, and ESA's methane lake expert, Hugo Lemaire, are worried about their rover's sampling port being blocked by methane ice crystals as it approached the lake. They're huddled around the rover, complaining, "The ice in this damn place is tougher than we thought." Lin Feng looked in the direction Jason pointed and, sure enough, saw two white rovers parked in the distance by the lake. Several figures in white spacesuits were circling the rovers, their movements frantic and flustered. He couldn't help but smile. Let's go take a look. Perfect opportunity for them to see how our equipment handles this tough ice. The two men walked toward the rover, ankle deep in methane ice crystals. Titan's gravity is only 1/7 that of Earth's, and each step felt like treading on soft cotton, occasionally sinking into the cracks between the ice crystals, making a soft, crunching sound. Only when they got closer did they hear Lena Baker's complaints, coming through her spacesuit's communicator. She was a bit frustrated. Our sampling tube is made of stainless steel, and we never expected the methane ice crystals to condense into a block at the tube mouth. We've melted it with a heater, and then frozen it again, 3 times, and still can't collect a sample. Hugo Flammel echoed, his tone a little frustrated. If I had known Titan's ice crystals were so stubborn, I should have brought a hammer. But the ice here is quite special, crystal clear, like crystal on Earth, but it's so cold that it will stick to your gloves if you touch it. Lin Feng stopped and waved to them. Dr. Baker, Mr. Lemaire, do you need any help? Lena and Hugo turned around and saw Lin Feng. A flash of surprise flashed across their faces, followed by a touch of embarrassment. After all, they had doubted Lin Feng's skills back in Europa, and now they were the first to run into trouble. Lena hesitated, then nodded. Mr. Lin, if you have any ideas, thank you so much. Our sampling mission has already been delayed for 2 hours. If this continues, we might not be able to collect any methane samples today. Lin Feng walked over to the rover and bent over to inspect the sampling port. Sure enough, a thick layer of methane ice crystals formed on the tube, like a transparent cap, completely blocking the sampling tube. He tapped the ice crystals, and the sound was crisp, like knocking on a piece of frozen glass. The heater you're using is too hot, heating the methane to above 0°C. The evaporating methane hits the cold tube wall and quickly freezes, causing the blockage to worsen. Hugo frowned. What should we do then? We can't use a heater, right? The temperature here is so low it can freeze metal. If we don't heat it, the methane in the sampling tube will freeze solid. Of course we need to use heating, but we have to be careful about the method. Lin Feng gestured for Jason to drive over their rover, a silver-gray rover with the Lin Group logo emblazoned on its hull. Next to the sampling port was a discrete device, resembling a miniature fan. Our sampling tube is wrapped around a gradient heating belt. The temperature gradually increases from the tube opening to the inside. The tube opening is kept at 100°C, just enough to prevent methane ice crystals from condensing, and the inside of the tube is raised to 80°C to keep the methane in a liquid state. This way, there's no blockage and sampling is smooth. He then instructed Jason to initiate the rover's sampling program. The rover's sampling tube slowly extended, aiming at the lake surface. A miniature fan-like device began to spin, emitting a gentle stream of air, the air used to disperse the methane ice crystals around the tube's opening. After a few seconds, the tube was successfully inserted into the lake, and soon as sampling completed, notification sounded. The tube's opening was clean, without a trace of ice crystals. Lena and Hugo stared in amazement. Lena couldn't help but walk closer and stare at the gradient heating zone. This design is so ingenious. Why didn't we think that the temperature didn't need to be raised so high all at once? Actually, we encountered a similar problem when we were on Europa before. We were inspired by the gradient cooling refrigerators on Earth and applied it to heating, Lin Feng explained with a smile. There was no boasting in his tone, but rather it sounded like he was sharing an interesting discovery. By the way, you guys just said the ice crystals here look like crystals? Actually, we can collect some and process them a little to make natural Titan crystals. The artisans at the Beneteau workshop say that this kind of ice crystal has a very unique structure and would make very unique jewelry. Hugo's eyes lit up, and he immediately had his assistant collect a few methane ice crystals and carefully place them in an insulated box. Really? Then I'll have to collect a few more to give to my daughter when I get home. She loves collecting all kinds of strange rocks. The atmosphere suddenly lightened, and the previous awkwardness and doubts vanished without a trace. Lena smiled and said, Mr. Lin, it seems we really underestimated you before. You not only understand technology, but you also find inspiration in life. This is much better than those of us who stay in the lab all day. We can learn from each other. Lin Feng waved his hand. Titan's environment is so unique. We need to work together to solve many problems. For example, you are going to measure the depth of the methane lake. Are you also worried that the detector will get stuck in the ice crystals? Lena nodded, a worried look on her face again. Yes, our depth detector is a sonar type. During the previous test, the sonar probe was easily covered by ice crystals, resulting in inaccurate data. This is easy. Lin Feng took a small device from his rover and handed it to Lena. This is an ultrasonic de-icer. It can be installed on the sonar probe. It emits an ultrasonic wave every 10 seconds to shake off the ice crystals on it. It will not affect the sonar's detection accuracy. We have tested it in the laboratory and it is fully functional in Titan's environment. Lena took the de-icer, looked at it over and over, and said in surprise, "This is so practical. Mr. Lin, if you had taken this out earlier, we wouldn't have had to worry about it for so long before. To be honest, working with you has saved us a lot of trouble." The group chatted and laughed as they walked towards the temporary camp. On the way, Hugo excitedly chatted with Lin Feng about Titan's methane lake. Did you know? Beneath the methane lake in Ligeia Mare, there might be methane fountains, just like hot springs on Earth. If we can find them, we might even discover microorganisms that survive on methane. That's really interesting. Lin Feng also became interested. Our rover is equipped with an underwater robot that can dive to the bottom of the lake to take a look. If there really is a methane fountain, we can also collect samples from the fountain mouth. Maybe we will make an unexpected discovery. The temporary camp, built on a small hill, consisted of several hemispherical inflatable domes. Coated with an orange sunscreen that matched the color of Titan's sky, they resembled giant oranges from afar. Entering the main dome, the warmth felt like spring, a stark contrast to the 179°C outside. This was powered by a small thorium-based molten salt reactor developed by Lin Feng's team, which provided not only heating but also electricity for various devices. A simple lunch had been laid out on the table in the center of the dome, specially formulated space nutritional pastes in chocolate and fruit flavors, along with compressed, dehydrated vegetables. Lena picked up a tube of chocolate-flavored nutritional paste and handed it to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, try this. It's NASA's latest creation, and it's much better than the previous ones. While it won't compare to the feasts you enjoy on Earth, on Titan, it's considered a delicious meal." Lin Feng took the nutritional paste and tasted it. It was indeed much better than he had imagined, with a faint chocolate aroma. Not bad, much better than what I had last time on the moon. By the way, Jason, take out the Titan special we brought and let everyone try it. Jason smiled and pulled out several specially made cups from the insulated box. Inside were steaming pale blue liquid. It's made with a mixture of mint tea from Earth and methane extract from Titan after safe processing. Our chef said it tastes like the coolness of space. Lena and Hugo took the cups curiously, took a sip, and their eyes lit up immediately. Wow, this tastes really special. The minty fragrance is accompanied by a hint of sweetness. It doesn't sound like it's made with methane at all. Drink more if you like. We brought a lot. Lin Feng said with a smile, the next exploration mission is still very long. Drinking something different occasionally can also help to refresh yourself. After lunch, everyone began discussing the upcoming exploration plan. Lena pulled out a map of Titan and pointed to an area in the center of the Ligeia Mare. According to previous satellite data, the methane lake here may be over 200 meters deep, and there are abnormal gravity signals. We suspect there are methane fountains below. Mr. Lin, can your underwater robot dive to this depth? No problem. Lin Feng called up the parameters of the underwater robot. Our robot has a maximum diving depth of 500 meters. It is equipped with a high-definition camera and a sample collection arm, and can transmit data in real time. We can send it down for exploration later. Just then, Jason walked in, holding a detector in his hand. Mr. Lin, the rover is ready, and the underwater robot has been debugged. Also, the system prompts that your check-in location is at the methane lake detection point in the Ligeia Sea. You can check in at any time. Lin Feng nodded and stood up. Let's go to the lake and take a look, maybe we can find the methane fountain today. The group arrived at the edge of Lake Ligeia. Against the backdrop of the orange sky, the methane lake glowed a faint red, like a giant ruby. Lin Feng's underwater robot was carefully lowered into the lake. Like a silver fish, it quickly disappeared into the depths. The dome's display screen broadcast the robot's footage in real time. The water was crystal clear, and occasionally tiny methane ice crystals could be seen floating in the water, like a group of transparent elves. "Look, everyone! There's a light over there!" Hugo suddenly shouted excitedly, pointing at the screen. Deep in the screen, a faint blue light flickered. As the robot approached, the light grew brighter. It was a methane fountain. The fountain was spewing a steady stream of blue methane bubbles, and tiny, microbial-like particles were floating in the surrounding lake water. "Great! We found a methane fountain." Lena clapped her hands excitedly. "And there are signs of microorganisms. This is a major discovery." Lin Feng looked at the screen, a smile appeared on his lips, and he said silently in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed sign in at the Titan Ligeia Sea Methane Lake Detection Point. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global dominance of Titan resource exploration. Authority Effect 1: Lead the Titan exploration mission of 12 space agencies around the world, including Exploration Area Division, Equipment Usage Permissions, Data Sharing, etc. Permission Effect 2: Exclusive priority mining rights for Titan's methane resources, including major methane lakes such as Ligeia Mare and Kraken Mare, for which the International Astronautical Federation has issued authorization documents. Permission Effect 3: Unlock the patent for artistic processing of methane ice crystals. Can process Titan methane ice crystals into unique jewelry or works of art, with a hardness comparable to crystal and special optical effects. Synchronous Reward 1: Titan Methane Lake Underwater Exploration Robot Mass Production Rights authorized for joint production by Benito Workshop and NASA, for use in global Titan exploration missions. Synchronous Reward 2: 51% equity in the Titan Exploration Station already acquired from the International Joint Team. The station's sample storage and data analysis center will be under your control. Synchronous Reward 3: Titan Exploration Artist Honorary Title awarded by the International Art Federation in recognition of your innovative idea of transforming Titan methane ice crystals into artistic resources. As soon as the system notification sounded, a representative from the International Astronautical Federation sent a congratulatory message via the holographic communicator. "Mr. Lin, congratulations on the successful first exploration of Titan's methane lake. Space agencies worldwide have unanimously agreed to name the methane fountain you discovered Lin Feng Fountain to commemorate your significant contribution. In addition, the International Art Federation has invited you to exhibit artwork made from Titan methane ice crystals at next year's Global Art Exhibition." Lena and Hugo congratulated Lin Feng. Hugo smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, you are not only a scientist now, but also an artist. When we explore Titan in the future, we can not only do scientific research, but also pick up some ice crystals to make jewelry. This is so interesting." "Yes," Lena also said with a smile, "after this mission is over, I must order a set of methane ice crystal jewelry from Benito Workshop. It will definitely look very special when worn." Lin Feng smiled and nodded, "No problem, I'll ask the craftsman to customize it for you when the time comes, but now, we have more important things to do, such as analyzing those microbial samples. Maybe we can unlock the secret of the origin of life on Titan." Over the next few days, everyone was immersed in the intense yet enjoyable exploration work. During the day, they operated underwater robots to explore the methane lake and collect samples. At night, they analyzed the data in the dome, occasionally chatting about life on Earth. Lena would tell them interesting stories about her daughter, Hugo would share his travels in Europe, and Lin Feng would talk about how the artisans in the Benito Workshop designed jewelry. The atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious. That evening, as everyone sat in the dome, sipping Titan Special and gazing out the window at Saturn's rings, Hugo suddenly sighed, "I used to think deep space exploration was something serious and boring. It wasn't until I started working with you that I realized how fun it can be. Not only can we discover new scientific phenomena, but we can also learn new ideas and even create beautiful works of art." "Yes," Lena nodded. "Mr. Lin, you've made us understand that science and life are not separate. Many good ideas actually come from small details in life, like your gradient heating belt and methane ice crystal jewelry. These are all good examples." Lin Feng looked at the starry sky outside the window, feeling a little emotional. "Actually, I just think that exploring the universe shouldn't just involve cold instruments and data, but also warmth and beauty, just like Titan's methane lake. It's not only a scientific exploration target, but also a place full of beauty. We should appreciate it and cherish it." Just then, Jason walked in, holding a report. "Mr. Lin, the preliminary analysis results of the microbial samples are in. Those floating particles do contain simple organic molecules. While we can't confirm whether they are microorganisms, this is already a major breakthrough. Also, the system prompts that the next check-in location is the Canyon Exploration Station on Uranus satellite Miranda. There are the steepest canyons in the solar system and may contain ice volcanoes. Lin Feng took the report, looked at the data on it, and smiled. Great. This is our first major discovery on Titan. As for Miranda, after we complete the exploration mission here, we will go to see the steepest canyon in the solar system. Outside the window, Saturn's rings still shone brightly, and methane snowflakes drifted silently across Titan's orange sky. Lin Feng knew his cosmic exploration journey would continue, with more unknown planets to discover and more fascinating stories to write. Those doubts and obstacles he had faced in the past had long since become minor incidents along the way, left far behind. Now, he enjoys the joy of exploration itself, the surprise of discovering methane fountains, the ease of solving problems with the expedition team, and the creativity of transforming icy methane crystals into beautiful works of art. After all, the universe is so vast, and there are still many interesting things to discover. Taking it slow is more enjoyable. Chapter 21, Miranda Canyon encounters climbing difficulties, ice volcanoes reveal crystal wonders, and the scientific expedition team enjoys the fun. Uranus's pale blue halo smeared across Miranda's black sky, like a smudge of diluted blue ink, tinging this tiny satellite, just 470 kilometers in diameter, with a distinctly cool aura. The Lin 4 nuclear-powered probe slowly descended onto Miranda's surface. When its landing legs touched the ground, they encountered not solid rock but a layer of frost-covered ice crystals. The surface temperature here was a chilly 210 C, even the trace methane in the air condensed into tiny ice particles, gleaming with a fine silver light under the probe's light. Lin Feng walked out of the hatch wearing the latest upgraded Miranda Special Exploration Suit. This exploration suit has undergone many adaptation adjustments based on the previous one. Thickened antifreeze joint covers have been added to the knees and elbows to facilitate movement on steep terrain. Micromagnetic devices are embedded in the soles, which can be adsorbed on the ice surface of Miranda to prevent slipping. The holographic display screen of the helmet has added a real-time measurement of canyon slope function, and the edge of the screen also considerately marks the distance. From the current position to the detection point, the craftsman of the Benito workshop said, exploration also requires steady walking in clear vision. Mr. Lin, Miranda's Verona Rupees Canyon is just 8 kilometers ahead. That's our target exploration point today. Jason stood next to the probe, holding a 3D topographic map of Miranda, his fingertips tracing a bottomless crack on the map. But we just received news from the scientific expedition team that Dr. Lena and Professor Hugo's rover encountered trouble near the canyon entrance. The slope there is much steeper than expected. The rover couldn't climb up and almost slipped down. Lin Feng took the topographic map and his eyes fell on the markings for the Rupees Canyon in Verona. This canyon, approximately 5 kilometers deep and with a 60-degree slope, is the steepest known canyon in the solar system. Looking down from the top, one could almost see the center of the satellite. A 60-degree slope is definitely too much for an ordinary rover to handle, especially on such slippery ice. He looked up into the distance and could vaguely see 2 small white dots at the canyon entrance. They were Lena and Hugo's rovers. Let's go over and take a look. And bring our climbing artifact with us. The two climbed into the rover accompanying the Lin 4. Unlike the previous rover, this one featured retractable auxiliary tracks on both sides and a small radar detector on the front. We've modified it specifically for Miranda's terrain. The auxiliary tracks increase friction, and the radar can detect hidden cracks under the ice to prevent us from getting stuck, Jason explained as he started the vehicle. We just tested it in the rover, and it should be able to climb a 60-degree slope without any problems. The rover was moving slowly across the ice-covered ground. Every few steps, the radar on the front of the vehicle would emit a soft beeping sound, and the screen would display the thickness and structure of the ice layer ahead in real time. Lin Feng looked out the window. Unlike Titan, where the sky was orange, Miranda's surface was almost black, with only the pale blue light of Uranus and the distant stars providing faint illumination. In this light, the ice crystals on the ground appeared a translucent light blue, like a layer of broken glass. Look over there, Jason suddenly pointed to the left. That's the Miranda ice volcano. Although it looks calm now, according to previous satellite data, they occasionally erupt, but what comes out isn't magma, but ice crystals in liquid water. They freeze instantly in space, forming crystal-like eruption columns. Lin Feng looked in the direction he pointed and saw several low peaks in the distance. Their tops were covered in thick layers of ice, irregular in shape, like giant piles of ice. It would be great if I could catch an eruption. It would definitely be spectacular, he said with a smile. It's hard to say. The eruption cycle of cryovolcanoes is not fixed. Some erupt every few years, while others only every few decades. Jason shrugged. But our exploration mission also includes monitoring the activity of cryovolcanoes. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to encounter one. As they spoke, the rover approached the canyon entrance. From a distance, they could see Lena and Hugo's two rover vehicles parked at the bottom of the slope. They were standing next to their vehicles, pointing at the steep slope with frustration in their movements. Seeing Lin Feng's rover approach, Lena immediately waved, "Mr. Lin. You're finally here. This slope is too steep. Our rover's tires can't grip the ice at all. We tried 3 times and couldn't make it up. We even nearly slipped and hit a rock." Hugo added, his tone tinged with self-mockery, "We used to think that since we had solved the ice crystal problem on Titan, Miranda would be no problem. But after arriving here, we realized that the terrain here is much more difficult than on Titan. The slope is so steep it's practically vertical, it makes my legs go weak just looking at it." Lin Feng got out of the car and walked to the bottom of the slope, looking up. The canyon was indeed steep, with almost no flat areas from bottom to top. The surface of the ice was covered with a thin layer of frost, increasing the risk of slipping. He squatted down and touched the ice on the ground with his gloves. It was freezing cold, and a layer of white frost instantly condensed on the surface of his gloves. "Your rover has ordinary tires and no anti-skid design. It will definitely not work on this kind of ice." He stood up and pointed to the auxiliary tracks of his rover. "Our rover has auxiliary tracks to increase friction. Why don't we try to see if our rover can climb up?" Lena and Hugo's eyes lit up and they nodded quickly. "Okay. If your car can go up, we have a way." Lin Feng instructed Jason to start the rover and slowly approach the steep slope. The rover's auxiliary tracks slowly unfurled, touching the ice surface. The radar on the front of the vehicle began intensive detection. With a soft buzzing sound, the rover began to slowly climb the slope. The tracks left faint marks on the ice, but there was no sign of slipping. The slope displayed on the screen remained stable at 60 degrees, and the power output was also stable. "It's up! It's really up!" Lena clapped her hands excitedly. "Great! Now we can follow your tracks and modify our rover." Hugo also breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It seems we have to ask Mr. Lin for advice again. What material are your auxiliary tracks made of? They can actually hold on to such a slippery ice surface." "It's a composite material of titanium alloy and rubber. It has fine anti-slip grooves on the surface and a little magnetic material added, so it can slightly adhere to Miranda's ice layer." Lin Feng explained, "The principle is actually very simple. It's modified from the snowcat vehicles on Earth, but the cold resistance of the material has been adjusted for Miranda's low-temperature environment." "So clever!" Lena exclaimed. "Why didn't we think of looking for inspiration from snowmobiles before? It seems our thinking is too limited." For the next few hours, everyone worked together to modify Lena and Hugo's rover. Lin Feng had Jason bring out the spare auxiliary tracks and tools and teach the expedition members how to install them. Hugo was the fastest learner, quickly mastering his own vehicle, joking as he went along, "If I had known it was so easy, we wouldn't have had to worry about it at the bottom of the slope for so long." "Mr. Lin, what's with your brain? How do you find a solution to any problem?" Lin Feng smiled and handed him a wrench. "Actually, it's all about observation and imagination. For example, when I was on Earth, I saw people using tracked vehicles to transport supplies on the snowy mountains. I thought this design was very practical at the time, but I never expected to see it being used in Miranda now." While installing the tracks, Lena chatted with Lin Feng about Miranda's ice volcano. "Mr. Lin, you just said you wanted to see the ice volcano erupt?" "In fact, as part of our exploration mission, there is a small ice volcano monitoring station deep in the canyon. We can go there and take a look. Maybe we can detect some signs of activity." "That's great!" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "I've never seen a cryovolcano erupt. It would be very interesting if I could see one." At noon, the 3 rovers were finally modified, and everyone had a simple lunch at the bottom of the slope. Still specially made nutritional paste, but this time there was a new flavor, mango. Lena said that this was specially prepared by NASA for the Miranda exploration mission, a little surprise for everyone. After lunch, the 3 rovers slowly climbed the steep slope to the canyon entrance. Standing atop the canyon, the view was breathtaking. The canyon was bottomless, its walls covered in layers of ice. The different minerals in the ice gave it a vibrant hue of pale blue, green, and purple, resembling a giant layer cake, softly shimmering under the glare of Uranus. Wow, this is so beautiful. Lena couldn't help but exclaim, taking out her camera to take pictures. I've seen it in satellite images before, but seeing it with my own eyes is still shocking. These colorful ice formations are like works of art. Hugo also took out his phone to take pictures and said with a smile, I must show these photos to my daughter when I get home. She will definitely say this is an alien cake. By the way, Mr. Lin, do you think these colored ice layers can be made into jewelry like Titan's ice crystals? Lin Feng carefully observed the ice layer and nodded. It should be possible. The structure of these ice layers is very special and contains different minerals. After polishing, it will definitely have a unique luster. If the craftsmen in the Beneteau workshop see this, they may be able to design new jewelry. The rover slowly moved along the canyon's rim, heading toward the cryovolcano monitoring station. The canyon was silent, save for the rover's engine and the occasional whirring of the wind across the ice. After about an hour's journey, a low cryovolcano suddenly appeared ahead. Its summit had a small crater. The monitoring station, a small, silvery white building, stood beside the crater. That's our monitoring station, Lena said, pointing to the small house. It has real-time monitoring equipment inside that can detect the temperature, vibrations, and gas changes of the ice volcano. Let's go in and take a look at the data. Maybe we can find something. Everyone entered the monitoring station. The equipment inside was running, and the screen displayed various data from the ice volcano. Lena pulled up the temperature curve and frowned. Strange, the temperature today is 0.5 higher than yesterday. It's not much, but for Miranda, it's abnormal. And the vibration frequency is also a little higher than usual. Hugo leaned over to look at the screen, his tone somewhat serious. Is it going to erupt? We have to be careful. Although a cryovolcano eruption isn't as dangerous as a lava volcano, the ice crystals ejected are very fast. If they hit us, our exploration suits could be damaged. Lin Feng walked to the window of the monitoring station, looked at the ice crater, and suddenly pointed at the crater and said, Look, there seems to be white mist there. Everyone rushed to the window and saw a faint white mist rising from the crater. It was getting thicker and thicker, and tiny ice crystals could be vaguely seen floating through the mist. It's really going to erupt, Lena said excitedly and nervously. Let's quickly get outside the monitoring station and find a safe place to observe. Everyone quickly left the monitoring station and hid behind a massive block of ice. Not long after, the crater suddenly erupted with a poof sound, and a white fountain erupted, not lava, but countless tiny ice crystals. Under the light of Uranus, these ice crystals appeared a faint blue and faintly fluorescent, like a glowing crystal fountain. It was a truly spectacular sight. Wow! So beautiful. Lena excitedly took out her camera and kept taking pictures. I've never seen such a beautiful ice volcano eruption. These ice crystals can actually glow. Hugo was also stunned. Amazing. These glowing ice crystals might contain special minerals. We need to collect some samples to study. The ice volcano erupted for about 10 minutes before slowly subsiding. A layer of glowing ice crystals lay scattered around the crater, like a layer of blue diamonds. Lin Feng walked forward, carefully picked up a piece of ice crystal, and placed it in his palm. The ice crystal was very cold, its surface was smooth, and it was still emitting a faint blue light, like a tiny star. The reason these ice crystals glow is probably because they contain phosphorus, which causes them to fluoresce at low temperatures. Lin Feng observed the ice crystals carefully. They are also very hard, so they will definitely be dazzling after polishing. If the Beneteau workshop uses this kind of ice crystals to make jewelry, it will definitely be very popular. Lena and Hugo also collected some ice crystal samples and carefully placed them in a sample box. These samples are so valuable, Lena said. Not only can we study the composition of ice volcanoes, but they can also provide assistance for future materials research. Mr. Lin, I think your suggestion of using these ice crystals to make jewelry is really feasible. If it were made into a necklace, it would definitely look like wearing a star around my neck. Then we have to collect more samples and send them back to the craftsmen in the Beneteau workshop so that they can design them carefully, Hugo said with a smile. At this moment, Jason reminded him, Mr. Lin, this should be your check-in location next to the ice crater, in the Miranda Canyon Exploration Station core area, as indicated by the system. Lin Feng nodded, walked to the crater of the ice volcano, looked at the place where the eruption had just occurred, and said silently in his heart, System, sign in. Ding! The host has completed check-in at the Rupees Canyon ice crater in Miranda, Verona. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global dominance of Miranda Ice Volcano resources. Permission Effect 1. Lead the Miranda Ice Volcano exploration mission of 10 space agencies around the world, including sample collection, data sharing, and deployment of exploration equipment. Permission Effect 2. Exclusive rights to mine Miranda's colored ice layers and luminous ice crystals. The International Astronautical Federation has issued authorization documents allowing limited mining for scientific research and artistic creation. Permission Effect 3. Unlock the low-temperature luminescent material application patent. Miranda luminescent ice crystals can be applied to jewelry, lighting, display, and other fields. This has been authorized to Beneteau Workshop simultaneously. Synchronous Reward 1. Complete set of technical data for the cryogenic magnetic rover licensable for use by global aerospace agencies for extreme terrain exploration. Synchronous Reward 2. 51% equity in the Miranda Canyon Detection Station acquired from the International Joint Team. You will control the station's core equipment and data. Synchronous Reward 3. Honorary title of Solar System Extreme Terrain Explorer awarded by the International Geographical Union and will be officially awarded at next year's Global Geographical Congress. As soon as the system prompt sounded, the International Astronautical Federation's holographic communicator automatically popped up. President D. Pippo appeared on the screen with a smile on his face. Mr. Lin, congratulations on successfully observing the eruption of the Miranda Ice Volcano and completing your check-in. Space agencies around the world have unanimously agreed to name this ice volcano you discovered Starlight Volcano in honor of the luminous ice crystals during its eruption. In addition, the International Geographical Union has also extended an invitation to you to share your exploration experience in the Miranda Valley at next year's conference. Lena and Hugo congratulated Lin Feng. Lena smiled and said, "Starlight Volcano, this name is so appropriate. From now on, when people mention Miranda, they will think of this volcano that spews out glowing ice crystals, and Mr. Lin who discovered it." Yes, Hugo added, and you've also been awarded the title of Explorer of Extreme Terrains of the Solar System, which is a high honor in the field of geography. That's amazing. Lin Feng smiled and thanked them, feeling a surge of emotion. From Earth to the Moon, from Europa to Titan, and now to Miranda, every exploration has yielded new discoveries, and every challenge has been solved through teamwork. This process of exploring the unknown and discovering beauty is more meaningful than any reward. Over the next few days, everyone conducted detailed exploration of Miranda Canyon. They collected samples of colorful ice and luminescent ice crystals, created a detailed topographical map of the canyon, monitored the subsequent activity of the cryovolcano, and discovered several hidden crevices beneath the ice that may contain liquid water. Every evening, everyone shared their findings at the monitoring station, occasionally taking out the luminescent ice crystals they had collected and holding them up to the light to admire them. Under ordinary light, these crystals glowed a faint blue, resembling a group of tiny fireflies, a truly charming sight. That evening, everyone sat in the monitoring station, sipping hot drinks and gazing at the starlit volcano outside the window. Hugo suddenly suggested, "Let's play a game. Guess what we'll encounter at the next exploration point? I bet Triton will have even more bizarre landforms, like liquid nitrogen lakes." Lena smiled and shook her head. "I think there will be an ice fountain, which is more spectacular than Miranda's." Mr. Lin, what do you think? Lin Feng thought for a moment and said with a smile, "I guess there will be surprises we can't imagine. The universe is so vast, there are always new miracles waiting for us to discover." Jason walked in at this time, holding a new exploration plan in his hand. "Mr. Lin, the system prompts that the next check-in location is the liquid nitrogen lake exploration station on Neptune's satellite Triton. There is indeed the largest liquid nitrogen lake in the solar system, and there may also be ice fountains. Our Lin's number 5 probe is already being prepared and is expected to depart in 3 days." "Great!" Lena said excitedly, "I've always wanted to see a liquid nitrogen lake. It's definitely more interesting than a methane lake." Hugo was also looking forward to it. "There's also an ice fountain. If we can see it, our exploration experience will have another wonderful memory." Lin Feng looked at everyone's expectant eyes, and his heart was filled with longing. Miranda's exploration journey was coming to an end, but new explorations were already waiting for them. Neptune's Triton, liquid nitrogen lakes, ice fountains, and many more unknown surprises were all waiting for them to discover in the nearby universe. The starlit volcano outside the window remained silent, with the occasional tiny ice crystal drifting from its crater, glittering in the light of Uranus. Lin Feng knew his journey of cosmic exploration was still long. Every planet held its own unique story, and every exploration its own fascinating experience. Take your time, observe carefully, and feel with your heart. This is the meaning of exploration and the joy of life. 3 days later, the Lin 4 probe slowly left Miranda and headed towards Neptune. Watching Miranda gradually shrink on the screen, Lin Feng's heart was filled with anticipation. The next stop, Triton, the exploration of the liquid nitrogen lake, was about to begin. Chapter 22, Triton's liquid nitrogen lake encounters a freezing valve problem, and the ice fountain appears to be a silver column wonder. Neptune's faint blue light pierced through the cosmic dust, landing on the surface of Triton, dyeing the satellite a tranquil indigo. The Lin 5 nuclear-powered probe slowly descended to the edge of Lake Kuril. When its landing legs touched the ground, no dust was stirred up, only a thin layer of nitrogen ice crystals was gently blown away. The surface temperature here is a staggering 214 C, making it one of the coldest known surfaces in the solar system. At these low temperatures, the liquid nitrogen lake takes on a nearly black, mirror-like texture, reflecting Neptune's halo, like a piece of obsidian set in an ice sheet. Lin Feng walked out of the cabin wearing the extreme cold exploration suit specially made for Triton. This exploration suit has been optimized to be extremely cold-proof on the basis of the previous one. The outer layer uses 6 layers of stacked polyimide film, which can isolate the low temperature below 250. The inner layer is filled with thermal insulation fiber made of graphene, which is as light as a feather but can lock in heat. Even the fingertips of the gloves are embedded with micro heating plates to ensure that the fingers will not be stiff when operating the equipment. The chief designer of the Beneteau workshop specially embroidered a silver nitrogen ice crystal flower pattern on the shoulder of the exploration suit, saying that there is a bit of gentle design hidden in the extreme cold. Mr. Lin, Kuril Lake is just 500 meters ahead. Dr. Lina and Professor Hugo are already waiting by the lake. Jason followed behind, pushing a small cryogenic supply vehicle loaded with sampling equipment and insulated boxes of hot drinks prepared for the scientific expedition. But Dr. Lina just sent a message saying there's a problem with their liquid nitrogen sampler. The valve is frozen, and they can't open it despite several attempts. They're now waiting for our equipment support. Lin Feng looked in the direction Jason pointed and, as expected, saw 2 white figures crouched by the lake, next to a piece of silver equipment. Their movements were a bit clumsy, clearly struggling with a frozen valve. He couldn't help but smile. Let's go and take a look. The temperature on Triton is even lower than we expected. Ordinary sampling equipment won't be able to handle it here. The two of them walked toward the lake, ankle deep in nitrogen ice crystals. Triton's gravity is only 1/13 that of Earth's, making each step feel like floating. The ice beneath their feet rustled softly, like the sound of broken glass. Only as they approached did they hear Lena's voice, coming through her spacesuit's communicator. Her voice was a bit frustrated. Why is this valve so stubborn? Our heater is too underpowered to melt this thick ice, and it's actually freezing the heater circuits to a crisp. Hugo echoed, holding a small metal wrench but afraid to force the valve open for fear of breaking it. I should have listened to Mr. Lin and brought specialized cryogenic equipment. This lake of liquid nitrogen looks calm, but I didn't expect it to be so freezing even metal like biscuits. Lin Feng stopped and waved at them. Dr. Baker, Mr. Lemaire, don't worry, we brought the thawing artifact. Lina and Hugo turned around and saw Lin Feng. A flicker of surprise flashed across their faces, then a touch of embarrassment. After all, back in Miranda, they'd thought they'd adapted to extreme environments, but on Triton, they'd still be frozen. Lina stood up and pointed at the valve on the sampler. Mr. Lin, look at this valve. It must be full of nitrogen ice crystals. We heated it with a heater for 10 minutes, but it didn't do anything. It only froze the valve and pipe even tighter. Lin Feng crouched down and carefully examined the valve of the sampler, a stainless steel ball valve, its surface covered in a thick layer of hoarfrost. The valve handle had frozen to the valve body, and a light touch produced a metallic crunch. You're using a regular resistance heater. The temperature rises too slowly, and the heat dissipates into the air, never reaching the interior of the valve, he said, motioning Jason to remove a cylindrical device from the supply truck. This is our specially developed phase change material heating jacket. It's filled with a gallium-indium alloy. At 190 C, it undergoes a phase change, releasing heat, just enough to melt the nitrogen ice crystals without causing excessive heat to damage the valve. Jason placed the heating jacket over the valve and gently flipped the switch. Soon, the frost on the jacket began to melt, and the valve handle slowly loosened. Lina and Hugo were stunned. Lina couldn't help but lean forward. This is amazing. Such a quick reaction. How does this phase change material work? Actually, it's about utilizing the latent heat of a material's phase change at a specific temperature, Lin Feng explained, his tone as if he were discussing a trivial matter. When we were studying Titan's methane ice crystals, we discovered that the phase change temperature of gallium-indium alloy just matched the freezing point of nitrogen ice crystals, so we made it into a heating sleeve. Actually, the inspiration came from the phase change material of thermos bottles on Earth, but the temperature range has been adjusted to extremely cold environments. Hugo suddenly realized, I see. Why didn't we think of using phase change materials before? We always tried to force it with a heater, but the more we melted it, the worse it got. Sometimes solving a problem isn't about brute force, but about cleverness, Lin Feng said with a smile, motioning for Jason to try turning the valve. With a soft click, the valve opened smoothly, and liquid nitrogen slowly flowed into the sampling bottle, creating a translucent light blue inside, like a flowing sapphire. Success! Lena clapped her hands excitedly and quickly took out her camera to take a picture of the sampling bottle. Great! We finally collected a liquid nitrogen sample from Triton. This is the first time humans have directly collected such a cold liquid sample. Hugo also came over, looked at the liquid nitrogen in the sampling bottle, and said with a smile, "This liquid is really special. You can't see anything like it on Earth. By the way, Mr. Lin, do you think there is anything special in this liquid nitrogen? For example, ice crystal flowers like Miranda?" Lin Feng looked at the sampling bottle, thoughtfully. Maybe it really is there. The liquid nitrogen lake on Triton is so special, it is very likely that there are crystal structures that we have never seen before. We can observe it with a microscope. Jason immediately unloaded a small cryogenic microscope from the supply truck and placed the sample bottle on the stage. Through the eyepiece, everyone could clearly see countless tiny crystals floating in the liquid nitrogen. These crystals weren't hexagonal like ordinary snowflakes, but rather delicate star-shaped, each with a subtle jagged edge. Under the microscope's light, they glowed faintly silver, like a group of miniature stars drifting in the liquid. Wow! So beautiful! Lena couldn't help but exclaim, "This is simply a star in liquid nitrogen. We need to give it a name. How about Star Ice Crystal?" "What a great name!" Hugo agreed immediately. "It's both descriptive and pleasant to the ear. From now on, when people mention Triton's liquid nitrogen lake, they'll think of these beautiful star-shaped ice crystals." Lin Feng also nodded. "It is indeed very appropriate. The structure of these star ice crystals is very unique. Maybe they can be used to make special materials. For example, the Beneteau workshop can use it to make the Star Series jewelry, which will definitely be very popular." "That's right." Lena's eyes lit up. "If we seal these ice crystals in transparent resin and make them into a necklace pendant, it will definitely look like wearing a glowing star around your neck." Everyone discussed the uses of the star ice crystals while continuing to collect samples. The atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. Before they knew it, the sun gradually set, and Neptune's light grew softer, tinting the liquid nitrogen lake a pale purple. Occasionally, tiny ripples appeared on the surface, caused by the slow movement of nitrogen ice crystals across the lake bed. "It's getting late. Let's go to the temporary camp to rest first and then look for the ice fountain tomorrow." Lin Feng looked at the time and said to everyone. The temporary camp, built on a flat ice sheet 1 kilometer from the lake, consists of 3 polar tents made of special insulation materials. Inside, they're heated by a small thorium-based molten salt reactor, maintaining a comfortable 20 C even when the outside temperature drops to 214 C. Upon entering the main tent, Jason immediately opened the insulated box and pulled out steaming hot chocolate and dehydrated pizza foods specially prepared for extreme cold. The hot chocolate uses a high-concentration cocoa blend for a quick caloric boost, while the dehydrated pizza can be restored to its original flavor by simply adding hot water. "Finally, I can drink something hot." Lena took the hot chocolate, holding the cup with both hands, a satisfied smile on her face. "I've been outside for a few hours, and I feel like my bones are frozen. Drinking a cup of hot chocolate makes me feel alive." Hugo also picked up a piece of dehydrated pizza, took a bite, and said with satisfaction, "This pizza tastes really good, much better than the nutritional paste I had before at Titan." "Mr. Lin, how did you come up with the idea of bringing these foods?" "Our chef specially prepared it," Lin Feng said with a smile. He said that no matter how far away a planet is, everyone should be able to eat food that tastes like home. Although it may be simple, it can at least make everyone feel a little warm in this cold environment. As they ate, they discussed tomorrow's exploration plan. Lena pulled out a map of Triton and pointed to an area northeast of Lake Kuril. "According to previous satellite data, there's a suspected ice fountain here. The surface temperature there is slightly higher than the surrounding area, and there are signs of gas release. We can explore there tomorrow." "Great!" Hugo said excitedly, "I've never seen an ice fountain before. I hope I can find one tomorrow." "We will definitely do that." Lin Feng nodded. "Our rover is equipped with a gas detector, so we should be able to find the source of the gas release quickly." The next morning, before daybreak, we packed up our equipment and headed for the suspected ice fountain. Triton's dawn is exceptionally beautiful. The light of Neptune and the distant stars intertwine, painting the sky a gradient of deep blue. Under this light, the nitrogen ice crystals on the ground appear a translucent lavender, like a layer of purple crystal. The rover had been driving across the ice for about 2 hours when, suddenly, the gas detector on board began beeping. Gas. Jason immediately stopped the car and pointed ahead. Look, there's white mist. Everyone looked in the direction Jason pointed and saw a white mist rising from the ground in the distance. The mist quickly spread in the cold air, forming a small white cloud. It's the ice fountain. Lena shouted excitedly, "We finally found it." The rover sped toward the fog. The closer it got, the thicker it became. A subtle hissing sound could be heard, the sound of liquid nitrogen rapidly vaporizing after being ejected. When the rover stopped 50 meters from the fountain, everyone finally got a clear view of the ice fountain, a circular nozzle about 10 meters in diameter. Instead of water, it spewed a mixture of liquid nitrogen and nitrogen ice crystals. This mixture was instantly frozen into tiny ice crystals by the frigid air, forming a 20-meter-tall silver pillar. Under Neptune's glare, the silver pillar shone with a metallic sheen, like a silver lighthouse towering over the ice sheet. It's so spectacular. Hugo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, taking out his camera and taking pictures non-stop. I've never seen such a strange sight. This is simply a miracle of ice and snow. Lena also took out her notebook and quickly recorded the data. The vent temperature is 205 C, 9 C higher than the surrounding temperature. The ejecta are mainly liquid nitrogen and nitrogen ice crystals, with a velocity of about 10 meters per second. This data is invaluable and will be of great help in studying the internal structure of Triton. Lin Feng walked closer to the vent and carefully collected some samples of the ejected nitrogen ice crystals. These ice crystals were larger than the star-shaped ice crystals in the liquid nitrogen lake, irregularly shaped with sharp edges, and glowed a faint blue in the sunlight. The structure of these ice crystals is very unique, containing trace amounts of methane, which is why they appear blue. He carefully examined the samples. We can bring these samples back to Earth and have the artisans at the Benito workshop study them to see if they can be made into unique works of art. At this moment, Jason reminded him, "Mr. Lin, this should be your check-in location near the ice fountain vent, in line with the Triton core detection area indicated by the system." Lin Feng nodded, walked to the nozzle, felt the faint vibration coming from the nozzle, and said silently in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the ice fountain vent of Kuro Lake on Triton. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global dominance of Triton's liquid nitrogen resources. Authority Effect 1: Lead the Triton exploration missions of 8 space agencies worldwide, including liquid nitrogen sampling, ice fountain monitoring, resource exploration, etc. Permission Effect 2: Exclusive rights to develop liquid nitrogen and star-shaped ice crystals on Triton. The International Astronautical Federation has issued authorization documents, allowing for use in scientific research, material development, and artistic creation. Permission Effect 3: Unlocks the Extreme Cold Environment Liquid Sampling Technology patent authorized for use by global scientific research institutions, for collecting liquid substances in extremely low temperatures. Synchronous Reward 1: Low temperature phase change heating equipment. Complete production technology can be used for industrial and scientific research equipment in extremely cold regions, and has been simultaneously licensed to multiple equipment manufacturers around the world. Synchronous Reward 2: 51% equity in the Triton Lake Kuro Observation Station acquired from the International Joint Team. You will control the monitoring data and core equipment of the station. Synchronous Reward 3: Honorary title of Pioneer in Solar System Extreme Cold Environment Exploration awarded by the International Polar Association and will be officially awarded at next year's Global Polar Conference. As soon as the system prompt sounded, the International Astronautical Federation's holographic communicator automatically popped up. President D. Pippo appeared on the screen, a pleased smile on his face. "Mr. Lin, congratulations on your successful discovery and exploration of Triton's ice fountain. You've completed your sign-in. Space agencies worldwide have unanimously agreed to name this ice fountain Silver Pillar Fountain in honor of its spectacular silver jets. In addition, the International Polar Association has invited you to share your experience exploring Triton's extreme cold environment at next year's conference." Lena and Hugo congratulated Lin Feng. Lena smiled and said, "Silver Pillar Fountain, what a vivid name. From now on, whenever Triton is mentioned, everyone will think of this silver ice fountain and Mr. Lin who discovered it." Yes, Hugo added, and you've also been awarded the title of pioneer in exploring extremely cold environments of the solar system, which is the highest honor in polar exploration. That's amazing. Lin Feng smiled and thanked him, feeling a surge of accomplishment. From Miranda to Triton, every exploration mission was filled with challenges but also with surprises. Whether it was the glowing ice crystals or the spectacular ice fountains, they all made him feel the wonder and beauty of the universe. This process of exploring the unknown and discovering beauty was more meaningful than any honor. Over the next few days, everyone conducted detailed exploration on Triton, collecting large quantities of liquid nitrogen and star-shaped ice crystal samples, mapping the activity patterns of ice fountains, monitoring temperature fluctuations in Lake Kuril, and discovering several new small ice fountains, forming an ice fountain cluster. Every evening, everyone shared their discoveries in the tent, occasionally taking out the collected star-shaped ice crystals and admiring them under the light. Under ordinary light, these crystals glowed a faint silvery light, resembling a group of tiny stars, a truly lovely sight. That evening, as everyone sat in the tent, sipping hot chocolate and gazing out at the silver column fountain, Hugo suddenly suggested, "Let's make a Triton album. We'll organize the photos of the samples we collected and our exploration diary. This will help us remember this fascinating journey." Lena immediately agreed. What a great idea! I can be responsible for taking photos and organizing them. Professor Hugo will be responsible for writing the exploration diary, Mr. Lin will be responsible for writing the preface, and Jason will be responsible for organizing the data. This way our yearbook will be complete. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, no problem. This is a very good idea. When we return to Earth, we can publish a commemorative album to let more people know about the beauty of Triton. Jason walked in, holding a new exploration plan. Mr. Lin, the system prompts us that our next check-in location is Pluto's Sputnik Planitia. It contains the largest ice sheet in the solar system and may even harbor a subsurface ocean. Our Lin 6 probe is already being prepared and is expected to depart in 5 days. Pluto! Lena said excitedly. I've wanted to see Pluto since I was a kid, and now I actually have the chance. The ice fields on Sputnik Planitia must be spectacular. Hugo was also looking forward to it. There is also the possibility of an underground ocean. If it can be confirmed, it would be a major scientific discovery. Lin Feng looked at everyone's expectant eyes, and his heart was filled with longing. The exploration of Triton was about to end, but new explorations were already waiting for them. Pluto's ice sheet, underground ocean, and many more unknown surprises were all waiting for them to discover at the distant edge of the solar system. The silver column fountain outside the window was still magnificent, its silver jets gleaming in the light of Neptune. Lin Feng knew his journey of cosmic exploration was still long. Every planet had its own unique story, and every exploration had its own fascinating experiences. Take your time, observe carefully, and feel with your heart that was the meaning of exploration and the joy of life. 5 days later, the Lin 5 probe slowly left Triton and headed towards Pluto. Watching Triton gradually shrink on the screen, Lin Feng's heart was filled with anticipation. The next stop, Pluto, the expedition to Sputnik Planitia, was about to begin. Chapter 23, Cars stuck in Pluto's ice sheet encounter soft layers, and the wonders of ice flowers hide clues to the underground sea. Pluto's reddish halo diffused across the universe, tinting Sputnik Planitia with a gentle crimson. The Lin 6 nuclear-powered probe slowly descended onto the ice sheet. When its landing legs touched the ground, there was no crisp thud, but instead it sank into a seemingly hard, but actually soft, ice crust. The surface temperature here was a chilly 230 C. The ice sheet was composed of a mixture of nitrogen, methane, and water ice. Beneath the surface crust lay a soft ice layer that hadn't fully frozen, like a marshmallow wrapped in a hard shell. It could easily sink in if not carefully observed. Lin Feng walked out of the cabin wearing an ice exploration suit customized for Pluto. This exploration suit has some more clever features for dealing with soft terrain than before. A deployable ice anti-skid plate is installed on the outside of the trouser legs, which can increase the contact area with the ground when deployed to prevent sinking. The soles are engraved with micro-textures of Pluto's terrain, which is both decorative and can enhance grip. The holographic display screen of the helmet has added a real-time detection of ice shell thickness function, and the corner of the screen is embroidered with the Pluto ice flower pattern designed by the Beneteau workshop. The chief craftsman said, even at the edge of the solar system, exploration must be a little romantic. Mr. Lin, the core exploration area of Sputnik Planitia is 3 kilometers ahead, but Dr. Lena just sent a message saying their rover is stuck in soft ice. Jason followed behind, pushing an icefield supply cart loaded with rescue tools and an insulated box. She said the rover's front wheel is completely stuck under the ice. It's been spinning for a long time, and not only is it not coming out, it's getting deeper and deeper. Now they can only wait for our support. Lin Feng looked in the direction Jason pointed. Sure enough, there was a small white dot on the distant ice sheet, surrounded by two even smaller figures, Lena and Hugo. He glanced down at the ice shell thickness data on the holographic screen. The surface ice was only 0.5 meters thick, beneath it was a 1.2 meter thick layer of soft ice, and below that was the hard water ice layer. The ice shell structure of Sputnik Planitia is more complex than we expected. The soft ice layer acts like a lubricant, and ordinary rover wheels can easily get stuck in it, he said, motioning for Jason to bring down the rescue tools. We brought ice sheet skid plates and hydraulic jacks, so we should be able to get their car out. The two men pushed the supply cart toward the site of the stuck vehicle. Pluto's gravity is only 1/16 that of Earth's. Every step felt like skipping on cotton. The ice beneath their feet occasionally made a soft crunch sound, as if it would crack at any moment. As they approached, they saw that the front wheel of Lena's rover was stuck in an ice pit about a meter in diameter. The wheel was still spinning in vain, raising fine nitrogen ice crystals like a cloud of white smoke. "Mr. Lin, you're finally here." Lena's tone was full of relief when she saw them. "This ice sheet looks hard, but I didn't expect it to be so soft underneath." As soon as we drove over, the wheel went in with a plop sound. "We tried for a long time to get it out, but we couldn't get it out. If this continues, our sampling mission will be delayed." Hugo squatted beside the ice pit, tapping the edge of the ice crust with a wrench. He said helplessly, "I should have measured the thickness of the ice crust beforehand. We were too impatient. This soft ice layer is like cream mixed with ice chips. It deforms when pressed. Ordinary anti-skid chains are completely useless." Lin Feng walked to the edge of the ice pit and bent down to check the situation. The front wheels of the rover were deeply stuck. The soft ice had already covered the wheel hubs, and there were tiny cracks on the edge of the ice shell. Any further force might expand the ice pit. "Your rover is not designed for soft ice. The wheel contact area is too small, and the pressure is concentrated in one point, so it will naturally sink in," he said, and asked Jason to unfold the ice plate, a folding titanium alloy plate, 1.5 meters wide when unfolded, with anti-skid grooves engraved on the surface. "We will put the plate under the wheel, and then use the hydraulic jack to lift the car body. It should be able to pull it out." Lena and Hugo's eyes lit up, and they hurried forward to help. Together, the four of them slid the skid plate from the edge of the ice pit to under the wheels. Jason activated the hydraulic jack, and with a soft buzz, the rover's body slowly rose, its wheels finally free of the soft ice and landing on the skid plate. Lin Feng had Jason start his own rover, and with a tow rope, he pulled Lena's rover slowly out of the ice pit. "It's out. Finally out." Lena clapped her hands excitedly and circled the rover. "Thanks to Mr. Lin's skid plate, we might have been stuck here today. This skid plate is so cleverly designed. When it's deployed, it acts like an ice mat for the wheels." Hugo also came over and touched the texture on the skid plate. "This texture looks like the terrain of Pluto. It's both practical and beautiful. It must be the work of the Beneteau workshop, right? I can imagine them designing the exploration suits and tools like works of art." "It is indeed their design," Lin Feng nodded with a smile. "The craftsman said that exploration tools must not only be easy to use, but also pleasing to the eye. By the way, were you going to take samples just now? We can go together. It's a good opportunity to try out our soft ice sampler." Lena nodded immediately. "Great. We originally wanted to collect samples from the surface of the ice sheet to see if we could find any clues to an underground ocean. Previous satellite data showed that there might be a liquid water ocean beneath Sputnik Planitia. If this can be confirmed, it would be a major discovery at the edge of the solar system." The four of them boarded two rovers and headed toward the core of the ice sheet. Lin Feng's rover was in the lead, its skid plates unfurled like a pair of silver wings, gliding smoothly across the crimson ice sheet. The ice sheet along the way was a truly bizarre sight. The surface of the ice was covered in tiny cracks, and the sunlight filtering through them refracted a pale blue light, like a red carpet strewn with broken glass. "Look over there." Hugo suddenly pointed to the right. "Why are the cracks on that ice sheet shaped like petals?" Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough, they saw cracks on an ice field distributed radially. There was a small dot in the center, and 6 petals extended around it. Each petal was covered with tiny branches, like a huge ice flower, glowing crimson under the halo of Pluto. "Amazing. This is a true ice flower plane." Lena couldn't help but stop the rover and took out her camera to take pictures. "I've never seen such regular ice cracks. They must have been formed by special geological activity. Mr. Lin, do you think this is related to the underground ocean? Lin Feng got out of the car and walked over to the ice flower. He squatted down and collected a piece of ice with a sampler. He observed it through the magnifying glass on his helmet. Tiny bubbles were visible inside the ice sample, extending along the lines of the petals, as if pulled by some force. These bubbles could be gases released from the underground ocean, rising along cracks in the ice shell, forming these petal-like cracks on the surface. He said, and asked Jason to scan below with the ice detection radar. Let's measure the structure under the ice shell. Maybe we can find more direct clues. The radar scan quickly revealed a layer of liquid approximately 100 kilometers thick, about 10 kilometers below the ice flower. Radar wave reflections indicated this layer was likely composed of saltwater, a subsurface ocean. There really is an underground ocean. Lena leaped up excitedly, nearly floating from the low gravity. This is incredible. Pluto is so cold, yet it harbors a liquid ocean. Hugo also said excitedly, this is a revolutionary discovery. We previously thought that only Europa and Titan might have underground oceans, but we didn't expect Pluto to have one too. Mr. Lin, we need to collect ice samples from deeper layers to see if we can find any traces of marine life. Lin Feng nodded and pulled out a deep ice sampler, a 2-meter-long titanium drill capable of penetrating a 3-meter-thick ice crust to collect deep ice samples. He aimed the sampler at the center of the ice flower and started the drill. With a sizzling sound, the sampler slowly penetrated the ice crust. After a few minutes, the drill emerged, revealing a sample tube at the top containing a pale blue ice sample. Within the ice, traces of tiny organic molecules could be vaguely seen. There are organic molecules in this ice sample. Lena took the sample tube and placed it on the portable detector. The test results immediately appeared on the screen. The ice sample contained organic substances such as amino acids and nucleotides. Although not direct traces of life, it was enough to prove that Pluto's underground ocean had the conditions to support life. This is huge. Our discovery is enough to rewrite the research on the origin of life in the solar system. At this moment, Jason reminded him, Mr. Lin, this should be your check-in location, the center of the ice flower plains, which happens to be the core detection area of the Sputnik Planitia, as indicated by the system. Lin Feng walked to the center of the ice flower and felt a faint vibration from the ice shell beneath his feet, like the slow flow of an underground ocean. He silently said to himself, System, sign in. Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the ice flower core area on Pluto's Sputnik Planitia. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global leadership in Pluto's underground ocean exploration. Permission Effect 1, lead the Pluto exploration missions of 6 space agencies worldwide, including underground ocean radar scanning, deep ice sampling, organic molecule research, etc. Permission Effect 2, exclusive rights to develop the Sputnik Planitia ice resources authorized by the International Astronautical Federation, allowing the collection of ice samples for scientific research and special material development, but prohibiting destructive mining. Permission Effect 3, unlock the deep ice shell sampling technology patent authorized for use by global scientific research institutions for ice layer detection on celestial bodies at the edge of the solar system. Synchronous Reward 1, complete set of design drawings for the soft ice exploration rover equipped with deployable skid plates and ice radar, authorized for joint production by NASA and ESA. Synchronous Reward 2, 51% equity in the Pluto Sputnik Observatory acquired from the International Joint Team. The station's radar equipment and sample library will be under your control. Synchronous Reward 3, honorary title of Pioneer in Solar System Exploration awarded by the International Astronomical Union and will be officially awarded at next year's World Astronomy Congress. As soon as the system prompt sounded, the International Astronomical Union's holographic communicator automatically popped up, and the image of its president, Simon Porter, appeared on the screen, his face filled with excitement. Mr. Lin, congratulations on discovering key evidence for Pluto's subsurface ocean. You've completed your sign-in. Astronomical organizations worldwide have unanimously agreed to name the ice flower plains you discovered the Lin Feng ice flower area and the subsurface ocean you detected the Pluto Sea. In addition, the International Astronomical Union has reserved a keynote speech spot for you at next year's Astronomical Congress. We hope you can share in this historic exploration experience. Lena and Hugo gathered around, excitedly congratulating Lin Feng. Lena held up the sample tube, her eyes sparkling. Lin Feng ice flower area. Undersea. From now on, when we talk about Pluto, everyone will remember that it was you who led us to discover such a magical landscape and underground ocean. And the title of pioneer in exploration of the edge of the solar system is one of the highest honors in astronomy. Hugo added. I can already imagine the thunderous applause you'll receive when you give your speech at the astronomy conference next year. Lin Feng smiled and thanked them, looking down at the ice flower beneath his feet. Petal-shaped cracks on the crimson ice shell, under Pluto's halo, resembled a flowing painting. He suddenly realized that the meaning of exploration was never about accolades, but about discovering the beauty hidden in the cold and darkness at the edge of the universe, like this ice flower, like clues to the underground ocean, like solving a stuck car problem with the expedition team and sharing the joy of discovery. Over the next few days, detailed exploration was conducted on the Sputnik Planitia. Radar was used to map the approximate extent of the underworld sea, dozens of deep ice samples were collected, the growth and change patterns of the ice flowers were recorded, and several small methane ice hills were discovered on the edge of the plain. The tops of the hills were covered with light blue frost, like inverted blue bowls. Every evening, everyone would share the day's discoveries in the insulated tents of their makeshift camp. Jason would heat his hot cocoa to a temperature just warm enough to hold in his hands, adding Benito's special icefield spice, an aromatic substance extracted from samples of Titan's methane lakes, which has a light nutty flavor. Lena would place the ice sample she had collected in a specially insulated box and observe the traces of organic molecules within under the light, as if appreciating a precious work of art. Hugo would take a notebook and write down his experiences as an exploration diary, occasionally sketching the icefield scenery, his strokes clumsy but full of childlike playfulness. That night, as everyone sat in the tent, looking out the window at the Linfeng iceflower area enveloped by the red glow of Pluto, Hugo suddenly exclaimed, I can't believe we're actually here at the edge of the solar system, drinking hot cocoa and discussing underground oceans. If I'd known this as a child, I'd have thought I was dreaming. Lena nodded and smiled. My childhood dream was to become an astronaut and explore distant planets. Now it has finally come true, and I'm with such a great team. Mr. Lin, thank you for bringing us here and showing us so many amazing sights. Lin Feng looked at them, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Actually, I am also very lucky to be able to explore these planets with you. The universe is so vast, it would be very lonely to walk alone. With you by my side, these journeys are more interesting. Jason walked in, holding a new exploration plan. Mr. Lin, the system prompts us that our next check-in location is Sedna in the Kuiper Belt, a distant dwarf planet covered in thick methane ice, which may contain primordial material from the early formation of the solar system. Our Lin 7 probe is already being prepared and is expected to depart in a week. Sedna. Lena's eyes lit up. I've seen it in the literature before. It's one of the most distant objects in the Kuiper Belt. Going there to explore is like visiting my grandma's house in the solar system. Hugo also smiled and said, maybe we can find a time capsule of the formation of the solar system there and unlock more secrets of the origin of the universe. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Lin Feng looked at their expectant eyes, and his heart was filled with longing. The Pluto exploration journey was coming to an end, but new explorations were still waiting: distant dwarf planets in the Kuiper Belt, traces of primordial matter, and many more unknown surprises, all waiting for them to discover in the deeper reaches of the universe. Outside the window, the Lin Feng iceflower area remained serene, its crimson ice shell gleaming softly under the starlight. Lin Feng knew his journey of cosmic exploration was still long. Every planet, every ice sheet, held secrets and romance within. He would take his time, driven by curiosity and passion, reaching ever further afield. This was the kind of exploration he desired, and the kind of life he envisioned. A week later, the Lin 6 probe slowly departed Pluto, heading toward the Kuiper Belt. On the screen, the Lin Feng iceflower zone gradually shrank, eventually becoming a tiny crimson, disappearing into the depths of space. Lin Feng gazed out the window at the starry sky, a smile playing on his lips. The next stop, Sedna, the time capsule expedition to the edge of the solar system, was about to begin. Chapter 24, Searching for a time capsule on the Sedna methane icefield. Ancient ice cores hold the code of the solar system. The darkness of the Kuiper Belt, like a thick velvet cloth, enveloped Sedna in a distant silence. This dwarf planet, about 1,000 kilometers in diameter and orbiting far beyond Pluto, is one of the most distant celestial bodies ever detected. Its surface is covered with up to 3 kilometers of methane ice, shimmering with a faint pink-purple sheen from eons of cosmic radiation. Like a time-sealed gem, it rests quietly on the edge of the solar system. The Lin No. 7 nuclear-powered probe slowly landed in the ancient icefield area of Sedna. When the landing legs touched the ice surface, it did not raise any fine ice crystals, but instead made a dull bang sound. The methane ice here has been compressed at low temperatures for billions of years, and its density far exceeds that of the Earth's rocks, and its hardness is comparable to that of steel. The landing cushioning system of the probe even vibrated slightly before it stabilized the fuselage. Lin Feng walked out of the hatch wearing the ancient ice field exploration suit specially made for Sedna. This exploration suit not only resists cold, but also focuses on strengthening the anti-methane corrosion and anti-scratch functions. The outer layer uses a composite coating of nickel titanium alloy and silicon carbide, which can resist the low-temperature brittle cracking of methane ice and erosion by cosmic rays. Detachable ice pick-style wrist guards are added to the cuffs and trouser legs, which are convenient for climbing on hard ice surfaces and can also break the ice shell. Emergency: the holographic display screen of the helmet has added an ice core age detection function, and the bottom of the screen is embroidered with a miniature solar system star map designed by the Beneteau workshop. The chief craftsman specifically explained, "This is to allow you to always see your connection with the entire solar system when exploring." Mr. Lin, Dr. Lena and Professor Hugo are already waiting at the pink ice mound about a kilometer ahead, but we just received word from them that they're having trouble sampling. Jason followed behind, pushing a heavy-duty ice core sampling vehicle wider than the previous rover, with serrated wheels for anti-skid performance. A 15-centimeter diameter ice core drill was mounted on the rear. They say Sedna's methane ice is much harder than expected. Ordinary drills have worn their bits blunt and haven't even penetrated a meter, let alone collected ancient ice cores from deep within. Lin Feng looked in the direction Jason pointed. In the distance, several low ice mounds rose from the ice field. Due to the trace amounts of organic matter contained in the methane ice, they appeared in varying shades of pink and purple, resembling giant mulberries scattered across the ice. Beside the ice mounds, two white figures were busy surrounding a silver drilling rig. They were Lena and Hugo. The two men trudged toward the sampling site, treading on the hard methane ice. Sedna's gravity is only 1/20th that of Earth's. Every step felt like leaping across the moon. The ice beneath their feet occasionally reflected the faint light of distant stars, like scattered diamond fragments. Only as they approached did they hear Lena's voice, a touch of frustration, coming through the spacesuit communicator. "This ice is too hard. Our diamond drill bit has chipped after only drilling 0.8 meters. If this continues, not only will we not be able to collect an ancient ice core, but even the drill bit will be useless." Hugo squatted beside the drilling machine, holding a blunt drill bit in his hand, shaking his head helplessly. "If I had known Sedna's ice was so stubborn, I should have brought heavy drilling equipment. We were so successful drilling into Pluto's soft ice before that we overlooked this extremely hard ice." Lin Feng walked over to the drill and bent over to examine the newly drilled hole. The hole was mirror smooth, and the ice chips were a fine powder with a faint pink hue, clearly the result of highly compressed methane ice. He took the drill bit from Hugo's hand and gently ran his fingertips over the worn area. Through the pressure sensors on his exploration suit, he could clearly feel the diamond coating peeling off. Ordinary diamond drill bits are hard, but at extremely low temperatures of 240 C, they become more brittle. They're easily worn when encountering high-density ice like Sedna. He gestured for Jason to remove a custom-made drill from the sampling vehicle. This drill had a spiral-shaped drill bit covered in a dark black coating, unlike any other drill bit. "This is a tungsten carbide graphene composite drill bit. We've optimized it specifically for high-density methane ice. The graphene coating reduces frictional heat, and the tungsten carbide's toughness persists even at low temperatures. It should be able to penetrate a 5-meter deep ice shell." Lena and Hugo's eyes lit up, and they hurried forward to help replace the drill bit. Jason started the drill. With a low hum, the drill bit slowly penetrated the ice surface. This time, there was no previous lag. Ice chips were evenly discharged from the drill rod. The drilling depth displayed on the screen steadily increased at a rate of 5 centimeters per minute. "It really went in." Lena stared at the screen excitedly. "It drilled 0.3 meters in just 3 minutes. It's much faster than before. Mr. Lin, the design of your drill bit is amazing. It can actually maintain its toughness at such low temperatures. It's actually adapted from deep-sea drilling equipment on Earth," Lin Feng explained with a smile. "The high-pressure environment of the deep sea and the low-temperature environment here have very similar requirements for material toughness. We simply adjusted the coating formula, changing high-pressure resistance to low-temperature resistance. Sometimes cross-disciplinary inspiration is more effective than developing from scratch." Hugo suddenly realized, "I see. We used to think designing specifically for Sedna, but that actually limited our thinking. I didn't expect it would be so easy to find inspiration from other fields." Half an hour later, the drilling rig finally reached a depth of 5 meters. Jason pressed the sampling button, and the drill rod slowly rose. In the ice core tube at the top, there was a complete ice core with a diameter of 10 centimeters and a length of 5 meters. This ice core showed a clear layered structure, with the surface layer being light pink methane ice, the middle layer being milky white water ice, and the bottom layer being a dark gray ice layer with tiny black particles embedded in it, like a popsicle dyed by time. This is the ancient ice core. Lena excitedly reached out to touch it, but then remembered the gloves on her exploration suit and quickly withdrew her hand. The black particles inside must be primordial dust from the early formation of the solar system. We've finally found the time capsule. Hugo took out a cryogenic microanalyzer and placed the bottom layer of the ice core on the stage. Through the eyepiece, everyone could clearly see that the black particles were actually carbonaceous spherules less than 1 micron in diameter, with trace amounts of organic molecules attached to their surfaces. These were the original components that condensed from nebula material at the birth of the solar system, 4.6 billion years ago. It's amazing. Hugo's voice trembled. These carbonaceous chondrules may contain the secret code for the formation of the solar system, such as the temperature of the nebula at that time, the elemental composition, and even the early materials of the origin of life. Lin Feng was struck by the carbonaceous spherules under the microscope. These tiny particles were older than Earth itself, sealed in Sedna's ice core since the dawn of the solar system. Like silent witnesses, they recorded the early story of the universe. We must carefully preserve these samples. When we return, we can use synchrotron radiation equipment for more detailed analysis. Perhaps we can unravel many mysteries about the origin of the solar system. Lena immediately produced a specially prepared sample box filled with inert gas to prevent oxidation. She carefully divided the ice core sample into dozens of portions, labeling each with its depth and location. These samples will be divided into 3 parts, one to be sent back to the laboratory on Earth, one to be kept at the exploration station for preliminary analysis, and one to be sent to the International Astronomical Union for global research. This is such an important discovery that more people should be involved. I agree. Lin Feng nodded. Scientific research is not a one-person job. Only by working together can we solve these cosmic mysteries more quickly. Before we knew it, Sedna's day was drawing to a close with its 10-hour rotation period. Both day and night are exceptionally long. The setting sun stained the ice sheet a golden red, and distant pink ice dunes appeared in the shadows, resembling the colorful hills of a fairy tale. Let's go back to the temporary camp and rest first, and then continue drilling deeper into the ice core tomorrow. Lin Feng checked the time and said to everyone, Jason brought a special Sedna hot meal, which should keep everyone warm. The temporary camp is built on a flat ice field. It consists of 2 space tents made of high-strength thermal insulation materials. The tent is equipped with 2 small thorium-based molten salt reactors, one for heating and the other for powering equipment. Even if the outside temperature drops to 240 C, the tent can maintain a comfortable temperature of 22 C. Entering the main tent, Jason immediately opened the thermal box and took out steaming hot food: baked mashed potatoes wrapped in cheese, grilled chicken breasts sprinkled with herbs, and a pot of hot black tea with stardust honey specially made by the Benito workshop added to the tea. This is honey brewed from special plants near Titan's methane lake, with a faint floral fragrance, which can quickly replenish energy. Finally, I can eat something hot. Lena took the plate and couldn't wait to taste the mashed potatoes, squinting her eyes in satisfaction. I've been outside for most of the day and I feel like my tongue is almost frozen. These mashed potatoes are so delicious. Hugo also picked up a piece of grilled chicken breast, took a bite, and said with a smile, I didn't expect to be able to eat such authentic Earth food at the edge of the solar system. Jason, your chef is amazing. Did he specialize in space recipes? Jason smiled and nodded. The chef said that no matter how far away you are, a warm meal of home-cooked food can make you more motivated. By the way, Mr. Lin, the Benito workshop also asked me to bring you a small gift, saying it's a Sedna commemorative edition, but... As he spoke, he took out a small box from his backpack and opened it to reveal a silver brooch. The brooch was shaped like the outline of Sedna, with a light pink gem in the middle. It was made from methane ice on Sedna's surface and, after special treatment, could remain stable at room temperature. It's so beautiful. Lena came over and looked at the brooch carefully. After this methane ice is polished into a gem, it is even more transparent than when it appears on the ice field. It looks like a piece of pink crystal. The craftsman at Benito said this is the Stone of Time, commemorating the time capsule you found on Sedna, Jason explained. Lin Feng picked up the brooch and pinned it to the collar of his exploration suit. It just happened to match the pattern of the solar system star map. It's very exquisite. I will keep it carefully when I return. Maybe in the future, we can use rocks from Mercury and minerals from Venus to make a set of solar system series jewelry to record our exploration journey. That's a great idea. Hugo agreed immediately. If I made it into a necklace or bracelet and wore it, it would be like carrying the entire solar system with you. It would definitely be meaningful. Over dinner, everyone discussed hypotheses about the origins of the solar system. Lena suggested that the carbonaceous chondrules in the Sedna ice core might have come from the primordial nebula disk from which the solar system was born, and that the organic molecules contained within them might have been the seeds of life on Earth. Hugo suggested that these chondrules might contain fragments of early solar system planetary embryos, explaining why there are so many dwarf planets in the Kuiper belt. Lin Feng suggested that analyzing the isotopic composition of the chondrules might reveal insights into the cosmic environment at the birth of the solar system, such as whether there were nearby supernovae or whether it was affected by other stars. As they were chatting, a slight rustling sound came from outside the tent. Jason walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and said in surprise, "Look, it's the Sedna aurora." Everyone rushed to the window. They saw faint green and pink halos in the black sky of Sedna. These halos were not band-shaped like the auroras on Earth, but irregular cloud-like shapes, flowing slowly in the sky like a moving watercolor painting. "It's so beautiful." Lena couldn't help but take out her camera and take pictures through the window. "I've never seen such a soft aurora. Sedna is so magical." This is probably caused by the interaction between solar wind particles and Sedna's thin atmosphere, Hugo explained. Sedna's atmosphere is very thin, mainly composed of methane, so the aurora appears pink and green. This is the first time humans have seen Sedna's aurora, and it's another major discovery. Lin Feng gazed at the aurora outside the window, a wave of emotion welling up in his heart. From Earth to the Moon, from Europa to Titan, and now to Sedna, every exploration has brought new surprises, and every planet has its own unique story. These stories, some hidden in ice cores, some written in the auroras, and some etched in the laughter of the expedition team, together constitute his understanding of the universe. The universe is not only a cold sea of stars, but also a journey of exploration filled with warmth and surprises. At this moment, Jason reminded him, "Mr. Lin, according to the system prompt, your check-in location is right below the pink ice mound where we just collected the ancient ice core. Checking in now will be just in time to catch the aurora. You might even get a special reward." Lin Feng nodded, stood up and put on his exploration suit. Let's go to the ice hill and check in. Such a beautiful aurora is perfect for us to commemorate this trip to Sedna together with the time capsule. The four of them left the tent. The aurora continued to stream across the sky, its pink and green halos casting a dreamy hue across the ice. They walked to the ice hole they had drilled that afternoon. Lin Feng squatted down, watching the aurora reflected in the hole, and silently said to himself, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed sign in at the pink ice mounds of the ancient Sedna Glacier. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global leadership in Sedna's primordial material detection. Authority Effect 1. Lead the Sedna exploration missions of 5 space agencies worldwide, including ancient ice core collection, raw material analysis, aurora observation, etc., and have the final decision-making power over the division of exploration areas and data sharing. Permission Effect 2. Exclusive priority research rights for Sedna's carbonaceous chondrules authorized by the International Astronomical Union, allowing your team priority use of top-level equipment such as global synchrotron radiation and electron microscopes to conduct original material analysis. Permission Effect 3. Unlocks the low-temperature ancient ice core preservation technology patent authorized for use by global scientific research institutions for the long-term preservation of ice core samples from celestial bodies at the edge of the solar system to prevent the degradation of organic matter. Synchronous Reward 1. Complete technical documentation for the heavy-duty ice core drill authorized for joint production by NASA, ESA, and JAXA, equipped with a tungsten carbide graphene composite drill bit, suitable for all types of high-density ice sheet exploration. Synchronous Reward 2. 51% equity in the Sedna Ancient Ice Sheet Exploration Station acquired from the International Joint Team. The station's sample library, analytical equipment, and aurora observation instruments will all be yours to control. Synchronous Reward 3. Honorary title of Pioneer in Solar System Primitive Material Research awarded by the International Union for Solar System Research, to be officially awarded at next year's Global Solar System Science Conference. As soon as the system prompt sounded, the holographic communicator of the International Union for Solar System Research automatically popped up, and the image of President Maria Cortez appeared on the screen, her face full of excitement. "Mr. Lin, congratulations on successfully collecting the Sedna Ancient Ice Core and discovering the original material of the solar system. Global scientific research institutions have unanimously agreed to name the carbonaceous chondrules you discovered Lin Feng chondrules in the Aurora area detected as the Aurora Memorial Area. In addition, we have reserved a keynote speech seat for you at next year's scientific conference. We look forward to you sharing this historic discovery. Lena and Hugo congratulated Lin Feng. Lena said excitedly, Lin Feng spherulite. This name will be mentioned in all scientific literature from now on. This is an honor that will go down in history. And the title of pioneer in the study of primitive matter in the solar system is one of the highest honors in the field of solar system research. Hugo added. I can already imagine scientists around the world listening intently to your speech at the conference next year. Lin Feng smiled and thanked him, looking up at the aurora in the sky, a shimmering green and pink halo, as if celebrating the discovery. He knew that this Sedna mission had not only found a time capsule of the solar system, but had also made him realize the true meaning of exploration, not for accolades, but to find clues connecting the past and the future in the distant universe, adding a small piece to the puzzle of humanity's understanding of its origins. In the following days, more in-depth exploration was carried out on Sedna. A 10-meter-deep ancient ice core was drilled, and more types of primitive substances were discovered, including trace amounts of amino acid precursor molecules. A temporary aurora observatory was established to record the changing patterns of the aurora, and it was found that it was closely related to the solar activity cycle. Several ancient ice cracks were also discovered on the edge of the ice sheet, which may contain earlier ice core samples. Every night, everyone would organize data and analyze samples in the tent. Occasionally, they would take out samples of Lin Feng spherules and look at them under a microscope for a while. These tiny particles, like silent teachers, silently told the story of the universe 4.6 billion years ago. That evening, Jason presented a new exploration plan. Mr. Lin, the system prompts us that our next check-in location is Haumea, another dwarf planet in the Kuiper Belt. This planet has a unique shape, like a rugby ball, and its surface is covered with water ice and methane ice. It may have unique geological activity. Our Lin 8 probe is already being prepared and is expected to depart in 10 days. Haumea. Lena's eyes lit up. I've read in the literature before that it rotates the fastest of all celestial bodies in the solar system, with a day of only 3.9 hours. It must have some very unique landforms. Hugo also smiled and said, maybe we can discover new geological phenomena there, such as ice volcanoes or ice cracks, and solve a cosmic mystery. Lin Feng looked at everyone's expectant eyes, and his heart was filled with longing. Sedna's exploration journey was coming to an end, but new explorations still awaited them. Haumea's rugby-shaped shape, rapid rotation, and possible geological activity were all like tantalizing puzzles waiting to be solved. The aurora borealis still streamed outside the window, Sedna's ice sheet shimmering in a dreamy glow. Lin Feng knew his journey of cosmic exploration was still long. Every planet, every speck of dust, held secrets of the universe. Driven by curiosity and passion, he would continue his journey to greater heights. This was the kind of exploration he desired, and the kind of life he wanted. 10 days later, the Lin 7 probe slowly departed Sedna and headed for Haumea. On the screen, Sedna's pink icy mounds gradually shrank, eventually becoming a pale pink dot, disappearing into the darkness of the Kuiper Belt. Lin Feng gazed at the starry sky outside the window, a smile playing on his lips. Next stop, Haumea. The exploration of the football of the solar system was about to begin. Chapter 25, Haumea's rugby-shaped terrain faces a balance problem, and the spiral ice ridges reveal the rotation code. In the darkness of the Kuiper Belt, Haumea spins rapidly through space like an elongated, pale blue rugby ball. This dwarf planet, approximately 1,960 kilometers in diameter, is one of the fastest rotating bodies in the solar system, completing a rotation every 3.9 hours. Its immense centrifugal force has bulged its equator into a distinct ellipsoidal shape, while its poles are flattened like discs. The water ice and methane ice covering its surface, pulled by its rotation, have formed dark lines parallel to the equator, like a light brown bandage wrapped around this rugby ball. The Lin No. 8 nuclear-powered probe slowly landed in the equatorial ridge area of Haumea. It was extremely careful when landing. The surface here is tilted at an angle of 15 degrees due to the centrifugal force of rotation, and the surface is covered with fine ice dust. As soon as the landing legs of the probe touched the ground, there were signs of slight slippage. It was not until the magnetic suction device at the bottom was activated that it was firmly fixed on the ice surface. Lin Feng walked out of the hatch wearing a fast-rotating planet exploration suit customized for Haumea. This exploration suit was specially designed to address the balance problems caused by high-speed rotation. A micro-gyroscope was built into the waist, which could automatically adjust the center of gravity to prevent instability on the tilted surface. The soles used honeycomb anti-slip patterns, and each honeycomb hole had a micro-suction cup that could firmly adhere to the surface covered with ice and dust. The holographic display of the helmet added a real-time calculation of rotation. centrifugal force function, and the edge of the screen also dynamically displayed the rotation angle of Haumea. The craftsman at the Benito workshop smiled and said, "This is a cosmic balance instrument for you, to ensure that you can walk steadily even on the fastest rotating planet." Mr. Lin, Dr. Lena, and Professor Hugo are already waiting at the spiral ice ridge 2 kilometers ahead, but the situation is a bit tricky. Jason followed behind, pushing an anti-tilt sampling vehicle, a vehicle with retractable balancing arms on both sides and a vibration-resistant spectrometer mounted on the roof. They say Haumea's rotational centrifugal force is stronger than expected. The rover keeps sliding toward lower latitudes while driving on the equatorial ridge. Furthermore, the sampling equipment is unable to accurately analyze the ice sample composition due to vibrations. Even the most basic ice shell thickness is off. Linfo looked in the direction Jason pointed. A pale blue ridge of ice spiraled upwards from the distant equatorial ridge that was Haumea's unique rotational ridge. Due to its high-speed rotation and geological activity, the ice shell had been stretched into a spiral, resembling a giant blue snake coiling across the planet's surface. Beside the ridge, Lena and Hugo's rover was zigzagging, braking and adjusting its direction periodically, like a toy car skidding on the ice. The two walked toward the sampling point on the gently sloping ice surface. Haumea's gravity is about 1/10 that of Earth's, and combined with the centrifugal force of its rotation, every step felt like walking on a sloping slide, requiring careful adjustment of the center of gravity to maintain balance. Only when they got closer did they hear Lena's voice, coming through the communicator with a hint of frustration. "This rotation is outrageous. Our rover's balance system can't handle it. We almost slipped into a crevasse just now, and the sampler's lens was blurred by the vibration. The measured data is all biased." Hugo squatted beside the sampler, wiping the lens with a lens cloth, his tone full of sarcasm. "I should have installed a gyroscope on the rover earlier. Now we've become the Kuiper Belt skating team, with built-in vibration effects." Linfone walked over to the rover and bent over to check the balancing system. A typical rover's balancing arm can only handle tilts of less than 5 degrees, making it completely ineffective on Haumea's 15-degree equatorial ridge. Add to that the constant vibrations from the rotation, and the sampler's laser emitter was shaking slightly. "Your balancing system is too basic, and it doesn't account for the continuous centrifugal force caused by the rotation. Braking alone won't stabilize it," he said, and had Jason deploy the sampling rover's balancing arms. These arms were longer than standard, with adjustable counterweights at the ends. "Our balancing arms have a dynamic counterweight system that adjusts weight distribution in real time based on the centrifugal force of the rotation. Combined with the magnetic attraction on the underbody, it should be able to stabilize the vehicle." Lena and Hugo's eyes lit up, and they hurried to help with the adjustments. Jason activated the balancing system, and the counterweight slowly slid along the balancing arm, gradually leveling the rover's tilted body. The magnetic devices under the wheels hummed softly, firmly gripping the ice. Linfone had Jason drive the sampling vehicle along the ice ridge. This time, the vehicle was perfectly steady, without a single slip. The sampler's lens stopped vibrating, and the ice sample data on the screen gradually stabilized. "Amazing! It actually stabilized." Lena clapped her hands excitedly and leaned over to the sampler screen. "Look, the spectral data of the ice sample is finally clear. The water ice here is as pure as 98%, and it also contains trace amounts of ammonia ice. This indicates that there may be an ammonia solution beneath Haumea's icy shell, which is a clue to a liquid ocean." Hugo came over and pointed at the spiral pattern data on the screen. "The spiral angle of this ridge matches Haumea's rotational velocity perfectly. Each circle is 1.2 kilometers apart, like it was drawn with a compass. This must be the result of the combined effects of rotation and geological activity. It's so fascinating." Linfone walked over to the spiraling ice ridge and reached out to touch the ice surface. The surface was as smooth as a mirror, and the grooves of the spiral lines were filled with fine ice dust, which shone with a pale blue luster in the weak sunlight. He asked Jason to take out the ice ridge drill and drill a sample from the spiral groove of the ice ridge. As the drill bit penetrated the ice shell, a light click was heard. Beneath the ice shell, there was actually a thin layer of transparent ice, wrapped in tiny bubbles, like a piece of frozen blue glass. "This is bubble ice." Lena leaned over, her eyes sparkling. "The bubbles inside must be gases released by geological activity, quickly frozen within the ice shell. We can analyze the composition of these bubbles to infer Haumea's internal activity, and maybe even find direct evidence of a subsurface ocean." Hugo immediately pulled out a gas analyzer and placed the bubble ice sample into the test chamber. A few minutes later, the screen displayed the results. The bubbles contained significant amounts of methane and ammonia, along with trace amounts of hydrogen, all typical signs of a subsurface ocean. Great! This proves there's indeed liquid ammonia beneath Haumea's icy crust, and it's possible that geological activity is occurring, releasing gas. At this moment, a light blue light suddenly flashed in the distant sky. It was not the aurora, but a group of tiny ice dust that drifted along the equator of Haumea under the action of centrifugal force of rotation, forming a short-lived ice dust belt, like a silver ribbon tied to the football. Look! It's the Haumea ice dust belt. Hugo excitedly pointed to the sky. Only satellites have observed it before, but we can actually see it with our own eyes. This must be the icy dust on the equatorial ridge being flung out by the rotation. It's spectacular. Lena quickly took out her camera and took pictures of the dust belt, her hands shaking slightly. This is the first time humans have observed Haumea's dust belt up close. It's so precious. Mr. Lin, we need to record the data quickly. Maybe we can calculate Haumea's atmospheric density and the force of its rotation on the ejection of matter. Lin Feng nodded and instructed Jason to activate the sampling vehicle's atmospheric detector. They then walked to the summit of the spiral ridge, the origin of the cryosphere belt and the designated check-in location. From the summit, the entire spiral pattern of the equatorial ridge was visible, like a blue staircase stretching from the poles to the equator. The cryosphere belt drifted slowly across the sky, its pale blue light juxtaposed against Haumea's surface, creating a beauty like a cosmic dream. System, sign in. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the top of the spiral ice ridge on the equatorial ridge of Haumea. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global leadership in the exploration of Haumea's geological activity. Authority Effect 1. Lead the Haumea exploration missions of 4 global space agencies, including ice ridge sampling, cryo dust belt observation, and subsurface ocean exploration. Have the final decision-making power over exploration route planning and equipment deployment. Permission Effect 2. Exclusive priority research rights to Haumea's bubble ice samples authorized by the International Union for Solar System Research, allowing your team priority use of the world's top isotope analysis equipment to analyze the composition of the underground ocean. Permission Effect 3. Unlocks the high-speed rotating celestial body exploration rover balancing technology patent licensable for use by global aerospace agencies, suitable for surface exploration of various high-rotation celestial bodies. Synchronous Reward 1. Complete set of technical data for the vibration-proof spectrum analyzer authorized for joint production by NASA and ESA, equipped with a dynamic vibration reduction system, suitable for extreme vibration environments. Synchronous Reward 2. 51% equity interest in the Haumea Equatorial Ridge Observation Station acquired from the International Joint Team. The station's atmospheric sounding instruments and ice dust observation equipment will be yours to control. Synchronous Award 3. Honorary title of Pioneer in Research of High Rotation Objects in the Solar System awarded by the International Astronomical Union and will be officially awarded at next year's Global Planetary Science Congress. As soon as the system prompt sounded, the International Astronomical Union's holographic communicator automatically popped up, and the image of its president, Simon Porter, appeared on the screen, his face filled with excitement. Mr. Lin, congratulations on your successful observation of Haumea's icy dust belt and the discovery of clues to a subsurface ocean. Astronomical institutions worldwide have unanimously agreed to name the spiral ice ridge you discovered the Lin Feng Spiral Ridge and the observed icy dust belt the Haumea Silver Ribbon. In addition, we have reserved a keynote address for you at next year's Planetary Science Congress. We look forward to you sharing this groundbreaking exploration achievement. Lena and Hugo gathered around, excitedly congratulating Lin Feng. Lena held up a sample of bubble ice, her tone filled with pride. Lin Feng Spiral Ridge. From now on, when people mention Haumea, they will remember this spiral ice ridge you discovered, and the secrets of the underground ocean it hides. And the title of pioneer in the study of high-rotation objects in the solar system is one of the highest honors in planetary science. Hugo added. I can already imagine the audience's amazement when you present the photo of Haumea's icy dust belt at the conference next year. Lin Feng smiled and thanked them, looking down at the bubble ice sample in his hand. Within the transparent ice, the bubbles, like stars trapped in time, recorded billions of years of geological activity on Haumea. He suddenly realized that the joy of exploration lies not only in discovering wonders, but also in working with the team to solve problems in extreme environments and sharing surprises. For example, the nervousness of debugging the balance system, the cheers of seeing the cryosphere, the excitement of analyzing the bubble ice. These moments were more precious than any honor. Over the next few days, in-depth exploration of Haumea was conducted. Dozens of bubble ice samples were collected along the Linfeng spiral ridge, allowing the approximate depth approximately 50 kilometers and composition 30% ammonia solution of the underground ocean to be determined. An ice dust observatory was established next to the equatorial ridge to record the formation patterns of the cryo dust belt, finding that it is completely synchronized with Haumea's rotation period. Several ice volcano relics were also discovered in the polar regions, proving that the dwarf planet experienced intense geological activity in ancient times. Every night, everyone would gather in the insulated tents of their makeshift camp, sorting through data and occasionally chatting about interesting anecdotes about Haumea's rotation. For example, they'd calculate the length of a day on Haumea only 3.9 hours, meaning it was time to prepare dinner shortly after breakfast. Or they'd joke about the gyroscopes in their exploration suits, which would vibrate slightly when they moved too fast, as if reminding everyone to slow down. Jason also specially prepared a Haumea Express meal, a small sandwich and instant soup, which is convenient for quickly replenishing energy during the short day. The soup is added with the special spiral grass spice made by the Benito workshop extracted from plants brought back from Titan. It tastes slightly minty and can relieve fatigue from long-term exploration. That night, as everyone sat in the tent, watching the silver ribbon of Haumea drift slowly across the sky outside the window, Hugo suddenly suggested, "Let's make a Haumea album. We'll put together photos of the spiral ridges, videos of the cryo dust belt, and our exploration diary. Looking back at it later will remind us of our time on this rugby ball planet." Lena immediately agreed. "What a great idea. I'll be responsible for typesetting the photos, Professor Hugo will be responsible for writing the diary, Mr. Lin will be responsible for writing the preface, and Jason will be responsible for organizing the data charts. This way our yearbook will definitely be complete." Lin Feng smiled and nodded, "No problem. When we return to Earth, we can publish the commemorative album to let more people know about this amazing fast-rotating planet." Just then, Jason pulled out a new exploration plan. "Mr. Lin, the system prompts us that our next check-in location is Makemake in the Kuiper Belt. This dwarf planet is similar in size to Pluto, covered in methane and water ice. It may have an ice cap cycle, meaning the ice crust changes periodically with solar activity. Our Lin's 9 probe is already being prepared and is expected to depart in 15 days. Makemake." Lena's eyes lit up. "I've seen it in the literature before. There's a huge red spot on its surface. No one knows what caused it. Maybe it's the result of an accumulation of organic matter." Hugo also said excitedly, "If we can unlock the secrets of the red spot, we may be able to find the distribution pattern of organic matter at the edge of the solar system, which will add another piece to the puzzle of studying the origin of life." Lin Feng looked at everyone's expectant eyes, and his heart was filled with longing. The exploration of Haumea was coming to an end, but new exploration still awaited them. Makemake's red spot, its ice cap cycle, and possible unknown wonders all seemed like enticing puzzles waiting to be solved. Outside, the silver ribbon of Haumea still drifted across the sky, its pale blue light illuminating the tent window. Lin Feng knew his journey of cosmic exploration was still long. Every planet held its own unique story, and every exploration held its own unforgettable moments. Driven by curiosity and passion, he would continue his journey to greater heights. This was the kind of exploration he desired, and the kind of life he envisioned. 15 days later, the Lin 8 probe slowly departed Haumea and headed towards Makemake. On the screen, the Lin Feng spiral ridge gradually shrank, eventually becoming a thin, pale blue line, disappearing into the darkness of the Kuiper Belt. Lin Feng gazed out the window at the starry sky, a smile playing on his lips. Next stop, Makemake, the exploration of the mystery of the red spot at the edge of the solar system was about to begin. Chapter 26, Exploring the Mystery of Makemake's Red Spot, Encountering Ice Cracks, Organic Ice Crystals, Hidden Cycle Codes. The starlight from the Kuiper Belt sprinkles the surface of Makemake like tiny diamonds. This dwarf planet, about 1,500 kilometers in diameter, is covered in a thin layer of methane ice. Due to the alternating ice cap cycles, some areas of the ice surface have a light blue, transparent texture. In the southern hemisphere, a massive red spot, about 300 kilometers in diameter, stands out. It resembles a cosmic ketchup spilled on the ice sheet, with fuzzy edges and a dark brown center, giving it a dull luster under the starlight. This is the mystery of Makemake's red spot, which has puzzled astronomers for years. The Lin's number 9 nuclear-powered probe slowly landed in the blue ice field area of Makemake. When the landing legs touched the ice surface, a slight creaking sound was heard. The ice sheet here is in the melting period. The surface ice shell has become soft due to a slight increase in temperature, about 238 C to 235 C. There are fine ice cracks hidden underneath, like an invisible net, which will make you fall into it if you are not careful. Lin Feng walked out of the hatch wearing the ice sheet exploration suit customized for Make. This exploration suit has been doubly optimized for the temperature fluctuations and ice cracking risks of the ice sheet cycle. The outer layer uses a temperature-sensitive color-changing coating, which turns light blue when the temperature rises and turns dark gray when the temperature drops, and can intuitively display the ambient temperature. The knee and elbow protectors have built-in ice crack warning sensors, which will emit slight vibrations when approaching the cracks. The helmet's holographic display screen has added a dynamic monitoring of ice sheet thickness function, and the bottom of the screen is embroidered with a miniature pattern of erythema designed by the Beneteau workshop. The chief craftsman smiled and said, "This is your puzzle badge. I hope it can help you uncover the secret of the erythema." Mr. Lin, Dr. Lina, and Professor Hugo are already waiting in the gray ice area at the edge of the erythema, but we just received news from them that there are problems with sampling. Jason followed behind, pushing an anti-ice crack sampling vehicle. The wheels of this vehicle are wider than before, with mesh anti-skid patterns engraved on the surface, and an ultrasonic ice crack detector installed on the bottom of the vehicle. They said that the ice surface at the edge of the erythema is too unstable. As soon as we approached, we found several hidden ice cracks. The sampling vehicle dared not move forward for fear of getting stuck in it. Moreover, the material on the surface of the erythema is very special. Ordinary samplers will break into pieces when scraped, and it is impossible to obtain a complete sample. Lin Feng looked in the direction Jason pointed. On the distant ice sheet, the pale blue ice surface contrasted sharply with the dark brown red spots. The boundary between the two, as if stained with ink, was blurred and irregular. At the edge of the red spots, two white figures squatted on the ground, pointing at the ice. They were Lina and Hugo. Their rover was parked 100 meters away, not daring to approach. The two of them walked over the soft ice to the sampling site. Make's gravity is about 1/12 of Earth's, and every step felt like treading on freshly thawed snow. The ice beneath their feet would occasionally sink a centimeter, making a subtle rustling sound. Only as they approached did they hear Lina's voice, a hint of anxiety, coming through the communicator. "This ice is weird. It looks smooth on the surface, but the probe reveals that underneath it's riddled with 10-centimeter wide cracks. Our sampling vehicle has narrow wheels, and any pressure would sink it. Furthermore, the material on the red spots is like crackling. It crumbles into powder when scraped with a sampling spoon. It's impossible to analyze its composition." Hugo held a sample bag filled with brown powder and shook his head helplessly. "We tried 3 times, and each time we could only scrape off the powder. We couldn't even get the smallest sample. What on earth is this red spot made of? It can't be a cosmic dust cake from the Kuiper belt, right?" Lin Feng walked to the edge of the red spot, bent down, and touched the ice with the fingertips of his detection suit. The material in the red spot was indeed more brittle than ordinary methane ice. Tiny fragments broke off at the touch of his fingertips. The fragments were dark brown and had a faint metallic luster under the starlight. He activated the material analysis function on his helmet. Preliminary tests showed that these fragments contained a large amount of organic carbon compounds and trace amounts of iron, which was completely different from the composition of ordinary ice sheets. Ordinary samplers are too hard. They will crush organic matter into powder with a scrape. We have to try a soft method. Lin Feng said, and asked Jason to take a low-temperature adhesive sampler from the sampling vehicle. The sampling head of this device is a special gel patch that can maintain its stickiness at a temperature of 235 C. It can stick to erythema material without destroying its structure. This is modified from the archaeological sampling technology on Earth. It was originally used to stick to fragile fragments of cultural relics. We have adjusted the low-temperature stability of the gel, and we should be able to obtain complete samples. Lina and Hugo's eyes lit up, and they quickly gathered around to watch. Jason placed the gel patch on the rash, gently pressing for 3 seconds before slowly peeling it off. Sure enough, it contained a complete rash sample, approximately 5 centimeters in diameter. Its dark brown surface displayed a subtle layered structure, resembling a miniature chocolate millefeuille. Success! We finally got a complete sample. Lina clapped her hands excitedly, quickly pulling out her cryogenic microscope and placing the sample on the stage. Through the eyepiece, everyone could clearly see countless tiny organic ice crystals embedded in the sample's layered structure. These ice crystals weren't hexagonal like ordinary ice, but rather petal-shaped. Each petal's edge was coated in an extremely thin layer of organic carbon film, which glowed a pale golden hue under the microscope light. Amazing! These ice crystals are actually organic inclusions. Hugo's voice trembled. Organic carbon films encase the ice crystals, forming this unique petal structure. This must be related to the formation of the red spot. Perhaps when the ice sheet melted, organic matter floated up with the water, encountered low temperatures, and refreezed, forming this stratification. Lin Feng had Jason activate the isotope analyzer for in-depth testing of the samples. Half an hour later, the results came back. The organic carbon compounds in the red spot were primarily polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, a type of organic molecule common in the interstellar medium. The oxygen isotope ratios in the ice crystals indicated that the ice originated from Makemake's subsurface ice layer, which rises to the surface every 1,000 years or so as the ice sheet cycles. I know the secret of the red spot. Lena suddenly stood up excitedly, almost floating because of the low gravity. Makemake's ice cap melts every 1,000 years. Organic matter such as polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons in the underground ice rises to the surface with the meltwater. When it encounters low temperatures, the organic matter will wrap around the ice crystals to form petal-shaped particles. These particles gradually aggregate and form the red spot we see. When the ice cap enters a freeze period, the red spot will be covered by a new layer of ice until it reappears in the next cycle. This is the cyclical code of the red spot. Hugo immediately pulled out data on Makemake's ice sheet cycles and compared it to the changes in the red spot's position. That's right. Satellite observations show that the red spot's position shifts slightly every 1,000 years, coinciding with the area where the ice sheet is melting. Furthermore, the color depth of the red spot is related to the concentration of organic matter, darker when the concentration is high, lighter when the concentration is low. Mr. Lin, we've solved the mystery of the red spot. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement as he gazed at the organic ice crystals under the microscope. This mystery, which had baffled astronomers for years, was surprisingly hidden within these tiny, petal-shaped ice crystals. The secrets of the universe often lie in these seemingly insignificant details. We need to collect more samples from the red spot in different regions to verify this hypothesis, while also recording the current rate of ice sheet melting in preparation for the next cycle of observations. For the next half day, they collected samples along the edge of the red spot, taking one sample every 20 meters, for a total of 15 complete samples. To their surprise, the closer to the center of the red spot, the more complete the petal structure of the organic ice crystals and the higher the concentration of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. They even found trace amounts of amino acid precursor molecules in the samples from the central region, implying that Makemake's underground ice may contain the building blocks of life. Look at this sample. Lena suddenly held up a sample from the center area and shook it towards the starlight. The organic ice crystals inside glow a pale golden light under the starlight, like a layer of gold dust. If these ice crystals were polished, they might be made into cosmic gold dust jewelry, even more beautiful than Titan's methane ice crystals. Hugo immediately agreed, that's right. If the Benito workshop used this kind of organic ice crystal to make jewelry, it would definitely be very special. The name would be Red Spot Starburst, which is both beautiful and meaningful. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. When we return to Earth, we can let the craftsmen try it, but now, we have to complete the exploration mission first. There is still an important place we haven't visited. Lena and Hugo looked at each other and asked in confusion, where? The very center of the red spot. Lin Feng pointed to the deepest part of the red spot. The concentration of organic matter there is the highest. It may contain older ice samples. We may find traces of organic matter from earlier periods, or even the original components of the interstellar medium. The three of them pushed the sampling cart, cautiously approaching the center of the red spot. The closer they got, the more cracks appeared in the ice. The sampling cart's ice crack detectors periodically vibrated, forcing Jason to slow down and avoid hidden cracks. After about an hour, they finally reached the very center of the red spot. The ice here was dark brown, softer than at the edges, and covered with a thin layer of organic powder, like a fine layer of chocolate powder. Lin Feng instructed Jason to activate the deep sampling drill, this time to obtain a 1-meter deep ice sample to investigate whether there were even older layers beneath the surface. The drill slowly penetrated the ice surface, without the previous hiccups, and quickly reached a depth of 1 meter. When the drill rod rose, a dark brown ice core was hidden within the top ice core tube. The layers in the core were more distinct than those in the samples at the edge, and each layer was densely embedded with organic ice crystals, resembling a chocolate-flavored popsicle. This ice core is at least 5,000 years old, Hugo said excitedly after a preliminary test with an isotope dating instrument. The organic material inside is 5 times older than the samples at the edge, indicating that the red spot cycle has lasted at least 5 cycles, or 5,000 years. This is extremely important for studying the evolution of organic matter at the edge of the solar system. At this moment, the starlight in the sky suddenly became brighter. It was not the light of the stars, but the reflection of the ice cap of Makemake. As the angle of the sun changed, the melting ice cap reflected more sunlight into space, forming a short-lived ice cap light belt, like a silver ribbon, encircling the equator of Makemake. Look! It's the ice cap light band. Lena excitedly took out her camera and took a picture of the sky. Only satellites have seen it before, but we can actually see it with our own eyes. This must be the result of the transparent ice layer reflecting sunlight as the ice cap melts. It's spectacular. Lin Feng took in the scene before him: the dark brown center of the red spot, the golden organic ice crystals, the silver band of light circling the sky, and the excited scientific research partners around him, and a sudden warmth welled up in his heart. The meaning of exploring the universe has never been to fight alone, but to join like-minded people, seeking light in the darkness and discovering surprises in the puzzles. System, sign in. Lin Feng squatted down in the center of the red spot, lightly touching the dark brown ice surface with his fingertips, and muttered in his heart. Ding! The host has completed sign in at the core area of Makemake's red spot. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global leadership in research on Makemake's ice sheet cycle and red spots. Authority Effect 1: lead the Makemake exploration missions of 3 global space agencies, including red spot sample analysis, ice sheet cycle monitoring, and underground organic material exploration. Have the final decision-making power over research direction and data sharing. Permission Effect 2: exclusive priority development rights for Makemake's organic ice crystals, authorized by the International Union for Solar System Research, permitted for scientific research and special material development, destructive mining prohibited. Permission Effect 3: unlocks the ice sheet cycle dynamic monitoring technology patent, authorized for use by global scientific research institutions for periodic observations of various ice-covered celestial bodies, with an accuracy of 1 year. Synchronous Reward 1: complete set of technical data for the low-temperature adhesive sampler, authorized for joint production by NASA, ESA, and JAXA, suitable for sampling various types of fragile celestial materials. Synchronous Reward 2: 51% equity in the Makemake Red Spot Exploration Station acquired from the International Joint Team. The station's sample library, isotope analyzer, and ice sheet monitoring equipment will all be under your control. Simultaneous Award 3: honorary title of Pioneer in Research of Organic Matter at the Edge of the Solar System, awarded by the International Astronomical Union and will be formally awarded at next year's Global Astrochemistry Congress. As soon as the system prompt sounded, the International Astronomical Union's holographic communicator automatically popped up, and the image of its president, Simon Porter, appeared on the screen, his face filled with excitement. Mr. Lin, congratulations on successfully solving the mystery of Makemake's red spot and discovering the code for its ice sheet cycle. Astronomical institutions around the world have unanimously agreed to name the organic ice crystals you discovered Lin Feng petal ice crystals in the core area of the red spot unraveling area. In addition, we have reserved a keynote speech seat for you at next year's Astrochemistry Congress. We look forward to you sharing this historic research achievement. Lena and Hugo gathered around, excitedly congratulating Lin Feng. Lena held up the 5,000-year-old ice core, her tone filled with pride: Lin Feng petal ice crystal. This name will be mentioned in all astrochemical literature from now on. This is a mystery we solved together. And the title of pioneer in the study of organic matter at the fringes of the solar system is one of the highest honors in the field of astrochemistry. Hugo added. I can already imagine scientists around the world marveling at your photos of petal ice crystals at the conference next year. Lin Feng smiled and thanked them, carefully placing the ice core into the sample box. He knew that this trip to Makemake had not only solved a cosmic mystery, but also made him feel the power of teamwork. Without Lena's keen observations, Hugo's data analysis, and Jason's equipment support, he wouldn't have been able to complete the exploration so smoothly. In the evening, everyone returned to the temporary camp. Built in a safe area of the blue ice sheet, the temporary camp consisted of 2 foldable insulated cabins equipped with a small kitchen. Jason specially prepared a Makemake special meal toast with simulated red spot sauce made with organic spices from Titan, similar in color to the red spots, and hot ice crystal soup using earth vegetable soup with a little mint to simulate the cool feeling of the ice sheet. This red spot sauce is so similar. Lena took a bite of toast and said with a smile, it tastes pretty good, a bit like chocolate sauce, but with a little more spice. Hugo took a sip of the ice crystal soup and said with satisfaction, this soup is very refreshing. Drinking it feels like breathing fresh air on the ice field. Jason, you are getting better and better at cooking space cuisine. Jason smiled and waved his hand. Everything is made according to the recipe provided by Beneteau Studio. They say that when exploring the universe, you should also let your taste buds travel together. Over dinner, everyone discussed their plans. Lena said she'd submit her research on the red spot as a paper to Science magazine. Hugo envisioned establishing a solar system edge organic material database, integrating data from samples collected on Sedna, Haumea, and Makemake. Lin Feng mentioned the possibility of collaborating with global research institutions to establish a long-term observatory on Makemake to continuously monitor ice sheet cycles and changes in the red spot. Just then, Jason pulled out a new exploration plan. Mr. Lin, the system prompts us that our next check-in location is Eris in the Kuiper Belt. This dwarf planet is slightly larger than Pluto, covered in methane and nitrogen ice. It also has a satellite, Dysnomia, which may harbor geological activity unique to binary star systems. Our Lin number 10 probe is already being prepared and is expected to depart in 20 days. Eris. Lena's eyes lit up. I've seen it in the literature before. It and Pluto were once debated as to whether they were planets. And its satellite, Dysnomia, and its orbit are very special. Maybe we can discover the secrets of binary star systems. Hugo also said excitedly, if we can study the influence of binary star systems on geological activity, we may be able to solve the mystery of the formation of Kuiper Belt dwarf planets. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Lin Feng looked at everyone's expectant eyes, and his heart was filled with longing. The exploration of Makemake was coming to an end, but new explorations still awaited them. Eris's binary star system, its unique geological activity, and the possibility of unknown wonders all seemed like enticing puzzles waiting to be solved. Outside the window, the ice cap light belt still shimmered in the sky, the pale blue ice sheet shimmering softly under the starlight. Lin Feng knew his journey of cosmic exploration was still long. Every planet held its own unique story, and every exploration held its own unforgettable moments. Driven by curiosity and passion, he would continue to explore further, step by step. This was the kind of exploration he wanted, and the kind of life he wanted. 20 days later, the Lin 9 probe slowly departed Makemake and headed towards Eris. On the screen, the red spot puzzle zone gradually shrank, eventually becoming a dark brown, disappearing into the darkness of the Kuiper Belt. Lin Feng gazed out the window at the starry sky, a smile playing on his lips. Next stop, Eris. The exploration of the binary star mystery at the edge of the solar system was about to begin. Chapter 27, the gravitational pull of the Eris binary star is in crisis, and the tidal ice cracks are glowing. In the darkness of the Kuiper Belt, Eris and its moon Dysnomia orbit each other like a pair of embracing blue gems. This dwarf planet, slightly larger than Pluto, is covered in a methane-nitrogen ice mixture up to 1.5 kilometers thick. The tidal forces of the binary star system have created a bottomless icy valley at its equator. Dysnomia, its moon, is tidally locked to Eris, permanently facing the same side. Its surface is covered in spiderweb ice cracks, formed by the pull of gravity, which glow a faint blue-green in the starlight. The gravitational field of this pair of stars is so complex that even the spacecraft's navigation system is slightly overheated. The Lin 10 nuclear-powered probe was originally planned to land smoothly on the edge of Eris's equatorial ice valley. However, just as it entered the gravitational pull of the two stars, an alarm suddenly blared. The gravity data on the screen jumped wildly, and the probe began to shake violently as if being pulled by two invisible hands. Before the magnetic attraction of the landing legs even touched the ice surface, a sudden surge of tidal force pulled it towards the ice valley. Oh no! The gravitational field has suddenly changed. Jason stared at the navigation screen, his fingers quickly operating the emergency system. Dysnomia has just reached perigee, and the gravity of the two stars is superimposed. We are being pulled towards the ice valley. Lin Feng stared out the window at the rapidly approaching ice valley. The crevice was about 2 kilometers wide and bottomless, the ice spikes on the valley walls like sharp fangs. A plunge into it would shatter the probe. He immediately pressed the emergency button on his exploration suit, instantly activating the gyroscope on his waist. At the same time, he shouted into the communicator, shut down the left thruster and fully open the right. Use the recoil to offset gravity. The fuselage lurched, and a pale blue flame from the left thruster brushed the edge of the ice valley, sending up a shower of tiny ice crystals like a miniature blue firework. A few seconds later, the probe finally stabilized 100 meters from the edge of the ice valley. Its landing legs slammed into the ice, creating a ring of fine cracks in the shell. Lena couldn't help but gasp. Oh my god! I almost became a Kuiper Belt Ice Valley specimen. Lena patted her chest. The temperature-sensing coating on her exploration suit turned from light blue to light red due to the nervous body temperature fluctuations. The gravity of these two stars is too outrageous. It's 30% stronger than the simulation data. Hugo squatted beside the ice, measuring the depth of the cracks with a detector, his tone filled with fear. Luckily, Mr. Lin reacted quickly, otherwise we would all be floating in the ice valley now. This ice shell looks thick, but it's actually hollow underneath. If the vibration just now had been stronger, we would have been stuck in the ice crack. Lin Feng walked to the edge of the ice valley and looked down. From the depths came a faint creaking sound, the sound of the twin stars' gravity tugging at the ice crust. He activated his helmet's night vision and suddenly spotted a faint blue-green band of light on the valley wall, like a glowing snake, winding down a crack in the ice. Look! There's light in the ice valley. It's not starlight, it's the ice itself glowing. Lena and Hugo immediately came over and turned on the spectrum analysis function of the detector. The spectrum of the light band showed that it was the methane-nitrogen mixed gas trapped in the ice crack that produced a faint glow reaction under the gravitational squeeze of the binary stars, forming this tidal light crack. It's amazing. This is the first time humans have seen glowing cracks in Eris ice. Lena was so excited that she forgot about the thrill of the moment and immediately took out her camera to take pictures of the valley wall. If we can go down and collect samples, maybe we can find special ice crystals formed by gravitational compression. But going down is too dangerous. Jason frowned and pulled up a 3D model of the ice valley. The crack in the ice is only 50 meters wide. The probe can't get in. We have to walk. Plus, the gravity of the binary stars fluctuates every 10 minutes, and the ice wall could collapse at any time. Hugo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pulled out a set of light crampons from the rover. These were the equipment he had prepared for the Pluto ice sheet, and he hadn't expected them to come in handy here. We can walk down there. Bring lightweight sampling equipment, go and come back quickly. As long as we avoid periods of gravitational fluctuations, we should be fine. Lin Feng looked at the crack of light on the valley wall, then at the expectant eyes of the two men, and finally nodded. Okay, but you must strictly control the time and report your position every 5 minutes. Jason will stay up there to monitor the gravity data. If there is any abnormality, call us up immediately. The three of them donned crampons and slowly climbed down the canyon wall. The icicles were slippery and sharp, leaving tiny scratches on the scratch-resistant coating of their exploration suits. The deeper they descended, the brighter the blue-green light became. The air was filled with a faint scent of methane, which, when inhaled through the suit's circulatory system, carried a strangely sweet, fishy flavor. After climbing about 200 meters, Lena suddenly pointed ahead and said, "Look." "What's that?" Embedded in the ice wall ahead was a translucent ice crystal, encased within a swirling gas vortex, from which emanated a blue-green light. Even more bizarre, the crystal resembled the shape of an unfolded butterfly, its wings patterned in perfect alignment with the orbits of the binary stars, as if a work of art sculpted according to the laws of the universe. This is a tidal vortex ice crystal. Hugo's voice trembled. When the gravity of the binary stars pulled on the gas, it happened to freeze at low temperatures, forming this rotating structure. It's so rare, there's no other example like it in the world. Lin Feng carefully removed the ice crystals with an adhesive sampler and placed them in a specially designed insulated box. At this moment, Jason's voice suddenly rang out from the communicator, "Urgent, the gravitational field is beginning to fluctuate. The ice wall is in danger of collapsing. Hurry up!" The three of them immediately turned and began to climb. After just a few steps, they heard a loud rumble behind them. A 10-meter diameter icicle broke off the valley wall and plummeted to the bottom, stirring up a mist of ice crystals. Lena's crampons nearly slipped, and Lin Feng reached out to grab her exploration suit, leveraging the force to accelerate their climb. When they returned to the edge of the ice valley, everyone realized their backs were soaked with sweat. Lena looked at the ice crystals in the insulated box and said with a smile, "It was thrilling, but it was worth it. This ice crystal is more beautiful than any jewelry. If the Beneteau workshop saw it, they would definitely go crazy. It's more than just beautiful. It also holds the secret of binary star gravity." Hugo pulled up the preliminary analysis data on the ice crystal. The rotation speed of the gas vortex inside coincides with the orbital period of Eris and Dysnomia. This will help us calculate the binary star's gravitational field more accurately. At that moment, Dysnomia passed directly above Eris. The satellite, like a giant blue disk, cast its shadow across the glacial valley. Lin Feng suddenly noticed a straight ice mark on Dysnomia's surface. It didn't look like a natural crack, but rather like it had been scratched by something. "Look at Dysnomia. That ice mark is so regular, it doesn't look like it was formed by geological activity." Lena immediately used her telephoto camera to capture the ice marks. Zooming in, she discovered they were uniform in width, with subtle cutting marks along the edges. Hugo's brow furrowed. Could it be an asteroid impact? No, an impact mark should be circular. Or maybe. He paused, his eyes lighting up. It's ice crystal fracture caused by the tidal forces of the binary star. When dysnomia became tidally locked, the surface ice shell, under constant stress, fractured along the gravitational lines, forming these linear marks. To verify his hypothesis, Lin Feng decided to bring the probe close to dysnomia for close observation. The probe launched again, this time avoiding the gravitational overlap zone and steadily flying to 500 meters above dysnomia. The screen clearly showed similar straight lines of ice streaking across dysnomia's surface, resembling a vast blue grid. The intersections of the grid coincided with the points of gravity exerted by the binary stars. So that's it. Dysnomia's grid ice marks are the fingerprints of the binary star's tidal forces. Lena excitedly spun around in the detector. This explains why its surface is so regular. Every ice mark is a trace of gravity. Lin Feng landed the probe next to an ice scar on dysnomia. The ice here was relatively flat, and it was also the check-in location indicated by the system. He stepped off the probe and onto the ice surface of dysnomia. He could clearly feel the gravitational pull of Eris, as if a hand was gently tugging at his exploration suit. System, sign in. Lin Feng muttered in his heart, his eyes looking towards Eris not far away. The blue dwarf planet was now like a huge gem, hanging in the black sky of dysnomia. Ding! The host has completed sign in at the tidal ice scar area of dysnomia. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global leadership in the exploration of the Eris binary star system. Authority Effect 1, lead the Eris dysnomia exploration mission of 2 global space agencies, including mapping the binary star's gravitational field, sampling tidal cracks, and studying satellite ice traces. Holds the final decision-making power over the approval of exploration plans. Permission Effect 2, exclusive global research authorization for tidal vortex ice crystals certified by the International Federation of Solar System Research, allowing your team to lead related paper publication and technology transfer. Permission Effect 3, unlock the binary star system gravitational prediction model can accurately predict the gravitational fluctuations of all binary star objects in the Kuiper belt with an error of less than 1%. Synchronous Reward 1, mass production authorization for the lightweight ice crevasse detection kit including crampons, adhesive samplers, and emergency lighting, which has been authorized to global space agencies. Synchronous Reward 2, 51% equity in the Eris dysnomia Joint Exploration Station including the orbital monitoring satellite and surface sampling capsule, fully operated by your team. Synchronous Reward 3, Kuiper Belt Binary Star Exploration Pioneer custom medal created by the International Astronomical Union. The medal is embedded with a small piece of tidal vortex ice crystal, the only one in the world. As soon as the system notification sounded, the International Astronomical Union's holographic communicator popped up, and the image of President Simon Porter smiled. Mr. Lin, congratulations on completing your thrilling exploration of a binary star system. Astronomical institutions worldwide have unanimously agreed to name dysnomia's grid ice marks the Lin Feng Gravitational Grid and Eris's luminous ice valley the Tidal Light Valley. In addition, your customized medal will be delivered on the next supply ship. This is the first medal of honor to have a celestial sample embedded in it. Lena leaned over to look at the communicator, and her eyes lit up when she saw the words embedded ice crystals. Wow! This is the only medal in the world with tidal vortex ice crystals. This is so cool. You'll definitely be the most eye-catching when you wear it to the conference. Hugo also smiled and said, it's more than just dazzling. This medal itself is a research specimen. Perhaps decades from now, it can be used to analyze the effect of binary star gravity on ice crystals. As everyone was talking, Jason suddenly came over with a small box. Mr. Lin, Benito Workshop sent a supply ship with a gift, saying it's a double-star memorial gift for you and your team. Opening the box, he found 3 silver brooches. Each brooch depicted the orbiting planets of Eris and dysnomia, with a small pale blue crystal inlaid in the center. They were crafted from a material that simulated tidal ice crystals. The workshop says these are gravity ring brooches, commemorating your adventures in the binary star system, Jason explained. Lin Feng picked up the brooch and handed one to Lena and Hugo respectively. Let's wear it together as a souvenir of our thrilling exploration. In the evening, everyone returned to the temporary camp on Eris. Jason prepared an Earth-style dinner: heated canned beef, a brand from home that he had brought with him, soft mashed potatoes, and a pot of hot coffee with a little honey he had brought back from Titan. Earth's food is still the best, Lena said with emotion as she sipped her coffee. After being in the Kuiper Belt for so long, I've almost forgotten what beef tastes like. Hugo took out his phone and flipped through family photos to show everyone. My daughter sent me a message yesterday, saying that when I get back, she wants me to tell her the story of the binary star system. Now that we have the gravitational lattice and the tidal light valley, there is so much I can tell. Lin Feng looked at the smiling face of Hugo's daughter in the photo, then gazed out the window at the twin stars Eris and Desnomia still circling, like a pair of inseparable companions. He suddenly realized that the most enjoyable aspect of exploring the universe wasn't discovering countless wonders, but rather these heartwarming moments, the smiles exchanged after overcoming a crisis together, the warmth of sharing homegrown food, and the anticipation of sharing the story of the universe with his family. At this moment, Jason's communicator suddenly rang. It was an urgent message from Earth. Mr. Lin, an unknown signal source has been discovered on the edge of the Kuiper Belt. The signal pattern is different from that of known celestial bodies. The International Astronomical Union hopes that your team can detect it. This may be the first time humans have encountered a signal outside the solar system. Lena and Hugo sat up straight instantly, their eyes filled with excitement. Lin Feng looked at the starry sky outside the window, a smile on his face. Let's go. Next stop, the unknown signal source. Let's see what surprises the universe has in store for us. The Lin 10 probe started up again, flying toward the edge of the Kuiper Belt. On the screen, Eris and Desnomia gradually shrank, eventually becoming two blue dots of light. Lin Feng knew that this adventure would be more thrilling than any before, more intriguing because of the unknown. And those past thrills, warmth, and surprises would become the most precious memories of his journey of cosmic exploration. Chapter 28: Unknown signals detected on the edge of Kuiper, dust clouds hidden ancient remains. At the very edge of the Kuiper Belt, even the starlight becomes sparse. The darkness here isn't pure black, but rather a faint gray-purple hue, the color of a dark ice dust cloud. Countless tiny fragments of ice dust and rock drift through the universe, like an impenetrable fog, enveloping the unknown signal source at its center. Through the portholes of the Lin 10 probe, only the occasional flicker of ice dust reflections can be seen, like distant fireflies, so faint that they could go out at any moment. We still have 300 kilometers to reach the signal source coordinates, but the probe's communication system is starting to be interfered with. Jason stared at the screen, his fingers tapping rapidly on the control panel. There are too many charged particles in the dust cloud, and our radio signal has attenuated by 40%. If we go any further, we may lose contact completely. Lin Feng watched the signal waveform dancing on the screen. The unknown signal wasn't a chaotic noise, but a regular pulse sequence, occurring every 3.7 seconds, like someone typing Morse code in space. Even stranger, the signal's frequency slowly changed as the detectors approached, as if responding to their approach. Set the emergency communication on the detection suit to laser direct connection. Even if the main system is disconnected, we can at least maintain contact within 1 kilometer. Lin Feng pressed the signal switch button on the detection suit, and the small light on the side of the helmet turned from red to green. Lena, you will be responsible for analyzing the signal waveform to see if there are any repeated codes. Hugo, prepare the portable spectrometer. Once the signal source is found, collect samples immediately. As the probe continued its advance deeper into the dust cloud, its fuselage began to vibrate slightly. The icy dust clinging to its exterior grew thicker and thicker, like a layer of grayish-white armor. Suddenly, the main screen sizzled to a snowy surface, and communication was completely cut off. Only the laser indicator on the exploration suit continued to blink. They were now a lone ship at the edge of the Kuiper Belt. We can only rely on manual control. Jason took a deep breath and slowly adjusted the direction using the detector's inertia and radar scanning. The radar shows that the signal source is 100 kilometers ahead. There is an anomalous celestial body there. It's not a naturally formed sphere, but an irregular long strip. Half an hour later, the probe finally emerged from the thickest part of the dust cloud. When the view through the porthole cleared again, everyone was stunned. A metallic object about 20 meters long floated ahead, its surface covered in thick icy dust, but its outline was clearly visible. It resembled the wreckage of a broken spacecraft, with obvious signs of an explosion at one end and a slender antenna extending from the other, emitting a regular pulse of pale blue light. The unknown signal was coming from this antenna. It's spaceship wreckage. And it doesn't look human. Lena's voice trembled as she quickly took a photo of the wreckage. Look at the texture of the metal shell. It's an alloy structure we've never seen before. And the design of that antenna doesn't meet human aerospace standards at all. Hugo couldn't wait to put on his exploration suit. We have to get closer and take a look. Maybe we can find its source. This is the first time humans have discovered something suspected to be an extraterrestrial civilization at the edge of the solar system. Lin Feng, however, held his shoulder, his eyes alert. Don't rush. The ice dust surrounding the wreckage is highly charged. Approaching it directly might trigger an unknown device. Jason, use the robotic arm to clear the ice dust from the surface. We'll observe the structure first and then take samples. The robotic arm slowly extended, its specially designed anti-static brush gently sweeping across the surface of the wreckage. Where the ice dust had fallen away, a silver-gray metal shell was exposed, etched with fine grainings, not random scratches, but regular patterns of symbols, like some kind of writing, faintly corresponding to the signal's pulse sequence. These symbols perfectly match the frequency of the signal waveform. Lena suddenly shouted. She converted the symbols into binary and mapped them to the signal pulses. This is a graphic signal. It's transmitting information through symbols and pulses. Just as the robotic arm reached the antenna, the debris suddenly emitted a strong blue light, instantly disrupting the detector's radar screen and briefly interrupting the detection suit's laser communications. As the blue light faded, the antenna's pulse rate increased, from 3.7 seconds to 1.2 seconds, as if urging or warning. It has autonomous reactions. Lin Feng immediately retracted the robotic arm. This isn't just ordinary debris. It's still functioning. Hugo took out a portable signal analyzer and pointed it at the antenna. I'll try to decode its signal. If we can decipher it, we might know where it came from and why it's here. Time passed minute by minute. Lena was responsible for recording the symbols, Hugo was responsible for decoding, Jason was responsible for monitoring the energy reaction of the wreckage, and Lin Feng stared at the metal object outside the porthole. It flashed blue light in the dark, like a silent monument, witnessing the unknown history of the universe. Suddenly, Hugo slapped his thigh. I decoded a paragraph. Although it's incomplete, I can make out a few keywords: homeland, disaster, coordinates, and weight. Coordinates? Is it transmitting certain coordinates? Lin Feng immediately leaned over. A string of numbers appeared on the screen, corresponding to a certain location in the universe. Could it be the coordinates of its home planet? Or the coordinates of the target it's waiting for? At that moment, the wreckage's antennas suddenly turned toward the detector, and the blue light grew brighter, as if locking onto them. Jason's alarm rang out simultaneously. An energy field has appeared around the wreckage. The detector's energy system is being forcibly absorbed. We're being pulled in. The probe uncontrollably approached the wreckage, its fuselage vibrating violently and its metal parts beginning to heat up. Lin Feng immediately activated the emergency thrusters, the recoil counteracting the energy field. The fuselage stuck between the two, like being caught between two walls. We can't just stand up to it. Lena suddenly shouted, there's a friendly code in its signal. Try sending it our signal using Earth's coordinates and human symbols. Hugo immediately retrieved Earth's cosmic coordinates, converted them into binary pulses, and sent them out through the detector's backup antenna. A few seconds later, the wreckage's blue light suddenly softened, its energy field gradually weakening. The detector finally regained control and slowly came to a stop 10 meters from the wreckage. It received our signal. Lena jumped up excitedly. It's not an enemy. It's waiting for a civilization that can understand its signal. Lin Feng looked at the wreckage before him and decided to take a sample himself. Donning an anti-static detection suit, he carried an adhesive sampler and a symbol recorder, exited through the detector's airlock, and slowly drifted toward the wreckage. As he got closer, he could see the symbols on the hull more clearly. Under the blue light, they flickered, as if alive. He carefully used a sampler to remove a small piece of metal debris and recorded the symbols near the antenna. At this moment, the system prompt sound of the helmet rang. This was the check-in location marked by the system. System, sign in. Lin Feng muttered to himself, his eyes falling on the antenna that was still emitting blue light. Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the unknown signal source on the Kuiper Edge named Stardust Messenger. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global dominance in extraterrestrial signal decoding. Permission Effect 1, lead all global research institutions' research on Stardust Messenger, including signal decoding, debris analysis, and coordinate tracking, and retain the right to publish the final research results. Permission Effect 2, exclusive research authorization for extraterrestrial alloy samples, with priority access to top-tier equipment such as global synchrotron radiation facilities and electron microscopes. Permission Effect 3 unlocks the Cosmic Signal Matching System, which automatically compares known celestial body signals with Stardust Messenger signals to quickly locate similar sources. Synchronous Reward 1 Anti-Static Deep Space Exploration Suit Mass Production Technology including Exploration Suit, Sampler, and Signal Meter, licensed to global space agencies. Synchronous Reward 2 Stardust Messenger Exclusive Research Station Construction Rights approved by the International Astronomical Union. A permanent observatory can be established on the Kuiper Edge. Synchronous Reward 3 Cosmic Civilization Explorer Gold Medal awarded by the United Nations, with a Stardust Messenger metal fragment embedded in the metal, the only one in the world. As soon as the system notification sounded, the United Nations Space Agency's holographic communication suddenly came through. The image of Director Ana Costa appeared on the screen, her voice excited. "Mr. Lin, congratulations on discovering Stardust Messenger. The United Nations has officially designated it as a Level 1 space exploration target. Your research team will receive global resource support. In addition, the Cosmic Civilization Explorer medal will be delivered by a special spacecraft. This is human civilization's highest tribute to exploring the unknown." Lena and Hugo cheered in the detector. Hugo held up the screen showing the successful decoding. "We did it. Not only did we find the source of the signal, we also established communication with it. This will rewrite human understanding of the universe." Lin Feng returned to the detector with the metal sample. Watching the blue light of Stardust Messenger on the screen, a complex wave of emotions welled up within him. This wasn't a simple astronomical exploration, but humanity's first dialogue with the unknown universe. Those symbols, those pulses, might hold secrets about other civilizations in the universe, as well as the direction of future human exploration. Jason set the return route, but retained the Stardust Messenger's real-time monitoring signal. Lin Feng looked out the window at the wreckage. "We'll bring samples back to Earth and organize the world's top team to decode its signal, but we won't forget this place. One day, we'll follow the coordinates it gave us and visit the home it spoke of." The probe slowly departed, the blue light of Stardust Messenger fading behind it, yet like an eternal lamp, it illuminated the edge of the Kuiper Belt. Lena cradled the metal sample box like a rare treasure. "How long have you said it's been drifting in space? Hundreds of years? Thousands of years? Or even longer?" Hugo smiled and shook his head. "I don't know, but we do know that from today on, humanity is no longer a lone explorer in the universe. At least, we found a letter left behind by another civilization." Lin Feng gazed at the starry sky outside the window, his fingers gently stroking the ring of gravity brooch on his exploration suit. From Earth to the Moon, from Europa to the Kuiper Edge, from natural celestial bodies to the remains of unknown civilizations, his journey of exploration never ceased. And this time, they touched upon even greater mysteries of the universe, about civilization, about loneliness, and about the unknown beyond. "Next stop, Earth," Lin Feng said softly, "but this is not the end, it's a new beginning." The probe flew toward the inner solar system. Outside the porthole, the blue light of Stardust Messenger eventually turned into a faint, disappearing into the darkness of the Kuiper Belt. But everyone knew that this dot would become one of the brightest marks in the history of human space exploration because it proved that we might not be alone in the vast universe. Chapter 29 Return to Earth for a Glory Ceremony. Stardust samples hold the secret of self-healing. Outside the porthole of the Lin 10 probe, the dark icy dust clouds of the Kuiper Belt gradually receded, and the sun's light grew brighter, transforming from a distant blip into a golden disk that illuminated the entire cockpit. On the 7th day of its return journey, the probe finally entered the inner solar system. The red silhouette of Mars flashed past the left porthole, and the blue outline of Earth grew clearer, the color everyone longed to see after months of absence. Inside the cockpit, Lena was crouched over the sample table, staring at the metal fragment of Stardust Messenger under the microscope, her eyes wide. "Come and see. This fragment is actually repairing itself." Her voice shattered the silence, a small piece of metal shaving still grasped between the tweezers in her hand. "The fragment I accidentally dropped just now has actually slowly attached itself to the main fragment, and the scratches on the surface have become much lighter." Hugo and Lin Feng immediately moved over. Under the microscope, the edges of the light silver metal fragments were emitting a faint blue light. The detached debris seemed to be pulled by an invisible gravity, slowly moving towards the main body. The moment they came into contact, the two merged seamlessly, and even the gaps left by the previous sampling were slowly closing. "This is definitely not a metal known to humanity." Hugo pulled out a spectrometer. The data showed that the debris contained at least 12 unknown elements, one of which had a ring-shaped atomic structure, completely breaking the traditional periodic table of elements. This self-healing ability may be achieved by the recombination of ring-shaped atoms. If we can crack the principle, human aerospace materials technology will advance by at least 50 years. Lin Feng watched the slowly repairing metal fragments and suddenly remembered the Stardust Messenger signal the previously decoded home, disaster, and wait, perhaps it held a deeper meaning. Jason, retrieve the previous signal waveform and re-decode it using the metal's self-healing properties. Perhaps we can uncover new information. Jason immediately operated the device, overlaying the metal's energy fluctuations with the signal waveform. A few minutes later, a new decoded result appeared on the screen. In addition to the previous keywords, there were also the words Stardust Storm, Barrier, and Coordinate Correction. There was even a fuzzy star map attached, pointing to an unexplored nebula region outside the solar system. Stardust Storm? Barrier? Lena frowned. Could it be that the Stardust Messenger's home planet was destroyed by a stardust storm? Did it come to the solar system to find a civilization that could repair the barrier? This speculation caused a brief silence in the cockpit. If a stardust storm truly existed, it could not only be a disaster for a certain civilization, but could even threaten the entire solar system. Lin Feng gently tapped the sample table. Keep this discovery secret for now. Once we return to Earth, we'll share it with the world's top astrophysicists for analysis. Now, it's time to go home. When the Lin 10 slowly touched down on the Kennedy Space Center's dedicated runway, both sides were already packed. United Nations flags, the emblem of the International Astronomical Union, and the logos of various national space agencies fluttered in the wind. The flashbulbs of reporters formed a golden sea. In the distance, spontaneous crowds of people held signs reading, "Welcome home, space explorers." When Lin Feng stepped off the detector, the first person to rush over was Hugo's daughter, Amy. The little girl, holding a drawing board covered with drawings of a binary star system, threw herself into Hugo's arms and said, "Dad, can you tell me the story about the gravitational grid that you promised me?" Hugo picked up his daughter, his eyes reddening a little. Of course, Daddy also brought back some star fragments, actually simulated ice crystals from dysnomia, to use as bookmarks for you. Lena's team members also gathered around, holding the first draft of the paper they had just printed. Dr. Lena, the research data on tidal vortex ice crystals is amazing. Science magazine has already sent us an invitation to contribute to the article. At that moment, Ana Costa, director of the United Nations Space Agency, and Simon Porter, president of the International Astronomical Union, approached quickly. Ana held a gilded box in her hands. "Mr. Lin, first of all, congratulations on your safe return. This is the Space Explorer Medal the United Nations has prepared for you. You are the only 3 people in the world to receive it. Also, regarding Stardust Messenger research, we've established a dedicated interstellar signal decoding center. We'd like to invite you to serve as director and coordinate global resources." Simon also added, "The International Astronomical Union has decided to set the theme of next year's Global Astronomy Congress as Stardust and the Unknown. You will be the keynote speaker, and all countries will send top scientists to attend the conference." Marco, the chief designer of the Benito workshop, squeezed through the crowd, holding a velvet box. "Mr. Lin, this is the Stardust ring we customized for you. It's made of a material that simulates the metal of the Stardust Messenger. The inner ring is engraved with the coordinates of all the planets you've explored. It's our tribute to space explorers." Opening the box, a silver ring lay on the velvet. The inner ring was engraved with the coordinates of Earth, Moon, Europa, Titan, Pluto, Eris, Stardust Messenger in tiny fonts. The ring face was also inlaid with a small piece of light blue simulated ice crystal, which glowed softly in the sunlight. "It's so exquisite." Lin Feng took the ring and put it on the ring finger of his left hand, which just matched the previous polar titanium steel ring. "Thank you, this is the best homecoming gift." In the following week, Lin Feng and his companions participated in various meetings and activities non-stop. They reported the discovery of the Stardust Messenger to representatives from various countries at the United Nations headquarters. They held a space exploration sharing session at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, with the audience filled with students eager to hear adventure stories. They also took time out to visit Hugo's house and put together a model of a binary star system with Amy. The little girl excitedly said that she wanted to become a space explorer like her father and Uncle Lin in the future. That afternoon, Lin Feng arrived at the Kennedy Space Center's Interstellar Sample Laboratory, specifically built for Stardust Messenger samples and equipped with the world's most advanced synchrotron radiation equipment and electron microscopes. As he approached the sample table, ready to examine the metal fragments again, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The host is detected at the Solar System Exploration Results Summary Point Kennedy Space Center Interstellar Sample Laboratory, meeting the sign and conditions. Do you want to sign in? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then realized that returning to Earth from the Kuiper Belt had completed the exploration of the edge of the solar system. This was indeed an important summary point. He silently said to himself, "Sign in." Ding! The host has completed check-in at the Kennedy Space Center Interstellar Sample Laboratory. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global coordination rights for solar system exploration. Authority Effect 1. Lead the planning of all global solar system exploration missions, including probe launches, planetary sampling, and signal monitoring, and have the final decision-making power over mission approvals. Permission Effect 2. Exclusive and permanent research rights to the Stardust Messenger sample authorized by the United Nations, with priority use of any scientific research equipment. Research results will be made public to all of humanity, but your team will have the first release rights. Permission Effect 3 unlocks the Interstellar Probe Upgrade Plan, increases the existing probe's endurance by 300% and its signal anti-interference capability by 500%, suitable for exploration outside the solar system. Synchronous Reward 1 construction rights for the Solar System Exploration Museum located next to the Kennedy Space Center. It will exhibit all the planetary samples and probe models you have explored, and will be funded by the United Nations. Synchronous Reward 2 control of the global interstellar signal monitoring network, integrated 120 ground monitoring stations and 5 orbiting satellites, capable of capturing abnormal signals within and outside the solar system in real time. Synchronous Reward 3 honorary title of Ambassador of Human Civilization Exploration, awarded personally by the UN Secretary General. The awarding ceremony will be held at the Stardust Festival next week. As soon as the system notification sounded, Jason hurried over with a tablet in hand. Mr. Lin, the Interstellar Signal Monitoring Network has just detected a new signal. The pulse frequency is similar to that of the Stardust Messenger, but the intensity is even greater. The source is precisely the unknown nebula region that we previously decoded. On the flat panel screen, a new signal waveform was beating. It was more complex than the Stardust Messenger's signal, and was interspersed with a clear coordinate correction code as if guiding the direction for subsequent visitors. Lena and Hugo also rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw the signal, Lena's eyes lit up instantly. It's not fighting alone. There are other Stardust messengers sending signals to the solar system. Hugo clenched his fists excitedly. This proves our suspicions are correct. The Stardust Messenger didn't arrive in the solar system by chance, but rather as a premeditated cry for help or guidance. That nebula must be hiding a greater secret. Lin Feng watched the pulsating signal waveform, then gazed out the window at the blue sky. The blue of Earth and the darkness of the universe overlapped in his memory. From Jianqing's son-in-law to a space explorer, every step he took brought him closer to a greater truth. Now, a new signal had arrived. The nebulae outside the solar system were calling, and humanity's interstellar exploration had just begun. Notify the Interstellar Signal Decoding Center and immediately form a special team to decipher the new signal, Lin Feng said firmly. Also, have Benito prepare a piece of interstellar exploration commemorative jewelry using all the planetary samples simulated materials we've brought back. This will be exhibited at the Stardust Festival to show everyone that humanity's journey will not stop in the solar system. Jason nodded in agreement and turned to arrange the work. Lena looked at the Stardust ring on Lin Feng's ring finger and said with a smile, "Next time we go, shouldn't we give the probe a cooler name? Like Stardust 1? Hugo also agreed. What a great idea. We should also take the double star bookmark that Amy drew and let it follow us to further places. Sunlight streamed through the laboratory window, illuminating the metal sample of Stardust Messenger. The fragment's surface glowed softly, a gentle blue glow, as if echoing their anticipation. Lin Feng knew this cosmic adventure had no end in sight. The next stop would be the nebulae outside the solar system, the truth behind the Stardust Storm, the secrets behind the barrier, and humanity's first official dialogue with an unknown civilization. And those doubts and difficulties have long since become medals on the road of exploration, engraved on every planet that has been explored, in every decoded signal, and in the hearts of everyone who longs to touch the universe. A week later, at the Stardust ceremony, when the UN Secretary General pinned the Ambassador of Human Civilization Exploration medal on Lin Feng's chest, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. On the large screen at the ceremony, footage of the Stardust Messenger's exploration from the moon to the Earth played in a loop, finally freezing on the signal waveform pointing toward the unknown nebula. Lin Feng picked up the microphone, his voice carrying throughout the room. Today, we're not celebrating one individual's achievement, but humanity's curiosity and courage about the universe. Stardust Messenger isn't the end, but the beginning because the universe is vast, and our dreams are even greater. In the audience, Amy held up a sign that read Go Stardust 1, and waved it vigorously. Hugo and Lena smiled at each other, their eyes full of anticipation. Their story of space exploration continues. Next stop, the depths of the universe. Chapter 30, Stardust Number 1 or D encounters material bottleneck, reverse deciphering metal secrets. Inside the Kennedy Space Center's Interstellar Probe Development Laboratory, the air wafted with the faint scent of metallic coolant. The main frame of Stardust 1 had been completed, its silvery white body, like a streamlined silverfish, perched in the center of the laboratory. But the core anti-dust shield remained unfinished, a crucial component in the probe's ability to navigate nebulae and a current technical bottleneck. Lin Feng stared at the shield design, his brow furrowed slightly. A previous prototype, made from existing Earth materials, had cracked in less than 30 minutes after being subjected to the particle impact of a simulated stardust storm. While the metal fragments of the Stardust Messenger had self-healing abilities, the sample size was too small to allow for mass production. Still not working? Lena approached, her voice tinged with fatigue, carrying the latest test report. She'd pulled 2 all-nighters, experimenting with 12 alloy formulas, with no satisfactory results. When the simulated stardust particle speed reached 50 km per second, the shield's wear rate still exceeded the design threshold. It simply wouldn't last in the nebula. Hugo sat in front of the spectrometer, a pile of Stardust Messenger metal analysis data spread out before him, his fingers tapping away at the keyboard. I tried to reverse engineer its atomic structure, but those ring atoms are too unique. There's no corresponding pattern in Earth's periodic table. It's like someone redesigned the genes of metals. Jason entered, wheeling a small sample box containing a special part sent by the Beneteau workshop, a probe porthole crafted from a mixture of simulated Titan methane ice crystals and Miranda luminescent ice crystals, its edges engraved with a tiny solar system map pattern. The workshop said that while it won't solve the shield problem, they hope these parts can provide some inspiration. Oh, and Amy just sent me a video of her sketch of Stardust 1. It should be a refreshing touch to put on the lab wall. Lin Feng looked at Amy's drawing on the wall, a blue detector covered in stars and smiling faces, with a line of crooked words, Dad and Uncle Lin, bring the stars home. He couldn't help but smile, and his anxiety subsided a little. Perhaps we don't need to completely replicate the metal of the Stardust Messenger, but instead extract its self-healing principle. Hugo, take another look at the energy fluctuations of the metal fragments. Is it related to some kind of particle movement? Hugo immediately called up the energy monitoring data, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Look! When the metal fragments are damaged, the ring-shaped atoms will release a weak gravitational wave that pulls the surrounding atoms in and recombines. Isn't this the key to self-healing? We don't need to make identical metals. We can just add a gravitational wave stimulator to the existing alloy to simulate this recombination effect. Lena also came over and quickly made some changes on the blueprint. Yes. We can use titanium alloy as the shield base, cover the surface with a thin layer of nickel titanium shaped memory alloy, and then embed a micro-exciter. When stardust particles hit, the exciter releases weak gravitational waves, allowing the shape memory alloy to automatically repair the cracks. The three immediately divided the work. Hugo adjusted the activator's energy parameters, Lena optimized the shield's structural design, and Jason contacted the factory to rush a prototype. 3 days later, the new shield prototype was delivered to the simulation test chamber. When simulated stardust particles struck it at 50 km per second, tiny cracks appeared on the shield surface. However, after a few seconds, the cracks slowly closed under the pale blue gravitational waves, and the wear rate dropped to 1/5 of the design threshold. We succeeded. Lena hugged Hugo excitedly, the temperature-sensing coating on her exploration suit turning bright red with excitement. We finally solved the shield problem. Stardust 1 can set off. At this moment, the lab's communicator suddenly rang. It was an urgent message from the Interstellar Signal Decoding Center. Mr. Lin, the new signal has been decoded. It mentions that stardust storms erupt every 100 years, and the next eruption is still 5 years away. The barrier gap is widening. We must reach the nebula within 5 years, otherwise we may miss the opportunity to resolve the storm. Lin Feng looked at the decoded results on the screen, then glanced at the successfully tested shield. He suddenly made a decision. Jason, notify the launch center to advance the launch time of Stardust 1 to 6 months later. We have to race against time. That afternoon, Lin Feng arrived at the lab's core components area, where key components of Stardust 1 were located, including the recently successfully tested anti-stardust shield and a 3D scanned replica of Stardust Messenger metal fragments. He knew this was the critical check-in point for interstellar exploration preparations, as the system had indicated. System, sign in. Lin Feng muttered to himself, his eyes falling on the metal replica model. Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the core component area of the Stardust No. 1 RD laboratory. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the interstellar probe mass production and optimization rights. Permission Effect 1, lead the development of global interstellar probe research and development standards, including anti-stardust shields, interstellar communications, and energy systems. All space agencies must follow your technical specifications. Permission Effect 2, unlocks the mass production patent for the weak gravitational wave exciter, can be used in aerospace, medical, industrial and other fields, and has been authorized to 20 top factories worldwide. Permission Effect 3, obtain detailed star map of the Stardust Nebula system, synchronously analyzes signal data and generates, marking safe routes and storm warning areas. Synchronous Reward 1, Stardust 1 exclusive supply fleet including 3 supply ships and 1 emergency rescue ship, assembled at the Kennedy Space Center. Synchronous Reward 2, Interstellar Navigation Simulation Training Cabin 1:1 replica of the Stardust 1 cockpit, which can be used by the team to acclimate to the interstellar environment in advance. Synchronous Reward 3, Interstellar Pioneer custom badge made by Beneteau Workshop, embedded with Stardust 1 shield fragments, 1 for each team member. As soon as the system notification chimed, Marco from the Beneteau Workshop arrived with a velvet box containing 5 silver badges. Each badge was a miniature of Stardust 1, with a small fragment of pale blue shield embedded in the center, gleaming faintly under the light. Mr. Lin, these are the Interstellar Pioneer badges for you and your team. The workshop has specially engraved everyone's name on the edge as a blessing to the explorers. Lin Feng picked up the badges and gave them to Lena, Hugo, and Jason, and put the last one into his pocket. The badge was engraved with the words Lin Feng and a line of small words next to it, set off into the universe. For the next 6 months, the team spent time in a simulated training chamber, familiarizing themselves with the operations of interstellar navigation. From avoiding the asteroid belt to handling emergencies in the event of a communication blackout, to navigating the gravitational forces of the nebula, every step was rehearsed repeatedly. Amy often visited the lab, bringing them homemade cookies and plastering the walls of the chamber with keep-going notes. The day before the launch, Lin Feng stood at the gangway of Stardust 1, watching the silver-white fuselage glow golden in the setting sun. Lena patted his shoulder and said, "We're leaving tomorrow. Are you nervous?" "A little, but more of an anticipation." Lin Feng smiled and took out his phone. On the screen was Amy's drawing of Stardust 1. "What do you think? By the time we return from the nebula, will Amy have grown up enough to understand the star map we brought back?" Hugo also came over, holding a small box in his hand. "This is my daughter's lucky star. She broke off 100 of them and asked me to carry them with me. She said that this way we can return safely." Jason checked the equipment one last time and said firmly, "Don't worry, Stardust 1 is ready, and so is our team." The next morning, on the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center, Stardust 1's engines belched a pale blue flame. As the countdown ended, the probe slowly lifted off, passing through Earth's atmosphere and heading toward the nebula outside our solar system. In ground control, Amy held up a telescope and shouted, "Dad! Uncle Lin! Go for it!" Through the porthole, Lin Feng watched the Earth gradually turn into a small blue dot. He then took out the Interstellar Pioneer badge and placed it in his palm. The shield fragment on the badge shimmered, like a tiny star. System prompt, next check-in location, Stardust Nebula's barrier gap area. The reward will help you solve the mystery of the Stardust Storm. Lin Feng gazed at the vast universe ahead, a smile on his face. From the dust messengers of the Kuiper Belt to the nebulae they were about to reach, from Earth's laboratories to the interstellar voyage, the exploration continued. Their goal was not only to uncover the truth behind the dust storm, but also to carry humanity's curiosity and courage one step further into the depths of the universe. The roar of Stardust 1's engines echoed through the universe, like a song to the unknown. Next stop, the Stardust Nebula, where the secrets of stardust storms lie, the home of the Stardust Messenger, and new possibilities for dialogue between human civilization and the universe. Chapter 31, Dark Matter Flow reveals the secret of defense. The remains of the mother planet hide the spark of civilization. Outside Stardust 1's porthole, the dust cloud resembled a spilled sheet of silver ink, countless tiny particles drifting and colliding in the universe, emitting a faint blue glow. On the third day after the probe entered the nebula, the smooth flight was suddenly interrupted by a violent tremor. The alarm lights on the control console flashed wildly, and the dust particle density on the screen suddenly soared, from 10 particles per cubic centimeter to 1,000 particles per cubic centimeter, far exceeding the preset safety threshold. Oh no! It's a stardust particle stream explosion. Lena stared at the radar screen, her fingers quickly operating the defense system. The particle speed has reached 80 kilometers per second, 1.6 times stronger than in the simulation. 3 cracks have appeared on the right shield. Lin Feng immediately stood up and walked to the control panel, looking out the window. The previously scattered stardust particles now converged into a silver torrent, like a surging river, crashing fiercely into the Stardust One's shields. A dense layer of particle debris instantly coated the outside of the porthole, blurring his vision. Activate the backup shield. Boost the power of the weak gravitational wave stimulator to maximum, and prioritize repairing the crack on the right. Jason immediately executed the command. On the console's energy meter, the Energizer's power indicator soared from 50% to 100%, and pale blue energy ripples spread across the shield's surface. But just a minute later, the alarm blared again: insufficient Energizer power. Continuous high power operation has caused the core temperature to rise too high. If this continues, it will overload. Hugo rushed over, laptop in hand. On the screen was the particle flow trajectory he had just calculated. These aren't ordinary stardust particles, they're mixed with dark matter particles. They'll absorb the energy from the activator, so the shield won't be able to repair itself faster than it's being damaged. Dark matter particles, a substance that existed only in theory, had become the most deadly threat. Stardust One's vibrations grew increasingly intense, and the console screen began to show snowflake patterns. The cracks in the right shield expanded from 3 to 5. Tiny particles of stardust had begun to seep into the detector, leaving tiny scratches on the metal walls. We must find the dark matter particles' weaknesses. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the sample box where the metal fragments removed from the Stardust Messenger were placed. The fragments were now emitting a faint blue light, as if echoing the external particle flow. Hugo, analyze the interaction between the metal fragments and the dark matter particles. Perhaps the home planet's civilization has already found a way to counter them. Hugo immediately placed the metal fragments in a portable analyzer and connected it to the detector's particle monitoring data. A few minutes later, a striking set of curves appeared on the screen. When dark matter particles approached the Stardust Messenger metal, they were deflected by the anti-gravitational field released by the ring-shaped atoms, neither being absorbed nor causing damage. Got it. The metal's ring-shaped atoms can generate an anti-gravitational field, the nemesis of dark matter particles. Lena's eyes lit up, and she immediately began to modify the parameters of the exciter. We can adjust the frequency of the exciter to simulate the anti-gravitational field of the ring atoms. Although we can't replicate it completely, it should be able to weaken the absorption ability of dark matter particles. Jason's hands flew across the control panel, adjusting the exciter frequency from 10 Hz to 15.7 Hz, the exact frequency at which the metal fragments released their anti-gravity field. As the new parameters took effect, the detector's vibrations suddenly subsided, the shield cracks on the screen repaired noticeably faster, and the energy meter's decline finally slowed. It worked! The absorption rate of dark matter particles has dropped by 60%. Lena shouted excitedly, we can stabilize it. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and walked to the porthole. The particle flow was gradually weakening, the silver torrent slowly dissipating, and the nebula had returned to its previous tranquility. He looked at the floating stardust particles outside the window and suddenly noticed an irregular shadow in the distance, looming in the pale blue light, like a forgotten ruin. Jason, adjust your course and go check out that shadow. Lin Feng pointed in the direction of the shadow. That might be the remains of the Stardust Messenger's home planet. Stardust One slowly approached the shadowed area. As the distance closed, the outline of the ruins became clearer and clearer, the remains of a planet, its surface covered with huge craters, its original crust shattered into countless pieces, slowly drifting under the nebula's gravity. Most shockingly, in the center of the wreckage, a translucent energy barrier remained. A light blue film, like a thin veil, enveloped part of the debris, protecting it from the erosion of stardust particles. This is the barrier of the home planet's civilization. Hugo's voice trembled. Although most of it has been shattered, the remaining part is still working. This proves that their technological level is far beyond our imagination. Lena called up the barrier's spectral analysis. The barrier's energy source is dark matter. They can actually use dark matter to build a defense system. This is exactly the technology we need. Stardust One carefully passed through the shattered crust and stopped at the edge of the energy barrier. Lin Feng donned an anti-static detection suit, carrying a sample collector and signal recorder, and prepared to leave the probe to study the barrier and wreckage up close. Jason, stay on the probe and monitor the energy field. Notify me immediately if any anomalies are detected. Lena and Hugo, assist with remote data analysis. Leaving the probe through the airlock, Lin Feng drifted into space, surrounded by the shattered remains of a planet and a pale blue energy barrier. As he approached the barrier, he felt a faint push the anti-gravity field at work. He carefully touched the surface with his collector. The instrument indicated that the barrier's energy density was 100 times that of Stardust One's shield, and it could automatically repair even minor damage. This is the ultimate solution to dealing with Stardust storms, Lin Feng said into the communicator. The civilization on the mother planet used dark matter to build a barrier to resist the impact of Stardust particles and dark matter flows. The previous Stardust storms were actually caused by dark matter flows in the universe. They erupted every 100 years, and the mother planet was destroyed because the barrier was damaged. Just then, he noticed that in the center of the wreckage surrounded by the barrier, there was a metal building half buried in the rocks. On the top of the building was a slender antenna, which was regularly emitting light green signals the same frequency as the Stardust Messenger's signal, but with a stronger intensity, as if it was calling something. There's a signal source here. Lin Feng immediately approached the building. The metal structure was engraved with the same symbols as the Stardust Messenger, only on a much larger scale, like an epic poem of civilization. He walked to the door and found it ajar. It was pitch black inside, with only the symbols on the wall emitting a pale green light. After entering the building, Lin Feng's helmet's night vision function automatically turned on. Inside was a huge control room with a circular platform in the center. On the platform was a transparent crystal container, in which a light golden light ball was floating, surrounded by countless thin metal wires, connected to the symbols on the wall. This is the spark of civilization. Hugo's voice trembled with excitement after analyzing it through the remote detector. Stored within this ball of light is all the technological data and genetic information of the civilization on the mother planet. They hid the core of their civilization here before the planet was destroyed. Lin Feng walked to the platform. A line of symbols automatically lit up on the surface of the crystal container. Through the real-time translation of the detector, a sentence was displayed: "Welcome to the civilization that understands the anti-gravity field. May the fire illuminate your path of exploration." He knew that this was the Stardust Nebula core check-in point that the system had mentioned. Lin Feng silently said to himself, "System, check in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the Stardust Nebula Mother Planet Debris Control Room. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining global dominance in dark matter defense technology. Permission Effect 1: Lead the research and development and application of global dark matter barriers, including upgrades to interstellar probe shields and the construction of Earth's outer space defense system, and have the right to formulate technical standards. Permission Effect 2: Exclusive right to interpret the spark of the home planet's civilization. Priority to extract scientific and technological data and genetic information. Research results are open to all mankind, and your team has the first right to interpret. Permission Effect 3: Unlocks dark matter energy conversion technology. Can convert dark matter particles in Stardust into clean energy, solving the energy problem of interstellar travel. Synchronous Reward 1: Stardust 2 detector design drawings equipped with a complete dark matter barrier, with a 5x increase in endurance and capable of cross-galaxy detection. Synchronous Reward 2: The right to build a Mother Planet Civilization Research Center authorized by the United Nations, located on the far side of the moon, to permanently preserve civilization and conduct in-depth research. Synchronous Reward 3: Inheritor of Cosmic Civilization Gold Medal jointly awarded by the United Nations and the International Astronomical Union. The medal contains a crystal fragment of the home planet civilization, the only one in the world. As soon as the system notification sounded, Lena and Hugo's cheers came through the communicator. "We succeeded. Not only did we find the truth about the Stardust storm, we also got the spark of the home planet's civilization." Lin Feng carefully placed the crystal container into a specially designed insulated box, ready to take it back to Stardust One. As he left the metal building, he glanced back at the shattered remains of his home planet. This once glorious civilization, though unable to withstand the Stardust storm, had used its last bit of strength to leave behind a spark of civilization, waiting to be understood and passed on. After returning to the detector, Lena immediately conducted a preliminary inspection of the crystal container. The screen displayed some interpretable technological information, including a complete dark matter barrier design and a Stardust storm warning system. With this information, we can not only protect Earth, but also explore even more distant galaxies. Hugo contacted Earth's Interstellar Signal Decoding Center, relaying the truth about the dust storm and the discovery of the civilization on his home planet. The center quickly responded, "The United Nations has decided to launch the Earth Dark Matter Defense Plan, led by your team, with resources from all nations worldwide." Stardust 1 stayed near the remains of its parent star for 3 days, collecting sufficient dark matter particle samples and recording the barrier's operational data before returning. Outside the porthole, the pale blue glow of the Stardust Nebula gradually faded away. Lin Feng looked at the crystal container in his hand. The golden light inside was still bright, like a beating heart. "Jason, set the return route and take a detour to see the Rainbow Nebula that Amy mentioned. She drew it before and said the stars there look like rainbows." Lin Feng said with a smile, and the team's tension during this period was finally relieved. Lena pulled out her phone and flipped through the latest video Amy had sent her. It showed the little girl standing on the observatory at the Kennedy Space Center, holding up a painting. In the painting, there was a rainbow-colored nebula surrounding Stardust 1. Next to it was a note, "Dad and Uncle Lin, I'm waiting for you to bring back rainbow stars. When we go back, we must take Amy to the research center on the moon and let her touch the crystal of the civilization of our home planet with her own hands," Hugo said with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness. Stardust 1's engines belched pale blue flames as it hurtled toward Earth. Beyond the porthole, the universe remained as vast as ever. But now, they were no longer mere explorers, they were the inheritors of civilization. The threat of the Stardust storm would eventually be resolved, the flame of our home planet's civilization would live on Earth, and humanity's journey into the distant future would be forged. Lin Feng gazed at the inheritor of cosmic civilization metal in his hand. The crystal fragments on the metal glowed a pale green, echoing the golden light in the crystal container. He knew that this adventure with Stardust was not the end, but a new beginning in humanity's dialogue with the universe. The next stop was Earth. The next stop after that might be even more distant galaxies and even more unknown civilizations. The universe is vast, but as long as we have curiosity and courage, and the responsibility to pass on our heritage, humanity will never stop. Chapter 32, The Moon Base deciphers the civilization code. Dark matter defense faces a construction crisis. As Stardust 1 passed through Earth's atmosphere, a faint reddish glow appeared outside the window, a sign of re-entry. As the probe slowly touched down on the runway at Kennedy Space Center and the hatch opened, Amy's cheers were the first to be heard. The little girl, clutching a giant welcome home board, dove into Hugo's arms like a cannonball, clutching a model of the Stardust Messenger made of colored paper. "Dad! Uncle Lin! You're finally back!" Amy looked up, her eyes lighting up instantly when she saw the crystal container in Lin Feng's hand. "Is this the spark of civilization Mom talked about? Does it really contain the secrets of aliens?" Lin Feng smiled, squatting down and gently touching the outer shell of the crystal container. The golden light inside was still soft, like a handful of starlight. "Once we crack its code, we'll know. But for now, we have to send it to the Lunar Research Center, where there is the safest laboratory." A crowd of people had already gathered around to greet them. Ana Costa, director of the United Nations Space Agency, quickly stepped forward and handed over a gold-stamped document. "Mr. Lin, 193 countries around the world have signed the Dark Matter Defense Cooperation Agreement, unanimously agreeing that your team will lead the construction of the Earth Dark Matter Defense System. The site for the research center and defense base on the far side of the moon has been determined, and the groundbreaking ceremony will begin next week." Lena took the document and quickly glanced through it, her lips curled up. "I didn't expect that all countries could reach a consensus so quickly. It seems that the threat of Stardust storm has really made everyone put aside their differences." "It's not a threat, it's a common goal." Lin Feng looked at the blue sky in the distance. "The spark of our home planet's civilization not only gave us technology, but also gave humanity a reason to unite." For the next week, the team worked tirelessly to advance 2 core tasks: transporting the crystal container from the home planet to the Interstellar Civilization Research Center on the far side of the moon, and initiating preliminary construction of the dark matter defense system. When the Lin's transporter landed at the lunar base, carrying the crystal container, a temporary cleanroom laboratory had already been established. The world's top astrophysicists, cryptographers, and materials engineers had already assembled, their faces filled with anticipation and awe. The outer shell of the crystal container has 3 layers of encryption. The first layer is a symbolic code, the second layer is a dark matter energy lock, and the third layer requires the anti-gravitational field of the ring-shaped atoms to activate. Lena stood in the center of the laboratory, explaining the preliminary test results to the holographic projection. We tried to trigger the anti-gravitational field with the metal fragments of the Stardust Messenger, but the energy intensity was not enough, so we could only decrypt the first layer of the code. On the projection screen, after the first layer of code was deciphered, a set of dynamic star maps appeared that was the galaxy where the Mother Star civilization was located, marked with the origin of the Stardust Storm and the core area of the barrier, but the key dark matter technical data was still firmly locked by the second layer of energy lock. Not enough energy? We can try the dark matter generator at the lunar base. Professor Chen, a physicist from China, suddenly spoke up, holding a copy of the device's specifications. The generator our team brought can simulate an anti-gravitational field 10 times stronger than Stardust Messenger metal. Perhaps it can break the energy lock. Lin Feng nodded in agreement and immediately arranged for his team to work together to debug the equipment. When the dark matter generator's pale blue energy beam was aimed at the crystal container, the outer shell suddenly lit up with complex symbols, as if in dialogue with the energy beam. A few minutes later, the second energy lock emitted a soft humming sound and slowly unlocked. A vast amount of technical information instantly popped up on the screen, from the core formula of the dark matter barrier, to predictive models for stardust storms, and even the interstellar navigation log of the home planet's civilization. Success! Cheers erupted in the lab. Hugo quickly scanned the logbook, then suddenly paused, his tone turning serious. Look here, the civilization on our home planet mentioned that their galaxy has a companion galaxy that contains the source of dark matter, but they've never been able to reach it due to dust storms. Lena immediately pulled up the star map. Sure enough, there was a faint galaxy marker at the edge of the parent star system, marked Unexplored Area. Companion Galaxy. If we can find it, we might be able to completely resolve the source of the stardust storm. Just as the laboratory was immersed in the joy of a breakthrough, the communicator at the lunar base suddenly rang with an urgent report from the defense system construction site. Mr. Lin, there's a problem with the installation of the dark matter barrier's anti-gravity field generator. The generator's core components are incompatible with the lunar gravity field, and activation will cause the equipment to overload. Lin Feng immediately led his team to the construction site. 4 huge barrier support towers had been built on the plains on the back of the moon. A generator installation position was reserved on the top of each tower, but as soon as the newly arrived generator was connected to the power supply, a shrill alarm sounded, and the temperature and pressure values on the screen jumped wildly. The moon's gravity is only 1/6 of Earth's. The generator's balance system is designed for Earth's gravity, so it will be overloaded. Jason squatted beside the device, examining its internal structure. We need to readjust the balance weights and install a gravity adapter module at the bottom of the generator. But problems followed one after another. The gravity adaptation module requires special titanium alloy materials, and the inventory of the lunar base has been exhausted. It takes at least 15 days to transport it from the Earth. According to the prediction model of the Stardust Storm, the defense system must be debugged within 3 months, otherwise it will not catch up with the warning period of the next storm. Perhaps we can use the technology of the home planet's civilization to solve this problem. Professor Chen suddenly thought. He pulled up the information he had just decrypted. It mentions that the home planet civilization uses dark matter levitation technology to replace traditional counterweights, eliminating the need for gravity. Lena immediately assembled a team to research the technical details. They discovered that dark matter levitation technology only required a micro anti-gravity field chip installed at the base of the generator to offset the gravity differences between planets. We can use the metal fragments from the Stardust Messenger to make a temporary anti-gravity field chip. She immediately arranged for craftsmen to cut the metal fragments and quickly fabricate the chip. 3 days later, the generator, equipped with the anti-gravity field chip, successfully activated. A pale blue energy field unfolded from the top of the support tower, like a transparent protective shield, forming a stark contrast with the black sky of the moon. Great! The core problem of the defense system has been solved, cheered the engineers at the construction site. Lin Feng, observing the unfolding energy field, knew that Earth's first interstellar defense line had finally taken shape. That evening, Lin Feng returned to the Interstellar Civilization Research Center. The lab was still brightly lit, and scientists were still deciphering data from the civilization on their home planet. He walked over to the crystal container and observed the golden light dancing inside. He suddenly noticed that the frequency of the light had changed, as if it were transmitting new information. Look, the light group is responding to the energy of the dark matter barrier. Lena also discovered the abnormality. She quickly adjusted the parameters of the analyzer, and suddenly a new code popped up on the screen. Not technical data, but a star map coordinate pointing to the companion galaxy discovered before. with a line of symbols next to it, the source of dark matter, the continuation of civilization. Companion star systems, this is the civilization of our home planet guiding us. Hugo said excitedly, they not only provide us with defense technology, but also tell us the direction of exploration. Lin Feng knew that this was the critical node for deciphering the civilization code prompted by the system. He silently said in his mind, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed sign in at the Lunar Interstellar Civilization Research Center. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global dominance of companion galaxy exploration. Permission Effect 1: Lead the allocation of global interstellar exploration resources, including the development of new generation detectors, mapping of companion galaxies, and the establishment of interstellar communication networks, and have the final decision-making power over mission planning. Permission Effect 2: Unlocks the mass production patent for dark matter levitation technology can be used for aerospace equipment, lunar base construction, and Earth extreme environment engineering, and has been authorized to 50 top companies worldwide. Permission Effect 3: Obtain detailed exploration plan for companion galaxy including safe routes, resource distribution, and potential risk assessment, generated by the system in combination with parent star data. Synchronous Reward 1: A complete set of components for the Stardust 2 probe already assembled at the lunar base, equipped with a dark matter engine and a fully automated sampling system, capable of reaching the companion star system. Synchronous Reward 2: Construction rights for a lunar dark matter research center funded by the United Nations, integrating the world's top equipment, focusing on research on the source of dark matter in companion galaxies. Synchronous Reward 3: Interstellar Civilization Bridge Medal of Honor designed jointly by the International Astronomical Union and the symbol of the Mother Star civilization, with an embedded dark matter suspension chip that can receive signals from companion galaxies in real time. As the system notification chimed, the lab's holographic communicator suddenly lit up. Simon Porter, president of the International Astronomical Union, beamed with excitement. "Mr. Lin, the world's space agencies have unanimously agreed to designate the Stardust 2 launch mission as humanity's top priority in interstellar exploration. All nations' probes will cooperate with your efforts." Also, little Amy sent a gift, claiming it's a lucky charm for Stardust 2. A video of Amy popped up on the screen. The little girl was holding up a picture. In the picture, Stardust 2 was flying towards a rainbow-colored galaxy. Next to it was a message: "Uncle Lin, you must bring back the stars of the companion galaxy. I'll wait for you at the lunar base." Lin Feng looked at the painting, his heart warmed. Along the way, from the Stardust messengers in the Kuiper Belt to the civilization codes of the lunar base, from the crisis of the dark matter defense system to the new call of the companion galaxies, every step was inseparable from the team's collaboration and the common yearning of mankind for the universe. "Notify all teams to hold a launch preparation meeting for Stardust 2 tomorrow," Lin Feng said firmly. "We need to complete the final commissioning of the probe within a month, and we'll set off for the companion galaxy in 3 months. The next month marked a hectic countdown for the lunar base. Stardust 2's dark matter engine completed its final test, a map of the companion galaxy was fed into the navigation system, and the sampling equipment ran 100 simulations. Amy also frequently visited the base, bringing the team homemade cookies and painting a small Stardust messenger design on Stardust 2's hull with special paint. The day before launch, Lin Feng stood at the Stardust 2's gangway, watching the silvery white probe gleam in the lunar sunlight. Lena handed him a bridge of interstellar civilization metal, the dark matter chip on the metal glowing pale blue. "Tomorrow, we will explore new galaxies, carrying the hopes of our home planet's civilization." Hugo patted Lin Feng's shoulder, holding the lucky charm Amy had drawn in his hand. "Don't worry, we will definitely come back safely and bring Amy the stars of the companion galaxy." Jason checked the communications system one last time. Dual communication has been established between the ground control center and the lunar base. Even in the depths of the stars, we can maintain contact. On launch day, the launch pad at the lunar base was packed with scientists and journalists from around the world. As the countdown reached 0, Stardust 2's dark matter engine belched a pale blue flame, and it slowly ascended, traversing the black lunar sky toward its companion galaxy. Amy, holding a telescope, shouted, "Stardust 2, keep going." Through the porthole, Lin Feng watched the moon gradually shrink and the Earth transform into a blue gem, his heart filled with anticipation. The golden light in the crystal container now flickered in sync with the dark matter chip on the badge, as if echoing with a distant companion galaxy. "Next stop, the companion galaxy," Lin Feng said softly. "There lies the source of dark matter, the expectations of the Mother Star's civilization, and even humanity's next dream of exploring the universe." The roar of Stardust 2's engines echoed through the interstellar space. The universe ahead was deep and bright, with countless stars waiting for them. Lin Feng knew that this adventure was far from over. The flame of civilization needed to be passed on, the secrets of the universe needed to be explored, and humanity's footsteps would eventually reach even more distant galaxies. Chapter 33, Stardust 2 is caught in a dark matter turbulence, and a liquid water planet appears in its companion galaxy. Outside Stardust 2's porthole, the interstellar medium gradually transitioned from deep black to lavender, a sign of approaching a companion galaxy. The probe had been navigating interstellar space for a month, its dark matter engine operating smoothly, maintaining a steady speed of 0.1 times the speed of light. But just 3 light-years from the companion galaxy, the console's alarm suddenly blared. The dark matter density curve on the screen, like a wave whipped by a strong wind, instantly breached the safety threshold. Dark matter turbulence. It's caused by the gravitational disturbance of the companion galaxy. Lena's fingers flew across the console, calling up a 3-dimensional model of turbulence. On the screen, a lavender cloud was hurtling towards the detector at 500 kilometers per second. The dark matter particles inside collided with each other, forming countless tiny energy vortices. Turbulence will interfere with the energy output of the dark matter engine. If we get caught in it, we'll lose power. Lin Feng stared at the model and noticed a faint safe passage at the edge of the turbulence. This was the dark matter channel marked on the star map of the home planet. However, the channel was barely wide enough for Stardust 2 to pass through, and precise adjustment of the anti-gravity field was required. Jason, immediately reduce engine power to 30% and use the anti-gravity field to protect the probe's hull. Lena, adjust the course based on the real-time turbulence data, with an error of no more than 100 meters. Hugo, interpret the turbulence response plan in the home planet's data to see if there are any emergency measures. The moment the command was given, Stardust 2's hull lit up with a pale blue anti-gravity field, like a layer of transparent armor. As expected, the dark matter turbulence arrived, causing the detector to vibrate violently. The pale purple cloud outside the porthole threatened to engulf the entire spacecraft. The control console screen began to flicker, and the energy meter needle fluctuated, threatening to return to zero at any moment. Anti-gravity field strength dropped 15%. Energy fluctuations are occurring in the right engine. Jason's voice was hurried. He manually switched to the backup power source, barely stabilizing the engine output. Lena stared at the channel data, sweat dripping from her forehead. The safe passage was narrower than expected, and the turbulent gravity continued to squeeze the width of the passage. The slightest deviation would cause a collision with the energy vortex. At this moment, Hugo suddenly shouted, "The mother planet's data contains a solution. Activate the dark matter diversion valve to divert some of the turbulent particles into the engine and convert them into energy." Lena quickly found the control button for the diversion valve. The moment she pressed it, the detector's energy meter suddenly rebounded. The dark matter particles had been successfully channeled into the engine, not only replenishing energy but also reducing the impact of the turbulent flow on the fuselage. 3 minutes later, Stardust 2 finally broke through the turbulent flow. Calm returned outside the window, with only a pale purple trail as a testament to the thrilling experience. "We succeeded." Lena slumped in her chair, looking at the safety data on the screen, her tone filled with relief at having survived. The civilization on our home planet has encountered this situation before, and luckily they left behind a plan. Hugo wiped the sweat from his forehead and pulled up the latest star map of the companion galaxy. Turbulence is the companion galaxy's natural barrier. Being able to pass through it means we're getting closer to our goal. Look, the life candidate zone marked on the star map is right up ahead. There's a planet suspected to harbor liquid water there. Lin Feng looked in the direction he pointed. On the star map, a pale blue planet stood out. Labeled Companion 01, it was surrounded by 2 satellites in a stable orbit, neither too close nor too far from the star in the companion system, perfectly within the habitable zone. Adjust course, target Companion 01. Let's go see what this planet truly looks like. 2 days later, Stardust 2 arrived above Companion 01's orbit. When the full view of the planet appeared through the porthole, everyone held their breath. 70% of the planet's surface was covered in liquid water, pale blue oceans intertwined with white clouds, faint traces of green vegetation could be seen on the land, and even a pale pink cloud band floating in the atmosphere was visible, resembling the aurora on Earth, but softer. There's liquid water. And vegetation. Lena excitedly activated the spectrometer. The data showed that the ocean water quality is close to that of Earth's fresh water, the atmosphere contains oxygen and carbon dioxide, and even trace amounts of methane have been detected, all important signs of life. This planet is like a second Earth. Hugo focused on interpreting the data from the home planet and soon made a new discovery. The home planet civilization had already explored this planet. They called it Oasis Star and even left an observation probe in orbit to monitor ecological changes on the planet. Lin Feng ordered Stardust 2 to slowly lower its orbit, and sure enough, he found a silver detector in the synchronous orbit of Oasis Star. Its appearance was similar to that of Stardust Messenger, but it was larger in size and covered with a light green oxide layer. It had obviously been running in orbit for thousands of years, but it was still transmitting data slowly. This is the Oasis Observer detector of the mother planet civilization. Hugo's voice trembled as he tried to establish communication with the detector. A few minutes later, a set of familiar symbols popped up on the screen. It was the text of the mother planet civilization. After translation, it showed, the ecology of the Oasis Star is stable, life activities are normal, and we are waiting for the relay of civilization. Life activities are normal. Lena's eyes lit up instantly, and she immediately activated the low-altitude detection mode of Stardust 2. The probe slowly flew towards the land of Oasis Star, and the camera captured the scene on the ground, patches of umbrella-shaped plants as high as 10 meters, with light green leaves and a transparent film on the surface. Small insect-like creatures were moving on the ground, about the size of a palm, with a light purple shell. Even in the shallow sea area, you can see groups of fish-like creatures swimming, with streamlined bodies and glowing fins. This is the first time complex life has been discovered outside the solar system. Lin Feng's tone was hard to hide his excitement. He decided to personally land on Oasis, collect samples, and search for more clues about the probe on the mother planet. Jason, stay in orbit to monitor the probe and the planetary environment. Lena and Hugo, land with me and bring the sample collector and signal recorder. The three donned upgraded interstellar landing suits. The outer layer had been coated with an Oasis-grade atmosphere to protect against the invasion of unknown microorganisms, and the helmet's holographic displays had been equipped with a new life signature monitoring function. They landed in a small landing capsule next to a flat forest of umbrella-shaped plants. As they stepped out of the cabin, they were greeted by a delicate fragrance reminiscent of Earth's grass. The oxygen concentration in the air was slightly higher than on Earth, making the air exceptionally fresh. Lena immediately used a sampler to collect leaf and soil samples from the umbrella plant. Analyzers revealed that the plant's cellular structure was similar to that of Earth plants, but it contained a special anti-radiation enzyme that could protect against stellar radiation from the companion galaxy. Hugo, focused on searching for traces of the home planet's probe, discovered a metal plaque engraved with symbols on a rock at the edge of the forest. It recorded the landing time of the home planet's civilization, 12,000 years ago. Not only did they come here, they also set up a temporary observation station here. Hugo followed the direction indicated by the metal sign and found a metal structure half buried in the soil behind the rock. It was the remains of the observatory. Although the instruments on the surface were damaged, the core data storage module was still intact. Lin Feng carefully took out the data module and connected it to the portable analyzer. A large amount of observation records immediately popped up on the screen. The Mother Star civilization stayed on the Oasis Star for 50 years, recording the ecological evolution and life evolution of the planet. It even mentioned that there is a dark matter source in the core of the companion galaxy, which is the energy source of the Stardust Storm. The coordinates of the dark matter source were also marked, which was in the central area of the companion galaxy. This is the key we're looking for. Lin Feng looked at the coordinates and knew that this was the companion galaxy core check-in point prompted by the system. He silently said in his mind, "System, check in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the wreckage of the Oasis Star Mother Observation Station. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global leadership in Oasis Star detection and dark matter source research. Authority Effect 1, lead global ecological research, life detection, and resource exploration on Oasis, and have the final decision-making power over observatory construction and sample collection. Permission Effect 2, unlocks radiation-resistant enzyme extraction and application technology, can be used for radiation protection in interstellar travel and biological transformation in extreme environments on Earth. 30 biological laboratories worldwide have been authorized. Permission Effect 3, obtain detailed detection plan for companion galaxy dark matter sources including core area routes, dark matter energy collection technology, and Stardust Storm calming plan. Synchronous Reward 1, construction blueprints for the Oasis Star Permanent Observation Station equipped with ecological monitoring, life research, and interstellar communication capabilities. Construction funding has been approved by the United Nations. Synchronous Reward 2, Dark Matter Energy Harvester Prototype can extract clean energy from dark matter sources, with a power 100 times that of Earth's nuclear reactors. Synchronous Reward 3, Interstellar Life Explorer Gold Medal jointly awarded by the International Astronomical Union and the Global Biological Society. The medal is embedded with a cell sample of the Oasis star umbrella plant. Just as the system notification chimed, Jason in orbit relayed a message, "Mr. Lin, we've received simultaneous communications from both Earth and the Moon base. The United Nations hopes you can quickly transmit back data on life on Oasis. Scientists around the world are awaiting your discoveries." Also, little Amy sent a video saying she's planted its simulated umbrella plant at the moon base, and it's flourishing. Opening the video, Amy held up a pot of light green plants and said excitedly, "Uncle Lin. Aunt Lena. Dad Hugo. The plants you found are amazing. The one I planted has already grown to 10 centimeters. You must bring back more samples. I want to plant an oasis forest on the moon." Seeing Amy's smiling face in the video, all three of them smiled warmly. Lena carefully placed the collected samples into an insulated box. "Not only will we bring the samples back, but we'll also build an observatory here to conduct long-term research on life on Oasis. Perhaps this will provide new insights for protecting Earth's ecology." Hugo stared at the coordinates of the dark matter source, his eyes filled with anticipation. "If we solve the root cause of the interstellar dust storm, we can completely eliminate the threat to Earth. We can also use the energy of dark matter to further advance human interstellar travel. The wish of our home planet's civilization is finally coming true." That evening, the three returned to Stardust 2. The probe slowly left Oasis orbit and headed toward the dark matter source in the companion galaxy. From the porthole, Oasis resembled a pale blue gem, softly shimmering under the starlight of the companion galaxy. The green vegetation and blue ocean on the planet's surface were clearly visible, with occasional pale pink cloud bands drifting by. Next stop, the dark matter source. Lin Feng looked at the coordinates on the screen and said firmly, "We must find the source of the Stardust storm, comet, and bring back the technology to harness dark matter energy to lay the foundation for humanity's interstellar era." Lena called up the predictive model of dark matter sources. There may be a stronger gravitational field around the dark matter source. We need to adjust the parameters of the anti-gravity field and be prepared for it. Hugo took out the logbook of the home planet's civilization and said, "They mentioned that the dark matter source's energy pulse occurs every 10 hours. We must avoid approaching during the pulse period to avoid being hit by the energy." Stardust 2's engines fired up again, a pale blue flame leaving a clear trail in interstellar space as it flew towards the core of the companion galaxy. Lin Feng looked at the Interstellar Life Explorer medal in his hand. The plant cell sample embedded in the metal glowed a pale green, echoing the distant Oasis star outside the porthole. He knew the exploration continued from Stardust Messenger to Oasis, from dark matter defense to dark matter sources, each step closer to the truth of the universe. And humanity's journey wouldn't stop at Oasis or its companion galaxies. In the future, there would be even more distant galaxies and even more unknown civilizations waiting to be discovered. The starry sky outside the porthole was deep and bright, with countless stars waiting for them. Lin Feng smiled, his heart filled with anticipation. The next target, the core of the companion galaxy, the secret of the dark matter source, was about to be revealed. Chapter 34, Dark Matter Source Encounters Space Distortion Crisis. The Mother Planet Laboratory hides the storm controller. Outside Stardust 2's porthole, the stellar light of the companion galaxy gradually gave way to a deep, dark purple. The dark matter source lay just 5 million kilometers ahead. The probe's dark matter engine suddenly began to shudder erratically, and the needle on the console's space curvature meter spun wildly. The previously stable course seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, drifting towards a swirling band of purple energy. "It's a dark matter vortex. More dangerous than the previous turbulence." Lena stared at the radar screen, her voice tense. "Its gravity will distort space. The probe's route has already been pulled off course by 30 degrees. If we get any closer, we'll be sucked into the vortex and the very fabric of space might be torn apart." Lin Feng leaned over to the porthole and saw the dark purple energy band, resembling a cosmic vortex. The surrounding starlight curved noticeably as it passed through, even creating overlapping shadows, a typical characteristic of spatial distortion. The home planet's civilization must have a solution in their records. Hugo, quickly search for records related to dark matter source navigation. Hugo immediately pulled out the home planet log tablet he carried with him. His finger swiped across the screen rapidly, and he finally found the key information in a log entry marked Final Voyage. There are 3 space beacons surrounding the dark matter source. The anti-gravitational waves they emit can offset the vortex's gravity. Flying along the line connecting the beacons will allow you to pass safely. Lena immediately adjusted the detector's scanning frequency. A few minutes later, 3 faint red dots appeared on the screen. They were space beacons left behind by the home planet's civilization. They were distributed in a triangle around the vortex's periphery, forming a safe passage leading directly to the core of the dark matter source. Found it. The beacons are still working. Let's adjust our course and follow the line connecting them. Jason manually controlled the engines, aligning Stardust 2's course with the beacon. As the probe entered the channel, the vibrations of the fuselage subsided noticeably, the needle of the space curvature meter gradually returned to normal, and the distorted starlight outside the porthole returned to normal. Lena breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from her brow. The civilization on our home planet is truly remarkable. A beacon left behind thousands of years ago can still protect us. After 2 hours of slow sailing, Stardust 2 finally passed through the dark matter vortex and arrived at the core of the dark matter source. When the true appearance of the dark matter source appeared in the porthole, everyone held their breath. It was not a physical planet, but a pale golden energy ball with a diameter of about 1,000 kilometers, surrounded by a halo formed by 3 layers of stardust, like a golden lotus suspended in the universe. Occasionally, a pale blue energy stream would erupt from the center of the energy ball, landing on the halo and stirring up tiny sparks of stardust. This is the source of dark matter, so beautiful. Hugo's voice was filled with shock. He activated the spectrometer. The data showed that the energy cluster's dark matter purity was as high as 99%, making it a rare pure dark matter aggregate in the universe. The stardust storms that the mother planet civilization talks about are the occasional energy flows erupting from the dark matter source, driving the formation of surrounding stardust. Lin Feng noticed a translucent building on the third ring of the dark matter source. It seemed to be made of condensed energy, its surface emitting the same pale green light as the probe on the home planet. The control consoles and instruments inside could be vaguely seen. That's the home planet's dark matter laboratory. They built a laboratory on the ring. It's incredible. Stardust 2 slowly approached the laboratory and discovered a pale green energy barrier at its entrance. The barrier was engraved with the symbol of the home planet's civilization, matching the code on the crystal container. Lena attempted to connect the crystal container's energy to the barrier. With a soft hum, the barrier slowly opened, revealing an intact laboratory interior, metal walls lined with glowing pipes. The central control console was still blinking, and the screen displayed an unclosed log, Stardust Storm Controller debugging. Energy insufficient. Replenishing Oasis bioenergy is required. Controller. They really made a Stardust Storm Controller. Hugo rushed to the control console, his fingers brushing across the dusty buttons, and more detailed information popped up on the screen. The core of the controller is the dark matter energy conversion module, which can absorb the energy of the dark matter source, stabilize the eruption frequency, and thus calm the stardust storm, but it requires the anti-radiation enzyme unique to Oasis as an energy catalyst, and the amount of enzyme collected by the mother star civilization at the time was insufficient, resulting in the failure of the controller to start. Lin Feng walked over to the control console and saw a transparent container on top. There was still a small amount of pale green liquid inside. This was a sample of anti-radiation enzyme, identical in composition to the plant sample Lena had collected from Oasis. We have anti-radiation enzyme. We can restart the controller. Lena immediately removed the extracted radiation-resistant enzyme from the sample box and carefully injected it into the controller's energy tank. As the last drop of enzyme was injected, the console screen suddenly lit up. A stream of pale blue energy flowed from the dark matter source into the controller, and the laboratory's pipes began to glow. The screen displayed Stardust Storm Frequency Stabilizing. Debugging estimated completion in 72 hours. Success! We can calm the Stardust Storm. Lena hugged Hugo excitedly. The communicator of the probe suddenly rang. It was a video from the lunar base. Amy was holding a pot of lush umbrella-shaped plants, and behind her was the laboratory of the Lunar Research Center, which was filled with samples brought back from Oasis Star. Uncle Lin. Aunt Lena. Dad. The plants on the moon have grown to 30 centimeters. Professor Chen said that their anti-radiation enzymes match the controller you found and can help. Amy's voice was full of joy. In the picture, Professor Chen was holding up a test report, which showed that the enzyme content of plants grown on the moon was higher than that of Oasis. Lin Feng looked at Amy on the screen, then at the energy flow in the controller, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. The mission that the mother planet civilization had failed to complete was finally being accomplished through the joint efforts of humans and the life on Oasis. He walked to the center of the laboratory, where the system indicated the dark matter source core check-in point, and whispered to himself, "System, check in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the laboratory of the dark matter source mother star in the companion galaxy. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining global control rights of Stardust Storm. Permission Effect 1: Lead the global Stardust Storm calming plan, including controller debugging, dark matter energy distribution, and intergalactic risk warnings, and have the final decision-making power for all related projects. Permission Effect 2: Unlocks dark matter energy stabilization technology, can convert dark matter source energy into controllable clean energy, providing permanent power for Earth and lunar bases, while also supporting intergalactic navigation. Permission Effect 3: Obtain the companion galaxy solar system intergalactic route planning rights. The system combines the parent star beacon and dark matter source data to generate a safe route, which can support normal interstellar transportation. Synchronous Reward 1: Design drawings of the Stardust 3 intergalactic probe equipped with a complete dark matter energy engine, capable of carrying 50 people and scientific research equipment, with a range of 10 neighboring galaxies. Synchronous Reward 2: Construction rights for the Oasis Earth Biological Exchange Station authorized by the United Nations, to study the integration of Oasis life and Earth's ecology, located in the Australian outback. Synchronous Reward 3: Cosmic Energy Guardian Supreme Medal jointly created by the United Nations, the International Astronomical Union, and the symbols of the mother planet civilization, with a dark matter energy crystal embedded in the core, which can monitor the status of Stardust storms in real time. As the system prompt faded, the lab's holographic projection suddenly activated. The image of the last laboratory director of the home planet civilization appeared on the screen. He wore a reconnaissance suit similar to the Stardust Messengers, and his eyes were determined. If anyone sees this video later, it means you have mastered the secret of dark matter energy. Remember, the energy of the universe is not meant to destroy, but to protect Oasis, to protect your home, and to protect more undiscovered civilizations. After the image faded, the console automatically popped up a list of intergalactic beacon coordinates, marking the locations of 3 neighboring galaxies. Next to each coordinate was a line of text, "Fellow civilizations, awaiting an encounter." Lena looked at the coordinates and said excitedly, "Our home planet's civilization not only gave us the technology to calm the storm, but also pointed us in the right direction for exploration." Hugo focused on interpreting the subsequent debugging steps of the controller. The controller needs 72 hours to stabilize its energy. During this time, we can collect energy samples from the dark matter source and prepare for the Stardust 3 engine test. Jason walked to the laboratory window and looked at the golden energy ball of the dark matter source. The lunar base just sent a message that the global dark matter defense system has synchronized the parameters. Once the controller is activated, it will form a double defense network of the solar system and companion star system. There is no need to worry about Stardust storms anymore. For the next 3 days, the team divided the work. Lena monitored the controller's debugging data to ensure energy stability. Hugo collected dark matter energy samples and analyzed their compatibility with Earth's energy, and Jason maintained Stardust 2's equipment while maintaining communication with Earth and the Moon for the latest developments. Amy sent daily videos sharing the growth of lunar plants and drew imaginary illustrations of Stardust 3, filled with Oasis plants and alien life. When the controller screen displayed Stardust storm subsided, frequency stabilized at a safe threshold, the golden energy cluster of the dark matter source suddenly emitted a soft glow, the surrounding Stardust halo gradually dissipated, and the space of the companion galaxy returned to calm. Lena retrieved interstellar monitoring data and found that the previously active Stardust particle streams had all weakened, and the dark matter concentration at the edge of the solar system had returned to normal. "We did it! The Stardust storm has subsided!" Hugo shouted excitedly, and the 3 cheers echoed in the laboratory. Linfoam looked at the mother planet symbol on the controller and knew that they had not only completed the mission, but also took over the baton of the mother planet civilization, protecting life and civilization in the universe. Before leaving the lab, Linfoam carefully packed the controller's core module and the home planet's logs, preparing to bring them back to Earth for research and replication. Stardust 2 slowly sailed away from the dark matter source, following an intergalactic route back toward the solar system. Outside the porthole, the stars of the companion galaxy grew brighter again, and Oasis shone like a pale blue gem in the starry sky. Next stop, Earth. Linfoam looked at the intergalactic route map on the screen, a smile on his face. "After we return, we will repair more of the technology of the home planet's civilization, build Stardust 3, and search for the galaxy on the beacon. Humanity's intergalactic exploration is about to begin." Lena took out the guardian of cosmic energy metal. The dark matter crystals on the metal glowed with a faint golden light. This metal is not only an honor, but also a responsibility. From now on, we must carry it with us to explore more galaxies and discover more civilizations. Hugo pulled out Amy's latest drawing. In it, Stardust 3 was flying towards a colorful planet. Next to it was a caption, "Uncle Lin, take me on an adventure next time. When she grows up a little bit, maybe she can really become an interstellar explorer." Stardust 2's engines belched a pale golden stream of dark matter energy, tracing its predetermined course toward the solar system. The starry sky beyond the portholes was deep and luminous, and the coordinates of the intergalactic beacon flickered on the screen, like 3 stars waiting to meet. Lin Feng knew that this adventure about Stardust, about civilization, about protection was only the beginning of humanity's interstellar age. In the future, there would be more galaxies, more lives, and more secrets waiting for them to discover and protect. Chapter 35: Earth's Landing. Dark matter energy encounters adaptation problems. As Stardust 2 passed through Earth's atmosphere, a pale golden energy trail traced an arc across the sky outside the window, like a shimmering ribbon tying the blue planet. As the probe slowly touched down on the Kennedy Space Center's dedicated runway and the hatch opened, cheers and flashes of light flooded in like a tide. Representatives from nearly 100 countries, leading scientists, and spontaneous citizens crowded both sides of the runway. United Nations flags and banners reading "Guardians of Humanity" fluttered in the wind. "Mr. Lin, congratulations on completing your historic mission." The UN Secretary General personally stepped forward and shook hands with Lin Feng, Lena, and Hugo one by one. A ceremonial officer followed behind him, holding a gold-plated tray containing 3 cosmic contribution medals. This is the highest honor bestowed by the United Nations since its founding. It recognizes your contributions to calming interstellar dust storms and ushering in the intergalactic era for humanity. Amy squeezed through the crowd, running over with a lush pot of Oasis Star umbrella plant. Tiny dewdrops still clung to the leaves, and a tiny, pale pink flower blossomed among the pale green leaves. "Uncle Lin! Aunt Lena! Look! The little green plant is blooming. Professor Chen said it only blooms in a safe environment, which means Earth is safe now." Lin Feng squatted down and gently touched the small flower. The petals were as soft as silk and exuded a faint fragrance. "Amy's little green is amazing. Not only is it radiation resistant, it can also serve as a safety detector." He smiled and took the plant, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. This life from Oasis Planet has now become the best witness to Earth's safety. Over the next week, the team worked tirelessly to advance 2 key tasks. First, implementing dark matter energy conversion technology to build Earth's first dark matter power station. Second, interpreting intergalactic beacons to determine Stardust 3's first exploration target. However, soon after starting construction on the power station, a thorny problem arose. The energy converter brought back from the dark matter source wouldn't operate stably in Earth's gravity, with the vibration frequency of its core components exceeding safety thresholds. The original design of the converter was based on the gravity of the parent planet, approximately 1.2 times that of Earth. Under Earth's gravity, the motion trajectory of the ring-shaped atoms inside shifts, resulting in unstable energy transmission. Lena stood at the power station construction site, holding the vibration monitoring report, her brow slightly furrowed. "We tried adjusting the counterweight, but the effect was not good. The converter's energy output still fluctuates by more than 5%, which is unable to meet power supply requirements." Hugo led his team through the technical data of the mother planet civilization and found a key clue in a gravity adaptation optimization manual. When the mother planet civilization built energy stations on different planets, they would use a liquid dark matter buffer layer to offset the gravity difference. Liquid dark matter can automatically adjust its density according to gravity, stabilizing the movement trajectory of the ring atoms. But a new problem arises: liquid dark matter needs to be extracted from a dark matter source. Currently, Earth only has a small sample brought back by Stardust 2, which is not enough for power plants. We can use Earth's supercritical helium to simulate the buffering effect of liquid dark matter. German materials scientist Miller suddenly proposed. Supercritical helium at 268.9 C has similar fluidity and density adjustability to liquid dark matter. While the effect is slightly less effective, with parameter optimization, it should be able to meet the converter's requirements. Lin Feng immediately arranged for his team to conduct a test, injecting supercritical helium into the converter's buffer layer. When the converter restarted, the vibration monitor's readings instantly dropped, and the energy output fluctuations stabilized within 1%. Success! Cheers erupted from the construction site. Lena, observing the stable curve on the screen, excitedly exclaimed, "Earth's first dark matter power station is finally functioning." Meanwhile, a breakthrough was achieved in decoding intergalactic beacons. At the Lunar Interstellar Civilization Research Center, scientists activated the beacon using energy from a crystal container and decoded detailed information about the first target galaxy, the Blue Galaxy, 12 light-years from the Solar System. Within the galaxy lies a planet named Blue 01, whose surface is covered in 90% liquid water and whose atmosphere contains high concentrations of oxygen. Electromagnetic signals suggestive of intelligent life activity were even detected. The environment on Azure 01 is closer to Earth than on Oasis, and there are signs of intelligent life. Hugo rushed into Lin Feng's office with the decoded report. This is the first time humans have discovered a galaxy that may harbor intelligent civilizations. Stardust 3 must go. Lin Feng looked at the image of Azure 01 in the report. White clouds drifted over a pale blue ocean, patches of columnar plants were faintly visible on land, and even the outlines of giant creatures moving in the ocean were visible. Immediately initiate the development of Stardust 3, targeting the Azure Galaxy. He picked up his communicator and notified space agencies worldwide to coordinate resources. Benedict Workshop will be responsible for customizing Stardust 3's exploration suits and equipment. The lunar base will provide technical support for the dark matter engine. Laboratories around Earth will jointly develop life detection equipment. Marco, the chief designer of the Benito Workshop, quickly arrived with a plan and demonstrated the intergalactic exploration suit customized for Stardust 3. The outer layer is made of anti-radiation fiber woven with dark matter energy, which can protect against high-energy particles in interstellar space. The helmet has a built-in multi-language translation module that can analyze the language signals of unknown civilizations in real time. The most special thing is that the chest of the exploration suit is inlaid with an interstellar seed capsule, which contains the Oasis star umbrella-shaped plant seeds cultivated by Amy and wheat seeds from Earth. The workshop hopes that Stardust 3 can carry the life seeds of Earth and Oasis to the Blue Galaxy and deliver greetings from civilization, Marco explained. Amy even specially engraved "Hello, friend" in multiple languages on the seed capsule, saying she wants our alien friends to feel Earth's friendliness. Lin Feng took the blueprints for the exploration suit and examined the details of the seed capsule. Suddenly, he remembered the system's reminder of a critical node in preparation for intergalactic exploration, the converter commissioning site at the Earth Dark Matter Energy Research Center, which was the exact check-in location. He immediately rushed to the power station. By then, the converter had been operating stably for 3 days, providing 10% of the electricity for the surrounding cities. The screen displayed the words "Dark Matter Energy Utilization Rate 92%. Lin Feng walked to the converter, feeling the steady energy fluctuations coming from the device, and silently said in his mind, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the Earth Dark Matter Energy Research Center. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global dominance of Blue Galaxy intergalactic exploration. Authority Effect 1, lead the global Stardust 3 research and development, testing, and launch, including probe assembly, crew selection, and exploration mission planning, with final decision-making authority. Permission Effect 2, unlocks the mass production patent for supercritical helium dark matter mixing buffer technology, can be used for dark matter equipment on Earth and other planets, and has been authorized to 20 energy companies worldwide. Permission Effect 3, obtain the Blue Galaxy Intelligent Life Pre-Detection Plan, including electromagnetic signal analysis, life environment assessment, and first contact plan, generated by the system in combination with beacon data. Synchronous Reward 1, Stardust 3 Detector Core Components, Dark Matter Engine, Intergalactic Communicator, and Intelligent Life Detector have been completed and can be assembled directly. Synchronous Reward 2, construction rights for the Earth Blue Galaxy Intergalactic Monitoring Network approved by the United Nations. Monitoring stations will be deployed on the Moon, Mars, and the Kuiper Belt to track the Stardust 3's flight path in real time. Synchronous Reward 3, Intergalactic Civilization Envoy Supreme Medal created by the United Nations in 193 countries around the world. The core is inlaid with a mixed seed crystal of Earth and Oasis star, symbolizing the fusion of civilizations. As soon as the system notification chimed, Amy suddenly ran in clutching a small box. Inside was the interstellar seeds she'd cultivated genetically optimized at the lunar base. The umbrella-shaped plants were more radiation resistant and capable of growing in varying gravity environments. Uncle Lin. This is a gift for Stardust 3. Professor Chen said these seeds can also germinate in the Azure Galaxy. If we ever encounter alien friends, we can give them seeds so that plants from Earth and Oasis can grow in the Azure Galaxy. Lin Feng took the seed box and looked at the plump seeds inside. Suddenly, an idea came to him: let's build an interstellar seed bank on Stardust 3. In addition to seeds from Earth and Oasis, we should also collect rare plant seeds from countries around the world and carry the imprint of life of human civilization to the Blue Galaxy. Lena and Hugo immediately agreed. Hugo added, we can install a growth monitoring system on the seed bank to transmit real-time information about the status of the seeds in the interstellar environment, providing data for future cross-galactic ecosystem construction. Over the next 3 months, Stardust 3's development entered its final sprint. Over 200 companies and laboratories worldwide collaborated. A Chinese team oversaw the final commissioning of the dark matter engine, an American team optimized the intergalactic communicator, a European team developed an intelligent life detector, and an African team provided rare baobab seeds. Amy became the seed bank manager, visiting the lab daily to check on the seed's condition. She also painted images of Earth, Oasis, and Azure 01 on the vault's exterior, with the words, "We come from Earth, bringing friendship" written next to them. The day before launch, Lin Feng, Lena, Hugo, and Jason stood at the Stardust 3's gangway, watching the silvery white probe shimmer in the setting sun. The probe's sides were emblazoned with the flags of 193 countries, and its tail was engraved with the symbol of its home planet's civilization, symbolizing the connection between human civilization and its home planet's civilization. Tomorrow, we'll carry Earth's hopes and search for new civilizations. Lena looked at the seed vault through the porthole, her tone full of anticipation. I wonder if our friends in the Blue Galaxy will like our seeds. Hugo, holding a star map of the Azure Galaxy, smiled and said, no matter what we encounter, we must remain friendly and respectful, and be messengers of peace in the universe, just like the civilization of our home planet. Jason checked the communication system one last time and said firmly, the ground monitoring network is ready. We won't be alone in the interstellar space. The Earth and the Moon will always protect us. Amy ran over with her little green in her arms and handed a pot of newly cultivated seeds to Lin Feng. Uncle Lin, this is the seed of hope. You must help it germinate in the Blue Galaxy. When you come back, I want to hear your stories about our alien friends. Lin Feng took the seeds and nodded solemnly, we will definitely do it. On launch day, the Kennedy Space Center was packed with spectators and reporters from around the world. As the countdown reached 0, Stardust 3's dark matter engine belched a faint golden flame, and it slowly ascended, passing through Earth's atmosphere and heading toward the Blue Galaxy. Amy, holding up her telescope, shouted, keep going, Stardust 3. You must bring back our alien friends. Through the porthole, Lin Feng watched the Earth gradually shrink into a blue gem. He then looked toward the seed bank. The seeds within lay quietly, carrying the hope and friendship of human civilization. He picked up the Interstellar Civilization Envoy medal. The seed crystals on the metal glowed with a pale green light, reflecting the starry sky outside the porthole. Next stop, the Azure Galaxy. Lin Feng said softly, we carry greetings from Earth, the heritage of our home planet's civilization, and the hope of all life as we go on a date in the universe. Lena pulled up the latest imagery of Azure 01. On the screen, the liquid water on the planet's surface shimmered, and columnar plants swayed in the wind, as if waving to them. Hugo activated his intergalactic communicator, sending a friendly electromagnetic signal into the universe. Hello, friends from the Azure Galaxy. We come from Earth, bringing peace and friendship. The roar of Stardust 3's engines echoed through interstellar space, like a song dedicated to the universe. The Azure Galaxy ahead drew closer, and unknown civilizations awaited. A new story was about to begin. Lin Feng knew that humanity's journey of interstellar exploration would never end, for the universe is vast, the friendship between civilizations is enduring, and the courage to explore will never fade. Chapter 36, The Blue Galaxy encounters debris blocking the road. Outside the Stardust 3 porthole, the interstellar medium faded from deep black to pale blue, a sign that the Azure Galaxy was only a light year away. The probe, propelled by its dark matter engine, had been sailing steadily for 3 months. Just as the team thought they were nearing a safe arrival, the collision warning on the control console suddenly blared. The radar image on the screen was instantly covered in dense red dots, like a metallic cloud suspended in the universe. It's an ancient planetary debris belt. Lena's fingers flew across the console, bringing up a 3-dimensional model of the debris belt. The image showed countless rock and metal fragments, ranging in diameter from a few meters to several kilometers, spinning at high speeds under the gravitational pull of the Blue Galaxy. The narrowest gaps between the fragments were barely wide enough for Stardust 3 to pass through, and each fragment carried strong magnetic interference, blocking the probe's communication and navigation signals. According to the model, the probability of a collision if we forced our way through is over 60%. We would become an interstellar sieve. Lin Feng leaned in close to the porthole and could see the pale blue light reflected by the debris belt. The largest fragment resembled a small mountain, its surface still embedded with unknown metal debris, and it was moving through the debris belt at a speed of 30 kilometers per second. Does the data from the home planet civilization mention similar debris belts? He turned to Hugo, his tone urgent. The previous dark matter vortex was solved by the home planet beacon, and this time there might be clues as well. Hugo immediately flipped through the intergalactic route log of his home civilization. His finger flicked across the screen, finally finding crucial information in a record labeled Azure Route Notes. A natural navigation signal exists in the debris belt outside the Azure Galaxy. This signal originates from a pulsing crystal at the center of the debris belt. By adjusting your route to follow the signal frequency, you can safely pass through. Pulse crystal? Lena immediately adjusted the detector's signal receiving frequency, scanning from low to high frequencies. A few minutes later, a regular beep 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 sound suddenly came from the console speaker, and a weak but stable blue signal wave appeared on the screen. The source was the center of the debris belt. Found it! The signal frequency fluctuates 12 times per minute, exactly as described in the home planet's log. But new problems arose. The strong magnetic interference from the debris belt prevented the detector from accurately locating the signal source. The calculated course error exceeded 10 kilometers, while the safety clearance was only 3 kilometers. Even the slightest deviation would result in a collision with debris. Our navigation system is jammed. Even with a signal, we can't find the correct route. Jason's forehead was covered with sweat. He manually adjusted the course 3 times, but the error on the screen remained high. At that moment, the seeds of hope Amy had placed in the seed capsule suddenly emitted a faint green light. The microsensors on the capsule's outer shell revealed that these genetically optimized umbrella-shaped plant seeds could emit a unique biosignal in a strong magnetic environment, and the signal frequency was perfectly synchronized with the pulse crystal. The seeds are responding to the pulse signal. Lena suddenly realized that the superposition of the seed signal and the crystal signal had actually weakened the impact of the strong magnetic interference, instantly reducing the channel error to within 1 kilometer. We can use the seed signal as a navigation enhancer. Jason immediately connected the seed capsule's signal to the navigation system, and Stardust 3's course instantly became precise. As the probe slowly entered the debris field, everyone's heart leaped to their throats. Outside the portholes, meters-wide debris grazed the probe's anti-gravity field. The sizzling sound of metal rubbing against each other carried through the bulkhead. Occasionally, tiny fragments struck the shield, sparking pale blue sparks. But guided by the dual power of the seed capsule signal and the pulse crystal, the probe remained steady within a safe gap, like a nimble fish weaving between reefs. We succeeded. When Stardust 3 rushed out of the debris belt, Lena hugged Hugo excitedly. On the screen of the console, the stars of the Azure Galaxy appeared in full view for the first time. It was a yellow star slightly smaller than the Sun, surrounded by 8 planets. Among them, Azure 01 was like a sapphire inlaid in the star track. 90% of the liquid water on the surface shimmered in the starlight, and you could even see the trajectory of clouds flowing over the ocean. Look at the northern hemisphere of Azure 01. Hugo suddenly pointed to the screen, where there was an area consisting of hundreds of floating islands. Each island was about 10-50 kilometers in diameter, and the surface of the island was covered with lavender columnar plants. The most shocking thing was that there was a transparent crystal building in the center of each island. The top of the building emitted light blue beams of light, which intertwined into a huge light net in the air. The pulse signal that guided them just now was emitted from these crystal buildings. This is definitely the creation of an intelligent civilization. Lena activated the intelligent life detector, which immediately captured a regular electromagnetic signal coming from the crystal building. The signal wave showed obvious language coding characteristics, rather than a naturally formed chaotic waveform. They are sending signals to the universe. They may be searching for other civilizations, or they may be marking their homeland. Lin Feng ordered Stardust 3 to descend slowly into Azure 01's synchronous orbit, avoiding a hasty approach that might disturb it. As the probe stabilized in orbit, he noticed that the crystal structure's light grid was slowly rotating with the position of the stars, as if tracking the sun. In the ocean surrounding the island, giant creatures tens of meters long occasionally surfaced, spewing water columns hundreds of meters high. These columns refracted the sunlight, creating rainbows that decorated the planet like a decorative element. We can't land directly. We need to set up an orbital observatory first to analyze their signals and ecological environment. Linfone made the decision, and Lena and Hugo immediately began to divide the work. Lena was responsible for analyzing electromagnetic signals and trying to decipher language codes. Hugo analyzed the atmosphere, water quality, and vegetation data of Blue 01 to assess the safety of the landing. Jason debugged the intergalactic communicator and synchronized the latest discoveries to the Earth and the Moon. A few hours later, Lena made the first breakthrough. She successfully deciphered a simple signal, which translated to "Welcome fellow light beings, share the azure breath. They know we're coming. And they're not hostile, even calling us fellow beings." Lena's voice trembled as she projected the deciphered results onto the main screen. This signal is coming from the largest crystal building, which is likely their central tower. At the same time, Hugo also discovered a surprise. The water quality of Azure 01 is almost the same as freshwater on Earth. The oxygen concentration in the atmosphere is slightly higher, and the leaves of the columnar plants can release an antibacterial gas that can kill most common pathogens on Earth. We don't need special protection to land. The environment here is more friendly than we imagined. Just as the team was discussing the landing plan, Amy's video came in from Earth. The little girl was standing in the seed nursery at the lunar base, a lush patch of umbrella-shaped plants behind her. Several were already in bloom, butterflies perched on their pale pink petals. "Uncle Lin. Aunt Lena. Dad. The moon seeds are growing so well. Professor Chen says their biosignals resonate with those of the blue galaxy. You must take these seeds with you to meet our alien friends." Watching Amy's smiling face in the video, Linfone suddenly remembered the system's reminder of the critical check-in point in the Azure Galaxy, the Stardust 3 orbital observation module. This was not only the first stop for the exploration of Azure 01, but also the starting point for establishing contact between humanity and Azure civilization. He walked to the observation module's window, gazing at the crystal building gleaming blue below, and silently said to himself, "System, check in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the Azure Galaxy's Azure 01 orbital observation module. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global dominance of contact and research with Azure civilization. Permission Effect 1. Lead the formulation of global contact strategy with the Azure civilization, including initial landing plans, language communication, and cultural exchange, and have the final approval authority for all related decisions. Permission Effect 2. Unlocks cross-galaxy biosignal synchronization technology. Can utilize biosignals from Earth and Oasis to establish a secure signal communication bridge with the Azure civilization, avoiding cultural misunderstandings. Permission Effect 3. Obtain exclusive rights to exploring the Azure 01 floating island authorized by the United Nations. Your team has priority in landing on the island. Other organizations must conduct exploration within your framework. Synchronous Reward 1. Azure small landing pod equipped with a biosignal amplifier, multi-language translator, and non-lethal defense equipment, capable of carrying 3 people to land on a floating island. Synchronous Reward 2. Earth Blue Galaxy Cultural Exchange Library has integrated cultural materials, scientific achievements, and works of art from countries around the world for sharing with the Blue Galaxy civilization. Synchronous Reward 3. Civilization Bridge Builder Supreme Medal created by the United Nations and global scientific research institutions. The core is inlaid with crystal fragments from the Azure Galaxy and diamonds from Earth, symbolizing the connection between the two civilizations. As the system prompt faded, a holographic communicator in the observation cabin suddenly lit up, and Professor Chen's voice rang out from the lunar base. "Mr. Lin, our umbrella-shaped plants on the moon have received signal feedback from the Azure civilization. Their biosignals resonate with the light network of the crystal building, indicating that the two life systems can understand each other. You can land with your seeds and use the biosignals as proof of friendship." Linfone looked at the glowing green seeds in the seed capsule, then at the crystal building below. He made a decision. "Lena, Hugo, come with me aboard the Azure. Jason will stay on Stardust 3 to monitor the environment and assist us immediately if there are any anomalies." He picked up the Civilization Bridge Builder medal and pinned it to the chest of his exploration suit. "We will carry the friendship of Earth, the life of Oasis, and the heritage of our home planet's civilization as we go to meet our cosmic partners." The Azure lander slowly departed Stardust 3 and headed for the largest floating island. As the lander passed through Azure 01's atmosphere, a spectacular blue aurora appeared outside the portholes formed by the interaction of atmospheric gases and stellar winds. It encircled the planet like a flowing blue ribbon. As the altitude decreased, details of the floating island became clearer. The leaves of the columnar plants were translucent, revealing a pale blue liquid flowing within. The surfaces of the crystal buildings were engraved with intricate patterns, which slowly shifted with the fluctuations of the light network, resembling some kind of writing. In the shallow waters surrounding the island, schools of transparent fish swam, their bodies reflecting the sunlight like a flock of luminous gems. The landing capsule landed smoothly in the square in front of the crystal building. The moment the hatch opened, Linfeng, Lena, and Hugo walked out wearing exploration suits inlaid with seed capsules. As soon as they stepped onto the ground of the island, they saw the door of the crystal building slowly open, and three blue people walked out. They were about 2 meters tall, with translucent light blue bodies, no obvious differentiation of limbs, and they moved in suspension by the energy support under their bodies. The luminous crystals on their heads were their sensory organs, which were flashing soft green light at this moment, echoing the signal from the seed capsule. "Welcome, our friends from Earth." A gentle voice came through the translation device of the exploration suit. It came from the blue man in the front, his glowing crystal flashing with a regular light. "We have been waiting for intergalactic companions for a long time." Lin Feng walked forward, gently opened the seed capsule, took out a sprouted umbrella-shaped plant seed, and handed it to the blue man. "This is a gift of life from Earth, an oasis star, a symbol of our friendship." The Azure Man used his energy to support the seed, and the green light of the glowing crystal grew brighter. "This gift is beautiful. Please enter the Crystal Tower, and we will share Azure's story." As the three followed the Azure Man into the crystal building, Lin Feng glanced back out the porthole at the azure ocean, the blue of this planet, so similar to Earth's, yet with a unique vitality. He knew that human exploration of the universe had entered a new era of dialogue among civilizations, and the starting point of this dialogue was a seed from Earth, a legacy from their home planet, and a friendship that spanned light years. From the Stardust 3's porthole, Jason watched the bright light illuminate at the top of the crystal building, knowing that first contact had successfully commenced. He activated the intergalactic communicator and sent a brief yet significant message to Earth: "We have met friends in the Azure Galaxy." Deep in the universe, the stars of the Blue Galaxy are still shining, and the light network of the crystal building and the signal of Stardust 3 are intertwined, as if writing an eternal sentence in the universe: civilization may be far away, but friendship is never absent. Chapter 37, Crystal Tower, exploring the history of Azure civilization. When Lin Feng, Lena, and Hugo followed the Azure people into the crystal building, the scene before them made them completely forget to breathe. This was not a building in the traditional sense, but more like a starry dome woven with energy and crystal. The ceiling was a translucent curved crystal, through which one could clearly see the blue ocean and floating islands of Azure 01. The sunlight refracted through the crystal, forming colorful spots of light, which fell on the energy flow channel on the ground, forming flowing light bands on the walls on both sides. Countless tiny memory crystals were inlaid, playing the historical scenes of the Azure civilization in a loop, like a three-dimensional cosmic documentary. "This is the Crystal Central Tower, our repository of history and wisdom." The Azure Man walking in front stopped, his glowing crystal flickering with a soft blue light. A gentle voice came through the translator: "I am Kyle, an astropath of the Azure civilization, responsible for communicating signals from the universe." Lena couldn't help but move closer to the memory crystal on the wall. As her fingertips touched the surface of the crystal, an image suddenly unfolded in front of her. In the picture, the early blue people did not have the energy to lift, and relied on the fin-like structures on both sides of their bodies to move in the ocean. They used primitive tools to mine crystals, polished them into simple signal transmitters, and sent the first set of searching for partners electromagnetic signals to the universe. As time went on, they gradually mastered crystal energy technology, built the first crystal tower, and began to systematically monitor intergalactic signals. "Your civilization developed based on crystal technology?" Hugo's gaze fell on the energy flow channel on the ground. The light blue liquid flowing in the flow channel had a similar luster to the energy flow seen at the dark matter source before. "Yes." Kyle's glowing crystals flickered faster, as if expressing excitement. "The crystals are the Azure Soul. The pulse crystals guide the way, the memory crystals preserve history, and the energy crystals provide the necessities of life." He pointed to a massive crystal pillar in the center of the central tower. It was a pale blue crystal about 5 meters in diameter, surrounded by 3 layers of energy auras. It was the source of the pulse signal that had guided Stardust 3 through the debris belt. "This is the core pulse crystal, our cosmic lighthouse." At that moment, the core pulse crystal suddenly emitted a sharp buzzing sound, and the energy aura on its surface began to flicker erratically, its previously steady pale blue light becoming intermittent. Kyle's glowing crystal instantly turned orange, and his tone became urgent. "Oh no! Magnetic interference, the magnetic storm in the debris belt, is affecting the crystal." Lin Feng looked up at the crystal pillar and noticed tiny cracks on its surface. The liquid in the energy channel began to flow backwards, and the memory crystal images on the wall became chaotic, even showing snowflake patterns. It's the planetary debris belt from before. The magnetic storm, spread by the galaxy's gravity, has disrupted the crystal's energy stability. He immediately remembered the strong magnetic environment he had experienced when passing through the debris belt. Our detectors have anti-magnetic interference technology, which may help you stabilize the crystal. Lena immediately called up the Stardust 3's anti-magnetic interference parameters and transmitted them to Kyle through the detection suit's signal interface. This is our dark matter magnetic shielding technology. It can form an anti-magnetic field around the crystal to offset external interference. We need your energy channels to cooperate and import dark matter energy. Kyle's glowing crystal flickered rapidly, as if communicating with the other azures. A few seconds later, 3 small crystal pillars suddenly rose from the ground of the central tower, forming a triangle formation with the core pulse crystal. Energy channel, ready. Introduce dark matter energy. Hugo took out his portable dark matter energy box and connected it to the crystal column's power port. As the dark matter energy slowly poured in, a layer of pale golden light enveloped the core pulse crystal, the effect of the dark matter magnetic shield. The previously chaotic energy aura gradually stabilized, and the cracks slowly healed under the pale golden light. It's stable. The pulse crystal has returned to normal. Kyle's glowing crystal turned a soft green again, and his tone was full of gratitude. Thank you, our friends on Earth. Without you, the crystal would be completely damaged, and we would lose the cosmic lighthouse. Linfeng looked at the pulsing crystal, which had regained its stability, and suddenly noticed that the umbrella-shaped plant seeds he had brought from Earth were now emitting a faint green light from their seed capsules. This light intertwined with the blue light of the crystal, forming a strange, light resonance. Kyle, can your crystal resonate with life signals? Yes. Kyle pointed to the surface of the crystal pillar, where the internal structure of the seed was projected. The sprout was slowly growing, and the roots formed an invisible connection with the crystal's energy flow. Life and crystal are symbiotic. The crystal provides energy, and life provides vitality. This is the Azure balance. Lena suddenly had a bold idea: we can try to let the seeds and crystals coexist. These seeds come from Oasis Star and have been genetically optimized on Earth. They can grow in extreme environments. Perhaps they can enhance the crystal's ability to resist interference. With Kyle's approval, Linfeng carefully removed a sprouted umbrella-shaped plant seed and planted it in the energy channel next to the core pulse crystal. As soon as the seed came into contact with the liquid in the channel, it began to grow at a visible rate. A sprout quickly rose, pale green leaves unfolded, and roots extended along the channel, gradually wrapping around the surface of the crystal column. Amazingly, when the roots came into contact with the crystal's blue light became brighter, the energy aura more stable, and the remaining fine cracks completely disappeared. Symbiosis succeeded. Kyle's glowing crystal shone with joy. The seed has infused the crystal with vitality, and the crystal provides energy for the seed. This is a new balance. The other blue people in the central tower also gathered around, their glowing crystals flashing green light. They used energy to lift tiny crystal fragments and gently place them on the leaves of the plants. The fragments landed on the leaves and instantly merged into them. The surface of the leaves glowed with a faint blue light, as if inlaid with countless micro-crystals. This is our friendship crystal, given to the plants on Earth, Kyle explained. It allows the plants to grow in space, and it also allows the crystals to remember Earth's signals. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of successful symbiosis, the holographic projection of the central tower suddenly lit up, and a new image began to play. This was not the history of the Azure civilization, but a signal record from another galaxy. In the picture, a green planet was covered with dense forests, and huge gaseous creatures were floating in the sky. At the end of the signal was a set of coordinates, pointing to the Emerald Galaxy 8 light-years away from the Azure Galaxy. This is a signal we captured 10 years ago, from the Emerald Galaxy. Kyle's glowing crystals flickered with anticipation. The signal contains traces of intelligent life, but our detectors can't cross interstellar distances. Perhaps your Stardust 3 can. Linfeng looked at the green planet in the image and knew that this was the Azure Civilization Exchange Core check-in point. The system had indicated the symbiotic area of the crystal central tower. This was not only the intellectual core of Azure Civilization, but also the starting point for a deep friendship between humanity and Azure Civilization. He silently said to himself, "System, check in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the symbiotic area of the Azure 01 Crystal Central Tower. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global dominance of Emerald Galaxy interstellar exploration. Permission Effect 1 Lead global exploration planning for the Emerald Galaxy, including Stardust 3's route adjustments, life detection equipment upgrades, and the development of civilization contact plans. Holds the final decision-making power. Permission Effect 2 unlocks the mass production patent for crystal life symbiosis technology can be used for Earth ecological restoration, lunar base construction, and maintaining the environment of intergalactic exploration cabins. Authorized to 30 scientific research institutions worldwide. Permission Effect 3 obtain Azure Earth interstellar data sharing rights, priority access to Azure Civilization's cosmic signal database, crystal technology data, and interstellar navigation charts. Synchronous Reward 1 Design drawings of the Symbiosis Exploration Module equipped with a Crystal Life Symbiosis system, capable of sustaining a 1-year exploration mission without resupply, suitable for the Emerald Galaxy. Synchronous Reward 2 Construction rights for the Earth Azure Interstellar Friendship Station jointly approved by the United Nations and Azure Civilization, located on the largest floating island of Azure 01, for cultural exchange and technological cooperation between the two sides. Synchronous Reward 3 Interstellar Symbiotic Envoy Supreme Metal jointly created by Earth and Azure Civilization, with the core inlaid with symbiotic plant leaves and crystal fragments, symbolizing the fusion of life and technology. Just as the system notification tone faded, Jason's voice came through Stardust 3's communicator. Mr. Lin, congratulatory messages have arrived from both Earth and the Moon bases. The United Nations has designated today as Interstellar Friendship Day, and your symbiotic experiment with the Azure people is being broadcast worldwide. Also, Amy's video has arrived, and she must tell you in person. On the holographic screen, Amy ran in, holding a pot of flowering umbrella-shaped plants. The leaves glowed with a faint blue light. They were symbiotic seedlings cultivated at the lunar base using fragments of Azure crystals. Uncle Lin. Aunt Lena. Dad. Look. My little green has become a crystal plant too. Professor Chen said it can talk to plants in the Azure Galaxy. It's amazing. The girl paused, then held up a drawing. In it, Earth, Oasis, and Azure 01 were holding hands, surrounded by glowing seeds and crystals. I drew the friendship planet. We should bring more seeds and crystals and go to the Emerald Galaxy to find new friends, okay? Okay. Lin Phone, Lena, and Hugo answered in unison, and Kyle's luminous crystal also flashed green, as if in agreement. Over the next 3 days, the Earth team had in-depth exchanges with the Blue Civilization. Lena and Kyle jointly deciphered more intergalactic signals and compiled a cosmic signal map containing 5 potential civilization galaxies. Hugo studied the mechanism of crystal life symbiosis and found that the symbiotic system can increase energy utilization by 60%, providing a new energy solution for Stardust 3's journey to the Emerald Galaxy. Lin Phone, on behalf of the Earth, signed the Interstellar Friendship Cooperation Agreement with the Blue Civilization, agreeing to jointly build friendship stations, share cosmic exploration data, and jointly respond to interstellar risks. Before leaving the Crystal Central Tower, Kyle gave Lin Feng a special gift, a crystal nameplate inlaid with symbiotic plant leaves. Engraved on it were the symbols of the Azure Civilization and the Chinese character for friendship from Earth. This is Azure's Star Language nameplate. Take it with you to the Emerald Galaxy. When you encounter a civilization, show it, and they'll know that you are partners in peace. When the three returned to Stardust 3, the probe's hull had been decorated with a special decoration, a symbiotic beacon, remotely installed by the Beneteau workshop. Composed of azure crystals and umbrella-shaped plant seeds, it continuously sends a friendship signal to the universe. Jason smiled and said, the workshop calls it a beacon of interstellar friendship, ensuring that wherever Stardust 3 goes, it carries the blessings of Earth and the Azure. Stardust 3 slowly pulled out of Azure 01's orbit. Outside the porthole, the crystal towers on the floating islands continued to gleam blue, intertwining with the green glow of the symbiotic plants, like a beacon of eternal friendship in the universe. Lena pulled up a star map of the Emerald Galaxy. On the screen, the green planet grew clearer, the forests and gaseous life forms faintly visible on its surface. Next stop, the Emerald Galaxy. Lin Feng looked at the coordinates on the screen, his tone full of anticipation. We will bring the friendship of Earth, the Azure Crystal, and the seeds of symbiosis to find new cosmic partners. Hugo flipped through the Emerald Galaxy data he had just compiled, his eyes lighting up. According to Azure's signal records, there may be gaseous intelligent life on the Emerald Galaxy's planet Emerald 01. They have no physical form and communicate through energy fluctuations. This would be the most unique civilization we've ever encountered. Lena checked the parameters of the symbiosis detection module. The symbiosis system has been debugged and can operate stably in the complex environment of the Emerald Galaxy. We can conduct a 3-month exploration. Stardust 3's dark matter engine belched out a pale golden flame, while the symbiotic signaler emitted a soft blue-green light, leaving a beautiful trail in interstellar space. Lin Feng picked up the interstellar symbiotic messenger metal. The crystals and leaves on the medallion reflected each other, forming a perfect echo with the starry sky outside the porthole. He knew that humanity's journey of interstellar exploration was no longer a solitary endeavor. From the sparks of civilization on our home planet, to life on Oasis, to the friendship of the Azure civilization, each encounter strengthened his resolve. And the gaseous life of the Emerald Galaxy, unknown cosmic signals, and countless more civilizations awaiting discovery all lay in the starry skies ahead, awaiting a dialogue across light years. The universe is vast, but the light of friendship can always illuminate the unknown darkness. Chapter 38: Dark Red Galaxy Trapped in a Gravitational Maze. Outside the portholes of the binary star joint probe, a dark red galaxy hangs in the universe like a blazing flame, a red secret realm 20 light-years from the Azure Galaxy. Within the galaxy, clouds of dust composed of iron oxide filter the starlight into a dark red, distorting even the starlight passing through it like blood-stained threads. The probe has been navigating interstellar space for 5 months, its dark matter engine operating in concert with the Azure civilization's crystal navigation system. However, upon entering the core of the dark red galaxy, it suddenly encountered an unprecedented gravitational maze. The gravitational field is completely disrupted. The previous star map data is completely useless. Lena stared at the gravity monitor on the console. The red warning light on the screen flashed wildly. The previously stable route was torn apart by an invisible force. The detector spun in the dust cloud like an out-of-control leaf. The iron oxide particles in the dust cloud carry strong magnetism, interfering with the crystal navigation signal. Now we can't even find the approximate direction of the origin star. Lin Feng leaned in front of the porthole. A dark red dust cloud, visible to the naked eye, enveloped the detector. The distant starlight had become a blurry red dot, and even the backup starlight navigation system was completely ineffective. Beside him, the Azure figure Guanlan hovered in front of the crystal console, the pale blue energy waves emitted by his body accelerating noticeably, clearly fighting the magnetic interference with all his might. Crystal navigation requires a pure energy source to restore. The strong magnetic field of the dust cloud acts like a barrier, isolating the crystal from the star's resonance. Hugo flipped through the gravitational anomaly response manual prepared by the joint team. His finger slid across the screen rapidly, suddenly stopping on a passage translated from the Azure Ancient Book. The ancient beacon on the origin star will release directional crystal waves. These waves can penetrate dust clouds and are unaffected by strong magnetic interference. However, they require dual civilization energy resonance to activate the energy of Earth's dark matter combined with the energy of Azure crystal. Dual civilization energy resonance? Lin Feng immediately looked at Guanlan. Our dark matter engine can release energy. Can your crystal guide this energy? Guanlan nodded and slowly approached the dark matter energy interface of the detector. I can use the crystal energy in my body as a conduit to convert the dark matter energy into resonance waves, but I need Miss Lena to synchronize the frequency of the crystal navigation so that the two match. Lena immediately adjusted the crystal navigation frequency to 28.6 Hz, the directional crystal wave frequency recorded in the ancient Azure book. Simultaneously, Jason activated the dark matter engine's low-power energy release mode, slowly injecting pale golden dark matter energy into Guanlan's energy conduit. When the dark matter energy and crystal energy met in the conduit, Guanlan's luminous crystal suddenly erupted with an intense blue light. A pale blue energy wave shot out from the tip of the detector, piercing the dark red dust cloud and splitting the fog like a blue sword. A few seconds later, the crystal navigation screen suddenly lit up, and a clear green route appeared on the star map. The end point of the route was the origin star, the planet with a surface covered with a mixture of crystal and rock. It was now wrapped in a thin red atmosphere, like a two-colored gem embedded in a dust cloud. Success! We found the origin star. Hugo clapped his hands excitedly. Guanlan's glowing crystals also resumed their gentle fluctuations, obviously consuming a lot of energy. The directional crystal wave has activated the origin star's beacon. It's responding to us. The double star slowly approached the origin star along the green route. As the distance shortened, the details of the planet's surface became clearer and clearer. The northern hemisphere of the origin star was a vast crystal plateau, with countless transparent crystal pillars rising from the ground, glowing with a lavender luster under the dark red sunlight. The southern hemisphere was a rock canyon, and the remains of metal structures could be vaguely seen in the depths of the canyon, like architectural relics left by an ancient civilization, and the beacon was located in the center of the crystal plateau. It was a triangular building complex constructed of huge crystals, and the crystal spire on the top was continuously releasing light blue directional waves, echoing the navigation signal of the double star. That's the ancient beacon. It's more spectacular than we imagined. Lena activated the detector's high-definition camera and captured the details of the triangular building complex. The surface of the crystal tower was engraved with two completely different patterns. One was the energy pattern familiar to the Azure civilization, and the other was the circular atomic pattern of the Mother Planet civilization. The two patterns intertwined on the crystal surface, as if telling the common origin of the two civilizations. When the binary star landed on the flat surface of the crystal plateau, Lin Feng, Lena, Hugo, and Guanlan donned their jointly developed Origin Star exploration suit, a blend of Earth's anti-magnetic coating and Azure crystal fibers. The helmet's translator, upgraded to dual civilization language synchronization mode, could simultaneously decipher the ancient scripts of both the home planet and Azure. Embedded on the chest of the exploration suit was the binary star seed cultivated by Amy. Nourished by both dark matter and crystal energy, the seed had grown into a 10-centimeter tall seedling, its leaves displaying a unique gold-blue gradient color, a symbol of friendship and a potential energy adapter. The four of them exited the probe and stepped onto the ground of the origin star, the crystal plateau. The ground was hard yet resilient, and each step left a faint energy imprint on the crystal surface, which vanished automatically after a few seconds. The crystal spire in the distance emitted a soft blue light, and the air was filled with a faint crystal scent, which, upon inhaling, even brought a sense of relaxation. This was the unique energy environment of the origin star. The beacon's core is within the central crystal tower. Guanlan hovered ahead, leading the way. His energy faintly resonated with the surrounding crystal pillars. It might contain the origin memories of both civilizations, but it requires representatives from both civilizations to activate it together. Walking into the crystal tower in the middle, there is a circular hall inside. In the center stands an origin crystal with a diameter of about 3 meters. Inside the crystal is a light golden energy core. The surrounding walls are engraved with ancient texts and patterns. On the left are the energy patterns of the Azure civilization, recording their migration from the origin star to Azure 01. On the right are the circular patterns of the Mother Star civilization, depicting their adventure of leaving the origin star to search for the source of dark matter. And at the top of the wall, there is a pattern of an interstellar arc. A huge spaceship is taking off from the origin star, carrying symbols of two civilizations at the same time. So, we and our home planet's civilization truly do originate from the same place. Lena's voice was filled with shock as she stroked the interstellar arc pattern on the wall. In ancient times, some kind of disaster may have struck the home planet, and the two civilizations migrated separately on interstellar arcs, one to the Azure galaxy and the other to the home planet's galaxy. We've lost contact ever since. Guanlan's glowing crystals flickered with complex fluctuations, as if sensing the power of ancient texts. In the Azure ancient books, it is recorded that home is calling. So, this is what home looks like. Lin Feng walked over to the origin crystal and discovered two energy ports near the crystal's energy core, one for the Azure crystal energy, the other for the Mother Star's ring-shaped atomic energy. The Mother Star's port was perfectly compatible with the Mother Star energy sample carried by the binary star. Guanlan, let's activate it together. Lin Feng connected the Mother Star energy sample to the ring port, while Guanlan injected his crystal energy into the other port. When the two energies were injected into the origin crystal at the same time, the energy core inside the crystal suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and the ancient text and patterns on the wall began to come alive in the image. The origin star in ancient times was full of vitality, crystals and forests were intertwined, and the ancestors of the two civilizations lived in harmony and jointly developed interstellar technology. Later, an asteroid hit the origin star, causing a global disaster. The two civilizations were forced to separate on an interstellar arc, and before leaving, they left a beacon on the origin star, hoping that future descendants could reunite and jointly protect life in the universe. This is the secret of origin. Hugo's eyes were a little moist. The Mother Planet civilization and the Azure civilization are originally brother civilizations with the same origin, and we Earthlings have accidentally become the bridge connecting them. At this moment, the binary star seedlings Amy had nurtured suddenly glowed with a golden blue light. The seedling's roots automatically extended to the energy interface of the origin crystal, absorbing the energy released by the crystal before releasing a gentle energy wave that enveloped the entire crystal hall. Suddenly, the images on the wall added a new message, an ancient civilization's message to future generations. The meaning of civilization lies not in solitary prosperity, but in mutual protection. Across light years, we will eventually meet again. Lin Feng knew that this was the origin star core sign and point that the system had prompted. He silently said in his mind, "System, sign in." Ding! The host has completed sign in at the ancient beacon crystal hall on Origin Star. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global dominance of the joint inheritance of dual civilizations. Authority Effect 1: Lead the joint exploration plan of Earth, Azure Civilization, and Mother Star Civilization inheritance level, including the protection of Origin Star ruins, interstellar arc technology research, and the establishment of an interstellar civilization alliance, with final decision-making power. Permission Effect 2: Unlocks the mass production patent for dual civilization energy resonance technology can be used for intergalactic communication, interstellar spacecraft navigation, and planetary ecological transformation, jointly held by Earth and Azure Civilization. Permission Effect 3: Obtain the interstellar arc ruins detection plan generated by the system based on the Origin crystal image, marking the locations of other ancient ruins on the Origin Star, including clues to the remains of the interstellar arc. Synchronous Reward 1: Design drawings of the Origin joint exploration ship jointly developed by Earth and Azure Civilization, equipped with a dual civilization energy system, capable of long-term interstellar archaeology and civilization exchange. Synchronous Reward 2: Construction rights for the Origin Star Ancient Relics Protection Center jointly funded by Earth and Azure Civilization, used to protect the beacon complex and other ancient relics, and conduct research on the origins of civilization. Synchronous Reward 3: Interstellar Civilization Inheritor Supreme Medal jointly created with the inheritance symbols of the Earth United Nations, Azure Civilization, and Mother Star Civilization. The core is inlaid with Origin crystal fragments and the genetic sample of the binary star seedling, symbolizing the inheritance and connection of the three civilizations. As the system notification chimed, a holographic projection in the crystal hall suddenly activated. A voice from an ancient civilization echoed through the space: "If future generations hear this message, please remember, the universe is vast, but civilization is never alone. Protect every planet with life, connect every civilization that yearns for communication. This is your mission, and it is our hope." Guanglan's glowing crystals sparkled with tears. The Azure Civilization's way of expressing emotion: "We have fulfilled the wish of our ancient ancestors. The two civilizations have finally been reunited." Lin Feng looked at the pulsating energy core in the Origin crystal, then at his fellow dual civilization companions. Suddenly, an idea struck him: we can establish an intergalactic civilization alliance, using the Origin Star as a link to connect Earth, the Azure Galaxy, and areas once explored by the Mother Star Civilization. Together, we can protect life and civilization in the universe. Lena and Hugo immediately agreed, and Guanglan also expressed support on behalf of the Azure Civilization. The Azure Galaxy is willing to become the first member of the alliance. We will share crystal technology to help more civilizations resist crises. That evening, the binary star transmitted a report of the Origin Star's discovery to Earth and the Azure Galaxy. Global and Azure civilizations rejoiced. Not only had humanity discovered the origins of an alien civilization, but it had also facilitated the reunion of two ancient sibling civilizations. Upon receiving the news, Amy, at the lunar base, clutched the binary star seedlings she had cultivated and excitedly shouted in front of the screen, "Uncle Lin! I knew seeds could help. I'm going to visit the Origin Star someday to see if the seeds are growing well there." In the following week, the joint team conducted preliminary exploration on the Origin Star. Fragments of the interstellar arc were found on the edge of the crystal plateau. The metal material on the fragments was consistent with the metal of the messenger from the Mother Star. The energy laboratory of the ancient civilization was found in the rocky canyon, which contained a complete crystal energy generator. Soil samples from the Origin Star were also collected and found to contain special minerals that can promote the growth of plants from both civilizations. Before leaving the Origin Star, Lin Feng, Lena, Hugo and Guanglan planted a binary star seedling in front of the crystal spire. The roots of the seedling quickly took root in the crystal soil, and the golden and blue gradient colors on the leaves echoed the light of the crystal spire, like a monument of friendship, witnessing the connection between the three civilizations. The binary star slowly sailed away from the Origin Star, heading back towards the Azure Galaxy. Outside the porthole, the dust clouds of the dark red galaxy remained dark red, but now, in everyone's eyes, they no longer saw a terrifying maze, but a red curtain guarding the secrets of Origin. Guanlan watched the Origin Star gradually shrink and whispered, "In the future, we will come back often to visit this planet that gave birth to two civilizations." Lin Feng nodded and picked up the Inheritor of Interstellar Civilization medal. The Origin crystal fragment on the medallion glowed lavender, and the genetic sample of the binary star seedling slowly flowed through it. He knew that this exploration of origins was not the end, but the beginning of an interstellar civilization alliance. In the future, they would seek out more civilized partners, protect more planets with life, and fulfill the mission of their ancient ancestors. Next stop, the Azure Galaxy. Linphone looked at the star map on the screen. We need to tell more people about the story of the origin star, and then plan the future of the Alliance together. Lena pulled up the data on the wreckage of the interstellar arc. After the Alliance is established, we can jointly develop new interstellar spacecraft to search for other possible remains of the mother planet's civilization. Maybe we can even find their descendants. Hugo pulled out a report on soil samples from the origin star. These special minerals can be used to transform the ecology of Earth and the blue galaxy, allowing plants on the binary stars to grow better. In the future, we can even establish an intergalactic ecological corridor. The engines of the binary star spewed out streams of energy interwoven with pale gold and pale blue, leaving a two-tone trail within the dark red dust cloud, as if writing the words connection and inheritance across the universe. Linphone gazed out the window at the starry sky, his heart filled with anticipation. The universe is vast, but as long as civilizations protect and connect with one another, they will never be alone. And their journey of exploration will continue, towards ever more distant galaxies, towards more unknown civilizations, and towards the hopes left by their ancient ancestors, moving forward with unwavering determination. Chapter 39, The Interstellar Alliance Initiation Ceremony Encounters Energy Turbulence. Above the interstellar friendship station of Azure 01, a light blue crystal light network and golden dark matter energy flows intertwine to form a huge friendship dome. This is the core command center of the Interstellar Civilization Alliance, jointly built by the Earth and Azure Civilization. Today, the first global including the Azure Galaxy live broadcast ceremony for the establishment of the Alliance will be held. Linphone stood in front of the observation deck of the command center, looking at the scene in the square below. Scientists from Earth, astrologers from the Blue Civilization, and engineers from the lunar base were communicating with each other, some using translators, and some projecting images through luminous crystals. In the symbiotic flower bed in the center of the square, Earthsweet, the blue crystal grass, and the umbrella-shaped plants from Oasis Star were growing lushly, with a faint energy sheen on the leaves. This was the result of the dual civilization symbiotic technology, symbolizing the harmonious coexistence of different life forms. Mr. Lin, the Alliance's interstellar communication network has suddenly experienced an anomaly. Lena hurried over, a red communication interruption warning flashing on the tablet screen in her hand. Signals from Earth, the Moon, and the origin star have all been interrupted. The crystal communication tower in the Azure Galaxy is also reporting abnormal energy fluctuations. The live broadcast ceremony will begin in half an hour. Linphone immediately followed Lena to the communications room at the command center. The signal waveform on the screen resembled waves disrupted by a strong wind, the once stable blue curve becoming chaotic and disorganized. Guanlan, an astropath from the Azure Civilization, hovered in front of the crystal console, the pale blue energy pulsing from his body accelerating noticeably. His tone was filled with anxiety. It's dark matter energy turbulence. It's coming from the remnant of the Stardust Storm, disrupting the energy channels for interstellar communication. The signal on the crystal light network has been attenuated by 40%. Hugo pulled up the latest monitoring data for the Stardust Storm, his brow furrowed. The remaining dark matter turbulence is stronger than expected. It's spreading along the previous Stardust path, passing right through the communication relay point between Earth and the Azure Galaxy. Ordinary anti-interference technology is simply unable to offset it. Just when everyone was at a loss, a subtle buzzing suddenly came from the symbiotic flower bed in the command center. The double starseed seedlings that Amy had cultivated before were now emitting a strong golden blue light, with leaves slightly tilted toward the communication tower, and roots rapidly extending in the soil, connecting with the crystal energy flow channel below the flower bed. The seeds are sensing the energy turbulence. Lena suddenly realized that it was the energy sensing of these seeds that helped activate the ancient beacon on the origin star. Their roots can synchronize with the crystal energy flow. Perhaps they can act as a natural signal amplifier to offset the interference of dark matter turbulence. Guanlan immediately unleashed the crystal energy within his body, attempting to establish a connection with the seedling. As the pale blue crystal energy touched the seedling's leaves, a golden blue glow instantly intensified. A steady wave of energy emanated from the seedling, flowing along the crystal channel into the communication tower. A miracle occurred. The signal waveform on the screen gradually stabilized, the chaotic interference ripples vanished, and the signals from Earth, the Moon, and the origin star became clear again, even more stable than before. Success! The energy of the symbiotic seed and the crystal light network formed a double resonance, not only offsetting the turbulence, but also enhancing the communication signal. Hugo clapped his hands excitedly, and Guanlan's glowing crystals also resumed their gentle fluctuations. This is a new form of symbiosis, the perfect fusion of life and technology. Lin Feng looked at the still glowing seedlings in the flowerbed, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. Amy's tiny seed had once again become the key to interstellar friendship. He pulled out his communicator and dialed the video link to the lunar base. Amy, your seeds have been a huge help again. The Alliance's communication network has been restored, and the live broadcast ceremony can begin smoothly. On the screen, Amy was holding a pot of even larger binary star seedlings, her face brimming with pride. I knew the little green ones were the best. Uncle Lin, be sure to include them in the live broadcast so everyone on Earth and the Blue Galaxy can see them. Half an hour later, the inaugural ceremony of the Interstellar Alliance of Civilizations officially began. Holographic projections in the command center simultaneously connected observation points on Earth, the Moon, the Origin Star, and the Azure Galaxy, with billions of viewers witnessing the moment. The UN Secretary General delivered his first remarks. Behind him, on a backdrop, images of Earth, Azure 01, and the Origin Star intertwined, with the Alliance's mission statement inscribed below, in the name of life, unite civilizations and explore the secrets of the universe. Today, we are not only connecting two civilizations, but also marking a new starting point for humanity's interstellar exploration. The Secretary General's voice was transmitted across the planets through holographic projection. In the future, we will share technology, explore the universe together, and protect life together, allowing the light of interstellar friendship to illuminate even more galaxies. Afterward, Guang Lan spoke on behalf of the Azure civilization. His luminous crystal projected a star map of the Azure Galaxy, noting the sources of the friendly signals they had discovered. The Azure civilization is willing to work with our partners on Earth to find more friends in the universe, and to protect every warm planet with the power of crystal and life. The ceremony culminated with Lin Feng, on behalf of the Alliance, announcing the Interstellar Exploration Plan. Initial objectives included deep exploration of the Emerald Galaxy to search for gaseous intelligent life, repairing the remains of the home planet's interstellar arc to uncover more ancient technology, and establishing a civilization origin museum on the Origin planet to preserve the historical heritage of both civilizations. As he outlined these plans, a holographic projection simultaneously displayed the Stardust 3 upgrade blueprints, the design for the Symbiotic Exploration Module, and Amy's Alliance Explorers comic strip showing Earthlings and Azure people aboard a spaceship together, accompanied by glowing seeds and crystals. After the ceremony, Lin Feng, Lena, Hugo, and Guang Lan came to the Alliance Core Module of the Command Center. This is the hub of interstellar communications, exploration plans, and technology research and development. The central control console integrates the Earth's dark matter technology and blue crystal technology. The screen displays real-time monitoring data of each planet, the safety status of interstellar routes, and the tracking progress of potential civilization signals. This is the brain of the Alliance, and also the core check-in point of the Interstellar Alliance as prompted by the system. Lin Feng looked at the dual civilization symbol in the center of the console and said silently in his heart, "System, check in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the Interstellar Civilization Alliance Core Module. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Interstellar Alliance's dominance in global affairs. Authority Effect 1: lead all core affairs of the Interstellar Alliance, including exploration plan approval, technology sharing decision-making, and civilization contact plan formulation, and have the final coordination power among Alliance members. Permission Effect 2 unlocks the mass production patent for interstellar symbiotic communication technology based on the dual resonance principle of symbiotic seeds and crystal light networks, capable of achieving stable communication across 100 light-years, jointly held by Earth and Azure civilization. Permission Effect 3 obtain Lioli Galaxy preliminary detection data. The system, combined with the Alliance Signal Monitoring Network, discovered that the Lioli Galaxy, 35 light-years away from the Azure Galaxy, contains signals of intelligent life. This includes a preliminary star map and environmental assessment. Synchronous Reward 1 Alliance 1 joint exploration ship already assembled at the Azure 01 dock, equipped with a dual civilization energy system, a symbiotic ecological cabin, and a gaseous life detector, capable of carrying 10 people on intergalactic voyages. Synchronous Reward 2 Interstellar Civilization Database integrates all cosmic exploration data from Earth, Azure, and the Mother Star civilizations, opens it to all Alliance members, and updates new discoveries in real time. Synchronous Reward 3 Alliance Guardian Supreme Metal jointly created by the Interstellar Alliance, its core is inlaid with Earth Metal, Azure Crystal, Origin Star Soil, and symbiotic seed genes, symbolizing the connection between the four. As soon as the system prompt sounded, a new green light suddenly lit up on the signal monitoring screen of the core module. This was the signal of intelligent life from the Lioli Galaxy, which was clearer than the ones captured before, and even contained a regular pulse code, as if it was transmitting some kind of information. The signal from the Glass Galaxy. It appeared earlier than expected. Lena immediately called up the signal analysis interface. The screen showed that the frequency of this code was similar to the ancient signal of the Azure civilization. They may have an ancient connection with the Azure civilization, or share some kind of cosmic signal rules. Guanlan approached the screen, the glowing crystal faintly resonating with the signal waveform. This code means greeting. Translated, it roughly means welcome friends from afar, let's share the light of the glass. Hugo excitedly pulled out the Soyuz 1 exploration plan. Soyuz 1 happens to be equipped with a gaseous life detector. We can adjust our course and head for the Lioli galaxy first. Maybe we can find a distant relative of the Azure civilization. Lin Feng watched the Lioli galaxy signal flicker on the screen, then glanced at the Alliance Guardian medal in his hand. The 4 elements on the medal shone in the light, like a concentrated interstellar friendship gem. He knew that the Alliance's first joint exploration was about to begin, and this time, they would no longer fight alone, but carried the hopes of 2 civilizations, the power of symbiotic life, and the mission of ancient heritage. Notify all members of the Alliance to start the final debugging of Alliance Number 1. 1 week later, we will set off for the Lioli galaxy. Lin Feng's tone was firm, and his eyes looked at the blue ocean outside the porthole there. The light network of the crystal tower and the light of the symbiotic plants were intertwined, like a never-extinguished starsea of friendship. Over the next week, Soyuz 1's commissioning was carried out intensively. The Earth team was responsible for the final inspection of the dark matter engine, the Azure team optimized the crystal navigation system, and both teams jointly tested the symbiotic ecological cabin. The cabin was planted with Earth vegetables, Azure crystal grass, and umbrella-shaped plants from Oasis, forming a small interstellar ecosystem that could provide the crew with sufficient oxygen and food. Amy also used remote control to plant a new binary star seedling in the Soyuz 1's eco-chamber. She also placed a small recording box next to the seedling, which contained her greetings to the civilization of the Lioli galaxy. Hello, friends of the Lioli galaxy. I am Amy from Earth. I hope you like our seeds and crystals. We want to be friends with you. On the day of departure, the Azure 01 dock was packed with people bidding farewell, scientists from Earth, Azure's astropaths, and Amy, who had traveled all the way from the moon via holographic projection. As Soyuz 1's dual civilization energy engines erupted with golden blue flames, the crystal light net above the dock lit up with the symbol Bon Voyage. The plants in the symbiotic flower beds also emitted a soft glow, as if blessing the explorers. Alliance 1, target the Lioli galaxy, let's go. Lin Feng stood in front of the control panel, looking at the star map on the screen. The location of the Lioli galaxy was flashing a green light on the star map, with the words potential friendly civilization marked next to it. Lena pulled up preliminary data on the Lioli galaxy. There's a planet called Lioli 01 in the Lioli galaxy. Its surface is covered with 70% liquid crystal, and its atmosphere contains special gases that can support crystal life. The signal source is from this planet. Guanlan's glowing crystals shone with anticipation. Lioli sounds like a crystal planet. Perhaps the civilization there also has a deep connection with crystal. Hugo turned on the interstellar communicator and sent the Alliance's friendship signal to the universe. No matter what we encounter, we will carry the Alliance's sincerity and the gift of life to this new cosmic appointment. The roar of Soyuz 1's engines echoed through interstellar space, its golden blue energy trail leaving a beautiful path across the universe, like a bond connecting civilizations. Lin Feng gazed out the window at the starry sky, the Guardian of the Alliance medal in his hand softly glowing. From Earth to the Moon, from the Stardust Messenger to the Azure civilization, from the Origin Star to the Interstellar Alliance, every step had been filled with challenges, but also with warmth and surprise. Now, new challenges and surprises lie ahead: the crystal planets of the Lioli galaxy, unknown intelligent life, possible ancient connections, and many more cosmic secrets waiting to be discovered. Lin Feng knows that the Interstellar Alliance's journey of exploration has just begun. In the future, more civilizations will join, more lives will be connected, and more galaxies will be illuminated. The universe is vast, but as long as we use friendship as our sails and life as our oars, the ship of humanity and the blue civilization will eventually sail towards a more distant and brilliant sea of stars. Chapter 40: The Glazed Galaxy Encounters a Crystal Storm. Outside the Soyuz 1's porthole, the Lioli galaxy resembled a shattered blue gem. Countless liquid crystal particles drifted through the universe, refracting a rainbow of light and tinting the galaxy's starlight with a dreamy gradient. The probe, propelled by the dual civilization energy system, had been navigating for 2 months. With its target planet, Lioli 01, just 300,000 kilometers away, the storm warning on the control console suddenly blared. The radar image on the screen was instantly covered in a dense sea of blue light, like a surging sea of liquid crystal. It's the crystal storm unique to the Lioli galaxy. Lena stared at the storm model on the screen, her voice tense. These liquid crystal particles range in diameter from microns to meters. They're impacting at 80 kilometers per second. The detector's anti-gravity shield has already been dented in 3 places. If you get any closer, the outer shell will be penetrated. Lin Feng leaned in front of the porthole. A visible blue vortex was approaching Alliance 1 at a visible speed. The intense light produced by the collision of liquid crystal particles forced the porthole to activate anti-glare mode. Beside him, Guanlan hovered in front of the crystal console, the pale blue energy released by his body fluctuating violently. The core of the crystal storm, there are regular energy pulses, like the navigation signal of the Lioli civilization, but the pulse frequency is constantly changing, and we can't lock onto it. Hugo pulled out the preliminary data on the Lioli galaxy from the Alliance signal database, his finger swiping rapidly across the screen. The Lioli signal we captured previously contained a light and shadow code that might correspond to the pulse frequency of the crystal storm. But we don't have the decoding key, so we can't adjust the navigation parameters synchronously. Just as the probe was about to be struck by crystal particles at the edge of the storm, a faint light suddenly emanated from the biochamber. The binary seedlings Amy had cultivated were now emitting a golden blue light and shadow, the veins on their leaves miraculously synchronizing with the pulse frequency of the crystal storm on the screen. The light and shadow of the seeds are echoing the storm signal. Lena suddenly realized that these seeds had always resonated with the signals of unknown civilizations on the Origin Star and the Azure Galaxy. We can use the light and shadow of the seeds as a decoding medium to synchronize the navigation frequency of the Lioli civilization. Guanlan immediately unleashed the crystal energy within his body, connecting the seedling's light and shadow signal to the Soyuz 1's navigation system. As the golden blue light and shadow overlapped with the crystal storm's blue pulses, a clear green channel suddenly appeared on the storm model on the screen, like a safe passage carved by light and shadow, leading directly into Lioli 01's atmosphere. Success! We've found a safe route. Hugo clapped his hands excitedly. Soyuz 1 slowly sailed along the green channel into the crystal storm. Its anti-gravity shield diverted the oncoming liquid crystal particles to the sides, leaving a beautiful blue trail behind the probe. Guanlan's glowing crystals resumed their gentle ripples. The Lioli civilization is using the storm to select companions who understand the language of crystal. We've passed the test. An hour later, Soyuz 1 passed through the crystal storm and smoothly entered the atmosphere of Lioli 01. When the full view of the planet appeared through the porthole, everyone held their breath. 70% of the planet's surface was covered by a liquid crystal ocean, and the remaining 30% was a crystal continent composed of giant crystals. On this continent stood countless transparent crystal domes, with soft light and shadows shimmering within the domes. These were the settlements of the Lioli civilization. The atmosphere of Lioli 01 contains a high concentration of crystal energy particles, which can support the activities of crystal life. Lena activated the environmental analyzer. The data showed that the oxygen content here is similar to that on Earth, but the unique crystal particles in the atmosphere can enhance the energy perception of living things. We don't need special protection. We can establish contact with the Lioli civilization through light and shadow communication. Soyuz 1 landed on a flat crystal plain. The moment the hatch opened, Lin Feng, Lena, Hugo, and Guanlan emerged from their exploration suits, adorned with symbiotic seeds. As they stepped onto the crystal floor, they saw dozens of glass people flying out from the distant crystal dome. Their bodies were composed of translucent blue crystal, lacking fixed limbs. They moved by the flow of light and shadow on their surfaces. The light and shadow cores in their heads, their organs of perception and communication, now flashed a vigilant red light. They're expressing a warning. Guanlan immediately released a soft blue light and shadow, which was a friendly signal from the Azure civilization. The Lioli civilization may have never encountered an interstellar civilization and is wary of us. But the red light and shadows of the Lioli people didn't weaken. Instead, several of them condensed into sharp blades of light pointing in the direction of Soyuz I. Lena, quick-witted, removed a binary star seedling from the exploration suit's seed capsule and placed it on the crystal floor. The seedling immediately released a golden blue light and shadow, interweaving with the red light and shadow of the Lioli people. Miraculously, the red light and shadow, enveloped by the golden blue, gradually transformed into a soft purple. The light and shadow of the seeds are dispelling their guard, Hugo said excitedly. The energy of the symbiotic plants can transcend the differences in civilizations and convey a signal of peace. The Lioli people at the forefront slowly approached the seedling, their bodies casting a shadowy image. The scene depicted the Lioli galaxy, once faced with a crisis of crystal energy depletion, forcing them to rely on crystal storms to screen alien civilizations and seek out allies who could help them. At the end of the image, a dimmed core crystal appeared, the energy center of Lioli-01, now at only 10% power, unable to maintain the planet's ecological balance. They are asking us for help. Lin Feng immediately asked Guanlan to project the image of the blue civilization repairing the crystal energy. At the same time, Lina called up the Alliance's crystal energy replenishment plan using the energy of dark matter and symbiotic plants to inject new vitality into the core crystal. The Lioli people's purple light grew brighter, and the leading Lioli person released a wave of invitational light, guiding them to the heart of the crystal continent, the Crystal Council Hall. As the four followed the Lioli people into the council hall, they were once again struck by the sight before them. The building was composed of a giant liquid crystal with a diameter of 500 meters. Countless smaller crystals floated within, projecting images of the history of the Lioli civilization. On the central platform lay the dim core crystal. This is the energy heart of the Lioli civilization, and also their civilization memory bank. Guanglan's light and shadow resonated with the core crystal. The core crystal can't hold out for much longer. If the energy runs out, Lioli-01's liquid crystal ocean will freeze, and the ecosystem will collapse. Lin Feng asked Hugo to take out the Alliance's dark matter energy converter and connect it to the energy interface of the core crystal. At the same time, Guanglan released the crystal energy, and Lina guided the roots of the binary seedlings to the core crystal. When the dark matter energy, crystal energy, and the energy of the symbiotic plants were injected at the same time, the core crystal gradually restored its blue light, and the surrounding small crystals also projected bright images again, and the entire council hall was full of vitality. Success! The core crystal's energy is recovering. Lina looked at the energy monitor. The value on the screen slowly rose from 10% to 30%. At this rate, it will be back to the safe threshold in 3 days. The light and shadow of the Lioli people became extremely cheerful. They projected sections of cosmic star maps around the core crystal, which included not only the detailed route of the Lioli galaxy, but also an emerald galaxy with the same name as the gaseous life galaxy discovered before 42 light-years away from the Lioli galaxy, marked as candidate area of friendly civilization. They're sharing clues about cosmic exploration. Hugo excitedly recorded the star map data. The Lioli civilization knows about the existence of the Emerald Galaxy and may even have had indirect contact with the gaseous life there. Lin Feng knew this was the Lioli civilization core check-in point the system had indicated next to the core crystal of the Crystal Council Hall. It was the key location for the Alliance and the Lioli civilization to establish friendship and resolve the planetary crisis. He silently said to himself, "System, check in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the core area of the Crystal Council Hall in Lioli-01. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global dominance of Lioli Civilization United Energy. Permission Effect 1. Lead the energy cooperation plan between the Interstellar Alliance and the Lioli Civilization, including core crystal repair, liquid crystal resource development, and crystal energy technology sharing, and have the final decision-making power for the cooperation project. Permission Effect 2 unlocks the mass production patent for crystal symbiotic energy technology, combining dark matter energy, crystal energy, and symbiotic plant energy. It can be used for planetary ecological restoration, interstellar spacecraft endurance, and energy supply for civilizations. Jointly held by the 3 alliance parties. Permission Effect 3 obtain Emerald Galaxy detailed detection data. The system combines the Lioli star map with the Alliance signal library to generate the distribution of gaseous life, energy environment, and signal frequency of the Emerald-01 planet, providing accurate support for subsequent detection. Synchronous Reward 1 design drawings of the Alliance 2 energy exploration ship equipped with a crystal symbiotic energy system, capable of simultaneously carrying crews from Earth, Azure, and Glaze, for intergalactic energy exploration and civilization assistance. Synchronous Reward 2 construction rights for the Lioli Earth Energy Exchange Station Alliance approved, located on the Lioli-01 Crystal Continent, for tripartite energy technology research and development, ecological cooperation, and cultural exchange. Synchronous Reward 3 Interstellar Energy Guardian Supreme Metal jointly created by the 3 alliance parties. The core is inlaid with glass core crystal fragments, binary star seedling genes, and dark matter energy crystals, symbolizing the symbiosis of energy and civilization. As the system notification chimed, a holographic projection in the Crystal Council Hall suddenly lit up. Amy's video streamed from Union 1, a young girl holding a pot of binary star seedlings blooming with golden blue flowers. Behind her was the lunar base's energy laboratory, where energy devices crafted from glazed crystal fragments were displayed. Uncle Lin. Aunt Lena. Dad. Uncle Guanglan. Did you successfully help our glazed friends? My little green has blossomed. Professor Chen says its energy can help the glazed galaxy store more energy. When the Liuli people saw the image of the seedlings, the light and shadow became brighter, and they projected a thank you image. In the picture, the liquid crystal ocean of Liuli-01 began to ripple again, the Liuli people under the crystal dome danced around the symbiotic plants, and the crystal storm in the distance turned into a soft light and shadow waterfall, as if celebrating the resolution of the energy crisis. Amy seeds have become a symbol of friendship between the three civilizations. Guanglan's light and shadow were filled with warmth. In the future, we can use symbiotic plants to build an interstellar energy network, allowing the energy of Earth, Azure, and Liuli to support each other and jointly respond to crises in the universe. Over the next 3 days, the Alliance team and the Liuli civilization jointly completed the repair of the core crystal. Hugo optimized the injection efficiency of dark matter energy, Lena designed the energy storage system of the symbiotic plants, Guanglan and the Liuli people adjusted the fluctuation frequency of the crystal energy, and Lin Feng signed the Interstellar Energy Cooperation Agreement on behalf of the Alliance and the Liuli civilization, agreeing that the three parties would jointly develop crystal symbiotic energy technology and share space exploration resources. Before leaving Liuli-01, Lin Feng, Lena, Hugo and Guanglan planted an Alliance friendship tree in the Crystal Council Hall. This is a new plant cultivated with the Earth's Wutong genes, the Azure crystal grass genes, and Liuli's liquid crystal genes. Its roots penetrate deep into the core crystal, and its branches and leaves can release gold, blue, and purple light and shadow, symbolizing the symbiosis and connection of the three civilizations. Soyuz 1 slowly sailed away from the glazed galaxy. Outside the porthole, a crystal storm transformed into a waterfall of light and shadow shimmered across the universe, like an eternal beacon of energy. Lena pulled up the latest data from the Emerald Galaxy. On the screen, the gaseous life signature of Emerald-01 became even clearer, and she could even see the trajectory of the gaseous lifeforms flowing through the planet's atmosphere. Next stop, the Emerald Galaxy. Lin Feng looked at the coordinates on the screen, his tone full of anticipation. We will bring the friendship of Earth, the Azure Crystal, and the energy technology of Liuli to meet that gaseous cosmic friend. Guanglan's light and shadow projected a star map of the Emerald Galaxy. The Liuli civilization once captured the musical signals of gaseous lifeforms. They used energy fluctuations to convey emotions, gentle and peaceful. Hugo checked Soyuz 1's energy system. The crystal symbiotic energy system can sustain our stay in the Emerald system for 6 months, more than enough to complete initial contact and research with gaseous life. The dual civilization energy engine of the Soyuz 1 erupted with a cascade of gold and blue flames. Simultaneously, the cascade of light and shadow from the Liuli galaxy released an energy signal that resonated with the probe's signal, as if bidding the explorers farewell. Lin Feng picked up the Interstellar Energy Guardian medal. The three-colored core on the medallion shone in the light, forming a perfect echo with the starry sky outside the porthole. He knew that the Interstellar Alliance's journey of exploration was no longer the adventure of a single civilization. From Earth seeds to the Azure crystals, from the heritage of the origin star to the energy of the glass, every encounter strengthened the Alliance's strength. And the Emerald Galaxy's gaseous life, unknown cosmic energy, and countless more civilizations awaiting connection all lay in the starry skies ahead, awaiting a dialogue of friendship that transcended form and light years. The universe is vast, but the bonds of energy, the resonance of life, and the goodwill of civilizations will always connect distant planets, weaving a web of friendship that spans the starry sea. The Alliance's exploration will continue, towards a brighter galaxy and a brighter cosmic future. Chapter 41, Emerald Galaxy encounters communication difficulties with gaseous life. From the Soyuz 1's porthole, the Emerald Galaxy resembled a rough jadeite-stained emerald green. Its stars radiated a soft green light, casting a pale green halo over the surrounding planets. After 3 months of voyage, the probe finally arrived above the orbit of its target planet, Emerald-01. The planet's surface was 95% covered by gaseous clouds, with only a few rocky islands peeking through. Floating in the atmosphere were countless translucent gaseous creatures, formless creatures that moved through the clouds, driven by fluctuations in air currents, like shifting wisps of green mist. The energy signals from the gaseous lifeforms are very active, but completely irregular. Our translators can't interpret them at all. Lena stared at the signal monitoring screen. The green waveforms on the screen were chaotic, sometimes sharp, sometimes smooth, completely different from the solid-state civilization signals she had encountered before. They sound like they're singing, but we don't understand the meaning of this song. Lin Feng leaned over to the porthole and used a high-powered observation scope to observe the gaseous creatures. The largest mass was approximately 100 meters in diameter, with faint green light flickering within its body. its frequency perfectly synchronized with the waveform on the signal monitoring screen. Beside him, Jingche, an envoy of the Lioli civilization, hovered in front of the crystal console, the liquid crystal on her body reflecting a green light similar to that of the gaseous creatures. Ancient Lioli texts record that gaseous lifeforms communicate through energy music, each melody corresponding to a different emotion and message, but we don't have the key to decipher this music. Hugo flipped through all the data related to gaseous life in the Alliance Signal database. His finger slid across the screen rapidly, suddenly stopping on an ancient record from the Azure civilization. The Azure ancestors once encountered similar gaseous signals. They used crystal resonance to transform the signals into visual light and shadow, but no complete conversion method was left behind at the time. Just when everyone was at a loss, the Alliance friendship tree in the ecological cabin suddenly released soft gold, blue and purple light bands. The light bands produced a wonderful resonance with the green signals of the gaseous creatures. The chaotic waveforms on the monitoring screen gradually became regular, and even formed a repetitive melody. This melody was slow and gentle, like the sound of a breeze blowing through the leaves. The friendship tree's symbiotic light bands are converting signals. Lena suddenly realized. This plant, a fusion of genes from Earth, Azure, and glass, can sense energy fluctuations across all forms. We can use the symbiotic light bands as a translation medium to transform the energy music of gaseous creatures into light, shadow, and text that we can understand. Jingche immediately adjusted the parameters of the crystal console, connecting the resonance signal of the symbiotic light band to the signal converter. When the light band and the gaseous creature's signals synchronized again, a clear light and shadow image suddenly appeared on the screen. In the image, the gaseous creatures were hiding from the energy turbulence in the clouds. Their homes were being destroyed by the turbulence and they urgently needed help. This music turned out to be a distress signal. They're asking us for help. Lin Feng's tone was filled with urgency. The energy turbulence should be an abnormal energy phenomenon in the atmosphere of Emerald 01. If it's not resolved, the living space of gaseous creatures will become smaller and smaller. The Soyuz 1 slowly landed on a rocky island in Emerald 01. After the hatch opened, Lin Feng, Lena, Hugo, Jingche, and Guanlan of the Azure civilization who participated remotely via holographic projection emerged from the probe. As they stepped onto the island, they saw several small gaseous creatures slowly approaching, their green bodies flickering with faint light, as if expressing a welcome. Lena activated her portable symbiotic light net generator, a device crafted using the light ribbon technology of the Alliance friendship tree. It released a tricolor light net covering a kilometer. As the net unfolded, gaseous creatures flocked to it, their energy music resonating with it, and the light and shadow images on the screen became more vibrant. It turned out that an energy vortex had appeared in the core of Emerald 01's atmosphere, continuously devouring the surrounding normal energy, forming destructive energy turbulence. The source of the energy vortex was an out-of-control gaseous energy core. The energy core is the source of life for gaseous creatures. Now it's out of control, causing turbulence. Guanlan's holographic image hovered next to the optical network. We need to use dark matter energy and crystal energy to stabilize the energy fluctuations in the core, just like we repaired the core crystal of the Lioli galaxy. Jingche removed a fragment of the core glass crystal from his exploration suit and inserted it into the symbiotic light network generator. As the crystal fragment merged with the energy of the light network, the network's color changed to a soft green, matching the color of the gaseous creatures. The gaseous creatures seemed to understand their intentions and surrounded the light network, releasing their own energy, forming a green energy channel that guided them to the energy vortex. After flying about 50 kilometers along the energy channel, Soyuz 1 finally arrived at the core area of the atmosphere. The clouds here appeared distorted black, and the energy vortex in the center was like a huge black funnel, constantly absorbing the surrounding green energy. At the bottom of the vortex, a gaseous core flashing with unstable red light was fluctuating violently. That's it. The out-of-control energy core. Lena immediately adjusted the power of the optical network generator, expanding the tricolor optical network to a range of 10 kilometers, enveloping the energy vortex. Jingche, prepare to inject crystal energy. Hugo, activate the dark matter energy converter. We need to stabilize the core simultaneously. Jingche injected the energy of the glass crystal into the light network. Hugo activated the dark matter energy converter, and a pale golden energy stream flowed along the light network toward the gaseous core. As the energy of the crystal, the dark matter, and the symbiotic light network simultaneously acted on the core's red glow gradually weakened, slowly returning to its normal green. The energy vortex also gradually slowed, and the black clouds began to dissipate, revealing Emerald 01's original pale green sky. Success! The energy core is stable. Hugo shouted excitedly. The energy monitoring data on the screen showed that the core's fluctuation frequency had returned to a safe range and the energy turbulence was gradually disappearing. The gaseous creatures surrounded the energy core, releasing cheerful energy music, and the light and shadow images on the screen turned into a celebratory scene. The gaseous creatures jumped in the clouds, using energy to draw patterns of the Earth, Azure 01, Glaze 01 and Emerald 01. The four patterns surrounded each other, forming an interstellar friendship circle. They're inviting us to join the Interstellar Alliance. Lin Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He asked Lena to bring up the Alliance's logo and project it to the gaseous creatures through the light network. When the Alliance logo appeared in the clouds, the gaseous creatures' music became more passionate, and they released a green energy beam that shot into the depths of the universe. This was the unique friendship beacon of the gaseous civilization, announcing their connection with the Alliance to the universe. Lin Feng knew this was the Emerald Civilization Core check-in point. The system had indicated the symbiotic light network area next to the energy core, a key location for the Alliance and the gaseous civilization to establish a cross-modal friendship. He silently said to himself, "System, check in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in next to the energy core in the Emerald 01 atmospheric core area. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the global dominance of cross-form communication of gaseous civilization. Authority Effect 1 – Lead all cooperation between the Interstellar Alliance and gaseous civilizations, including energy core maintenance, cross-modal signal research, and Emerald Galaxy resource exploration, and have the final decision-making power for cooperative projects. Permission Effect 2 – Unlocks the mass production patent for symbiotic optical network cross-form translation technology, enabling real-time communication between solid, liquid, and gaseous civilizations, supporting the conversion of 12 known energy signals, jointly held by the 4 alliance parties. Permission Effect 3 – Obtain preliminary detection data of the star ring galaxy. The system, combined with the friendship beacon signal of the gaseous civilization, discovered that a highly intelligent civilization exists in the star ring galaxy, 55 light-years from the Emerald Galaxy, including a map of the star ring structure distribution and energy signal characteristics. Synchronous Reward 1 – Design drawings of the Alliance 3 intermodal exploration vessel equipped with a symbiotic optical network system, a gaseous life adaptation cabin, and a multi-civilization signal converter, capable of carrying crews from 4 parties to conduct intermodal civilization exploration. Synchronous Reward 2 – Construction rights for the Emerald Alliance Interform Exchange Station. Alliance approved, sited on the rocky island of Emerald 01, for signal research, energy technology cooperation, and cultural exchange among the 4 civilizations. Synchronous Reward 3 – Cross-Form Civilization Envoy Supreme Metal jointly created by the 4 alliance parties. The core is inlaid with gaseous energy core fragments, symbiotic light network crystals, and symbols of the 4 civilizations, symbolizing the friendship between cross-form civilizations. Just as the system notification chimed, Amy's cheers echoed from the biopod. The girl, watching the real-time interactions with the gaseous creatures through the Alliance's interstellar communication, excitedly exclaimed, "Uncle Lin! The music of our gaseous friends is so beautiful. My emerald seedling glows to the music. I'm going to teach it to sing Earth songs for my gaseous friends." The gaseous creatures seemed to have heard Amy's voice. They released a soft green ribbon of light, which wrapped around the hull of the Soyuz 1, as if in response to Amy's greeting. The pattern of the light ribbon refracted from the crystal-clear liquid crystal surface. They smiled and said, "They like Amy's gift and invited us to come back next time with the emerald seedlings to play interstellar music together." Over the next 5 days, the Alliance team carried out in-depth cooperation with the gaseous civilization. Lena and Jingche jointly optimized the translation accuracy of the symbiotic light network, realizing the real-time conversion of energy music, text, light and shadow. Hugo and Guanglan studied the operating mechanism of the gaseous energy core and formulated a long-term maintenance plan. Lin Feng, on behalf of the Alliance, signed the cross-form friendship and cooperation agreement with the gaseous civilization, agreeing to jointly protect the ecology of the Emerald Galaxy, share cross-form technology, and jointly explore the star ring galaxy. Before leaving Emerald 01, the gaseous creatures used their energy to draw a gigantic interstellar map in the clouds, marking the 4 planets the Alliance had already explored: Earth, Azure 01, Glaze 01, and Emerald 01, and the ring galaxy yet to be explored. At the center of the map was an Alliance star shining with gold, blue, purple, and green light, symbolizing the connection between the 4 civilizations. Soyuz 1 slowly sailed away from the Emerald Galaxy. Outside the porthole, the green friendship beacon still flickered in the universe, like a guiding star. Lena pulled up preliminary data on the ring galaxy. The ring-like structure of the ring galaxy was clearly visible on the screen, surrounded by dozens of planets. One of these planets was covered in glowing ring crystals, the source of the signal from a highly intelligent civilization. Next stop, the Ring Galaxy. Lin Feng looked at the star map on the screen, his tone full of anticipation. We will go to meet new cosmic partners with the friendship of the four civilizations, the technology of cross-modal communication, and the belief in coexistence and common prosperity. Guanlan's holographic image was projected in front of the control console. The Azure civilization will continue to optimize crystal navigation and prepare for the exploration of the Alliance 3. The crystal-clear liquid crystal surface reflected the pattern of the star ring galaxy. Lioli will provide the latest energy technology to ensure the endurance of the exploration ship. Hugo activated the interstellar communicator and sent the latest report to Earth and the other planets in the Alliance. We have proven in the Emerald Galaxy that even with different forms and languages, the goodwill of civilizations can transcend all barriers. The engines of the Soyuz 1 spewed out a stream of energy interwoven with gold, blue, purple, and green, leaving a beautiful trail across the universe. Lin Feng picked up the Messenger of Inter-Formed Civilization medallion. The four-colored cores on the medallion shone in the light, forming a perfect echo with the starry sky outside the porthole. He knew that the Interstellar Alliance's path of exploration had long transcended the boundaries of civilizational forms, from the solid Earth and origin star, to the liquid azure and glass, to the gaseous emerald civilization. Every encounter broke down barriers of cognition, and every collaboration weaved a broader web of friendship. And the ring crystals of the Ring Galaxy, unknown intelligent civilizations, and countless more cosmic mysteries awaiting discovery all lay in the starry skies ahead, awaiting a profound dialogue that transcended form and light years. The universe is vast, but the kindness of civilization, the resonance of life, and the courage to explore can always connect distant galaxies together, allowing the light of the Interstellar Alliance to illuminate more unknown darkness. Chapter 42, The Ring Galaxy Trapped in a Crystalline Resonance Storm. From the Soyuz 3's porthole, the Ring Galaxy resembled a colorful ring embedded in the universe, a ring composed of countless transparent crystals encircling its central star. The crystals reflected the star's light, creating a rainbow-like gradient halo, drenching the surrounding planets in tiny specks of light. This was the first joint exploration mission of the 5 Interstellar Alliances: Earth, Azure, Glaze, Emerald, and the Stardust Heritage Team. After 4 months of voyage, they finally reached their target planet, Ring 01. However, while traversing the ring, they encountered an unprecedented crisis. Crystal resonance storm. The crystal fragments of the star ring are resonating under the star's gravity, and the energy intensity is 3 times higher than expected. Lena stared at the energy monitor on the control console. The red warning lights on the screen were connected in a row. The composite shield of the Alliance 3, a fusion of Earth dark matter, Azure crystal, and glass liquid crystal technology, was showing obvious cracks. The crystal fragments in the storm are synchronously releasing high-frequency resonance waves. Our communication system has been jammed. Even the gaseous energy signal of the Emerald civilization cannot be transmitted. Lin Feng leaned over to the porthole. Visible to the naked eye, the multicolored crystal fragments formed a vortex 100,000 kilometers wide. The resonance waves released by the collision of the fragments caused the hull of the exploration ship to tremble slightly. Beside him, the liquid crystal on the surface of the body of the glazed messenger Gingche was violently fluctuating. He spoke in a hurried tone, "The frequency of the crystal resonance is constantly changing. Our crystal tuning technology can only temporarily offset 10% of the interference. If this continues, the shield will completely collapse." The Emerald civilization's gaseous messenger, Cloud Vortex, transmitted a vague energy signal through the symbiotic light network. Its gaseous body became unstable under the influence of the resonance waves, and tiny cracks appeared in the originally soft green light ball. Gaseous energy can buffer the resonance waves, but it requires stable frequency guidance, otherwise it will exacerbate the chaos of the storm. Hugo pulled up the detection records of the Star Ring Galaxy in the Alliance Star Map database. His finger slid rapidly across the screen, suddenly stopping at a section of ancient data from the Stardust Heritage Team. The civilization of the home planet once recorded the phenomenon of crystal resonance. The solution is multi-energy synchronous tuning, using energies of different properties to form frequency anchor points to stabilize the fluctuation range of the resonant waves. We have Earth's dark matter, the Azure crystal light network, the liquid crystal of the glass, and the gaseous energy of the jade, which are just right to form 4 anchor points. We also need an intermediary energy to synchronize the 4 energies. Lena suddenly remembered the Alliance symbiotic seedling in the eco chamber. This was a new plant that Amy had cultivated by combining the genes of 5 civilizations. Its roots could absorb and transform different types of energy, and its leaves would release a stable neutralizing light band. Amy's symbiotic seedling can act as an energy intermediary. Its neutralizing light band can synchronize the frequencies of the 4 energies. Lin Feng immediately gave the order, Jingche, use liquid crystal energy to build a basic tuning field. Guanglan Azure Messenger, holographic projection, activate the crystal light network to cover the storm area. Yunwo, prepare the gaseous energy buffer layer. Hugo, connect the neutralizing light belt of the symbiotic seedling to the energy system, and I will adjust the output power of the dark matter energy. The moment the command was given, the energy system of Alliance 3 was activated at full power. The crystal clear liquid crystal released a light blue tuning field, wrapping the exploration ship like a soft net. Guanglan's crystal light net unfolded from the top of the exploration ship, extending to the edge of the storm, forming a preliminary resonance with the crystal fragments of the star ring. The gaseous energy of the cloud vortex turned into green mist, filling the space between the light net and the tuning field. Hugo connected the neutralizing light band of the symbiotic seedling to the core energy, and the golden white light band spread along the energy pipeline, firmly connecting the four energies. When the five energies dark matter gold, crystal blue, liquid crystal purple, gaseous green, and neutral gold and white formed a stable energy pentagram in the storm, a miracle happened. The fluctuation frequency of the crystal resonance storm gradually stabilized, and a clear green channel appeared in the vortex of colorful fragments. The crystal fragments on both sides of the channel no longer released high-frequency resonance waves, but instead reflected a soft halo, like a starlight channel opened up for the exploration ship. Success! We can pass through the star ring. Lena clapped her hands excitedly, and Yunwo's gaseous body returned to a soft green color, transmitting a piece of mind energy signal through the symbiotic light network. The crystal clear liquid crystal surface reflected rainbow spots, which was the way the Lioli civilization expressed joy. Soyuz 3 slowly crossed the star ring along a green channel. Crystal fragments outside the porthole spun slowly around the probe like countless colorful fireflies. Occasionally, tiny crystals landed on the shield, leaving a faint streak of light. As the probe exited the star ring, the full view of Ring 01 finally unfolded before its eyes. The planet's surface was covered in vast crystal planes, whose crystal columns adjusted their resonant frequency with the shifting positions of the stars, forming a regular crystal tide. At the planet's north pole stood a massive crystal consciousness core tower, its core crystal radiating a pale golden glow, the source of the ring civilization signals. The energy signature of the star ring civilization is very unique. It's not an individual signal, but a collective consciousness stream. Lena activated the symbiotic light network translation system. A blurry fragment of consciousness appeared on the screen. Countless tiny crystals of consciousness collided and dissipated. The light of the core crystal flickered, as if struggling. Their collective consciousness is facing a fragmentation crisis. The core crystal's energy is insufficient to maintain the stability of the collective consciousness. Alliance 3 landed smoothly on the crystalline plains. After the hatch opened, Lin Feng, Lena, Hugo, Jingche, and Guanglan, a holographic projection emerged from the probe. As they stepped onto the crystalline ground, they saw faint bands of light emanating from the crystal pillars on the plains. These bands converged into translucent crystal projections. These were the carriers of the star ring civilization's consciousness. These amorphous creatures transmitted information through the fluctuations of their light bands, and at that moment, all of them were emitting a help signal. The core crystal is running out of energy, and the fragments of consciousness are dissipating. We need external energy infusion, but we can only accept multi-frequency synchronized energy. A single energy source will exacerbate fragmentation. The crystal projection closest to the probe ship released a clear stream of consciousness, which was translated into text through the symbiotic light network. The Star Ring civilization is a community of consciousness. Without our core crystal, we will completely dissipate. Lin Feng immediately thought of the five energies he had encountered when traveling through the star ring. We can use the Earth's dark matter energy, the azure crystal energy, the glass's liquid crystal energy, the jade's gaseous energy, and add the neutralizing energy of the symbiotic seedlings to form a multi-frequency synchronous energy and inject it into the core crystal. Jingche nodded immediately. Lioli's liquid crystal can store and harmonize multiple energies. I can act as an energy conduit. Guanlan's crystal light network can evenly channel energy into the core crystal. Yunwo's gaseous energy can buffer energy shocks and prevent damage to consciousness fragments. When the five people, including the holographic projection and the gaseous messenger, arrived at the core tower of consciousness, the core crystal's light had dimmed to near invisibility, and the crystal projections within the tower had become sparse, many of which disintegrated into tiny particles of light upon contact with the air. Lena immediately deployed her symbiotic light net, enveloping the core crystal. Jingche approached the crystal. The liquid crystal in her body fused with its surface, forming a blue energy channel. Guanglan's crystal light net connected to the energy channel, beginning to transmit crystal energy. Yunwo's gaseous energy transformed into a green protective layer, enveloping the core crystal and the consciousness projection. Hugo connected the neutralizing light band of the symbiotic seedling to the energy channel. The golden white light band acted like a link, connecting dark matter energy with the other four energies. Inject energy. Slowly increase the power, and monitor the stability of the consciousness fragments. Lin Feng stared at the energy monitor. Dark matter energy slowly injected into the core crystal at a rate of 1% per second. As the five energies formed a colorful energy core within the core crystal's radiance gradually returned first to a pale gold, then a faint bluish hue, and finally to the purple of glaze and the green of emerald. The five colors slowly swirled within the crystal, like a miniature cosmic vortex. The fragments of consciousness are reassembling. Lena shouted excitedly. The crystal projections within the tower gradually became clearer, and the previously dissipated projections also recondensed. They surrounded the core crystal, releasing cheerful light bands and fluctuations. They are expressing their gratitude. They also want to join the Interstellar Alliance. The core crystal suddenly released a powerful five-colored light, enveloping the entire consciousness core tower. A complete star map of the ring galaxy emerged within the light, not only marking all available crystal resources, but also including the coordinates of its spiral galaxy 68 light-years away. A stream of consciousness beside the star map read, "The spiral galaxy hosts an ancient starship civilization that once shared a friendship with the ring ancestors. Now, due to an energy crisis, it has fallen into slumber and awaits the Alliance's awakening." Lin Feng knew that this was the Star Ring Civilization Core check-in point the system had indicated next to the core crystal of the Consciousness Core Tower, the key location for the five parties of the Interstellar Alliance to collaborate and save civilization. He silently said to himself, "System, check in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the core crystal area of the Star Ring 01 Consciousness Core Tower. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the joint leadership of the Star Ring Civilization Consciousness Community. Permission Effect 1. Lead all collaborations between the Interstellar Alliance and the Star Ring Civilization, including the maintenance of the Consciousness Core, the development of crystal resonance technology, and the Spiral Galaxy Awakening Plan, and have the final decision-making power over the five-party collaborative projects. Permission Effect 2 unlocks the mass production patent for five-party synchronous energy technology integrating Earth's dark matter, azure crystal, glazed liquid crystal, jade gaseous energy, and star ring consciousness energy. Can be used for cross-civilization energy supply, consciousness communication, and crisis rescue. Jointly held by the five alliance parties. Permission Effect 3 obtained detailed detection data of Spiral Galaxy Starship Civilization. The system combines the Star Ring map with the Alliance Signal Library to generate the Starship Civilization's dormant coordinates, energy requirements, and awakening plan, providing accurate support for subsequent detection. Synchronous Reward 1 Design drawings of the Alliance 4 5-party joint exploration ship equipped with a 5-party synchronized energy system, a consciousness communication cabin, and Starship Awakening equipment, capable of carrying 5-party crew members to conduct deep cross-civilization exploration. Synchronous Reward 2 Construction rights for the Star Ring Alliance Consciousness Exchange Center Alliance approved, located on the Star Ring 01 Crystal Plane, for the 5 Civilization Consciousness Exchange, technology sharing, and preparation for the Spiral Galaxy Plan. Synchronous Reward 3 Guardian of the Interstellar Alliance Supreme Medal jointly created by the 5 alliance parties. The core is inlaid with the symbols of the 5 civilizations: Earth Dark Matter Crystal, Azure Crystal, Glass Liquid Crystal, Emerald Gaseous Core, and Star Ring Consciousness Crystal, symbolizing the symbiosis and prosperity of the 5 civilizations. As soon as the system notification chimed, the EcoPod's communicator suddenly lit up, and Amy's holographic projection popped up. In her arms, she held a pot of Star Ring symbiotic seedlings filled with colorful flowers. Behind her was the Lunar Base's Consciousness Communication Laboratory, recently built using Star Ring technology. Uncle Lin. Aunt Lena. I've received consciousness signals from my Star Ring friends. My symbiotic seedlings can resonate with their crystals and even transmit children's songs from Earth. They said they loved Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and I taught them how to play music with their crystals. The crystal projections of the Star Ring Civilization responded immediately, releasing colorful bands of light around Amy's holographic projection. The frequency of these bands' fluctuations perfectly synchronized with the melody of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. A clear, resonant melody echoed from the core tower of consciousness. The crystal clear liquid crystal reflected the corresponding light and shadows of the melody. Yunwo's gaseous form swayed gently to the rhythm, and Guanglan's crystal light network also flickered with rhythmic light points. The 5 civilizations, together in the universe, played a song of friendship that transcended form and light years. In the following week, the Alliance team and the Star Ring civilization launched an in-depth collaboration. Lena and the Star Ring consciousness community jointly optimized the stability of the five-party synchronous energy to ensure that the core crystal could maintain long-term consciousness stability. Hugo and Jingche developed a crystal resonance early warning system that could predict the Star Ring's resonance storm 24 hours in advance. Guanlan and Yunwo formulated a preliminary navigation route for the Spiral Arm Galaxy based on the Star Ring star map. Lin Feng, on behalf of the Alliance, signed the five-party joint exploration agreement with the Star Ring civilization, and Star Ring officially joined the Interstellar Alliance and became the fifth core member. Before leaving the Ring Galaxy, the Ring civilization used Ring crystals to create a conscious navigation core for Alliance 4. This crystal can receive signals from the five civilizations in real time, automatically adjust its route, and establish preliminary communication with sentient civilizations in the universe. As Alliance 3 slowly departed Ring 01, the crystals throughout the ring emitted a multicolored light, forming a vast friendship light belt that followed the probe to the edge of the ring, as if bidding them farewell. Next stop, the Spiral Arm Galaxy. Lin Feng looked at the coordinates of the starship civilization on the screen, his tone full of anticipation. We will bring the friendship of the five civilizations, the technology of synchronized energy, and the bridge of consciousness communication to awaken the dormant starship civilization and let the light of the Interstellar Alliance illuminate more galaxies. Lena pulled up a star map of the Spiral Galaxy. The dormant area of the starship civilization is next to the energy node of the Spiral Arm. There may be ancient starship wreckage there. We need to use the five-way synchronous energy to replenish its energy in order to wake them up. The crystal clear surface of the liquid crystal reflected an imaginary image of a starship. Ancient records of the Star Ring indicate that the starship civilization excels at intergalactic navigation. Their technology may help the Alliance explore the more distant universe. Yunwo transmitted the energy signal of expectation through the symbiotic optical network. The Emerald civilization has prepared gaseous energy reserves to provide support for the awakening plan at any time. Guanlan contacted the Blue Galaxy and asked them to optimize the crystal navigation system in advance to ensure the safety of Alliance IV's navigation. The five synchronized energy engines of the Soyuz 3 spewed out a stream of colorful energy, leaving a brilliant trail across the universe. Lin Feng picked up the Guardian of the Interstellar Alliance medallion. The five symbols on the medallion shone in the light, echoing the Star Ring light band outside the porthole. He knew that the Interstellar Alliance's path of exploration had long since evolved from searching for civilization to connecting civilizations, from Earth's seeds to azure crystals, from the energy of glass to the music of jade, and finally to the community of consciousness within the interstellar rings. Every encounter enriched the Alliance, and every collaboration strengthened the bonds between civilizations. The starship civilizations of the spiral galaxies, their ancient starship technology, and the mysteries of the more distant universe all lay in the starry skies ahead, awaiting the five civilizations to jointly open a new chapter. The universe is vast, but as long as the five parties work together and civilizations work together, the ship of the Interstellar Alliance will eventually sail towards a brighter and vaster sea of stars. Chapter 43, The Dormant Core of the Spiral Galaxy's Starship. Outside the Soyuz IV's porthole, the Spiral Galaxy stretched like a silver ribbon across the universe. Tens of thousands of starship wrecks scattered along its arms, their rusted hulls a dead gray beneath the starlight. Only the immortal starships in the Spiral Arms core remained shrouded in pale blue dormancy shields, like a slumbering forest of steel. After 5 months of voyage, this exploration vessel, incorporating technology from 5 civilizations, finally reached the starship dormancy zone marked by the Star Ring civilization. However, upon approaching, it encountered its first obstacle. It's a triple lock energy barrier. Lena stared at the energy analyzer. The screen displayed 3 superimposed energy fields. The outermost layer is the frequency lock, which needs to match the frequency of the starship's power system. The middle layer is the authority lock, which needs to crack the identity recognition of the starship AI. The core layer is the consciousness lock, which needs to be synchronized with the collective consciousness of the starship civilization. If any step is missing, the shield will trigger the self-destruct sequence. Lin Feng leaned over to the porthole. Through the high-powered observation mirror, he could clearly see the Titan-class flagship at the center of the starship cluster. Approximately 800 kilometers long, its hull a fusion of biological tissue and metal structure. A faint blue light flickered from the dormant core at the bow, the energy center of the starship civilization. Beside him, the Star Ring messenger, Crystal Shadow, released a stream of consciousness, which was translated into text through the symbiotic light network. Ancient Star Ring texts record that the starship civilization chose to maintain dormant mode to protect against space-time turbulence. The triple lock was a test they left for their trusted allies. A simulation of the starship's power system appeared on the surface of the glazed messenger's crystal. Our liquid crystal can simulate energy frequencies, but we need the starship's original frequency data. The jade's gaseous energy can cushion the impact of decryption, but authorization identification requires the support of Earth's dark matter encryption technology. The core logic of the starship's AI lies within the consciousness of the dormant core. Emerald Messenger Yunwo's gaseous form rippled green, transmitting a wave signal through the optical network. My energy senses a biotechnological fusion consciousness within the core. The starship itself is their body, and the dormant core is their life center. Hugo suddenly pulled out ancient data from the Stardust Heritage Team. The mother planet civilization once exchanged technology with the starship civilization. Here is a fragment of the starship activation key, a consciousness signal encoded in dark matter. But it needs to be completed by the Star Ring's consciousness communication technology, and then introduced into the core using the Azure Crystal Light Network. Lin Feng immediately deployed a plan. 1. Jingche, use liquid crystal to tune the starship's power frequency and crack the frequency lock. 2. Hugo, merge the key fragments with the Star Ring's consciousness stream to generate a complete authority signal. 3. Guanglan Azure Messenger, holographic projection, build a crystal light network channel to transmit the authority signal to crack the authority lock. 4. Yunwo, wrap the core module with gaseous energy to cushion the consciousness impact. 5. Jingying, synchronize the starship's collective consciousness and unlock the consciousness lock. The moment the command was given, 5 energies were activated simultaneously. The crystal clear liquid crystal released a lavender frequency wave, resonating with the outer energy field of the starship's shield, and the originally taut blue barrier gradually softened. Hugo quickly spliced the key fragments in front of the console, and Jingying's stream of consciousness merged into the data like a golden thread, generating a flickering dark matter signal. Guanlan's crystal light network extended from Alliance 4, accurately connected to the starship's AI interface, and steadily transmitted the authority signal, and the middle shield dissipated, revealing the glowing consciousness lock core inside. Just as the cloud's gaseous energy enveloped the core module, the dormant core suddenly trembled violently. The metal plates on the hull began to fall off, and countless tiny spacetime cracks spread around it. It's the remnants of the spacetime turbulence from the dormant period. Lena shouted. The energy analyzer showed that the turbulence was devouring the biological tissue of the starship. If we don't synchronize our consciousness, the starship will be torn apart. Crystal Shadow immediately connected its consciousness to the symbiotic light network, and a golden white stream of consciousness flowed through the network into the core module. As the stream of consciousness came into contact with the core's blue light, fragments of the starship's collective consciousness suddenly emerged, a scene depicting a starship civilization that had once piloted a stellar-class battleship to protect the Spiral Galaxy, but had run out of energy during a period of spacetime turbulence, forcing it to enter a dormant state and await rescue. Crystal Shadow quickly captured the core's vibrational frequency and injected the Alliance's symbiotic consciousness into it. We are your partners who are here to help you restart your life. The blue light of the consciousness lock instantly turned green, and all 3 locks were unlocked. The hatch of the dormant core module slowly opened, revealing a biological crystal with a diameter of 50 meters. Its surface was covered with blood-like energy channels, and the dark matter core in the center was emitting a faint light. This was the source of life of the starship civilization. Inject 5 synchronized energies. Lin Feng commanded. Dark matter energy Earth, crystal energy Azure, liquid crystal energy Glass, gaseous energy Emerald, and consciousness energy Star Ring flowed into the biocrystals along energy channels. As the 5 energies formed a swirling sphere of light within the core, the biocrystals suddenly released an intense blue light, spreading along the hulls and throughout the entire fleet. The rusted hulls gradually became fresh, biological tissue began to regenerate, and dormant starship AIs activated simultaneously. A line of text popped up on the console screen. Welcome allies, the starship civilization Ironwing salutes you. The command cabin of the starship's flagship slowly opened, revealing a conscious projection composed of light particles and elder of the Ironwing clan. His form resembled a streamlined starship, its surface shimmering with light patterns resembling a navigational trajectory. Thank you for awakening our life core, the Elder's stream of consciousness relayed through the symbiotic light network. The temporal and spatial turbulence destroyed our energy veins. If it's another 100 years later, the biocrystals will have completely withered. He waved his hand and projected a star map of the Starfleet civilization. It not only marked the hidden energy belts of the spiral galaxies, but also revealed a hub galaxy 120 light-years away. That is an ancient intersection of cosmic civilizations, home to an interdimensional energy network, but it's now clogged with dark star fragments, requiring the union of higher-level civilizations to clear it. Our stellar-class engine technology can support ultra-long-distance travel, but requires the combination of your symbiotic energy to break through the debris zone. Lin Feng knew this was the Starship Civilization core check-in point. The system had indicated the flagship's life core cabin, the key to the Alliance's ability to navigate long distances and connect with ancient civilizations. He silently chanted, "System, check in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the Iron Wing Clan flagship's life core module in the Spiral Galaxy. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the joint leadership of interstellar navigation of Starship Civilization. Authority Effect 1 – Lead all cooperation between the Interstellar Alliance and the Iron Wing Clan, including the mass production of Stellar-class engines, the construction of interstellar docks, and the hub system cleanup plan, and have the final decision-making power for the six-party collaborative projects. Permission Effect 2 – Unlocks the mass production patent for the five-party Starship symbiotic engine technology, integrating the energy of the five parties with the Iron Wing tribe's biotechnological engine, enabling million light-year navigation and supporting dimensional anchoring, jointly held by the six Alliance parties. Permission Effect 3 – Obtain detailed detection data of the hub galaxy. The system combines the Iron Wing Clan star map with the Alliance signal library to generate the distribution of dark star fragments, energy network nodes, and coordinates of ancient civilization ruins. Synchronous Reward 1 – Design drawings of the Alliance V ultra-long-distance exploration vessel equipped with a symbiotic engine and bio-repair system, capable of carrying 6 crew members for million light-year exploration, and capable of starship docking. Synchronous Reward 2 – Construction rights for the Spiral Arm Alliance Interstellar Dock Alliance approved, located in the Spiral Arm Galaxy's energy belt, for starship repairs, engine mass production, and six-party crew training. Synchronous Reward 3 – Pioneer of Interstellar Voyages Supreme Metal jointly created by the six Alliance parties. The core is inlaid with Iron Wing Clan biological crystals, symbols of the five civilizations, and the dark matter engine core, symbolizing the beginning of the era of interstellar navigation. As the system notification chimed, the EcoPod's communicator lit up, and Amy's holographic projection appeared, holding a pod of Starship symbiotic seedlings. The seedlings' leaves were covered in silver lines, gently swaying in time with the Starship's engine frequency. Uncle Lin. My seedling is resonating with the Starship's core. Professor Chen says its genes can strengthen the Starship's biological tissue, allowing it to repair itself in the future. The Iron Wing Elder's consciousness rippled with joy. Suddenly, the fleet of starships collectively revved their engines, their pale blue tails forming a light pattern of friendship across the universe. This is the Iron Wing tribe's highest sign of respect, the Elder's projection pointed toward the flagship's dock. We have prepared 3 Lord-class starships as the Alliance's escort vessels, heading to the hub system together. Over the next 10 days, the Alliance team collaborated deeply with the Iron Wings. Hugo and the Iron Wings engineers optimized the energy conversion rate of the symbiotic engine, increasing its speed to 50% of the speed of light. Lina and Jingche implanted symbiotic seedling genes into the biological crystals of the starship to achieve self-repair of the hull. Guanglan and Jingying built an interstar navigation network to synchronize the star maps of the 6 civilizations in real-time. Lin Feng signed a 6-party joint voyage agreement with the Iron Wings on behalf of the Alliance, and the Iron Wings officially joined the Interstar Alliance and became the 6th core member. Before leaving the Spiral Arm system, a groundbreaking ceremony was held for the Spiral Arm Alliance Interstellar Dock. Energy from the 6 civilizations was poured into the Foundation, forming a 6-colored beam of light that pierced deep space. As the Alliance 4 and 3 Iron Wing escort ships formed a formation and departed, the engines of the entire fleet simultaneously illuminated, leaving a million-kilometer-long travel light belt across the Spiral Arm, seemingly guiding their direction. Next stop, the hub system. Lin Feng looked at the distribution map of dark star fragments on the screen and said firmly, "We will bring the power of the 6 civilizations, the technology of ultra-long-distance navigation, and the mission of clearing dark stars to activate the energy network of the universe and connect more ancient civilizations." The Iron Wing Elder's stream of consciousness echoed in the command module. Once the energy network of the hub system is restarted, it will be able to provide clean energy for civilizations throughout the Milky Way. That will be the starting point for the symbiosis of universal civilizations. Lina checked the Soyuz V's construction progress. The factories on Earth and Azure have begun mass production of the symbiotic engine. It will be ready for sea trials in 3 months. The Soyuz IV's symbiotic engine spewed out 6-colored energy streams, interweaving with the escort ship's tail flames to form a magnificent light band. Lin Feng tightly grasped the Pioneer of Interstellar Voyage medallion. The biocrystal on the medallion flashed the same blue light as the starship's core, echoing the distant light band outside the porthole. He knew that the Interstellar Alliance's path of exploration had progressed from connecting civilizations to galactic co-prosperity, from Earth's seeds to starship engines, from the resonance of crystals to the convergence of star maps. The power of the 6 civilizations had become a vessel that sailed across the galaxy. And the dark star fragments of the hub system, ancient energy networks, and unknown civilizations awaiting connection all lay in the starry skies ahead, awaiting the Alliance's opening of a new chapter of cosmic coexistence. The universe is vast, but as long as the six parties work together and keep sailing, the light of the interstellar alliance will eventually illuminate every inch of the starry sea in the entire Milky Way. Chapter 44, Hub Galaxy breaks dimensional energy deadlock. Outside the porthole of Alliance V, the hub system resembled a giant energy beacon suspended in the universe, a crisscrossing interdimensional energy network composed of thousands of luminous nodes, enveloping the system like a translucent sphere. The pale golden energy flowing between the nodes, once the driving force of cosmic civilization, was now shattered by the fragments of the dark star. The black mist swirling around the fragments continuously devoured the remaining energy, like a swarm of cosmic mayflies gnawing on light. After 6 months of voyage, this ultra-long-distance exploration vessel, equipped with the core technology of the seven-party civilization, had just arrived at the core of the network when it encountered a double deadlock that far exceeded its expectations. It's a double deadlock of energy erosion plus dimensional collapse. Lena stared at the multi-dimensional scanner. The red warning area on the screen was expanding at a rate of 3% per second. The entropy mist released by the dark star fragments is corroding the energy nodes. Even more terrifying, the gravitational disturbance of the fragments has caused fluctuations in the six-dimensional space. The dimensional channel at the core of the network is collapsing. If this continues, the entire network will completely collapse. Lin Feng leaned over to the porthole. Through the high-powered observation mirror, he could clearly see the central crystal at the heart of the network, a kilometer-diameter transparent crystal suspended in the center of the galaxy, its surface covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The golden energy that once flowed through it was reduced to scattered specks of light. 3 clusters of the largest dark star fragments surrounded it, each emitting a stronger entropy-increasing mist. Beside him, the consciousness projection of Tai Yi, an elder of the Starship civilization, was emitting rapid light patterns. Ancient Starship texts record that the hub network operates on a dimensional anchoring plus energy flow. Now that the anchor has loosened and the energy flow has ceased, we must simultaneously address both dimensional stability and entropy purification. A 6-dimensional spatial simulation emerged from the crystal surface of the glazed messenger's liquid crystal. Our liquid crystal can create temporary dimensional anchors, but they won't last more than 10 minutes. The jade's gaseous energy can buffer the entropy-increasing mist, and purifying the fragment's core requires a higher-level energy catalyst. There's a native consciousness signal within the central crystal. Green ripples emanated from the emerald messenger Yunwo's gaseous form, transmitting a wave pattern through the symbiotic light network. That's the hub spirit that protects the network, a civilizational form where energy and dimension coexist. It's currently being suppressed by fragments deep within the crystal. It holds the key to restarting the network. The star ring messenger crystal shadow suddenly released a powerful stream of consciousness. My consciousness sensed the Nexus spirit's call for help. It said it needed the resonance of 7-fold homologous energy to stabilize the dimension and purify entropy. However, we only have hexagonal energy and lack the most critical dimensional adaptation energy. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, the Alliance symbiotic tree within the biopod suddenly unleashed a rainbow of light. The light pierced through the portholes and resonated strangely with the cracks in the central crystal, instantly slowing the dimensional collapse on the scanner. Hugo stared at the energy readings from the symbiotic tree's roots and exclaimed, "It's the Starship Nexus symbiotic seedling Amy cultivated. It incorporates the genes of 7 civilizations, and its roots can convert them into dimensional adaptation energy, the very 7th energy we're lacking." Elder Ironwing's consciousness immediately connected to the command system. The Starship formation has deployed a defense network to intercept the aberrations while providing you with bioenergy support. I will formulate a 7-party energy coordination plan. 1. Crystal clear, use liquid crystal to construct a dimensional anchoring field. 2. Cloud vortex, release gaseous energy to form a purification buffer layer. 3. Guanglan Azure Messenger, build a crystal light network to connect all nodes. 4. Crystal shadow, synchronize the consciousness signal of the Nexus Spirit. 5. Hugo, connect the dimensional adaptation energy of the symbiotic seedling to the core. 6. Earth team, inject dark matter energy as the basic power source. 7. Starship formation, provide bioengine energy to enhance resonance. The moment the command was given, 7 energies simultaneously activated. The crystal clear liquid crystal released a lavender anchoring wave, like countless nails nailing the collapsing dimensional channel. The gaseous energy of the cloud vortex transformed into a green barrier, temporarily blocking the entropy-increasing mist outside the central crystal. Guanglan's crystal light network quickly spread, connecting thousands of energy nodes into a whole. Jingying's consciousness flowed through. the light network and injected into the central crystal, and the originally dim crystal suddenly lit up with a faint light. The consciousness signal of the core spirit was finally transmitted, transformed into clear text through the symbiotic light network. The core of the fragment contains an entropy-increasing core, which must be penetrated simultaneously by the 7 energies. Hugo immediately channeled the symbiotic seedling's dimensional adaptation energy into the energy converter. The golden-white energy flow intertwined with dark matter energy, crystal energy, and other hexagonal energies to form a 7-colored sphere of light. The Starship formation's biological engines activated at full power, and a pale blue energy flow flowed along the light network into the sphere of light, causing its brilliance to surge tenfold. The instant the 7-colored sphere of light pierced the dark star fragment, the black core within exploded with a bang. The entropy-increasing mist receded like a tide, revealing the fragmented remnant of the dimensional stabilizer, a crucial device left behind by the Nexus civilization, its surface still shimmering with faint dimensional energy. Use the debris to strengthen the anchoring field, Lin Feng shouted. Jing Che immediately adjusted the parameters of the liquid crystal, integrating the debris dimensional energy into the anchoring wave. As the stabilizer debris resonated with the 7-sided energy, the cracks in the central crystal began to slowly repair, and the golden energy between the nodes began to flow again. The collapse of the dimensional channel completely stopped, and the interdimensional energy network gradually recovered. The central crystal suddenly released a 7-colored beam of light, enveloping Alliance 5. A translucent energy figure emerged from the beam, the true form of the Nexus spirit, composed of pure dimensional energy, its form constantly shifting with the fluctuations of space. Thank you for restarting the network. The dark star fragments originated from the N-star C, where the entropy-increased civilization is expanding by devouring energy. The Nexus network is the last line of defense against them. Now that the network has restarted, I can guide you to the Civilization Spark Bank in the N-star C, where the genes and technologies of millions of endangered civilizations are preserved. Lin Feng knew that this was the hub civilization core check-in point. The system had indicated the central crystal core area, the key location for the Alliance to master interdimensional energy and face cosmic crises. He silently said to himself, "System, check in." Ding! The host has completed sign-in at the central crystal area of the interdimensional energy network in the hub galaxy. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining that 7-party joint leadership of the interdimensional energy network. Authority Effect 1, lead all cooperation between the Alliance and the Nexus Spirit, including network node maintenance, dimensional energy development, and the N-star C rescue plan, and have the final decision-making power for the 7-party collaborative projects. Permission Effect 2, unlocks the mass production patent for 7-fold resonance dimension anchoring technology, integrating the energy of 7 civilizations with dimensional stabilization technology, capable of purifying entropy-increasing mist and repairing dimensional channels, jointly held by the 7 Alliance parties. Permission Effect 3, obtain detailed data on the Spark database of the final Starsea civilization. The system combines the hub network data to generate the Spark database coordinates, entropy-increasing civilization distribution, and Spark activation plan. Synchronous Reward 1, design drawings of the Alliance No. 6 dimensional shuttle probe ship equipped with a 7-fold resonance engine, entropy-increasing defense shield, and a civilization Spark storage compartment, capable of cross-dimensional voyages across the galaxy. Synchronous Reward 2, construction rights for the Hub Alliance Energy Management Center, Alliance approved, sited next to the central crystal, used for network maintenance, energy distribution, and preparation for the N-Starsea project. Synchronous Reward 3, Cosmic Energy Guardians Supreme Metal jointly created by the 7 Alliance parties. The core is inlaid with the hub crystal fragments, the 7 civilization symbols and the dimensional stabilizer debris, symbolizing the civilization's mission to protect the cosmic energy. Just as the system notification tone faded, Amy's excited cry came from the communicator. Her holographic projection was holding a pot of Nexus symbiotic seedlings filled with 7 colored flowers. Behind her was the energy laboratory of the lunar base. Uncle Lin. My seedling can absorb the energy of the Nexus network. Professor Chen said that its genes can be used to create a bioenergy converter. In the future, every civilization will be able to use clean dimensional energy. The Nexus Spirit's energy form suddenly unfolded, transforming into a 7-colored ribbon of light that enveloped Alliance V. Countless silhouettes emerged within the ribbon, those endangered civilizations preserved in the Allspark Vault. Each silhouette was labeled with the energy required to activate it. This is the Allspark Vault's life list, the Nexus Spirit's consciousness signaled with hope. Entropy-increasing civilizations are eroding the Allspark Vault. Your 7-fold resonance energy is our only hope. In the next 2 weeks, the Alliance team and the Nexus Spirit carried out in-depth collaboration. Lena and the Nexus Spirit jointly optimized the sevenfold resonance technology, increasing the purification efficiency of the entropy-increasing mist to 90%. Hugo and Elder Te mass-produced dimensional anchors in the Starship Factory and repaired 37 key nodes of the network. Guanglan and Jingche built a cross-civilization energy distribution network and delivered emergency energy to the three surrounding low-level civilizations. Lin Feng signed the 7-party energy protection agreement with the Nexus Spirit on behalf of the Alliance, and the Nexus Spirit officially joined the Interstar Alliance and became the 7th core member. Before leaving the Hub system, at the groundbreaking ceremony for the Hub Alliance Energy Management Center, 7 energies were injected into the Foundation, activating a beam of energy reaching the edge of the system. This served as the Alliance's energy rescue signal to the entire universe. As Alliance 6 and its escort fleet departed, the entire interdimensional energy network suddenly illuminated. Golden energy between nodes formed a guardian light pattern, extending deep into the starry sea, as if guiding them. Next stop, the N-Star Sea. Lin Feng looked at the coordinates of the Spark Depot on the screen and said firmly, with the power of the 7 civilizations, the technology of interdimensional navigation, and the mission of protecting the Spark, we will save those endangered civilizations and stop the increase of entropy. The Nexus Spirit's energy echoed in the command module. The Spark Vault holds the ultimate key to combating entropy. It is the crystallization of the wisdom of millions of civilizations and the hope for the continuation of the universe. Lena pulled up the entropy increase distribution map of the N-Star Sea. The main force of the entropy increase civilization is entrenched on the periphery of the Spark Depot. We need to use the 7-fold resonance energy to tear through the defenses before we can enter the core area and activate the spark. Alliance VI's 7-fold resonance engines spewed out 7 colored energy streams, interweaving with the escort ship's tail flames to form a magnificent ribbon of light. Lin Feng gripped the cosmic energy guardian metal tightly. The shards of the hub crystal on the medallion shone with the same golden light as the network core, echoing with the energy beam outside the porthole. He knew that the Interstellar Alliance's path of exploration had progressed from galactic co-prosperity to cosmic protection, from Earth's seeds to dimensional energy, from starship engines to network nodes. The power of the 7 civilizations had become a shield of light against the void. The entropy-increasing fog of the final star sea, the dormant sparks of civilization, and the ultimate key to combating entropy all lay in the starry skies ahead, awaiting the Alliance to usher in a new chapter in cosmic civilization. The universe is vast, but as long as the 7 parties are united and the torch of light is not extinguished, the light of the Interstellar Alliance will eventually illuminate the darkness of increasing entropy and allow the fire of life to be passed on forever among the stars.